That day, the sun shone so brightly that it pierced through the windows of the house. The strong wind blew the window cloth flying. In the room, there was a man who had just woken up from sleep. His face was still down silently with a body covered in thick cloth. Suddenly, when he opened his eyes to the window, the man was very surprised. Outside the window was a huge kingdom that was very luxurious and majestic. The man was really surprised to stare at the kingdom in front of him. It was impossible if the man was in the game he had played. When 3 years ago the man had a game character. The name of the game was Heroic Legend of Arhan, a game that has a variety of dangerous events that occur at the academy, and even endless incidents. Many characters appear in the game, such as monsters, and even a woman who looks very beautiful. Scary things happen in the game as if they were reality. The forest is on fire and big scary animals appear. At the end of the game, even the doomsday is in the game, the emergence of creepy zombies that make the story very large scale. But there is no problem for all the tragedies in the game, because the main character will definitely handle all the problems. After all, the guy is luckily just a side character in the game. The man named Korenlock with level 1 is only an NPC in the beginner quest, where the main character will save a villager. The game looks very good because it happens like reality. If the story goes as it should according to the game, then everything will be resolved soon. Korenlock will see the main character in the game, Park Si-hoo. In the game later, the story of Park Si-hoo's life will become famous and rich. But at that time, Korenlock was looking for the starting point of the game. Suddenly, Korenlock saw Park Si-hoo, who was sitting quietly while muttering. Park Si-hoo mentioned sweet potatoes and also Sprite. But hearing that made Korenlock confused. In the game, there is actually no Sprite as he meant. And suddenly, Park Si-hoo stood up and covered his face, while saying that Park Si-hoo would live for himself and called efficiency. Suddenly, Korenlock immediately pulled his hand and stared with a smile. If in fact Korenlock will also live the same as him. Park Si-hoo is obviously very surprised to see Korenlock very suddenly. Park Si-hoo is also a normal person who has a game character. Suddenly there was a big monster that came almost nesting them, but quickly Park Si-hoo used his sword to hold the monster. As for the difference between the two of them at that time, it looks very much. The first difference is that Park Si-hoo has a privilege that is given to the player character, namely a stat window. However, Park Si-hoo looks confused when a notification board appears. One of the problems that Si-hoo got was because he had never played the game before. But fortunately, Korenlock can help the problems that occur to Si-hoo. Korenlock immediately embraced Si-hoo because he had just heard that Si-hoo would become a mage. If that's true, it's time for Si-hoo to immediately choose the intelligence stat. Korenlock also informed that in the next story, there will be a skill book. It is very important for continuity, so Korenlock reminded not to forget about it. Fortunately, Korenlock has played all the stories and routes, so Korenlock asked Si-hoo to just trust him. Although it looks unconvincing, Korenlock is actually very proficient in the Heroic Legend of Arhan. Korenlock felt that he was definitely needed, because having someone like him to help Si-hoo was an extraordinary opportunity. Monsters continued to appear and were already making very loud noises. Even though Si-hoo had given a scary look, but Korenlock still tried to relax when he knew there was a monster. With a long sword and purple light appearing, Si-hoo immediately slashed the monster's body. They fought together to fight the monster using their respective powers. Korenlock has the game information, and Si-hoo has the stat window and player system. They can work together to complete the game faster. The long sword in Korenlock's hand could kill monsters with just one strike. They are two very good ones, and together with Si-hoo makes Korenlock believe that they can save many people. They really managed to finish off the monsters and make a monster pyramid. Because they feel exhausted, they sit on the pile of monsters. They will also stop the end of the world. Even Korenlock also believes that they will soon be able to return to Earth. At that time, Korenlock brought a bottle that looked very beautiful. The bottle was purple in color with the red combination clearly engraved. Si-hoo was amazed when he saw the bottle because it was as good as a low-class elixir. Si-hoo became curious when Korenlock got the bottle. But there was one thing that made Korenlock very disappointed, that it turned out that in that game everyone was male. One of the things that made the game quite popular was that it was fantasy action related. There are many beautiful women with superpowers, as well as its diverse heritage and dating simulator feature. At that time, Park Si-hoo was not seen with any woman. He only invites them to parties, and that's only when it's important. So in the end, their group only consisted of men. Korenlock felt annoyed why the party only contained sweaty men. Korenlock should have realized at that time, when the Sword Emperor's grandson died, who was just about to go to the opening ceremony. Or when the final boss in the first stage Mariette disappeared suddenly, or the killing and mysterious disappearance of many people. A plot that has begun to differ from the original game story. But what was even more important at that time was the way Park Si-hoo's mind and his real personality. Korenlock can only look at Si-hoo with a smile, even though Korenlock should feel suspicious of Si-hoo even if only a little. Suddenly, Korenlock was surprised because something happened. Mariette Dunaleff is one of the game's heroines. But neither Si-hoo nor Korenlock could meet her, because Mariette was long gone. But at that time, Mariette's staff was still neatly stored in a historic box. They feel confused themselves why a great stick can appear, but the person has no trace. Korenlock seemed to know one thing because someone wanted to destroy them. At that time, Korenlock followed him because he saw him who kept sneaking out at night. But Korenlock did not expect that he kept a secret place underground like that. They seemed to be in his inventory of a large room in the ground. In that room were many swords that the owner left behind during battle. It was very surprised to see that there was a sword belonging to the hidden piece Odachi. The sword also disappeared when another heroine, Alice, disappeared. And not only that hidden piece, but there are still many other weapons stored in that underground room. The items all belonged to characters who had disappeared as they followed the gameplay, and it turned out that there was a Marit that had been chained in a watery container. They became very surprised and felt scared to see something like that clearly. Si-hoo himself didn't know why Korenlock wanted to take him to a place like that. But Korenlock didn't understand what was going on at that time. At that time, Si-hoo had said that Si-hoo wanted to chase Mariette but instead lost track of her. But Si-hoo felt indifferent to what had happened, because at that time Marite was just a demon. It seemed impossible to waste the blood of a Gelder-class vampire in Marite's body. Si-hoo only used Mariette efficiently, even though Korenlock had also drunk a lot of her blood. Instantly, Korenlock was surprised because the bottle he was carrying was filled with Si-hoo's blood. It feels like Korenlock wants to vomit back, but Si-hoo felt that there was no harm in all that happened, and there was nothing to regret. Korenlock immediately sat down holding his head, which looked very thoughtful. All this time, Korenlock had worked very hard to catch her. Even Korenlock had to stay in the forest for a month while preparing the trap. But why did it all happen? Korenlock continued to feel confused and blamed himself. Si-hoo casually said that of course everything was done to get through the game's story as efficiently as possible. Si-hoo also felt that the Korenlock route was too annoying, because Korenlock keeps losing because he wants to save people. Korenlock also doesn't want to kill fucking assholes like Jaeger or Lark. Korenlock could only sit silently staring at Si-hoo, who was standing right in front of his face. Si-hoo did not stop saying all the things to Korenlock. Even Korenlock continues to try to protect people who cannot be manipulated, before raising their own friendship level. And using them in such a way was actually the most efficient way. Instantly, Si-hoo asked Korenlock to listen to him because Si-hoo was much better than Korenlock. From the beginning, Si-hoo had lied to Korenlock because Si-hoo was actually not a beginner. Korenlock felt confused himself what to say and what to say to Si-hoo. It was very surprising that it turned out that if Si-hoo could kill 3 more people, then the total amount was 100,000. Korenlock was immediately very surprised by the large number of people. It was confirmed that Si-hoo was not actually a human. Korenlock immediately felt annoyed and pulled Si-hoo's clothes by shouting that Si-hoo was a monster who exceeded his astrological monsters. But Si-hoo just told Korenlock to immediately realize his nature like that. All of them who were killed were only NPC, and Korenlock had also killed many people. But those killed by Korenlock were bad people who could no longer be saved, because they had tried to destroy the world, so it was not wrong that Korenlock had to kill them. Korenlock was so furious and angry that he did not let go of the tug of clothes on Sihu, and efficiency and frustration are two things that Sihu is too obsessed with. If Sihu was so happy with efficiency, then why did Sihu have to take Odachi? Why can a mage take a hidden piece that is intended for a knight, and don't know what's wrong with ordinary regulars? Korenlock did not also remove his hand from Sihu's body, because he felt very furious, even though Sihu could do it easily only through the stat window. But why was Sihu doing such inefficient nonsense to create a farm like that? Sihu immediately smiled at the thought that Korenlock was adorable. It felt like it only needed a punching bag for its sociopathic tendencies. Sihu's face suddenly turned very sinister with burning red eyes. Korenlock was surprised to see the gaze that appeared at that time and did not expect that Sihu immediately punched him. Korenlock's body became full of blood and looked helpless. It seemed that Korenlock had made Sihu very crazy with all his nonsense. After all that Sihu had done for Korenlock, there should be no such talk coming out. Even though Sihu only thinks about Korenlock, Sihu should be everything for Korenlock. Not even just everything, but Sihu should be the world for Korenlock. The look that emanated from Sihu's eyes really looked very creepy. Even Korenlock doesn't know his own place, hurt for meddling in other people's business. All Korenlock did was watch the whore and how Sihu could be with that. Sihu wouldn't hold back one bit, and Sihu's face was already getting angry. Korenlock was so scared and couldn't answer any of the inner voices that kept appearing when seeing Sihu angry. It felt like everything Sihu talked about made no sense and made Korenlock scared. Korenlock was very sure that Sihu was actually not that kind of person. Even they have always been together for 199 chapters. So why could Sihu suddenly want to change the genre like that? But Sihu felt that until then, Sihu destroyed everything that could stand in her way, all for the good of their future. Korenlock was very upset to hear all that and continued to regard Sihu as an asshole. Then the only reason Sihu put men in their party was just 4. Korenlock hadn't finished explaining his words yet. He had already been cut off by Sihu. Other men only see so Korenlock doesn't have to worry about them. The only person Sihu loves is Korenlock. Hearing that made Korenlock even more afraid and also felt very disgusted. With great annoyance, immediately punched Sihu in the face. It felt like Korenlock wanted to run away from that place because he knew the horrible Sihu. Korenlock was really very scared. Even Korenlock himself never had a girlfriend before, but when Korenlock wanted to run away from that place, the power of Sihu appeared to hold his body. The purple rope already tying Korenlock's legs stopped his steps, and all of his body was trapped with purple ropes. It felt like Korenlock was very scared because it could happen like that. But Sihu immediately approached if indeed Sihu would not be able to run away from him. Sihu will trap Korenlock before and also forever, because it is clear that Korenlock belongs to Sihu. Korenlock could not move at all when his body was bound tightly with the power of the purple rope. Even heavy chains also bound Korenlock's body. In that very fake world, Korenlock was the only real one. All of Sihu's talk really made Korenlock very scared. Sihu only told him to be patient because soon everything would end. Once all the battles were over, then the two of them would be together forever. Suddenly, Korenlock was in another world that looked very strange. A notification appeared that the last stage was open. Korenlock didn't think that things could be that fast, and obviously Sihu always kills everything alone. So, at that time, Korenlock was sure that Sihu would also win against the final boss. But after Sihu defeated the last boss, Korenlock was confused. Don't know what will happen to him when it's all over. Suddenly, another notification appeared that the player had died and the challenge failed. Korenlock was surprised if maybe Sihu had just lost. Suddenly, Korenlock was already in the room and woke up with a very surprised face. It felt like that moment Korenlock regretted. Because 3 years ago, the first day Korenlock came to that place, it felt unbelievable. Korenlock just wanted to kill Park Sihu, which made him very afraid, immediately cried, and felt that he really had to kill the player. It was during the Rotion River overflow incident that all the barriers were destroyed by the rushing water. During the monster subjugation quest, the dam broke and the water flowed and swept through the village. Hundreds of water monsters came out and many people drowned. When the distressing situation happened, Park Si-hoo even felt that it was all very amazing. At that time, Korenlok still didn't understand why Si-hoo could look so happy when there was all that disaster. If you think about it, it feels very strange when a laughing facial expression just appears, even though there were a lot of people who died in that incident. Si-hoo only cares about his own interests, all done just to monopolize the exp that Si-hoo will get. If you remember Si-hoo's words, who had to kill 3 more people so that the total would be 100,000. It feels very creepy indeed, like a monster. None of that could happen, and Korenlok ran to stop right away. At that time, Park Si-hoo was still a rank 5 vagrant just like Korenlok. All factors that can increase the strength of a player are centered in the Merkaba Academy, and after entering the academy it will become a very strong person. At that time, Si-hoo was not yet a monster, but no one knew how fast Si-hoo could become strong after entering the academy. Korenlok was galloping to stop the Si-hoo. The academy's welcoming ceremony would take place in 5 days. While on his way, Korenlok found a yellow mushroom to carry away. In other words, his only chance to kill the Park Si-hoo was short. Korenlok looked at the mushroom and was about to kill Si-hoo. At that time, in the middle of the forest, Korenlok received a notification that there was a train heading to the city of Merkaba that could no longer run. That's all because there are forest monsters who have come to attack. They must immediately protect the people who are there along with the guards until they are successfully repaired. In the end, Korenlok met 2 people who were traveling. Korenlok managed to help them fight the enemy, and one person said that Korenlok was very great. Korenlok was embarrassed and grateful for all the praise. The 2 people were Leon and Laura, who were waiting for the peacock carriage to be repaired. It wasn't long before the driver called out that their train had finished being repaired. It felt like Leon was impatient and wanted to hurry up, but Laura only felt tired and wanted to sleep quickly when they were relaxed. Suddenly, there was another attack that came, which made them very surprised. Leon asked Laura to get out of the way, but the monster had already come. If you smell the monster's odor, it feels like Leon can already guess that it is a rank 2 werewolf monster. The voice that came out of his mouth sounded very loud and even scary. Leon did not expect that the werewolf was about to start an attack on them. At that time, Korenlok was already running towards the middle of the forest, but after realizing Korenlok couldn't stop the monsters either, if only before Korenlok had more time to prepare. It is certain that Korenlok can save people like that too. The werewolf had attacked Laura until she was unconscious and bleeding profusely. Leon was very panicked when he found out that Laura had fallen, but he couldn't fight back. Korenlok immediately told them to get into the train. Korenlok will buy time for them. But Leon doesn't want to leave, and is still trying to fight the werewolf, so Korenlok will stay to help him fight. When he returned, Korenlok again lost a lot of time because the Leon had already responded to the monster. Leon's body was lifted as high as possible to make Korenlok scared, but before starting to attack, Korenlok wanted to think clearly first, must make sure clearly before intervening in the matter. Immediately felt whether it was possible if Park Si-hoo was actually a hero who would save the world, or maybe Si-hoo is just a player who is carried away into their world like that. Korenlok was already pointing the sword even though the monster looked very long. The werewolf was already screaming because he couldn't stop being attacked, but suddenly came a beautiful woman to help Korenlok. But suddenly the woman's sword was stopped just like that. They felt very confused, but not wanting it to take too long, Korenlok told the woman to back off immediately, because Korenlok could still clearly take care of it all by himself. The second daughter of the Arden family who came using the Owadachi sword, one of the 6 swords of the king, a character named and the most influential member of the party, Alicia Arden. At first, Korenlok did feel very scared that even in a tutorial quest like that there was an Easter egg. Suddenly, Park Si-hoo appeared again, who felt like Park Si-hoo was waiting for the death of Alicia Arden and couldn't miss a moment like that. Korenlok was really surprised because it was like that from the beginning. Alicia was very afraid of what had happened, but it was all Si-hoo's doing, because at first her hands just moved on their own and made Si-hoo too nervous. Monsters have continued to shout loudly, which makes them feel scared. But if at that time Alicia died during the quest, then Sihu will definitely get the Odachi sword. And after that, Sihu can join the party of the world of Arden, the one where Sihu is a great swordsman, even though at that time Alicia was poisoned, but not yet dead. All of that helped make Sihu feel binging. What is it all just because Alicia is an NPC who has a name? Her body that already looks pale, Alicia is still trying to attack. But the attacks that came out of her continued to be brushed aside. For that moment, it felt like Alicia had to stay calm and continue to focus. Alicia tried to take a breath and convinced herself that if she could, Alicia will attack with her perfect footwork skill to stop the monster. The monster screamed when it received an attack from Alicia. But from behind, Sihu saw the power coming out of Alicia. If it continues like that, then Alicia will be able to kill the werewolf alone. Sihu will not let that happen just like that. With the knife in his hand, Sihu wants to throw it at Alicia. But luckily, Alicia was able to ward off the knife that almost killed her. Alicia really didn't know why Sihu could do that to her. Maybe the sword that was thrown both times was just a mistake. The werewolf was already in front of Alicia's eyes until she was surprised. But with a quick movement, Alicia immediately wanted to stab the monster. But instantly her body was restrained, and a lot of blood poured out. Alicia immediately fell helpless because her body was bitten by a werewolf, and the blood did not stop coming out. Alicia really didn't understand why Sihu could do that to her. But in the end, Siwu managed to take the sword from Alicia's hand. It was unexpected that it turned out that Alicia had the sword. The weapon can be used to use special skills, but it feels like Sihu will think about it at a later time. It feels like it makes Sihu even more happy that killing NPC can also give him exp. Alicia's body is completely helpless, even just to open her eyes can't. Fortunately, but did not go with Bosel, so it's safe. Suddenly, something strange appeared from Sihu's body which confused him. Like someone sent something, and Sihu immediately asked him to appear. Sihu immediately prepared an attack, and several rabbit monsters appeared. Korenlock had previously brought some mushrooms for supplies on the way. Typhoon mushrooms are the favorite of forest monsters who are covered with powder all over their bodies. But according to Sihu at that time, it was like a very scary event. Even in the eyes of the park forest monsters, Sihu was nothing more than meat that had been marinated with delicious spices. Sihu was annoyed to think that all the rabbit monsters were nuisance creatures. Korenlock immediately rushed to help Alicia, who was still alive for him. After getting rid of Alicia, it was time for Korenlock to take some parts of the werewolf. But from behind, Sihu has pointed his sword. Sihu didn't know who the person was who came to take his belongings. With an annoyed face, immediately grasped his hand. Killing 3 corn rats in just 1 minute felt like that Odachi was really great. For a second, Sihu was surprised that the words came from his mouth. Sihu was clearly surprised to see Korenlock's existence so clearly in his eyes. It even felt like he didn't know how Korenlock could come to that place. Korenlock became very upset, as if Korenlock had just lost his memory from before. But it feels good if it really happened, and will reduce Korenlock's problems. Sihu just kept holding the sword, but Korenlock said something to him. Sihu could have cut his own hand if he continued to hold the sword like that. Sihu was confused by the words that came out of Korenlock. The sword was only kept in sight, and a good opportunity for Korenlock to attack. Korenlock threw something that made Sihu feel dizzy and helpless. Sihu was very annoyed to tell Sihu to die immediately. Korenlock had indeed seen that Sihu was careless in using his sword, but originally, Sihu was very fast. It was clear that Sihu was still much better than his nose physically. It felt like Korenlock had no choice but to make himself vulnerable. They fought with each other's weapons. Korenlock must continue to be careful because he knows he will continue to be attacked. Korenlock would aim his sword at the Sihu, because if the attack was stabbed in the neck, it would die immediately. The Sihu should be able to focus on the fangs of the attack. In the end, Korenlock managed to stick the knife in front of Sihu's face. Korenlock would not stop until Sihu saw nothing else but a fang. Very annoyed, Korenlock ran from the green to be able to stab Sihu's body, but Sihu managed to block the sword even though it still looked difficult. Korenlock did not want to give up so easily and would continue to attack. When Sihu managed to trick Korenlock, immediately stabbed Korenlock's back until it caused him pain. There weren't just 1 or 2 strikes, but so many that the Sihu couldn't get up. Instantly, Korenlock thanked him for his previous life. The Sihu's body was completely impaled, and his neck continued to pull with Korenlock. Must be at that time Korenlock recognized that he was getting stronger thanks to the help of Sihu. Even so, Korenlock will never regret that incident at all. The stab on Sihu's body was really not just one, but several times. It wouldn't make him feel any regret, because Korenlock had killed the spawn of a monster. Suddenly, Sihu's notification appeared, and it was detected that Sihu was dead. All of Sihu's powers will be taken with him. In the end, Korenlock, who got a notification that there was a successor to the Martial Master sub-player. But getting that made Korenlock even surprised, because that meant he could already get a stat window. Korenlock heard Alicia, who mumbled in pain, and immediately approached her. Korenlock tried to lift Alicia's body with his hands and asked how she was doing. At that time, Alicia felt not okay because her whole body was in pain. Even Alicia couldn't see anything. The blood from the body is not seen at all, but at least Alicia had a little calm for herself to be able to keep talking enough. Korenlock was afraid that at that time, Alicia felt dizzy and could not smell at all. Even her ears also looked ringing, but that made Alicia confused why she knew all. But at that time, Korenlock only saw from Alicia's twisted tongue. It seems to be the poison of the peacock tree frog. When tutorial, the poison is difficult to create without using the combination window. If the combination is a little higher level, surely Alicia will die. But because there is a fang stuck in, Alicia's body is in danger. The blood coming out of Alicia's body never stops. So at that time, Korenlock chose to stop the bleeding and the mission of detoxifying the person. Alicia was in pain when Korenlock started his plan. But Korenlock asked Alicia to stay calm. Korenlock is an expert in stopping bleeding and detoxifying. But if Alicia bites her tongue, it will be a big problem. Korenlock let go of his hand that had to be bitten by Alicia so as not to make it worse. If the sword is removed from Alicia's body, it will definitely make her in pain. With full confidence, Korenlock gave his hand to be bitten by Alicia. It will hurt a lot, so Alicia is asked to continue biting the arm as hard as possible and continue to hold on. It feels like Korenlock doesn't know why he can go back to 3 years ago again. But when he returned, Korenlock killed a player. Even people who died in Korenlock's previous life until then were still alive. It feels very enough when Korenlock has managed to save someone. That night, Korenlock chose to take care of Alicia, who was still unconscious. They made a campfire as a warm, and Korenlock cooked something. Even Korenlock is also making an antidote, so ask Alicia to stay afloat. Even Korenlock reminded her not to worry too much because people won't die very easily. Alicia felt curious about the name of the person who had helped her, but Korenlock himself did not want to tell who he was because it was clearly not important. Korenlock compressed Alicia's face. Korenlock didn't want Alicia to have too many thoughts like that and asked her to rest to recover quickly. Korenlock will wake her up as soon as the antidote he concocted is ready for use. From then on, it felt like Korenlock wanted to keep his actions a secret from as many people as possible. So Korenlock wanted to straighten out all the very messy situations. The heroic legend of Arhan's origin story, as the name implies, is a story about the hero. When overcoming incidents and accidents that will occur at the academy, the player will become a hero who will save the world. The hero must conquer so many villains with the final boss at the end. The only reason why the demon-like Park Si-hoo would just follow the story is because if the final boss is not defeated, then the world will not end. But the player had just died, so there was no telling who would fill that role. Even though it seemed impossible, but Korenlock felt he had to do that. But the system did not support Korenlock's wishes. All appear exclamation marks that say they have no permission at all. Korenlock became a sub-player, but couldn't even use any player tools at all. Even though at that time, Korenlock really wanted to see the stat window, but in the end, everything was the same. Being a backup for something unknown, and having a lot of memories about the future remembered from a previous life was too difficult. It seemed that Korenlock only needed to use external factors to the system. For 3 years, Korenlock continued to train until he reached his limit. Even Korenlock is no longer an ordinary character owner or side character. Suddenly, Korenlock made a red circle that burned like fire on the ground. The circle worked and released something that did not become useless because all this time Korenlock had died to survive. As a person who loves magic, the only magic he ever learned in his previous life, and only that, an ancient writing that has its own magic power. It is known that these are some of the most powerful laws that exist in the world, which is the source of superhuman strength and the cause of destruction. Korenlock inscribed the magic on his hand that came to give his ship so much power, because until then, he had to fulfill the oath made by himself. From then on, Korenlock must not turn a blind eye to the misfortunes of good people. A notification appears that Korenlock's status will increase every time he successfully completes the quest. For the next restraint, but Korenlock did not feel the spirit. In that world, everything has a spiritual sense, and astral beings such as ghosts and spirits that do not have material bodies are in that place. Because astral beings will only involve themselves if they can both feel each other. They will not be able to use their powers at all against unconscious people and people with a spiritual sense. There were 3 powers, but the last one, the oath, had the greatest risk. That's why in his previous life, Korenlock and Sihu had never used it. But even Sihu, who had used everything in the system, would fail in the end. Therefore, Korenlock felt there was no need to worry at all. The oath that has the most weight and with which Korenlock will save the world. A great ambition that fighters must pursue. An oath whose content is truly the greatest ambition. But when all is done, only the oath cannot be completed. All will lead to unavoidable death. That day, Alicia woke up with a very surprised face because she was suddenly in a room. When trying to sit down, Alicia still felt pain in her stomach. Suddenly, a nurse came because she had seen Alicia, who was awake. Alicia was very confused about where she was at that time because she last remembered herself in the forest with Korenlock. It turned out that at that time, Alicia was already at the Merkaba City Hospital. Because she was surprised, Alicia immediately asked about Korenlock's whereabouts, but had just left the place. It felt like Alicia was very surprised when she knew Korenlock had left there. The nurse continued to remind Alicia not to move much first because her body was still recovering. But Alicia felt okay, because if she continued to stay silent, she would feel bored. Alicia immediately asked where all her belongings were. In her bag, there was Korenlock's belt, which was still full of blood. Instantly, Alicia asked the nurse to find her a place that sold honey candy. But unfortunately for that time, Alicia was not allowed to eat stew. Actually, very upset, but Alicia couldn't if she had to fight. 3 days after the tutorial quest, the day of the Merkaba Academy opening ceremony. At that time, Korenlock came to the place and looked for his student card to get inside. But when he opened his wallet, there was a letter, but Korenlock never put the letter in his wallet. Korenlock immediately opened the letter, which turned out to contain a message. For his mother's proud son, who never knew how proud she was to have him. Become a great man who protects many people, like the people who had been by his side all this time. Korenlock was surprised to read the letter and didn't know when his mother had sent it. Korenlock was a normal child who was not gifted, but even had a family. When Korenlock was in that body for the first time, Korenlock was awkward and felt strange, but all of his family always gave good treatment like family. From then on, it felt Korenlock how he loved his family and also that world. It is also one of the differences between Park Sihu and Korenlock. Korenlock walked straight into the academy, which already had a lot of people in it. But they all felt confused when they saw that there were so many chariots in it. Many people who just found out also the contents of the Merkaba Academy. That day, all new students were asked to gather because they would be given a potato. Korenlock went straight to the woman and asked her for a potato. The woman told him the location of the research building where all the magic students gathered and conducted their research. Mariette Dunaleff was a second-year, first-year student at Merkaba Magic Academy, a student who received blessings from everyone and had a very bright future. As life goes on, one cannot predict the misfortunes and tragedies that occur in that world. And there are also profound decisions that Mariette must experience in the future. Mariette is the final boss of the first act. At that time, Korenlock had entered the building where there was a lot of magic burning. Space expansion magic had also begun at that time, but some people felt confused about what had happened. It felt like they couldn't see what was in front of them. They were told not to worry because the new cadets from the academy must have been surprised by something like that. Korenlock heard Old Man Haemon's voice, which sounded like there was no change at all. The people in that world have a history of fighting evil tribes. The most effective weapon they use against evil is superhumans. Those who can use aura and mana, and the place to train superhumans is the Guardian Academy. At that time, there was already a Professor Fermac Daman who was given the task of welcoming new students that year. Korenlock hadn't seen Professor Fermac in a long time. All the people in that building definitely wanted to become a knight or a mage. Once they were in that place, the certificate would be issued immediately. But it was annoying to act like they were all the best. If it turned out that their abilities were mediocre, so Fermac would see their abilities. Korenlock felt that such a thing was very boring because everyone present was seen one by one from their status. But unfortunately, Korenlock's physical stat was very ugly like trash. In front of them were all the rank numbers they had, and immediately lined up according to their numbers. At that time, Korenlock was lined up at number 6, and there were a total of 400 people. It seemed unlikely that Korenlock would be one of the bottom % of the others. Fermac really hoped that they would all be lucky in the battle. There were many rough gems among the students that year, but it seems that they don't need to measure the students who are in the 1st and 2nd rank. They have to wait until they finish assessing all students first. At that time, Alicia also entered in rank number 2 with another friend. And at number 1, there is the Heavenly Yaksha, the only one in rank 1, namely Harem. The teachers felt confused about how the director could test children with rank 1. It even felt like there was something about testing a 6th rank student. Even the 5th rank doesn't look good. It felt like they had to get rid of the 6th rank students who weren't talented. But the director had said that all students should be equal in terms of learning. They would start immediately and drop a weapon box right on each number. Within 30 seconds, the monsters would invade, and they would have to deal with them as best they could. A test that puts them in a place where there is nothing, making them have to fight with monsters according to their level. Korenlock felt that things didn't sound as friendly as usual. Korenlock immediately looked at what weapons he would use, but most 5th and 6th graders probably wouldn't be able to think clearly. They only took what they wanted, and it was probably a sword. That was also what Korenlock had done in his previous life. The rank 5 short hound monster had already appeared in front of them to be fought immediately. Korenlock felt that wearing a sword usually looked cool, but they said if you want to use a spear, it takes hundreds of days. It takes thousands of days to use a blade and 10,000 days to be able to use a sword properly, so Korenlock chose a spear to fight the monsters that had appeared. It doesn't seem difficult for Korenlock to kill the monsters. It only takes a few minutes to be able to fight all the monsters, because there is already too much experience that Korenlock has in killing the monsters. All have indeed been passed, and clear memories are still flashed. It seemed that the time Korenlock took to kill was not that long. Even 12 seconds seemed like a long time. In Korenlock's previous life, Korenlock couldn't even kill the shorthounds and ended up eliminated. But this time it was all very different because there was no sense of difficulty at all that Korenlock had to face. Even Korenlock will kill all monsters until he can rank up quickly. The other students felt terrified when fighting even those who had to be chased by monsters. The teacher who saw so felt uncertain that they could do that with a physique that did not have strength. In the old days, teachers could kill rank 5 monsters in just 1 minute and 22 seconds. Rank 5 was already like that, so there was no point if they had to check on people at rank 6. But it was a surprise when Korenlock was already sitting down and knew that monsters weren't summoned. Master had seen that only the first Korenlock got away with 7 minutes and 20 seconds, but it seemed that rank 3 only took about 2 or 3 minutes. But I don't know why rank 5 and 6 looked so sluggish. Even felt confused when he saw Korenlock just relaxing, sitting like he wasn't afraid. Even the monsters didn't want to appear anymore and kept malfunctioning. But there was no way that the machine was broken, because Madame Josephine's test magic had never made a mistake for the past 20 years. But the person who should have been eliminated from earlier was relaxed, and it was obvious that the monster was not summoned. All the teachers felt confused because the monsters didn't appear again in front of Korenlock rank 6. When they didn't feel confident, they immediately brought out various monsters that could be eliminated quickly. All the monsters were destroyed in no more than 7 minutes. The teachers were shocked and couldn't believe it. The scariest-looking monsters also kept coming out but were easily fought off. They came to see that Korenlock was definitely not an ordinary rank 6 person, but it's a shame that they only test up to rank 3 monsters. They should have brought out monsters that could be fought up to rank 1 so that they could see the true power. They were amazed that there was finally someone interesting after all this time. They wanted to see Korenlock fight against evil spirits. After all the monsters were successfully released, they would begin the rank 5 evil spirit test on Korenlock. Korenlock felt something being summoned near him, but Korenlock couldn't see or hear anything because of the restraint penalty. Even Korenlock can't detect spirits. Korenlock cannot feel or disturb the souls of ghosts and spirits. Then Korenlock also can't feel evil spirits, so it can only see if something that happened at that time matches Korenlock's guess. Korenlock has counted to 100, which feels active because Korenlock has gotten the evidence he wants. At the evil spirit test, Korenlock chose to retreat, which made all the teachers very surprised. They didn't know who the rank 6 boy with great power really was. After they finished all the battles, they regrouped, and there is one student named Jaeger Hinchpeter, who is the one who makes noise with the player at the beginning of the game. That was the first thing Korenlock thought when he saw Jaeger's face. After they finished getting the notice from the director named Ariu, in order for them to become strong, they had entered the academy where all the strong people had gathered together. Some of them must have considerable ability. Others still had to continue to work even harder. Although the director could not guarantee that they would get what they wanted, after finishing their time at the place, it was hoped that they would all be able to take the path they wanted right away. The teachers were just helping them to take the right first step. Starting from the second step, it would be their responsibility. The director did not say much, and after that, all the students could return. Jaeger felt that from that day on, he was a rank 3 knight. Jaeger looked like an arrogant person and kept bothering others. At that time, there was a rank 5 who was sitting and was approached by him. Rank 5 is considered a pathetic person and can't do anything. Korenlock immediately came to meet them and tried to break the ice so that Jaeger would not bother others. Korenlock only talked about the clearly visible tattoo on Jaeger's body that meant his blood type. It was so that Jaeger could immediately get a blood transfuse that Jaeger was injured. Jaeger laughed because he knew Korenlock knew about his tattoo. And the tattoo was also made by his mother because his mother was a tattoo expert, even though his mother was actually an expert in line work. But Jaeger asked his mother to do it using the old school method. Actually, Korenlock already knew all that. In the previous life, when Jaeger disappeared, his mother immediately visited the academy and met Korenlock. His mother said that Jaeger's tattoo was not just for show, but it is a tattoo that his mother gave him because his mother was very worried about Jaeger entering the Guardian Academy, the heart of a mother who looks very gentle to protect her child. They became acquainted at that time, and there was also a rank 5 child, Lark, who was almost bullied by Jaeger. Alicia saw Korenlock's attitude, which was so kind that it felt like she couldn't stop smiling. Korenlock seemed like a very kind person who would even help a friend who was about to be bullied. And that's how Korenlock left a good impression on Lark. Because if I'm not mistaken, Lark's ability is to memorize. Most Merkaba Academy facilities are available without charging students a penny. The student cafeteria is cheaper than out there, and there are ashrams that they can stay in for free. Among all these facilities, the most recommended is the training room. The reason is very simple, according to Korenlock. Because by using the training room, even impossible training can be done. For example, fighting with a spirit body that is invisible to Korenlock's eyes. They saw Korenlock, who was practicing using the spirit body while still in first grade. They became confused because usually students train with that body in the second semester. They were sure that Korenlock's arrival must have been just because he heard a rumor. Even they also heard that there were a lot of second-year students. who couldn't even grasp the body of a wind-type spirit. Mariette heard their conversation when she accidentally passed behind him. But suddenly, Corinlock was hit by a pole that felt very painful. So, thinking that maybe it's still not enough for Corinlock to master, it turned out that there was an instructor who noticed Corinlock practicing. Out of curiosity, the instructor immediately asked why Corinlock was practicing against his spirit body. All done just to train Corinlock's spear. Corinlock was confident he could do it, even though the instructor looked incredulous. But Corinlock felt confused as to why the old man had approached him so suddenly. Perhaps something wrong had happened during the entrance exam yesterday? The instructor was pleased to see Corinlock's good spirit and suddenly gave him 10 meal tickets. Corinlock was happy, even though he thought something else was going to happen. Corinlock thought that a man showing his concern with food would be a good sign. Corinlock will continue to try again with enthusiasm, even though in the end his body must fall again. Suddenly, Mariette came to bring a glass of water because she saw Corinlock, who looked exhausted. Corinlock was already stranded on the bottom mat because he felt it was very tiring for him. Mariette felt that Corinlock could rest because she knew he was trying hard. Corinlock just has to get used to it, and someday it will definitely be able to do it. There is no need to feel tired because it only needs to try for the next time. But Corinlock doesn't have a next time, even though he still has 3 years. He immediately took the glass that Mariette gave him because he felt very tired. At that time, when there was still Park Si-hoo, they had a stat window player, also potions and skill books from the combination window. But at that time, Park Si-hoo was no longer nearby, because Corinlock himself had killed. Because of all that, Corinlock had to do everything alone. Corinlock was grateful for being given a drink, but for the word surrender it feels like it's something that's in the background because Corinlock has to be the strongest. The first thing, Corinlock must first find out the limits of his strength. Maybe it looks like an exaggeration, but Corinlock must test how far he can use his previous abilities. All the skills that Corinlock has are tried out in order to know the limits of his inner strength. Corinlock does not have a strong body or magic power or even a broad aura. The information that exists about Park Si-hoo and the future is all useless in the face of monsters and geniuses. But to be able to face the genius monsters, Corinlock must try harder than others. That's the only self-sufficiency Corinlock has. Because 3 years ago, it would not betray Corinlock. It only took a short while for Corinlock to rest and continue to try his spirit body again. Mariette, who continued to watch, felt confused and even unsure. Just now, Corinlock threw his spear maybe because he wanted to give up. But unexpectedly, it turned out that the spear was used to shoot an attack so that Corinlock could still take another step. Corinlock did not give up at all until his body was already out of shape. Even the word strong is not enough to represent Corinlock's condition at that time. Words that can only be expressed as appreciation are different on the tip of Mariette's tongue. In the end, Corinlock could fly with his skills and throw spears, but the strength did not last anymore. His body immediately fell down and was helpless, although he could still smile a little. After going through many phases, Corinlock came to realize that he was indeed very excessive. The next day, still in the academy building, Mariette would invite all the students to introduce the facilities in the school. After a day of training, it was clear that Corinlock's body was full of wounds. But that day, Corinlock felt that he had to recover his body immediately so that he could fight well. To be able to improve his physical abilities without relying on the Park Si-hoo elixir, there is only one way, namely the commandment. You can't turn a blind eye to someone's misfortune at all. At that time, Corinlock immediately approached Lark and embraced him. With a smiling face, he invited Lark to eat together while talking about the grimoire too. Simply put, the grimoire was a skill book, a powerful artifact that allows them to acquire the appropriate magic or trait just by reading it. In the Merkaba Academy, library has a size as large as the academy itself. The library also stores and passes on human knowledge for future generations. But it was all nonsense because the place was only there to hide the grimoire. Lark just wanted Corinlock to fulfill all his promises, and they had to search through all the piles of books one by one. Corinlock would immediately occupy the promise as long as Lark fulfilled all the conditions. Lark will also get a grimoire that has traits written in it. Lark is a very hard-working student, and an intelligent and exemplary student. Lark memorized all kinds of magic and stored them in his spellbook. No matter how many there were, using them all must have seemed very difficult. If the level and mana level of a magician is low, it will not be able to produce good results even though the theory is very good. Suddenly, Corinlock found a secret door that surprised Lark. But Corinlock immediately ran towards the door and invited Lark to go with him. They entered the room, which looked scary to Lark. In that place, Corinlock also asked Lark to fulfill all his promises. If at that time, Corinlock wanted to ask Lark for help to drive away the evil spirit. But suddenly Corinlock beat Lark to make it happen. It feels like Corinlock wants them to start everything right away with a fast time. Although Corinlock's main purpose for going to that place was to help the Lark, still, Corinlock did that to complete a special quest. If Corinlock catches the evil spirit in that place, then Corinlock can get the hidden piece he wants. But there is a small problem that occurs because Corinlock is already faced with Sabantia Duke, a special evil spirit. It was impossible for Corinlock to even know how to capture the evil spirit's special. The attack immediately appeared right in front of Corinlock's face. The majority of players will die instantly once they have started the quest. But of course, Corinlock is confident that he will not die and can fight back. Corinlock cannot detect spirits, which means the Duke's attacks will not work against Corinlock. Even though the attacks kept coming, but Corinlock couldn't feel anything. Because Corinlock couldn't see the Duke, so told him to enter the Lark's body. In that world, there is such a thing as a factor that is an element. It turns ordinary people into demi-humans like vampires or werewolves. One day the Duke awakens as a vampire and kills his servant. Even though the Duke had tried to suppress the vampire instinct in his body, it all failed. And in the end, because the Duke was afraid that he would kill his wife and daughter, the Duke must be willing to evacuate all his family and close the castle, all so that the Duke does not turn into a beast. Duke used magic to seal himself into a book. The book was a grimoire that was in the library. Corinlock was confused because suddenly the Duke ran towards him. But could it be that it was because of the grief that had become a crazed vampire? The second reason Corinlock had chosen Lark was because if Lark was controlled by the evil spirit Special Duke, then Lark can use his physical strength to the maximum. In the game, Lark has the lowest physical strength stat. Actually, Corinlock felt sorry for the Lark, but it was the most optimal strategy to complete the Duke's quest. If Corinlock manages to kill the Lark that has been controlled like that, then Corinlock can get the highest grade items, such as Duke or Vampire. It is an item that is also obtained by Park Sihu, which became a crucial item in dealing with future incidents. But Corinlock was clearly different from Sihu. At once, Corinlock mentioned whether it was possible for the Duke to feel curious about his wife, Luina Duke, and his child, Cecilia Duke, as well as the life they led after the Duke sealed himself away like that. Corinlock had told the Duke many things about how his wife had died after leaving the castle, and how his daughter had turned into a great adventurer. And his daughter's trip around the world was extraordinary. Hearing all the stories made the Duke very sad. Corinlock had another request, and before the Duke left, they had a long conversation. In the end, Corinlock asked the Duke for several items to increase his strength, and Lark just realized after the Duke left his body. In the end, Corinlock fulfilled his promise and also gave Grimoire to Lark. One of the reasons Corinlock chose the Lark was because he wanted to see someone who had worked hard for a reward. It was unexpected that Corinlock got 80 points. All of that is because Corinlock does not ignore the misfortune that everyone gets, still conscientiously helping people who look like they can't. That day in the stamina training room, there was Mariette offering all the students a potato, and there was no mistaking Corinlock in the training room who wanted to catch the spirit. Mariette really believes in Corinlock that he can do it, but other students are not sure if Corinlock can succeed. But with enthusiasm, Mariette will bet 2 coins if indeed Corinlock can succeed. They feel confused why Mariette continues to pay more attention, but they didn't bet it. Some even wanted to bet 70 silver coins if Corinlock would fail. They even became noisy themselves, even though Corinlock came to that place just to practice. But it felt very unimportant because Corinlock had to stay focused. Corinlock already has the stat he got after helping the disaster leave that world, so Corinlock feels that he can definitely catch it. But Korenlock was curious how far the power in Korenlock at that time. Korenlock will try for the first attack by using the technique to defeat the previous spirit, the Slithering Serpent. That technique is quite difficult among other Calamity Serpent techniques. Therefore, by utilizing the most basic technique, Ominous Serpent. But it feels like Korenlock might have a hard time cutting. All those who stood upright watching Korenlock's fight felt shocked because it was only one slash. But Korenlock was also surprised because it seemed impossible why Korenlock's strength could be so powerful like that. Mariette, who continued to watch, felt happy, even though it was only yesterday that Korenlock made an attack in just 3 attacks. But that day, Korenlock managed to do it in 1 attack. Actually, Korenlock was surprised to know that Mariette had watched everything live at that time, because a mage who can see Calamity Serpent intent with his own eyes. It seemed that Korenlock couldn't believe how Mariette actually had eyes. Immediately, Mariette gave a brown bag if it was one of the parts for Korenlock. Receiving it feels very confusing why it can be in his hands. All of that is because of the bets they made without any force. So, Mariette got a lot of money, and of course Korenlock deserved his share too. Obviously, Korenlock would not refuse to accept the money, and felt that Mariette was very smart. Korenlock even asked Mariette to be good for her future. In Korenlock's previous life, he had also practiced hard, maybe just to strengthen his martial arts. And at that time, Korenlock also struggled to do the 5th step of the 6 steps to enlightenment. Korenlock felt that he still had a long way to go, but Korenlock could increase his timber ability faster. So it seemed that Korenlock was not too worried, but the problem was in rune magic. Even Korenlock couldn't solve that problem while still in his previous life. Because rune magic requires a large amount of mana. If Korenlock can find a solution, then surely they will become stronger than before. Korenlock should continue to think and try, because no matter how diligently he has to improve the ability of his spear and rune magic. No matter how diligently Korenlock improves the ability of his spear and rune magic. A person who could not be defeated by Korenlock appeared at the academy. Even the only female character who could not also be killed by Sihu. Is one of the biggest forces also in the heroic legend of Arhan. The famous balance destroyer is a very sturdy Jiangshi. Hwaran is a person who has the highest rank, but her arrival clearly makes Korenlock confused. Even Korenlock did not know why Hwaran had to talk to him, because Korenlock felt that he did not know why she chose to go and avoid. It was like Hwaran was a bomb that Korenlock clearly couldn't handle. Instantly, Hwaran said that she was not sure that Korenlock's body was really his. Hearing that made Korenlock's gaze change instantly. It feels like not wanting to answer, but it feels very confusing to Korenlock. It feels like because Mama already looks good, so it makes Hwaran not need to eat too. Again, Hwaran felt that it was not Korenlock who owned the body. The undead who had human and monster souls in his body. Hwaran as Jiangshi was an example of a conditioned existence. The eyes of the hell soul in the middle between life and death. It was said that they saw the color of his soul. Hwaran felt confused herself as he couldn't come up with any answers. Could it be that feelings destroyed and consumed the original soul? Immediately, Korenlock said that he did not know anything. That answer made Hwaran feel confused too. For that moment, Korenlock was very worried about that in his past life. Is it possible that Korenlock and Korenlock are completely different people? Could it also be that Korenlock's memory that merged with Korenlock was not his? Korenlock doesn't know who he really is. Although for Hwaran there seems to be a difference because the real one is actually in that body. Even Hwaran knows that the real owner of the body is not him. Korenlock was considered a thief and also a robber who clearly had nothing to do with the body he entered. Korenlock immediately said that in the area next to his hometown. There is a person who turns into a green giant when that person is angry. His name is Bruce, who may not be recognized by Hwaran. But the funny thing is that there are 2 opposite personalities who hate each other, but want Korenlock to explain about the original or newly formed soul. Both clearly have different characteristics, and that was how they were able to coexist. They were born in one body, and there was no sin when they were born. But according to Hwaran, there are people who are born sinful. But hearing that was not answered by Korenlock and chose to leave. The next day, Korenlock wanted to see the southern part of the academy. There was one reason why Korenlock left the dormitory before he could hear the sound of birds. The announcement started on the weekend. At that time, Korenlock was reading a large and small mission board commission there helps to level up, in preparation for the next main quest, which meant it was an important journey to progress. But Korenlock's goal at that time was not to level up, so it felt like there was no need to rely on that too much. Korenlock just wanted to try something different, but at that time there was Alicia who looked at him very sharply. After thinking too, Korenlock doesn't have much information about Alicia. In his past life, Sihu had tortured Alicia cruelly, but that memory is different from what he saw in the game. They were standing next to each other, and Korenlock tried to say hello first. Even saw that Alicia was doing the mission right from the first week. It was clear that Alicia was second rank, so it was impossible to be discouraged by the results. But at that time, Alicia was only in need of money. However, Korenlock knows that the funds to support second-rank activities are quite a lot, but they all refused to give it to Alicia. They said that Alicia's family income was in the top 10%. Talking about it made Alicia feel sad and look down. It was similar to scholarships in Korean countries, according to Korenlock. For those who come from wealthy families, there are no funds to support activities. And since Alicia's family was very independent, she needed to earn her own minimum living expenses, no matter how much she asked for. Korenlock saw Alicia as being in a very complicated situation at that time. If indeed Korenlock needed money as soon as possible, Korenlock offered with a patrol mission. It was quite cost-effective if Alicia followed suit. They will accept up to 3 people maybe Alicia wants to do together. But unfortunately at that time, Korenlock had something to do with him. There is a precious week that Korenlock will choose to complete the mission and raise it, namely the mission of finding a butterfly. Actually, the pay is small, but it doesn't matter to Korenlock because the initial goal is only a commandment. If Korenlock rescued and returned the butterfly that almost died at the hands of the water monster, then Korenlock will be able to prevent the owner from the misfortune of losing a pet and falling into depression. In the end, Korenlock was rewarded with 5 points and an active commandment. That meant that even the most trivial of missions would give Korenlock a tremendous boost. Korenlock felt so happy that he made everyone else confused. But there was one mission that was even more important than just points. Even Korenlock had written in his memo before going out that day. There was a person who was making a sauce using more than 10 ingredients, including carrots, onions, and peppers, but there was no sauce that satisfied his craving. To make a chicken that was delicious even when chilled seemed to be nowhere to be found. Suddenly, Korenlock came to add starch syrup. Then all the problems will be resolved soon. That was all Korenlock said and suddenly left. The person felt that Korenlock was just a crazy person but still tried to add starch syrup. But it turns out that it really tastes very good and makes a person very happy. It turns out that it is a mission that Korenlock must complete. Because for Koreans in the world, it will be difficult to survive without yangnyeom chicken. Even just for something like that, Korenlock got 5 more points. At that time, Hwoarin saw the strange behavior of Korenlock, who was too happy with all the points he got. But immediately, something came to her mind when Korenlock said that no one was born with sin. But in the past, Hwoarin had been yelled at by her father that she should not have been born. It seemed to be a thought for Hwoarin because what happened to her was very sad. It was at the hunting ground in the middle of the forest. All the students had gathered and were instructed that that day the first-year students would be evaluated on their survival tactics at the hunting grounds. If they arrived at the hut at the north end of the forest, they will pass for the time being and they are allowed to use their armbands. They can return the armbands at their destination or upon arrival at the lodge, depending on the time it takes them to arrive with the armband. They will receive points, and the points they receive can be exchanged for prizes. Suddenly, Korenlock thought about Hwoarin, who was not in that place and did not participate in the practice. At that time, Korenlock met Alicia and immediately asked her if it was possible to successfully complete her mission. All thanks to Korenlock easily, Alicia received the amount of her living expenses. It feels very happy because Korenlock managed to help Alicia. Korenlock immediately gave a candy that was bought for her little sister. but it was too sweet, so it was given to Alicia. Seeing that made Alicia very happy because it was honey candy. But they have to start the hunting ground test. Corenlock had seen various witches, but the only person who could create space magic for that many people was Madame Josephine. They all started the battle immediately after getting the order from Madame Josephine. The hunting ground was an important event, and even professionals had made countless retreats, fight alongside the opponents using their respective weapons. It's a battle royale system where they start at random locations, to increase points by stealing other people's armbands. The most dangerous person at the moment is second-rank Alicia with a blue armband. Fortunately, Huaran was not in the battle, so Corenlock could face Alicia. The others only got free points, so it's possible that Alicia didn't know. But earlier, Corenlock had implanted a tracking rune in the candy that was given to Alicia. Corenlock is very confident that the rune will work, so they can definitely meet again. With great enthusiasm, Corenlock immediately ran to meet with Alicia. Madame Josephine would also enter the forest even though she had sent professors all over. But it would be better to be cautious again. But when Madame was about to leave, she realized that one student had disappeared. The chairman didn't send her to leave, but it seemed that the student came out on his own. As Corenlock ran excitedly behind him, there was a Huaran who had followed. When in the middle of the forest, Alicia was alone against many other students. They swarmed to catch Alicia, but Alicia herself didn't know why they had done that. They so looked like cowards in such a way. Stormed the crowd of Alicia, who was only alone. But Alicia did not feel afraid or disconnected. There was still fighting them one by one with her sword. But they feel that Alicia's ability looks like a coward. They still continue to attack from various directions, but that is not a reason for Alicia to be afraid. They kept telling Alicia to give up, but instead they had to fall against Alicia. Suddenly, Corenlock came, which made Alicia very happy. His arrival certainly wanted to help Alicia to fight all those people. But suddenly, Corenlock said that Alicia was very beautiful and immediately pointed his sword. Alicia was clearly very surprised, and the blue cloth was on Alicia's body that she had been eyeing. Even though all this time Alicia has trusted Corenlock, who is supposedly a good person for giving Alicia candy. Alicia is a second-level knight who has a pure martial art type. Her trait boundary eye might not be fully utilized. In terms of single combat power, Alicia was intermediate among the other second levels. Because of that, Corenlock thought Alicia would be a good person by giving her an armband. Corenlock's face was already laughing happily to be able to get the tire. Although Alicia is not comparable to her genius brother, in terms of ability, Alicia has entered the top 1%. With her, Alicia was able to defeat 7th, 3rd, and 4th level Alliance students. Alicia was not deterred in the slightest when she saw Corenlock, a rank 5 knight, but that happened at 30 seconds in the beginning. Alicia was confused as to what happened to Corenlock, because his strength was extraordinary and seemed to be unable to hold back anymore. Even Corenlock can pit swords at close range using strategies out of range. Playing back and putting pressure on the three things Corenlock continued to do. They were giving each other attacks from the sword, and each was trying to dodge. But there was still hope for Alicia to fight back. Alicia would stay focused with all the movements because there was only a small difference in rhythm. Between the swing and the slash, if Alicia could narrow that gap, then it would work. Alicia had already pointed the sword and their swords clashed together until they emitted sparks. But Corenlock, who was holding the sword, was laughing, because Corenlock saw there was a dependence on talent and a lack of diligent training. Suddenly, Corenlock immediately moved quickly to avoid the attack, then pressed Alicia's weapon down until it made Alicia's body uncontrollable. Then suddenly, the weapon was released straight ahead. The three basic skills that Corenlock combined to take over the situation. The extreme and most basic counterattack became the peak of the ultimate skill. And suddenly, Alicia was thrown because of the sword that was pointed forward. Alicia tried to hold her body from lying down, but she coughed because of the distant push. So before Alicia did not immediately block Corenlock's attack with the aura, it might have become more dangerous. Strong strength and incredibly fast speed are not Corenlock's only advantages. Every technique that comes out of Corenlock is very smooth, because all of that made Alicia confused about what kind of person Corenlock really was. It's impossible if Corenlock is really a rank 5 knight, but Korenlock has displayed his body in front of Alicia by holding a sword and a smiling face. Even Alicia couldn't deny it anymore if it was an absolute defeat. In the end, all Korenlock wanted was the blue cloth, and it worked. With a very happy face, Korenlock will use the cloth well. Suddenly someone came and shouted that Korenlock had cheated, but they saw no one near them. Suddenly, there was already an attack coming and trying to land with Korenlock. The blue cloth that he had just obtained was bitten because 2 hands had to hold the sword. But it felt very heavy when having to hold the sword. It was a magic sword made of ironstone, which has a density more than 4 times that of steel. It felt effective against the giant monster boss. If Korenlock got hit, it would be doomed. That person was surprised that Korenlock could block his sword. It looks very great too because it can easily hold the sword. That person just wanted to ask for the armband that Korenlock had just gotten. Korenlock felt unlucky with the arrival of that person, whether maybe he was a Warski drone. Even though Korenlock didn't want to meet him, but why did it have to come at the wrong time? Despite having an extraordinary record of defeating dozens of people, that person was not even the slightest bit injured and seemed very calm. It was proof that a person was very different from Alicia. But what can be made because it happened like that? Korenlock just chose to run away. Because if you fight with that person, there will be no benefit. But that person was confused why he could just leave him. Korenlock had no time to fight because he had to quickly bring the cloth to the cabin. But behind Alicia followed Korenlock to escape and upset him. It's just that at that time Alicia didn't want to die and also didn't know the way out. They ran together to get out of the forest. But in the middle of the journey there was another person who blocked. Cranel Luden is a rank 1 who doesn't let them pass if they don't give cloth. Alicia was very upset why she had to intercept them at the door like a coward. Korenlock felt that it was very difficult because there was a Cranel in front, not to mention that behind there are still drones who continue to pursue them. Even though Korenlock already wanted to avoid the fight, but instead had to deal with 2 people at once. That time, Korenlock really had no choice anymore. Actually, Alicia was surprised because Korenlock shouldn't have had a thought to fight against them. But it was a fight that could not be avoided so happily. Korenlock would face them all. Drone immediately threw his sword from behind the 3 of them, fighting each other. They continued to fight fiercely just to take the tire from Korenlock. In the end, it was still Korenlock who managed to win the fight and bring the tire to the cabin. Without further ado, Korenlock immediately asked to choose his prize. It was even more surprising that Korenlock got 3 blue cloths. So Korenlock was considered by the teacher as an impressive student, even though it feels like Korenlock is just lucky to be able to get those 3. Alicia was very amazed when she saw Korenlock manage to beat them, until she couldn't say anything else and kept silent. Korenlock managed to penetrate the core of the magic sword before the sword reached maximum power. And Korenlock also used psychokinesis to bury it deep in the ground so that it could not be pulled out. Even Korenlock had to avoid the unstoppable sword by dodging at such a close distance and then aiming at the golem. By standing behind the drone's body to protect himself from the golem, it was finally the Dorn who had to fight the golem because they were facing off. And while they were busy fighting, Korenlock attacked the golem's core to neutralize it. Once the golem is down, it's time for Korenlock to finish off the Cranel. Reflex decisions and even inner pressure are done so quickly, like someone who had experienced dozens of fierce battles. In just a moment of time, Korenlock was able to complete everything, from basic spear techniques to the mature ability to overcome weaknesses. Alicia felt like she was watching her brother fighting a great battle. Alicia remembers when Korenlock said that she was talented despite her lack of practice. Because she saw that incident, Alicia felt that she had to try even more. Even Dorn was defeated before he had time to use his strength. Dron became very depressed, not understanding what kind of person Korenlock was. It also seems that Korenlock knows all about his spells and traits. Cranel was already down and moaning in pain from the attack that came from Korenlock. Also, the golem, which was a very high-powered weapon, was just a big target according to Korenlock. If Korenlock were Cranel, he would have asked a friend to protect him first. But immediately, Cranel said that he had no friends. Korenlock laughed at that and told Cranel to keep his spirits up. Hearing that made Cranel very upset. On that day, the three of them, who were known as the first class named, would remember Corinlock in their own way. Corinlock felt happy and couldn't stop smiling widely. At that time, the strongest participant left in the hunting ground was a druid who was blessed by the forest, Yule. But not only was there the strongest entity participant at that place, also the top-ranked mage of Merkaba Academy, Marita Dunalev, with seniors replacing the role of monsters and helping with the training. For Yule, the opponent was far too tough. The training at the hunting ground eventually ended like that. While in the middle of the forest, Mariette and Yule met, but suddenly there was a Huaran standing behind them. Huaran stood up straight with nothing to say and a sinister look in his eyes. It was even scarier when he was dragging a helpless student by the hand. Mariette asked about Huaran's purpose for coming near them. Whether he might be looking for someone because from the looks of it, he only brought people who were in harmony. But suddenly, Huaran just walked past Mariette without answering her question. Mariette didn't show her angry face or even apologize. It's possible that Huaran had managed to ignore her, but as a monster who follows the rules, Mariette couldn't just ignore him, so something had to be done at that moment. Huaran only glanced in her direction and regarded Mariette as a nuisance. The total of all Corinlock's points was 117. It had been a long time since such a score had happened to him. Corinlock couldn't wait to choose his prize. Corinlock was already faced with several items to be his prize. If you look at the value, there is Shankbear Gall Juice, but Corinlock has determined his goal from the beginning. If Corinlock wants to take the Mandragora seed, and there are still 17 points that Corinlock has. With the remaining points, Corinlock asked for plant nutrients and earplugs. Corinlock was very happy because his shopping was a great success. Even in repeated attempts in the game, Corinlock had never been so lucky. Plus, it was the first time Corinlock had seen them finish. Second place came Jegger with 19 points. Then there was Lark, who brought 15 points. They immediately ran to exchange all the points. And on the way, met Corinlock with their faces equally happy. Corinlock saw that the two of them managed to work well together. Jegger immediately invited them to relax and go to the gym at night. But if Jegger had the energy for the gym, it was better to help Corinlock find the golem core. Cranel, who heard it, was obviously surprised, but Corinlock said that they were better off searching together. It even felt like Cranel had to say thank you at a time like that. In the past, there had been collaboration with Cranel on large monster battles. Not many could be a tank and damage dealer like a golem, and it was almost over. Cranel must core restoration. Even Alicia has been seriously injured and Drawn, who must lose his strength. Even Yuel looks helpless as if he's dead. But it's impossible if they can just die. Corinlock doesn't know what the professors have done to them. Corinlock immediately helped Yuel to stand up and said that Mariette was too much. Suddenly there were many animals running, and Yuel shouted for Mariette to run. Corinlock didn't understand what had happened to Mariette and them at that time. Mariette was born with a spell interpretation talent that was given with great mana capacity, far from the frustration of failure or despair of a mage, the main heir of the unruly genius head potion professor. For Mariette, the hunting ground was like a playground, setting the difficulty level as a senior and expecting the development of her juniors. But at that time, Mariette really had to fight against Huaran, who made her helpless. The power of the Huaran cannot be doubted and even easily makes Mariette fall. Ordinary spells are not enough for Mariette to use. Don't even know what magic she should use to fight back, even though Mariette has promised her teacher not to use advanced spells. Something that exceeded intermediate attack magic, but in reality Mariette had already cast several advanced spells, all done just to fight against such a powerful attack. Even though Mariette might deny it later on, Mariette had tried her best to fight back. Huaran easily knocked Mariette down so many times that it felt like Mariette couldn't take it. Mariette's body had fallen and asked Huaran to no longer come close to her. What stood before Mariette at that moment was not a knight or a mage. It was no longer just a game like a natural disaster in human form, a Huaran with a sinister aura, a glowing red light with a very sharp gaze. Mariette no longer wanted to fight the Huaran because the attacks he gave her were enough to withstand. Madame was shocked to see the incident and confirmed Mariette's condition. Mariette was still able to say that she was fine. But it wasn't long before he fell because he couldn't bear the pain. That day's hunting ground practice yielded some unexpected results. First, the student who got the highest score in first place was rank 5. Then the dispute between first-year seed Hwarren and second-year seed Mariette. It seemed that Corenlock had worried in vain and even thought that Mariette had risen as his boss. It seemed like it was still looking fine because everything was going according to the original story. Corenlock would think about it later again and wanted to make preparations immediately. Corenlock went to the edge of the forest hunting ground. Corenlock's arrival to the forest was only to meet the creatures who lived in that place. Suddenly, Corenlock met a hidden piece of heroic legend of Arhan that could only be used once Golden Axe Hermit. Corenlock has met a hermit who carries a gold and silver axe, because the story relates that the axe is only a weapon, precisely below the unique rank that is allowed to throw things that will not give any reaction. The loot drop challenge begins with the certification of a veteran player. Among them are brave souls who dare to drop rare and valuable items. Hidden pieces included by the game developer wondered if anyone would find it. The hermit asked Corenlock if maybe the gold and silver seeds in front of him belonged to Corenlock. With a prostrate body, Corenlock replied that neither of them belonged to him. The hermit felt that Corenlock was a very honest man because he was not tempted by gold or silver. The hermit came to admire Corenlock's honesty and would give him 3 seeds, making Corenlock very happy. Finally, Corenlock got 3 multiple items. Ordinary Mandragora significantly increased magic power. But golden and silver Mandragora seeds have a very special effect. Hidden pieces of heroic legend can only be obtained through specific means. The challenge is to harvest them when they scream loudly while being pulled. In the previous round, Park Sihu ate the Mies and Corenlock ate the silver. But for that moment, Corenlock managed to get them all. Mariette's awakening as an Act 1 boss and special class vampire was caused by meeting Mist City assassin John Doe on a real mission in 3 weeks. It is not known how the demon blood inside Mariette awakened, but there's still plenty of time. Showing strength against the named enemy's 2nd class is part of the plan. Even if a weak knight 5th class asks for help, they will not help him. The character will pay attention to the player when they see the innate talent and strength. In 1 week, named ones will recover their strength. If that's true, it's time to propose party creation. There were still about 3 weeks until Mariette's awakening day. After the battle, Mariette was unconscious and had to lie in bed. But a few days later, Mariette was strong enough to sit up again. A nurse took care of Mariette every day and made sure she was okay. The nurse immediately asked about the condition of Mariette's neck, which might still be sore, with a tone that was already very upset considering the previous incident. That first year should have known the limit when attacking. They only allowed the use of basic magic in the academy, adequate preparation, and enough trust. Mariette could only remain silent at that moment. With the right members, a woman's suffering could be saved easier than expected. Until then, Alicia Dorn Cranell and Yuel felt that it would be an extraordinary group. It was perfect according to Corenlock. With the right preparation, then they can definitely handle it. But unless there is a special variable that comes out and happens out of control. When I just realized there was something strange about Mariette's gaze, not even a word came out. Suddenly, Mariette looked at the nurse next to her and immediately lit up her body. A red light appeared just like Hwarren's body. With a very creepy Mariette said that she was thirsty. Coren tapped the desk impatiently, feeling the dullness of another day in the academy's endless routine. Behind him, symbols illuminated on the desk, signaling an assignment with much higher stakes than the usual monotony. The figure across the room sighed, frustrated. Why did I ever let him take part in this mess? Coren leaned back, eyes half closed. If I'm going to be tested, make it something worth my time. Sitting silently, he pondered the bizarre events, unsure if jumping the fence outside might bring some clarity. Coren peeked at the crumpled paper in his hands. An urgent mission? He scoffed, finding it hard to care. The woman before him narrowed her eyes. Stay focused or you'll regret it. This isn't a simple errand, Coren. With subtle movements, she revealed an intricate weapon, ensuring Korin understood the mission wasn't just about survival. It was personal. Korin studied her carefully. No scars, no signs of hardship, but her words carried the weight of experience. "Why do you trust me?" he wondered aloud, knowing her confidence in him outweighed even his belief in himself. The sky split open as Korin leaped, the energy around him pulsing with unrestrained power and determination. His name flickered on the Academy roster, a sign of his growing influence, or his inevitable trouble. Korin paused briefly. "This world's rules don't make sense anymore," he muttered, gripping his weapon tightly, unsure what lay ahead. Across the courtyard, chaos erupted as an adversary rushed toward him. Their battle had no room for hesitation or doubt. In the aftermath, Korin faced an imposing figure seated calmly. "Your choices will ripple farther than you realize, Korin Locke," Korin grumbled as he juggled papers and a drink. "Another task from Madame Josephine. This is getting repetitive." A passing guard muttered about missing personnel, his tone uneasy. Korin raised an eyebrow, sensing trouble brewing below the surface. The entrance was locked, and Korin's request to visit Mariette was denied. Suspicion clouded his mind as whispers grew louder. Isabel, tasked with guarding Mariette, had vanished without a trace. Korin knew something much darker was unfolding behind closed doors. The pieces didn't add up. A guard stationed outside the infirmary? It all pointed to secrets worth uncovering. Korin's mind raced. Could this really be happening? Something feels far more sinister than I ever imagined it could be. Staring into the room, he hesitated. Mariette was supposed to be here, yet the bed told a different story. Isabel was lying unconscious on the floor. The weight of the moment pressed down, forcing Korin to act quickly. Realization dawned on Korin. This wasn't just neglect, it was intentional. Someone orchestrated this mess with calculated precision. This was the truth they tried to hide. He knew now why the Academy's silence was louder than their lies. Darkness enveloped the room as a figure emerged. Their presence reeked of power, casting a chilling shadow over Korin's resolve. The Academy's long-forgotten hierarchy revealed itself. A dangerous game of vampires and secrets that no one dared to speak about. Korin stepped forward, determined. So, this is where it all leads. The Academy's true nature was buried beneath layers of lies. The plan unfolded in phases. Each level revealed terrifying truths that Korin was now bound to confront head-on. As the final phase loomed, the weight of his choices bore down. Everything would soon ignite into unrelenting chaos. The air shifted, darkness creeping over. A monstrous figure loomed, its red eyes blazing with ominous unspoken intent. Memories of forbidden rituals flashed in Korin's mind, piecing together the twisted history hidden deep within the Academy's structure. He stared into the abyss, realizing there was no turning back. Each phase only drew him closer to destruction. As shadows coalesced, his thoughts froze. Was this truly the path he was destined to take, or merely fate's trick? With trembling hands, Korin clutched his weapon tighter, preparing for an inevitable confrontation against enemies beyond comprehension. The group assembled at the midnight hour, each member carrying burdens they couldn't ignore, their mission fraught with uncertainty. From afar, Mariette's figure stood silently. The mere sight of her sent chills down Korin's spine, yet he moved forward. Explosions ripped through the air, shaking the ground beneath them. Chaos erupted as their fragile plan began falling apart. Korin braced himself, dodging the fiery debris. Each step he took carried a reminder of the lives now in danger. In the distance, an ominous red glow appeared. Korin knew its presence could only mean one thing: unleashed devastation. Korin stood amidst the ruins, wiping soot off his face. He couldn't afford to show weakness. Not in this moment. As figures emerged from the shadows, Korin's resolve hardened. Every ally and enemy here would decide the war's course. The vampire hunter, Drawn, offered Korin a deal. "Work with me, and I'll give you what you need most." Reluctantly, Korin accepted. They entered the grand library together, where secrets of the past waited in hushed, ancient whispers. Among towering bookshelves, Korin uncovered the truth. A hidden narrative unraveled, exposing long-forgotten betrayals and the Academy's deepest lies. Korin glanced up, eyes determined. "If you help me, I'll teach you everything." A partnership forged amidst uncertainty. A green-haired ally joined the fold. Their resolve grew stronger with each new addition to the ever-growing mismatched group. In the Academy's canteen, they huddled together, formulating a strategy. The air hummed with tension, anticipation cloaked beneath casual chatter. Amid laughter and plans, Korin realized the depth of their bond. Every sacrifice they made now carried an undeniable weight. He clenched his fists, determination brewing. "Let's do this." Each word fueled the energy coursing through their impromptu team. Night descended as Korin led his team toward the forest. The eerie silence gnawed at their confidence, but they pressed forward. Tensions rose with every step. "This is the best we can do now," Korin thought, feeling the weight of responsibility. A voice pierced the stillness, warning of danger ahead. It only heightened their resolve to uncover Mariette's hidden location. Korin's gaze fixed on the starry sky. "She's really here," he whispered to himself, grasping hope in the growing darkness. Shadows loomed ahead, revealing their destination. Every heartbeat synchronized as the group prepared for the confrontation that awaited them. Yuno raised her hand, summoning spirits from the surrounding air. Energy surged, guiding them closer to Mariette's hidden, otherworldly presence. The green glow intensified, swirling around them like a beacon. Korin watched in awe, trusting Yuno's connection to the ethereal. Spirits danced with purpose, responding to Yuno's call. Their growing numbers signaled the group was nearing the truth they sought. Korin squinted into the glowing mist, struggling to discern anything solid. How did they find Mariette? The answer remained elusive. Tension crackled in the air as the spirits scattered, revealing an uncharted path. The group braced for what lay ahead. Korin led his team as Yuno summoned the spirits, their glowing forms lighting the path ahead with ethereal green. Shadows stirred ominously, and Korin's sharp instincts warned of an approaching threat. The calm was merely the storm's prelude. A sudden attack caught the group off guard. Korin moved swiftly, blocking an enemy's blade, though the ambush threw them into chaos. From the shadows, monsters emerged, their glowing eyes piercing the night. "How many are there?" Korin thought, gripping his weapon tighter. The battle began. Korin's team fought desperately, each member pushed to their limits against an onslaught of relentless, otherworldly foes. Amid the chaos, a maniacal figure taunted Korin. His smirk radiated confidence, but Korin wasn't one to back down easily. Korin barked orders, rallying his team. "Lark, hold the rear!" The young fighter complied, though fear wavered in his eyes. Yuno unleashed another wave of magic, her spirits attacking with precision. Even so, the enemies seemed endless in their advance. Monsters targeted Korin, forcing him to focus. Every swing of his blade carried the weight of protecting his newfound allies. This is only the beginning, Korin thought, realizing the scale of the battle ahead as he blocked yet another strike. Korin fought fiercely, commanding his team like a seasoned leader. Despite the chaos, his movements were calculated and his focus unwavering. Yuno's spirits glowed brighter, forming a barrier to shield the group. Even so, the enemy continued to press forward. In the midst of battle, Korin spotted a clue, a hidden book glowing faintly, seemingly out of place amid the carnage. Could this hold the answers? Korin wondered, lunging toward the book while dodging an attack. He knew he couldn't waste time. Bloodied but determined, Korin resolved to finish this battle. His team's survival depended on unraveling the mystery of their enemy. Korin stared at the chaos unfolding, the enemy's relentless attacks pushing his team closer to their limits with every moment. A familiar voice echoed, snapping Korin's attention to a new figure emerging from the darkness. Their presence shifted the battlefield. Mariette appeared, her form cloaked in a red aura. Her transformation was unlike anything Korin had anticipated or prepared for. The sight of Mariette filled Korin with dread. Is this truly her? He thought, gripping his weapon as tension rose. Rallying his allies, Korin took charge. Hold the line, Yuno! He knew every second mattered in this dire confrontation. Korin stepped forward, determination blazing in his eyes. I'll take the front, he resolved, knowing his choice was crucial. A window of status information appeared, showing Mariette's rising power. It was clear her influence extended far beyond this moment. Korin's own stats updated, reflecting the weight of his decisions. His resolve and strength had become pivotal in this battle. As the numbers unfolded, Korin realized they hinted at something greater, a ripple effect that could shape the fate of everyone. "I will save the world," Korin vowed. With this first step, his journey toward stopping Mariette had truly begun. Korin gripped his weapon tightly, eyes sharp as he led his team forward. Their resolve burned bright under the moonlight. Korin stood firm, a promise echoing in his heart. "I will save the world," the weight on his shoulders immense. A warning appeared, the first commandment challenged by Korin's actions: sacrifice or salvation. His resolve grew stronger despite the moral conflict. Mariette's fiery transformation radiated with terrifying power. She approached, her steps marking the ground, each movement a declaration of dominance. Korin's mission became clear. "Rescue Mariette," the prompt read as the ominous tension of their inevitable clash settled over him. Mariette faltered, her glowing red eyes briefly flickering. Korin saw the humanity she once had buried beneath the flames of fury. Yuno's voice broke through the chaos. "She's coming!" Korin tightened his grip, preparing to face the overwhelming force ahead. A sudden burst of energy pierced the air. The sheer power stunned everyone, forcing the team to recalibrate their strategy. Mariette's form loomed larger, her red aura pulsating wildly. "What is she becoming?" Yuno whispered, fear creeping into her tone. Korin recognized the creature, a familiar born from darkness, a manifestation of Mariette's corrupted soul. Understanding dawned, bringing both clarity and dread. The truth hit Korin hard. Mariette's battle wasn't just external, it was a fight against the entity consuming her from within. Korin took charge, pushing his doubts aside. The team's survival depended on his ability to adapt and lead amidst chaos. The battle raged as Mariette's attacks grew more erratic. Yuno's magic countered her flames, creating a fragile balance between destruction and hope. Yuno called upon her spirits, channeling their energy. Her resolve shone as she defended the group against Mariette's relentless fury. Korin knew this wasn't just about defeating Mariette. It was about finding a way to save her from total annihilation. The forest floor glowed with ancient markings as Yuno prepared a powerful spell. The team held their breath, waiting for salvation. The burst of energy shook the entire room as Elise unleashed her overwhelming aura, marking the beginning of chaos. The words "rapid development" appeared ominously, signaling a sudden escalation. The tension in the room grew with each passing moment. The air grew dense with green light. Jake felt the immense pressure radiating from Elise, forcing him to step back. Amid the turmoil, Jaeger panicked, unsure if their protective barrier would hold against the incoming devastation. Elise smirked, brushing off her injuries. "Half my mana gone," she muttered, still ready to push her limits further. Struggling to stand, Elise felt her body faltering but refused to give up, determination glinting fiercely in her eyes. Jaeger muttered nervously, trying to rally himself. "You're real, right? You can make this work," he thought, unsure. Elise's grin widened, as if teasing their fears. She barely flinched at the thought of exhaustion, fueled by adrenaline and spite. A red orb hovered in the air, pulsating violently. The energy surged around it, signaling the danger to come. The words, "Phase 1, flashed in Elise's mind. Her vision blurred, but she focused on preparing for what lay ahead. Monsters emerged from the darkness, surrounding the party. Elise, gripping her weapon tightly, calculated her next move with precision. Phase 2 unleashed the true terror. A massive creature appeared, sending a chilling roar that echoed across the battlefield. Elise's mind raced as she recalled patterns from before. She's not at full power yet, she realized, gathering her focus. Memories of her past flashed vividly. This sequence is exactly the same, she thought, bracing herself for what came next. As the team regrouped, Elise's calm calculations ensured their survival. Each move mattered, with no margin left for error. The faint glimmer of red crystals intensified, hinting at the brewing power beneath the surface, threatening to reshape the battlefield. Spiky formations erupted violently, painting the air with crimson light. The scene foreshadowed a devastating power about to awaken. Alchemy Magic Freeze unleashed a chilling force that halted everything in its tracks, altering the entire dynamic of the fight. The explosive energy shattered barriers, creating chaos. The searing heat mixed with frost, freezing the air around the combatants. Flames and ice clashed, leaving the terrain jagged and unstable. Each burst of magic further destabilized the volatile environment. The sudden collapse of the ground beneath them sent Jaeger and Elise scrambling, their footing barely holding amidst the chaos. Elise's eyes glowed ominously, channeling a power that resonated with the collapsing structure, revealing a mysterious, ancient force. Pulsing energy emerged, aligning with her will. The symbols of fate unraveled as Elise's power surged in synchronized harmony. The response of the ancient magic was instantaneous. The surrounding air hummed as its dormant strength resonated with Elise's call. A realization struck Elise. Her control over this ancient force was fragile. She steeled herself, knowing a single mistake could end everything. Vines crackled and twisted through the shattered ground, giving rise to a massive figure. Elise's focus narrowed on her summon. The ominous figure, Wicker Man, giant willow doll, emerged with glowing eyes, radiating an aura of both beauty and terror. The group staggered in awe. Elise observed her creation, admiring its strength while calculating its potential use in the chaos. The Wicker Man roared, shaking the battlefield, its massive limbs carved through obstacles, commanding dominance over the chaotic terrain. Elise smirked, proud of her success, but she knew the creature's true potential was yet to be fully realized. Korin stood firm, his plan falling into place. The battlefield shifted, prepared meticulously to ensure the group's survival. The explosive artifact hummed with power as Jaeger struggled to follow orders, tossing it toward the heart of the chaos. The artifact detonated mid-air, a blinding golden light engulfing the surroundings, obliterating nearby threats in a calculated display of destruction. As the smoke cleared, the group caught sight of a glowing figure in the distance, marking their next challenge. The hulking golem emerged, its hollow body glowing ominously, moving like a calculated machine designed solely for battle domination. The Wicker Man roared to life, its glowing eyes locking onto the target. Korin's mind raced with tactical possibilities. The red energy cores pulsated dangerously as the Wicker Man unleashed a barrage of devastating attacks against its massive opponent. Yuel gritted her teeth, her energy almost drained. Maintaining control over the summoned creature demanded every ounce of her remaining strength. With her power waning, Yuel focused intensely, knowing that the slightest loss of control would mean doom for everyone involved. The Wicker Man pressed forward relentlessly despite visible damage. Its durability showcased the raw power of its design against overwhelming odds. The ground quaked under the weight of the Wicker Man's steps. Its relentless advance left a path of utter destruction. Flames erupted as the enemy lashed out, striking with immense force. Korin calculated their chances, reassessing strategies to adapt. Korin reassured the group, explaining that the Wicker Man, being an unfeeling construct, was designed to withstand any internal assault. Sparks and flames flew as the battlefield raged. Korin's confidence grew, knowing their creation was holding against the chaos. The final blow illuminated the night, marking the climax of the battle. Korin silently prepared for what came next. Korin's heart sank as the Wicker Man's fire dimmed. The sudden silence hinted at trouble beyond his expectations. A chilling roar filled the air, pushing everyone to their limits. Korin braced himself, realizing the stakes had just risen. Yuel stumbled, her energy nearly depleted. The sudden shift in the battle forced everyone to adapt to their fragile circumstances. Mariette Dunilef appeared, her aura seething with destructive energy. The battlefield trembled, signaling her as the new ultimate threat. Yuel gathered her remaining strength, but her fragile state threatened collapse. The team had to rethink their approach against this overwhelming foe. Korin clenched his fists, ordering Jaeger to stay back. Jaeger hesitated but followed, understanding his role wasn't in the front line. Yuel's voice faltered as she warned of Mariette's used-up ranged abilities, yet they knew she was far from finished. Korin signaled for the team to move in. The energy shifted as everyone knew this was their moment to strike. The battle surged as everyone leaped forward. Precision and teamwork became crucial as Korin charged ahead with his blade glowing fiercely. The battlefield was illuminated with violent bursts of energy. Korin's leadership carried them through the chaos with renewed determination. The sharp streak of red light slashed through the sky as Mariette unleashed her destructive energy, forcing everyone into a defensive position. Korin activated a crest skill, speeding forward with precision. His attack was perfectly timed to break Mariette's guard momentarily. The team rallied, each member pouring their strength into precise blows, trying to exploit the opening Korin had created. Mariette's defenses faltered under the relentless assault. The group fought desperately, knowing this was their best chance to end the chaos. The final strike landed, and silence fell briefly. But Korin's eyes remained focused. He knew the battle wasn't truly over yet. Korin launched forward, delivering a direct strike, his movements fueled by desperation and precision as the battlefield erupted with cascading energy. His instincts screamed as Mariette retaliated, her presence overwhelming. Every step closer to her felt like wading through suffocating fire. Jaeger broke through her barrier with brute force, a smirk lighting his face. But Korin knew the danger wasn't over. The sudden shift signaled the activation of Phase 3. The atmosphere turned oppressive, sending chills through the entire team. Mariette's aura intensified, her eyes glowing with a dark red hue. The ground beneath her became soaked in malevolent energy. The blood orb hovered ominously, its power expanding outward. Korin watched in horror as the realm warped into Mariette's deadly domain. The ground beneath them trembled, weapons slipping from weakened hands. A sinister trap activated, pulling them deeper into a living nightmare. Mariette's orb dictated the battle, her overwhelming presence crushing morale. The team realized they were trapped with no way out. Korin analyzed the orb's mechanics, noting its origin. The blood and mana drained from Mariette fueled this devastating transformation. The newly summoned figure loomed above, its twisted form embodying the chaos of the battle. The true fight was just beginning. Korin stood amidst the aftermath, his voice trembling. The loneliness of being the last survivor struck him harder than expected. He gripped his blade tightly, energy coursing through him. Despite the odds, his resolve hardened. He knew the outcome wouldn't change. The crimson moon loomed overhead, casting an eerie glow. Korin felt its weight, foreboding something unnatural about the night. A sudden breeze brushed past, carrying with it a strange sensation that made Korin shiver, unsure of what awaited. The building creaked as the wind shifted. Korin stepped cautiously, every sense heightened, feeling something sinister linger in the air. The cold air crawled up Korin's spine, contrasting with the burning sensation in his throat, leaving him disoriented and uneasy. Isabel's red eyes glinted in the moonlight as Korin turned, his unease solidifying into something darker than fear. Isabel lunged forward with unnatural speed, her fangs bared. Korin's instincts screamed as the situation spiraled out of control. The bite came suddenly, piercing his skin. Korin felt his strength wane as her grip tightened, a chill spreading through him. The building echoed with a haunting melody of moans and creaks, amplifying the strange mixture of pain and numbness Korin felt. Blood flowed warmly as Korin's body fought against the cold. The clash of sensations left him trembling, struggling to process. Isabel's grip loosened, her breath uneven. Korin noticed a moment of hesitation in her eyes as if she'd realized something terrifying. The sound of the bed creaking stopped. Isabel's trembling voice broke the silence, and Korin felt the weight of regret. The intoxicating scent of blood filled the air, leaving Korin both disgusted and overwhelmed as his body struggled to recover. Korin's vitality surged unnaturally, but his limbs felt heavy. He realized Isabel's actions had unintended consequences that neither could fully comprehend. Isabel collapsed in guilt, her words echoing in Korin's mind. The reality of her actions left an unshakable scar between them. Under the pale moon, Korin whispered to himself, acknowledging the crime they both committed, a line crossed they could never undo. The girl's sudden departure left a heavy silence. Her eyes spoke volumes, but her flight carried fear and defiance. Running under the moonlit path, her shadow stretched long. The forest's chill whispered of dangers lying just beyond. Korin's pursuit felt relentless. The energy in his blade mirrored his determination to bring her back safely, no matter what. Their paths finally crossed in a dimly lit clearing. Korin's stance reflected readiness as his aura pulsed with resolve. A monstrous roar shattered the moment, revealing a beast cloaked in flames, its eyes locked hungrily onto Korin's figure. The fiery creature lunged forward, its guttural growl shaking the air. Korin steadied himself, calculating his first move carefully. The beast's snarling maw snapped just inches away as Korin evaded, his blade carving a sharp arc in retaliation. Flames erupted as Korin struck, but the beast recovered quickly, summoning smaller fiery hounds to assist in its assault. Korin's eyes sharpened as he initiated his fourth step, his movements becoming faster and more precise with each calculated strike. The fiery hounds closed in, but Korin's focus never wavered. His blade became an extension of his unyielding determination. The beast howled, its fiery form flickering under Korin's relentless attacks. The smaller hounds scattered, seeking openings to strike. Korin gritted his teeth, dodging flames while landing another precise blow. He saw cracks forming in the beast's fiery core. The battlefield shifted as Korin initiated his fifth step. His aura surged, his blade glowing with newfound power against the creature. With a burst of energy, Korin leaped forward, delivering a devastating slash. The beast's flames flickered and dimmed momentarily. The forest stood silent as Korin prepared for his final move, knowing this battle was far from over. Korin soared through the air, using the beast's momentum against it. His calculated throw grounded the fiery hound with force. Dust settled as Korin landed. The beast growled low, regrouping. Korin's grip tightened, sensing this fight had only just begun. A sharp gaze swept across the battlefield. Korin exhaled, preparing for another clash with the resilient, flame-coated monstrosity. Korin taunted the hound, smirking confidently. Every movement revealed strategy, each step forward challenging the creature's resolve to continue attacking. The beast's flames surged again. Korin stood firm, awaiting its next move, calculating his next decisive strike with calm precision. The beast's movements blurred, faster than Korin's eyes could track. He steadied himself, relying on instincts honed through countless battles. Korin smirked, his voice carrying a lesson. It's not speed that wins battles. It's finding the critical weak points. With one precise step, Korin struck. The beast staggered, revealing cracks in its fiery core, a testament to Korin's technique. Confidence surged in Korin as he pushed forward, each movement deliberate. The beast's defiance only spurred his determination to finish this. "You've shown me this before," Korin whispered to himself, recalling past battles. His resolve strengthened, knowing he couldn't falter now. The battlefield erupted with energy as Korin's blade clashed against the hound's ferocity. Sparks flew, painting the air with tension. A burst of crimson light illuminated the night. Korin braced himself as the hound unleashed its most devastating attack yet. The hound roared, its flames twisting wildly. Korin moved like a shadow, dodging effortlessly, waiting for the perfect opening. The moonlight illuminated Korin's blade as it found its mark. The beast's core shattered, releasing a wave of fiery energy. Silence fell. Korin exhaled deeply, his blade glinting under the moonlight. He turned, ready for whatever challenge awaited next. The beast growled low, refusing to back down. Korin's blade gleamed as he prepared for the final phase. Korin's resolve solidified. He vowed to save her, his calm demeanor masking the fire burning within him. As the final phase began, the air grew heavy. Mariette Dunalef emerged, her presence signaling the ultimate challenge. The crimson energy around Mariette intensified, her power warping the battlefield. Korin tightened his grip, preparing for the inevitable confrontation. A sudden shift in energy revealed the critical danger of this phase. Korin knew every move had to count now. The moon's light dimmed as Korin calculated his approach. The stakes were higher than ever, with no room for error. The battlefield trembled as Korin fought to save the party member in critical condition, determined to pull Mariette out. Korin felt the weight of isolation, realizing no one else could help him now. Every step forward was his alone. The attack landed hard, sending shockwaves across the field. Korin braced himself, ready to endure whatever came his way. As Mariette's power surged, Corin's resilience shone through. His strength stemmed not from skill alone, but the memories driving him forward. Despite the pain, Corin pressed on. His skill activated, allowing him to endure the damage and continue his fight. Bright golden energy surrounded Corin, a reminder of past kindness. He drew strength from those who believed in him. The memory of her sharing supplies lingered in Corin's mind. It pushed him to uphold the hope she once gave. Corin steadied himself, recalling her words. He smiled faintly, reminded of why he continued to fight, despite everything. Corin whispered softly, urging patience. He knew this battle wasn't just for survival. It was for the future they all deserved. Mariette trembled, her thirst overwhelming as memories of her darkest moments resurfaced, the weight of her struggles sinking in deeply. Sebastian Duke's downfall mirrored the dangerous path Mariette fought to avoid, a haunting reminder of what she might become. Even a commander's willpower was no match for the primal urge. It served as a warning Mariette dared not ignore. Mariette endured immense pain to suppress her hunger, each moment a test of her will and unyielding strength. The glowing crimson moon bore witness to her resilience, a battle within that burned brighter than any outward conflict. Under the night sky, Corin reflected on the unfairness of a narrative written to end in despair and tragedy. He vowed to rewrite the story, to forge a new path where loss wasn't inevitable. A spark of hope ignited. Corin apologized softly, his words carrying guilt and resolve. He would honor his promise to change her fate no matter what. No longer burdened by labels or prejudices, Corin saw Mariette as more than her nature, a symbol of untapped potential. The fiery battlefield illuminated his stance. Corin accepted his role as protector, ready to face the odds with unwavering courage. Corin gently held Mariette, his resolve firm. As her successor and disciple, he vowed to honor her teachings and legacy. Looking up, Corin declared his determination. He chose a path unlike Park Charu's, ready to rewrite their shared fate. A grand space prison loomed, where Mariette's story began, a place of confinement, but also transformation and hidden potential. Mariette stared at her modest meal, the simplicity of bread reminding her of distant comforts she barely remembered. She savored the first bite, recalling the joy of warm food during simpler times, before everything spiraled out of control. As Junior approached with a cheerful demeanor, Mariette stiffened, unsure of his intentions but grateful for his familiar face. Junior's sudden motion startled her, but his words reassured her of trust, igniting a fragile sense of camaraderie. A small misunderstanding left Mariette flustered, but she quickly realized Junior's teasing was his way of lightening the tension. She thought of their shared hardships and the solace they found in the mundane, like sharing thoughts over a meal. Her laughter broke the silence, a rare glimpse of joy that reminded Junior of the spark she tried to hide. A playful scuffle ensued, Junior's antics breaking through Mariette's walls as she tried not to succumb to the humor. As the moment passed, Mariette stood alone, her quiet resolve growing as she prepared for the challenges ahead. Junior confessed his fears, the weight of vulnerability catching Mariette off guard, though she respected his honesty amidst the chaos. Mariette reflected on her own insecurities, admitting she lacked the courage to act as boldly as Junior once did. A memory of their training together surfaced, where Mariette discovered the strength hidden within her, waiting to be unleashed. Her awakening during the hunting ground practice revealed a fierce power, a mix of determination and something darker within her. Mariette faced a glowing opponent, her resolve solidified. She would rise, not for glory, but for survival and newfound purpose. Junior recalled Mariette's courage, admiring how she faced overwhelming odds, though she dismissed it as anything but exceptional. Mariette revealed her love for happy endings, where justice prevails and kind hearts are rewarded, a reflection of her hopeful spirit. Her words lingered, echoing a simple truth about her, a kind soul longing for a world where goodness truly mattered. A passing compliment from Junior caught Mariette off guard, her bashful response highlighting the gentle warmth she rarely let show. Junior left Mariette deep in thought, questioning her place in a world that seemed unforgiving yet offered glimpses of solace. Mariette quietly hoped Junior's kindness wouldn't falter, pondering if she deserved his consideration in such a tumultuous, unpredictable life. Her reflection was interrupted by a fleeting moment of confusion, the weight of their unspoken bond lingering in the air. Alone again, Mariette struggled with her insecurities, wondering if someone like her could ever truly be happy amidst constant conflict. Despite her doubts, she resolved to move forward, letting fleeting fears fade into the backdrop of her larger aspirations. Mariette stood silently, the rising sun marking another day filled with choices, growth, and the possibility of finding peace within. A sudden summons from the academy startled Mariette, leaving her curious yet apprehensive about what awaited her in the halls. The discussion of isolation was disheartening, but she held hope that people's perception of her might change with time. As a demi-human, Mariette's path would remain uncertain, though she trusted her growth and perseverance to guide her forward. Junior watched Mariette leave, reflecting on her quiet strength, determined to support her no matter the challenges she faced. A meeting with the chairman hinted at larger decisions ahead, leaving Junior to wonder how this would shape their shared future. Corin met the chairman for the first time, unsure of what to expect, but determined to stand up for Mariette. The chairman mentioned Mariette's punishment, leaving Corin startled and worried about the consequences she might face for her past actions. Corin's heart sank as he realized this wasn't the happy ending Mariette often wished for in her quiet hopes. Desperate to explain, Corin pleaded for leniency, knowing Mariette's intentions were never malicious but driven by circumstances beyond her control. The chairman, though firm, expressed willingness to listen, hinting that decisions regarding Mariette might not be as grim as feared. Corin panicked at the chairman's cryptic words, fearing the worst for Mariette, but the atmosphere shifted unexpectedly toward reassurance. To his surprise, the chairman expressed confidence in Mariette, deeming her actions misunderstood and her isolation a temporary precaution. Corin felt a surge of relief, realizing Mariette's fate might not be as harsh as he initially anticipated. The chairman emphasized Mariette's stability as a priority, encouraging Corin to trust the process and focus on supporting her emotionally. Corin vowed silently to help Mariette regain her place, finding hope in the chairman's calm yet deliberate approach to the situation. The meeting concluded, leaving Corin reflective but relieved, grateful that the chairman valued fairness and wasn't quick to pass harsh judgment. A moment of gratitude swept over Corin as the reality of Mariette's gradual redemption felt closer than ever before. Mariette's efforts had not gone unnoticed, and Corin silently resolved to ensure she found the peace she so deeply sought. As Corin departed, the weight of responsibility lingered, but his determination to stand by Mariette fueled his resolve for the future. With each step forward, Corin embraced the idea that hope, even in fragments, could weave the beginnings of a brighter tomorrow. Eric Kasner, the Academy chairman, commanded respect with his calm demeanor, always recognizing his flaws yet embracing his responsibilities gracefully. Corin's thoughts drifted, recalling fiery battles from his past and the sharp words that shaped his path toward newfound trust. As trust settled in, Corin realized Eric's sincerity and his unique ability to navigate complex challenges with balanced decisions. Eric's words resonated with Corin, breaking through lingering doubts and solidifying a moment of understanding between them in this critical encounter. Mariette sat alone, deep in thought, her quiet resolve growing as she prepared herself for what lay ahead. Corin embraced Mariette gently, feeling the warmth of her presence, silently conveying that she wasn't alone in this struggle. Mariette trembled, overwhelmed by the simplicity of kindness, her emotions surfacing as she tried to accept the warmth offered. Quiet apologies escaped her lips, heavy with guilt, as she grappled with the weight of her past decisions and actions. Corin watched, wondering how to alleviate her pain while acknowledging that her burden was a reflection of her selfless nature. Mariette's thoughts wandered, her guilt slowly overshadowed by the hope of redemption as she envisioned a future beyond her remorse. When Corin visited Mariette again, her exhaustion was clear, but she masked it with a calm exterior to reassure him. Mariette's dual nature as a demi-human haunted her, making her question whether she could ever truly fit in this world. Corin's sincerity broke through her walls, his honest words resonating deeply, helping her see herself beyond the labels she feared. Memories of Corin's unwavering commitment surfaced, reminding Mariette of the strength found in his consistent actions and his relentless hope for her. She sat quietly, reflecting on his goodwill, a flicker of gratitude sparking amidst the doubt she continued to battle within. Mariette lay in solitude, reflecting on Junior's kindness, a memory she cherished deeply as it became etched in her mind. A week passed since the incident, and whispers filled the halls, but Mariette's resolve remained unwavering despite the challenges. Opinions about her isolation began to shift, yet Mariette knew the path to acceptance required time and her own strength. Corin quietly supported her, understanding that true change would come from within as Mariette embraced her place in this unpredictable world. Mariette's absence was felt deeply by some, a silent acknowledgement of her influence, even among those hesitant to admit it. Mariette stepped into the academy, her isolation lifted, but a shadow of doubt lingered as she faced the crowd. The support of friends brought her a fragile sense of comfort, but she noticed a familiar face was missing: Isabelle. Mariette's mind raced, wondering about Isabelle's absence, guilt tugging at her as she tried to make sense of everything. Determined, she resolved to take action, even if it meant confronting her fears to protect those she held dear. Mariette silently vowed not to let her doubts stop her, stepping forward despite the overwhelming uncertainty clouding her thoughts. An unexpected knock startled Mariette, pulling her from her thoughts as she questioned who might seek her so late. Her heart raced as she approached the door, apprehension building with every step toward the unknown visitor. Opening the door, Mariette was met with a familiar embrace, warmth spreading as Junior's sudden presence brought unexpected relief. The tight hug conveyed unspoken emotions, a quiet reassurance that she wasn't alone in facing the challenges ahead. Mariette felt her resolve strengthen, knowing that even amidst uncertainty, the bond she formed would guide her to brighter days. Isabelle entered the room, her concern for Mariette evident as she reached out to comfort her troubled, distant friend. Mariette's surprise turned into confusion, as Isabelle's presence reminded her of the unresolved emotions lingering between them after past events. Isabelle reassured Mariette, confronting her doubts and showing an unwavering determination to stay by her side despite everything. A moment of hesitation broke, and Mariette's fragile resolve started to grow stronger under Isabelle's genuine support and kindness. Their bond, though tested, shone brighter as Mariette began to accept Isabelle's words, feeling less alone in her internal struggle. Isabelle's sincerity moved Mariette, easing the guilt she carried as their shared laughter became a soothing balm for her heart. A wave of relief washed over Mariette, realizing that she still had allies who accepted her unconditionally despite her fears. Isabelle teased Mariette lightly, the warmth of her tone lifting the heavy atmosphere, reminding Mariette of simpler, happier times. Junior quietly exited, letting Mariette and Isabelle share their moment while ensuring Mariette could feel his silent, steadfast support. Mariette's heart swelled with gratitude as she silently vowed to embrace her friendships and strive for the hope they symbolized. Junior walked away, trusting in Mariette's resilience and newfound strength to carry her forward through the challenges yet to come. Mariette watched him go, her heart heavy with the weight of gratitude and determination to prove his trust wasn't misplaced. A sense of resolution settled over Mariette as she embraced the new opportunities her allies' unwavering support had given her. The sun rose on a new chapter, promising hope, growth, and redemption as Mariette looked toward the horizon with purpose. Mariette's journey, though marked by trials, now shone with the promise of a brighter tomorrow, thanks to the bonds she cherished. Corin stood on the balcony, reflecting on how life continued, untouched by past plans, embracing the unexpected beauty of change. A faint smile appeared as Corin realized this moment marked the start of a brighter world filled with endless possibilities. Corin's days were repetitive, training and pushing limits, but his focus remained sharp, determined to strengthen himself for upcoming challenges. Despite exhaustion, Corin knew time was limited, and he needed to master the skills that would define his future. Harnessing his powers, Korin unleashed a powerful technique, feeling his hard work materialize into tangible results in this moment. His progress surprised him, a reminder of how determination and consistency could yield extraordinary strength in the face of difficulty. Mariette arrived, her cheerful encouragement bringing a much-needed boost to Korin's weary but resolute spirit, reminding him of shared goals. Mariette prepared a simple meal, eager to celebrate Korin's hard work and offer him a moment of well-deserved rest. Korin's gratitude filled the room, his appreciation for the thoughtful gesture lifting the atmosphere despite the lingering weight of his efforts. Mariette's smile faltered, catching herself in a moment of self-consciousness, as Korin remained oblivious to her sudden bashfulness. She panicked, overthinking a stray comment, but her earnestness brought a light-hearted charm to their interaction amidst the otherwise tense day. The moment dissolved into laughter, their camaraderie brightening the room and easing the burdens they each carried in their unique ways. Mariette's curiosity got the better of her, and she nervously asked Korin questions, her tone playful but laced with genuine concern. Korin's response surprised her, offering more trust and openness than she expected, deepening the bond that had been growing between them. A slight awkwardness filled the air, but the sincerity of their conversation made it meaningful, bridging gaps in understanding between them. Mariette's determination to support Korin solidified, her resolve to stand by his side growing stronger with each passing moment. Their shared laughter reminded them of simpler times, a brief reprieve from the challenges looming ahead, forging a lasting connection. Mariette nervously examined the vial, realizing its contents held power, but also uncertainty about the effects it might unleash. Korin drank the potion, the sharp taste biting into his focus as he felt his strength slowly shift and grow. System notifications flashed, signaling a boost in his abilities, affirming the gamble he had taken for their collective future. A new confidence surged within Korin, his eyes reflecting determination as he visualized the challenges that lay ahead. He acknowledged the next step, ready to start a critical scenario that might define the outcome of their intertwined destinies. Alicia Arden, known for her lineage and second-rank knight status, silently reflected on her progress as she strode confidently forward. Her once carefree life now held purpose as the hunting ground incident spurred her resolve to hone her untapped potential. Determined, Alicia embraced new challenges. Understanding growth required consistent effort and pushing beyond the comfortable limits of her abilities. Memories of her carefree self lingered, reminding her of the balance she sought between discipline and moments of unburdened joy. Alicia smiled faintly, cherishing small pleasures, while preparing herself for the demanding journey toward personal and professional transformation. In a bustling market, Alicia's carefree demeanor returned momentarily as she indulged in treats, savoring a brief escape from responsibility. Alicia's light-hearted moment was interrupted by Korin's presence, her surprise visible as he questioned her unexpected leisure activity. Embarrassed but honest, Alicia admitted she sought balance, knowing Korin's support had pushed her toward her newfound determination. Korin's gentle laughter reassured Alicia, his presence serving as both a reminder and an anchor for the goals she pursued. Together, they shared a brief reprieve, recognizing the importance of connection and encouragement amidst the trials they faced. Alicia found herself dodging Korin, knowing he demanded her best effort, which sometimes clashed with her naturally carefree personality. When cornered, she realized her excuses no longer worked as her natural talent now demanded consistent discipline and growth. Korin's stern words struck a chord, pushing Alicia to acknowledge her potential while confronting the laziness that held her back. Resolved, she agreed to step up, her competitive streak kicking in as she planned to rise to Korin's expectations. Together, they left the market, ready to tackle new goals, Alicia determined to shed her old habits for good. The duo wandered into town, their banter light, but their intentions serious as they prepared for their next set of challenges. Korin suggested taking on missions to bolster their skills, and Alicia eagerly agreed, her newfound determination surprising even herself. Alicia accepted her first patrol mission, secretly nervous but eager to prove herself in both skill and discipline. The town bustled with energy as they walked, their presence blending into the lively tapestry of merchants and adventurers. Alicia scanned the mission details carefully, preparing herself for any unexpected challenges, while Corin offered quiet encouragement by her side. Alicia stepped into the field, her nerves hidden beneath a calm exterior as she confronted the tasks of her patrol mission. Her confidence grew with each encounter, recognizing how much she had already evolved since embracing the path of a knight. A wave of satisfaction surged within her as her efforts finally translated into tangible results, solidifying her place as a knight. Friendly banter with other adventurers highlighted her progress, their acknowledgement reassuring her of her growth and hard-earned competence. The day ended with quiet gratitude, Alicia reflecting on her journey and silently promising to keep moving forward no matter what. Alicia felt proud, her newfound confidence shining as she showcased her abilities, proving her growth through hard-earned victories on patrol. Corin pointed out a lurking threat, prompting Alicia to step forward and handle it with precision and bravery. The patrol ended on a high note, their teamwork solidifying as they celebrated a safe, successful day without unexpected dangers. A strange energy glowed in the distance, signaling a new challenge that neither Alicia nor Corin could ignore. Determined to investigate, they pressed forward, ready to uncover the truth behind the mysterious aura disrupting their peaceful patrol. The energy grew stronger, revealing an unsettling presence that transformed their routine mission into an unpredictable, high-stakes encounter. Alicia and Corin stayed alert, preparing for whatever emerged from the dark, knowing their combined strength would guide them through. A werewolf appeared, its menacing aura a stark reminder of the danger lurking in these unpredictable scenarios outside the city. Their swift response subdued the creature, but unease lingered, as the challenge felt more like a prelude than a climax. Shadows shifted again, hinting at an even greater force testing their resolve, forcing them to brace for what came next. A Dullahan emerged, its terrifying presence filling the air with dread, marking their most formidable challenge yet on this journey. Alicia's resolve hardened, her training and instincts taking over as she prepared for a battle that would push her limits. Corin supported her from behind, his encouragement a steady reminder that she was never alone in facing such overwhelming odds. Alicia struck swiftly and decisively, her confidence shining through as she landed a critical blow on the menacing creature. With a single, calculated slice, the Dullahan fell, and Alicia proved her growth, overcoming the impossible with sheer determination. Alicia was shocked as the glowing figure revealed itself, its overwhelming power testing her courage in an instant. She hesitated, realizing this was a new kind of threat, one far beyond the routine dangers she had faced before. Desperation surged as Alicia fought to steady herself, acknowledging that her pride alone wouldn't be enough to win this battle. With no other choice, she called out for Corin, her voice trembling as she admitted she couldn't do it alone. The enemy loomed closer, but Alicia's determination ignited as she prepared to push beyond her limits for survival. Corin was busy fending off another monster, unaware of Alicia's struggle as she frantically sought his support in the chaos. Her frustration grew, feeling the weight of the battle, yet she refused to give up despite the odds against her. In a swift and unexpected moment, Alicia landed a critical strike, defeating the monster with a surge of pure resolve. Exhaustion and disbelief washed over her as she stared at the fallen enemy, realizing she had surpassed her own expectations. As Corin rejoined her, a newfound respect glimmered in her eyes, fueled by the realization of her evolving strength. Alicia stood in disbelief as a mysterious figure emerged, her heart racing at the presence of something unsettlingly familiar. The figure's sword gleamed under the moonlight, and Alicia froze as harsh words hit her, stripping her of confidence. Recognizing the figure, Alicia realized it was Lunia Arden, the family's pride and a legendary swordswoman of their generation. Her older sister Lunia stared coldly at her, the weight of expectations heavy as Alicia faced her greatest critic. Lunia Arden stood under the moonlit sky, her commanding presence radiating as her gaze locked onto her student. Alicia felt her stomach tighten. The piercing stare from Lunia seemed to reach every flaw she'd tried to hide. "Why are you looking so disheveled?" Lunia's sharp eyes noted Alicia's trembling form, a silent judgment filling the air. Lunia's voice cut through the stillness, each word biting. Why didn't you block properly? Why hold back against your opponent? Unleash your sword properly. Who are you imitating so poorly? Lunia demanded, her tone laced with fiery disappointment. Lunia crossed her arms, unimpressed. Every action of yours reflects on our discipline. Fix that careless attitude now. A jolt ran through Alicia as Lunia adjusted her stance with precision. Her movements corrected Alicia's posture effortlessly. Keep your shoulders square, Lunia instructed, her sharp gaze softening slightly. Alicia nodded, her determination resurfacing despite her nervousness. Confidence is a swordsman's core, Lunia said. Alicia straightened herself, realizing her hesitation was holding her growth back. Nearby, Corin watched the training, wondering if Lunia had noticed his distraction while he feigned interest in something else. You're the guardian of Arden? Corin introduced himself, feigning ignorance of Lunia's rank as her stern presence loomed before him. Lunia's sharp expression softened for a second before she returned to her critical stance. Your introduction lacks respect, she remarked. Only 2 people use this specific spearmanship, Lunia thought to herself, watching Corin's posture, her instincts sharp as ever. Is it you or someone else? She questioned internally, a swirl of possibilities crowding her thoughts as Corin hesitated. Memories of another duel resurfaced for Lunia, one where that unique style struck deeply. Could Corin's presence tie to her past? Lunia explained the origins of the elite swordsman ranks, a tradition that marked only the most disciplined warriors in the academy. Alicia listened intently, her eyes sparkling at the mention of the legendary 5 swords, a group she deeply admired. Each figure of the 5 swords carried an aura of unrivaled skill and discipline, embodying the academy's ideals of perfection. Lunia's voice turned somber, hinting at the sacrifices and challenges that shaped the swords into legends within their time. Corin glanced at Alicia, whose excitement visibly grew. Her aspirations to become one of them seemed more evident than ever. Decades of tradition and honor carried the Arden family name, their influence spreading across the continent as guardians of martial excellence. The Merkaba Arden Studio, a renowned training ground, stood as a beacon of skill, discipline, and the embodiment of legacy. Training was rigorous, with strict discipline enforced. The lessons of past masters echoed through every movement taught to their eager disciples. The pavilion remained a symbol of Arden's greatness, where legends were forged, and the next generation of warriors emerged stronger. Lunia's presence demanded respect, her instructions carrying the weight of 1,000 stories, each inspiring devotion and fear in equal measure. Alicia's nerves showed as Lunia tested her resolve, her steely eyes gauging every movement and hesitation during the disciplined exercises. Watching from the sidelines, Corin observed Lunia's sharp demeanor, wondering why her expectations always seemed impossibly high for her students. What's the true meaning behind these missions? Alicia pondered, her focus waning slightly under the intense pressure Lunia placed on her. A blush crept across Alicia's cheeks as she admitted in her thoughts how much she admired the elegance of Lunia's uniform. Lunia's silence spoke volumes, her unyielding presence pushing Alicia to move past her distractions and rise to meet the expectations placed upon her. Alicia froze as Lunia's sharp words cut through her, feeling the heavy weight of disappointment pressed onto her shoulders. The legacy of the Arden name loomed over Alicia, a reminder of the expectations she couldn't seem to escape. Thoughts swirled in Alicia's mind, questioning whether she had sullied her family's name with every mistake she had made. Memories of taunts and moments of failure surfaced, filling Alicia with both anger and a lingering sense of helplessness. Shadows loomed as Lunia's voice echoed, "Don't forget who you are," a constant reminder of the unyielding expectations placed on her. Kneeling on the floor, Alicia clenched her fists, a fiery resolve slowly building within her heart amidst the intense training hall. The other students murmured quietly, their gazes flickering toward the defeated Alicia, unsure of how to approach her in this state. Meanwhile, Lunia observed from a distance, her expression unreadable as she weighed Alicia's capabilities and potential for improvement. Corin's name floated in whispers, a mysterious presence that carried an enigmatic air, making others curious yet wary of his abilities. Alicia's thoughts drifted to Corin, questioning whether his unassuming demeanor masked strength she had yet to fully comprehend. Corin's movements flowed like water under the moonlight, each motion calculated, hinting at a mastery rooted in discipline and instinct. Lunia's sharp eyes analyzed Corin's stance, sensing echoes of a refined spearmanship that only the most elite warriors could achieve. This form isn't just learned, Lunia thought. It's inherited, a style perfected over generations, passed only to the worthy few. As the moonlight danced over the training ground, Lunia considered the ties that might bind Corin to her family's legacy. Alone under the starlit sky, Lunia whispered to herself, "Perhaps it's time to see how far Corin has truly come." Every market day, Mariette brought an assortment of food, claiming it was to help Corin stay nourished during his studies. Mariette's enthusiasm shone as she presented a braised dish, insisting Corin try it. Her excitement seemed to brighten the entire table. Corin hesitated, glancing at Mariette's hopeful face before tasting the meal. A mix of emotions played on his face immediately. "It's delicious," he admitted, half reluctantly. Mariette's joy overflowed, making the moment feel more vibrant as she planned her next culinary surprise. Corin, however, wondered how he'd ended up in such situations repeatedly, surrounded by unexpected gestures of care and attention. Mariette stumbled over her words, her flustered demeanor amusing Corin. Her attempts to stay composed only deepened the light-hearted atmosphere. As Mariette tried to focus, Isabel appeared, catching her off guard. She immediately shifted, trying to explain herself to Isabel. Isabel's calm presence broke through the tension, her gaze steady as she observed the odd dynamics between Corin and Mariette. The moment passed quickly, but Corin couldn't help reflecting on how his previous life never had such amusing or chaotic encounters. Corin mused about how peaceful these fleeting interactions were compared to the challenges that often shadowed his life before. The serene evening sky framed Corin's thoughts as he pondered the surprising friendships he'd built, vastly different from his past. Yuel often brought mushrooms from the forest, their rare qualities adding a spark of curiosity to their otherwise calm days. Together, they'd dive into lessons, a shared pursuit of knowledge that strengthened their bond and kept their minds sharp. Dron's frequent visits added a sense of camaraderie, his determination and skill making him a reliable partner on tricky missions. Despite occasional chaos, Corin found himself surrounded by companions whose support and presence made each day feel less burdensome and brighter. A veiled nun approached Corin with a simple demand: food. Her mysterious presence made Corin question what she truly wanted. She insisted on a promise for a meal, leaving Corin puzzled. He reluctantly agreed, unsure of her sudden persistence. Reflecting on the encounter, Corin wondered how long ago it was, her strange request still lingering in his memory. Corin prepared to keep his word, bringing her to a nearby cafe. "Do you like fish?" he asked lightly. Her silent nod conveyed curiosity, and Corin hoped this small gesture would fulfill the strange promise made weeks earlier. The nun hesitated as Corin offered her food. Her wide-eyed surprise hinted at inexperience with such casual acts of kindness. Her attempt to eat gracefully failed, prompting Corin to tease her stubbornness, which only deepened the awkward but amusing interaction. Corin suggested respecting food by savoring its scent and appearance, much to her surprise. It became a lesson in mindfulness. Her expression softened as she tried Corin's advice, finding unexpected comfort in the small act of slowing down to eat. Corin smiled to himself, realizing these odd encounters often turned into moments of connection, even with someone as enigmatic as her. Corin's focus shifted to the approaching midterms. Despite his calm demeanor, the pressure of preparation loomed over the academy. The thought of weapon production nearing completion added to the intensity. The academy buzzed with anticipation for the second phase. A fellow student voiced frustration over studying, wishing Corin had been more concerned. Corin's laid-back attitude only added to the chaos. Amidst the chatter, Corin remained composed, his confidence hinting at a plan beyond frantic last-minute cramming or aimless preparation. As the midterms approached, Corin's relaxed approach drew curious looks, yet his calm hinted at a deeper, unshaken confidence within. Corin smirked, his confidence unwavering as he prepared for the exam. "This isn't my first rodeo," he thought proudly. The grand hall buzzed with tension as students readied themselves. Korin's calm contrasted sharply with the nervous energy around him. As the exam began, Korin flipped the page, a wave of confidence washing over him as he assessed the questions. His mind raced with calculations, determined to prove himself. The exam demanded precision, and Korin thrived in these high-pressure moments. Despite the challenging questions, Korin's experience gave him an edge, leaving his peers awestruck at his seemingly effortless focus. A sinking realization hit Korin as a complex problem stared back at him, testing knowledge he hadn't prepared for. Knights don't need written tests, Korin thought bitterly, recalling how much he had overlooked traditional academics in his previous training. Memories of relying solely on instinct and skill resurfaced. The written exam felt like an entirely different battlefield he hadn't mastered. Determined not to let this setback define him, Korin resolved to redeem himself during the upcoming practical evaluations. His focus shifted, knowing the practical exam was his chance to shine and reclaim the confidence he briefly lost. The midterms highlight, the faculty exam, provided an opportunity to showcase combat skills and overshadow any poor written performance. Korin strategized as he observed his peers. "This is where I make my mark," he thought, confidence returning to his stance. The arena buzzed with anticipation. Korin sized up his opponents, already forming a plan to outperform and impress the instructors. Whispers spread as an unexpected instructor appeared. Korin's sharp eyes narrowed, sensing an unspoken challenge in their sudden presence. Standing tall, Korin met their gaze. "It's time to prove what I'm capable of," he thought, ready to compete. A familiar figure entered with confident strides, her presence electrifying the room. Korin's heart sank as her piercing gaze met his. Korin's composure cracked under the intensity of her arrival. Panic set in as memories of their last encounter flooded his mind. The group practical test commenced in a roaring arena. The students' excitement mingled with anxiety as they prepared for combat. The 5 swords entered, exuding authority. Their graceful but deadly aura made everyone pause, anticipating a fierce challenge ahead. A signal to attack was given. Students charged forward, their enthusiasm palpable, though many lacked coordination under such immense pressure. The 5 swords moved as one, their flawless synchronization cutting through the students' efforts with a precision that was chilling. Korin stood back momentarily, assessing the 5 swords combo technique. His mind raced to devise a counter to their overwhelming style. The arena erupted into chaos as students tried to land hits on the 5 swords, only to be swiftly countered. Korin focused on avoiding the torrent of strikes, using his agility to stay ahead of the relentless and punishing attacks. One opponent prepared an awe-inspiring magical attack, the arena crackling with energy as the 5 swords pushed the students to the edge. Determined not to back down, Korin adjusted his stance, channeling every ounce of focus to exploit a possible opening. The 5 swords, relentless as ever, maintained their dominance. Korin knew this would test every ounce of strength and cunning he had. Drone's sharp commands cut through the din, his leadership bolstering the group's morale as they rallied to counter the 5 swords. Alicia faltered under the pressure, her movements shaky as her opponent's sharp critique stung, yet fueled her resolve to improve. Korin observed Alicia closely, willing her to recover, while maintaining his position to fend off the unrelenting attacks around him. The 5 swords began isolating students, their tactics dividing the group to weaken their coordination, raising the stakes for everyone involved. Alicia pushed herself harder, her form adjusting as she tried to overcome the challenges and prove her worth to her peers. The practical test unfolded, students charging valiantly. Their goal, to prove their strength against the unrelenting force of the 5 swords. The 5 swords' sharp movements outpaced the students, their agility and technique creating a whirlwind that left many struggling to keep up. "As expected," someone whispered. The 5's reputation wasn't exaggerated. Each strike from them carried the weight of years of mastery. Amidst the chaos, Drone and Mila emerged as steady pillars, Their skill and composure were stark contrasts to the collapsing students. Mila faltered under the Five's magical onslaught. Drone, however, stood firm, his calm strategy paving the way for a counterattack. Alicia's opponent analyzed her movements with precision, exposing flaws. Every word of critique pushed her to adapt and improve mid-combat. Sweat dripped from Alicia's brow as she focused, the pressure of expectations and her own determination colliding in this moment. "More practice is needed," her opponent quipped, their strikes challenging her resolve. Alicia knew she couldn't afford to fail here. Alicia's thoughts raced. She couldn't let this failure define her. With a deep breath, she steadied her stance to fight back. Her opponent's taunts fueled her. She wasn't just fighting an enemy, she was battling her own doubts and insecurities head-on. Corin observed the chaos, his sharp eyes tracking every movement. He couldn't help but wonder why Lunia Arden was now involved. The arena buzzed with confusion. Lunia's unexpected role shifted the dynamic, her sharp aura hinting at an even greater challenge ahead. "Let's begin," Lunia declared. Her tone was calm but carried a weight that silenced the murmurs and refocused the students. Alicia steadied herself, glancing at Corin. She couldn't read his thoughts, but his unwavering focus gave her a sense of calm. With a newfound determination, the students regrouped, ready to tackle whatever challenge Lunia and the Five Swords had in store. Lunia Arden's presence loomed ominously, her power radiating like an unrelenting storm, captivating and terrifying every student in the arena. Whispers filled the air as her aura amplified, a reminder of why she was called a monster among monsters. The students trembled, their fear outweighing any sense of strategy. Lunia's strength demanded respect, and her presence redefined the entire test. Corin remained calm, his mind racing with thoughts. Facing Lunia wasn't just a challenge, it was a fight for survival. The air around Lunia crackled with energy as she prepared to show why even the bravest often faltered before her. Chaos erupted as students ran in all directions. Corin stayed on the sidelines, observing the panic spreading like wildfire. Corin spotted Lark amidst the chaos, his nonchalant demeanor a sharp contrast to the madness engulfing the other students. "She's too fast," Corin thought as Lunia systematically overwhelmed every opponent, her pace unmatched and her strikes devastatingly accurate. Lark approached Corin, half joking, half serious. "You're too calm," Lark quipped, but even he knew the stakes were too high to joke. Corin grinned faintly, his calm facade concealing his internal calculations. "This is going to be interesting," he thought as the dust settled. Lunia's sharp gaze landed on Corin. "You and I are the only ones left," she declared, her tone unyielding and commanding. Corin sighed, half-heartedly asking if surrender was an option. Lunia's smirk said it all. Surrender was never an acceptable choice. "I've fought her before," Corin thought, memories of past battles with Lunia resurfacing. He knew this wasn't going to be easy. Lunia's stance shifted slightly, signaling her readiness to fight. Corin tightened his grip, aware that hesitation would mean certain defeat. Their shared history made this confrontation inevitable. Both warriors locked eyes, preparing for a battle that would test everything they had. The battle intensified as Lunia unleashed a devastating attack, shaking the arena. The ground trembled under the force of her power. Corin narrowly dodged the attack, sweat dripping from his brow. He could feel the deadly precision of Lunia's every movement. The crowd watched in awe, their breaths held as the clash of power illuminated the tension between the two combatants. Corin steadied himself, channeling his strength. He couldn't afford to lose focus as Lunia's attacks grew faster and more unpredictable. With one swift motion, Lunia's blade sliced through the air, leaving Corin to wonder if he could truly keep up. Lunia's relentless strikes pushed Corin to his limits, forcing him to dig deep into reserves of strength he didn't know he had. The arena became a blur of movement, each clash of their weapons a testament to their skill and determination to win. Observers whispered in disbelief as Corin held his ground, defying their expectations against someone as formidable as Lunia Arden. A sudden burst of energy radiated from Lunia, catching Corin off guard. The sheer force sent shockwaves throughout the arena. Corin's resolve strengthened as he gritted his teeth, determined to prove that he could stand against even the strongest opponent. Lunia paused momentarily, assessing Corrin's resilience. Her eyes narrowed, realizing this wasn't a battle she could easily win. Corrin saw an opening and lunged forward, his movements swift and deliberate, hoping to break through Lunia's seemingly impenetrable defense. A faint smirk crossed Lunia's face as she parried Corrin's attack, her strength once again overwhelming despite his strategic approach. The intensity of the fight reached its peak as Lunia activated her most powerful technique, enveloping the arena in energy. Corrin prepared for the final clash, his heart pounding. This was the moment that would decide everything for both of them. The students gasped as a powerful force surged through the hall, shaking the foundation and drawing everyone's attention. Corrin glanced nervously, realizing this test might be pushing limits far beyond what was safe for anyone involved. A loud shout from an instructor rang out, demanding the test be halted before irreversible damage was done to the student. The aura around the challenger thickened, glowing ominously as the ancient technique Arden-style one-slice began forming. The entire world seemed to freeze as the challenger's blade slashed through the air, holding reality itself at bay. Within the frozen void, Corrin felt a strange pull, wielding a spear formed of sheer crystalline energy from his core. Raising the weapon, he struggled to break through the weight of stillness, each breath becoming a monumental challenge. His spear remained locked mid-air, immovable, trapped in the grip of time's unnatural stillness that defied all logic and force. Corrin gritted his teeth, perceiving faint echoes of movement in this timeless realm, struggling to control his body's innate energy. Despite his focus, he felt the futility of his strength, unable to grasp control of the vast frozen territory. He muttered to himself, "Perfection isn't the goal," and forced his body to take a single, deliberate step forward. The effort unleashed a shockwave, radiating from his blade as he pierced through the frozen world with sheer determination. Corrin's eyes flared with an inner light, breaking through the stillness, drawing energy to disrupt the constraints surrounding him. A massive explosion followed, shattering the frozen dimension, returning everything to motion as Corrin emerged victorious against overwhelming odds. The students stared in awe, realizing instinct and heart, not mere knowledge, defined those capable of shaping the world's center. Alicia stood illuminated, her aura radiating a fierce energy that filled the arena, leaving everyone captivated and tense with anticipation. A soft smirk played on Alicia's face, signaling her mastery over the territory as she claimed control in an instant. Arden's steps faltered as the reality of his limits dawned on him, realizing the gap between their powers was immense. With a decisive tone, Alicia dismissed the fight, emphasizing the need for Arden to grow beyond his tools and tactics. Arden clenched his fist, the weight of defeat settling in, but his resolve to improve shone through despite the silence. A sharp pang of realization struck Arden as he recognized Alicia's power wasn't just skill, it was a complete mastery of control. The spectators murmured about the test's true purpose, wondering if it was meant to showcase talent or crush dreams entirely. Alicia's gaze softened briefly, acknowledging Arden's effort, but the lesson she imparted was meant to drive him towards something greater. Arden took a deep breath, his thoughts swirling with determination, realizing that failure here might lead to success elsewhere in time. As Alicia walked away, her quiet promise lingered. She would challenge him again someday, but only if he proved himself worthy. Arden's determined expression glinted with an intensity that spoke volumes, silently vowing to turn every expectation on its head with bold resolve. Alicia stepped confidently into the arena, her determination shining as she prepared for the biggest challenge of her life. Her opponent smirked devilishly, his sharp gaze intimidating as he promised to crush her dreams with unrelenting force. Now, standing in the vast coliseum, the crowd roared, anticipating a fierce duel that could reshape their world. Alicia's strength attracted rivals, but fighting multiple challengers alone, everyone whispered, stunned by her reckless but bold decision. "Who is this brave warrior?" murmured the audience, watching Alicia's unwavering focus as she faced impossible odds head-on. The white-haired strategist observed silently from the sidelines, questioning how Alicia's incredible resolve could disrupt even seasoned warriors. Her movements defied logic. Each blow she landed seemed unnaturally precise, leaving the crowd gasping at her unimaginable skill. Alicia's unwavering technique raised suspicions, whispers spreading through the arena. Was she utilizing forbidden tactics no one dared to master? A few days later, amidst quiet solitude, Alicia explored the coastal ruins, seeking an artifact to tip the scales of fate. "Just who are you?" the relic's keeper demanded, as Alicia unraveled secrets buried deep within the Academy's ancient histories. Alicia carefully examined the mysterious artifact, its shimmering glow promising power, but carrying whispers of perilous consequences if misused. Through countless sleepless nights, Alicia mastered the artifact's energy, channeling it into her swordplay with unmatched precision and grace. The room lit up as she activated its core power, an ethereal blade forming, humming with ancient energy and purpose. Her newfound weapon, the legendary silver spear, carried tales of vanquished evils and guardians who had once wielded its strength. As Alicia gripped the spear, an ominous voice echoed, "The bloodline continues," sending chills through her resolve to stand tall. The battlefield was littered with fallen beasts, and Alicia stood amidst the chaos, questioning the cost of her relentless pursuit. As she knelt down, exhaustion weighed heavily, yet she knew the true battle wasn't against enemies, but her own doubts. The ground trembled as another monster lunged, its roar splitting the air, yet Alicia remained unshaken, calculating her next move. Her instincts kicked in. The beast faltered, its massive form collapsing, leaving Alicia bewildered by the sudden end of the fight. A chilling realization struck her. The intense, unfamiliar scent lingering was the eerie aftermath of life ebbing away in battle. Another day began as Alicia prepared for her work, her mind racing over the responsibilities that constantly tested her strength. A mission appeared, capturing a werewolf. Although risky, it seemed far less daunting compared to her past assignment's overwhelming demands. Urgent news interrupted. Fog City's vampire threat loomed, dragging Alicia into dangerous waters, testing her resolve like never before. Alicia's preferences clashed with reality, as her disinterest in danger collided with the urgency of the situation's unfolding crisis. Beneath her choice of the werewolf mission lay hidden motives, a secret tethering her to a past she couldn't escape. Fifth-rank knight Alicia reluctantly joined the group, annoyed at being tasked with babysitting juniors who lacked discipline or responsibility. Corin, an unexpected face in the hall, greeted Alicia warmly, his charm breaking the tension in an otherwise grim gathering. Amid murmurs of disapproval, Alicia's rank protected her, ensuring the Academy couldn't challenge her presence without risking backlash from her lineage. Alicia's silent strength became Corin's pillar, her presence solidifying their purpose amidst the chaos that had enveloped the Guardians. In the crowd's shadowed gaze, Alicia and Corin's bond stirred unease, their undeniable potential a harbinger of greater battles to come. Alicia leans on the table, her gaze softening as she checks Corin's injury, sunlight spilling through the windows. Corin shifts uncomfortably, his hands tightening. "It's nothing," he mutters, masking the unease simmering beneath her piercing stare. Alicia sighs, brushing her hair aside. "Your sister wouldn't let this slide, would she?" she whispers, her tone firm. Tension brews as Corin recalls the aftermath of his last confrontation. "No, she wouldn't," he finally admits, his voice wavering. As Alicia's resolve solidifies, she straightens. "She's not done with you. Prepare," she says, stepping toward the balcony confidently. The forest shimmers ominously, shadows twisting as eerie howls echo, setting a foreboding atmosphere in the late afternoon glow. Warriors clash with feral beasts, their blades meeting claws under the moonlight, as chaos descends upon the dense battlefield. A knight commands, his sword alight, cleaving through a werewolf's hide, shouting orders to push back the relentless monsters. Corin, drenched in sweat, stumbles into the fray, his fists tightening as fear mingles with a strange determination. With a burst of courage, Corin charges forward, his weapon raised high, his battle cry ringing through the cacophony. Monsters swarm, their glowing blue eyes piercing through the forest gloom, their snarls a warning of impending doom. Alicia's magic crackles, illuminating the night. "The balance here feels wrong," she murmurs, unease prickling at her senses. A towering shadow emerges, a figure clad in dark armor stepping forward. Its presence chills the air instantly. Alicia and Corin freeze as the armored knight raises its blade, its glowing red eyes locking onto them. With a ferocious swing, the knight lunges, forcing Alicia and Corin to scramble as chaos erupts around them. Alicia gasps as the knight's blade narrowly misses her, the air whistling from the sheer force of its swing. Corin leaps forward, grabbing her wrist to pull her away, their movements synchronizing instinctively amidst the chaos around them. The knight's glowing eyes pierce the darkness, its monstrous aura pulsating as it steps forward with ominous intent. Alicia, shaken, regains her footing and begins to channel her magic, her hands trembling from the adrenaline coursing through her. "We can't run," Corin mutters, gripping his blade tighter, his eyes fixed on the relentless knight advancing toward them. Their weapons clash, sparks flying as Corin deflects the knight's strike, the impact reverberating painfully up his arm. Alicia's spell strikes the knight's armor, a blinding light engulfing it, but the creature emerges unscathed, its gaze unyielding. Blood splatters as Corin takes a blow, his determination undeterred despite the searing pain coursing through his side. Alicia freezes, her heart pounding as the smell of blood thickens, a grim reminder of the fragility of life. She whispers to herself, "This isn't just a battle, it's survival," steeling herself as she prepares another spell. The knight charges again, its blade aimed mercilessly. Alicia hesitates, her instincts screaming at her to run, but she stands firm. Corin, injured but resolute, shouts, "They're not human!" His words echo, forcing Alicia to reassess the horrors in front of her. She casts a freezing spell, binding the knight temporarily, her hands shaking as her strength begins to falter. Corin seizes the moment, slicing through the knight's shoulder, but the unholy creature barely falters, its black magic pulsating. "This isn't over," Corin says, wiping the blood from his face, his resolve unbroken despite the overwhelming odds they face. Corin steadies himself, his mind racing as the crimson-hooded figure looms closer, its menacing presence suffocating the air. "Stay back!" Alicia yells, summoning another spell as shadows stretch ominously across the battlefield, creeping toward them like tendrils. The crimson figure raises its clawed hand, emitting a deep growl as a thick, dark mist engulfs the clearing. Corin lunges forward, narrowly avoiding the mist, his blade shimmering as it clashes with the crimson figure's darkened armor. The figure steps back, unbothered, as Alicia's spell strikes, its flames dispersing the mist momentarily before it regenerates. Corin charges forward, his movements precise. Each swing of his blade feels heavier as the figure counters with terrifying speed. Alicia falters, gasping as she notices the figure's glowing chest, pulsating with a fiery core of dark magic. "It's not human!" Corin shouts, his blade cutting through the mist, desperation clear in his voice as the battle intensifies. The figure suddenly collapses, vanishing into a plume of crimson mist. Alicia and Corin exchange wary glances, unsure of victory. A deep, rumbling laugh echoes. "That was only a doll," a voice declares, as the real threat begins to manifest. The crimson fog thickens, enveloping the battlefield, as Corin realizes the true source of the enemy's power lies within the mist. Alicia screams, "We have to run!" Her voice trembles as the air becomes heavy with magic, suffocating their every move. Corin hesitates, glancing back at the growing fog. "It's an undead mage," he mutters, gripping his blade tighter in defiance. They sprint away, dodging tendrils of mist lashing out, their resolve wavering as the mage's voice taunts them relentlessly. As the fog swirls violently, Alicia yells, "We're not ready for this!" Their retreat becomes a desperate bid for survival. Corin channels his strength, slicing through the crimson mist with his glowing blade, but the mist seems endless and unyielding. Alicia stumbles but quickly regains her footing, summoning a rune of light to dispel a portion of the suffocating fog. "We can retrieve it this way," she exclaims, her determination burning brightly despite the fear lingering in her eyes. Suddenly, a loud crack pierces the air. Corin turns to see Charlie tripping over a root, falling into the mist. The mist latches onto Charlie, pulsating ominously as Corin rushes to his side, determined to pull him back to safety. Corin grabs Charlie's hand, pulling him away from the mist's grasp as Alicia casts another spell to hold it back. Thanks! As the dust settled on the battlefield, Corin and Alicia faced each other, tension crackling in the air. The announcement echoed loudly, declaring Alicia the victor. Corin stood motionless, his thoughts racing about the surprising outcome. Alicia caught her breath, sweat rolling down her temple. Corin's stunned gaze betrayed his disbelief at her victory. Reflecting on her fierce training, Corin realized Alicia had surpassed expectations, crafting her strength through sheer will and determination. By exploiting strategic openings, Alicia forced Corin into retreat. Her relentless persistence became her ticket to a shocking victory. The battlefield shimmered with residual energy as Alicia stood tall, her triumph against Lunia rewriting expectations of underdog victories. Lunia's weapon shattered in her hands, symbolizing a devastating defeat. Alicia's resolve proved unstoppable despite the overwhelming odds. I lost, Lunia whispered, collapsing under exhaustion. Her disbelief mirrored the audience's stunned silence at the unexpected twist. Corin, observing from afar, acknowledged the depth of Alicia's training. This was a turning point that reshaped their dynamic forever. The once overconfident Lunia bowed her head. Alicia's defiance and determination forced even her adversary to reflect on her actions. Alicia hesitated, knowing Lunia's pride had been shattered. The weight of victory felt lighter than the gaze of spectators. She remained frozen, haunted by Lunia's piercing glare, fearing an inevitable confrontation beyond the constraints of the duel's outcome. Lunia's movements were slow but deliberate, her energy drained. The audience's whispers grew, amplifying the pressure around Alicia's shrinking confidence. As their gazes met, Alicia tightened her resolve. She realized strength wasn't just physical but the courage to stand firm. Alicia exhaled deeply, lowering her guard. No matter the outcome, this moment defined her journey more than the victory itself. Corin observed from the sidelines, calculating Alicia's next move. His thoughts weighed heavy as her journey unfolded before him. Lunia's piercing gaze and Alicia's composed stance mirrored the tension in the air. The room buzzed with unspoken words. Memories of their past encounters surged back. Lunia's confidence stemmed from a rivalry neither could forget, but destiny chose otherwise. The storm outside reflected Alicia's inner turmoil. Lunia's silhouette loomed large, a constant reminder of battles won and lost. Rain poured steadily as Alicia clenched her fists. Her determination remained unshaken, her resolve now stronger than ever before. Corin turned his back, his heart heavy. He knew this wasn't the end, but the beginning of something greater. Alicia's exhaustion showed, but her resolve burned brightly. Lunia's bitterness, however, remained unresolved, a storm brewing beneath the surface. Corin reflected on Alicia's growth, her resilience undeniable. Each challenge she faced was shaping her into something truly extraordinary. Lunia's expression softened, masking the fierce spirit she carried. Alicia had grown, but there was still much to learn. The final exchange between Lunia and Alicia spoke volumes. Respect replaced rivalry, setting the stage for their next confrontation. The announcement of Lunia's defeat echoed in the arena. Alicia's victory was not just hers, but a momentous shift for many. The leaderboard displayed Alicia's rank with pride. This marked the beginning of her rise in a world filled with challenges. Alicia gazed at the night sky, her thoughts drifting. Each star reminded her of her struggles, victories, and growth. Corin stood by her side, silently acknowledging her journey. Together, they prepared for the challenges that awaited them ahead. Alicia wiped her tears, a soft smile breaking through. For the first time, she saw her strength clearly and fully. Corin sat quietly, observing Alicia's weary yet determined expression. Her words hinted at an unspoken bond growing between them. "Pardon?" Alicia's hesitation showed, but Corin's gaze held steady, making it clear their connection transcended simple alliances or camaraderie. Relationships, fragile yet enduring, are like threads of fate. Corin realized they were bound by a deeper understanding beyond circumstance. Alicia acknowledged Corin's efforts, offering gratitude. Despite everything, she found solace in his unwavering support amidst the chaos. Reflecting on the battle, Corin's frustrations turned inward. His pain wasn't just physical, it stemmed from self-doubt and missed opportunities. Alicia's soft words struck a chord within Corin. Her hope for his growth resonated, stirring a newfound resolve in him. Corin's bemusement at Alicia's perspective lingered. Her candidness unveiled a strange charm, making him ponder her sincerity in unexpected moments. Alicia's quiet gratitude caught Corin off guard. A heartfelt thank you for moments shared, battles fought, and lessons learned together. Their bond strengthened through shared trials. Alicia's words hinted at a history unspoken, intertwining their fates as equals and companions. In a light-hearted moment, Alicia teased Corin about his seriousness. Their laughter bridged the gap, creating an unspoken promise of trust. Corin noticed Alicia's voice waver, her past struggles weighing heavily. Her words betrayed vulnerability, a rare glimpse of her inner strength. "How did you know?" Alicia asked, her guard momentarily lowered. Corin's insight surprised her, proving their connection ran deeper. Alicia's playful challenge reminded Corin of her spirit. She masked her fears with humor, weaving resilience into their growing friendship. Corin extended an offer of friendship. His sincerity caught Alicia off balance, but it symbolized a pivotal moment in their relationship. Alicia smiled, her walls slowly crumbling. For the first time, she allowed herself to embrace a bond forged through shared struggles. Corin's smile softened as he declared their friendship. Alicia blushed, the sincerity in his words breaking through her guarded heart. Alicia's relief was evident. She valued Corin's reliability, realizing their bond might be the support she had long sought. Darkness crept into the frame, reflecting punishments for the wicked, a reminder that actions carry consequences, even in a bright future. The imagery shifted, highlighting Alicia's determination to protect the kind-hearted. Her actions carried a promise of a better tomorrow. Memories of simpler times surfaced, reminding Alicia that the future must protect the innocence of children and their boundless potential. Alicia stared at the artifact in her hand. Its intricate design carried a significance that could change their shared destiny. The chandelier's light reflected the heavy atmosphere. Alicia's concerns grew, knowing that every choice would ripple through their uncertain paths. Isabel's introduction brought a sudden shift. Her confident stride and determined demeanor hinted at her pivotal role in unfolding events. Mariette's surprised reaction to Isabel's approach was unmistakable. Corin watched from a distance, piecing together how this new dynamic might unfold. Isabel presented an unexpected token to Mariette, her intention unclear. The atmosphere tensed as everyone braced for what lay ahead. Corin inspected the mysterious note, his expression unreadable. The information contained within hinted at dangers they hadn't anticipated yet. Mariette's nervousness was evident as she tried to explain herself. Her sincerity shone through despite the looming weight of expectations. Isabel's sharp observations unnerved Mariette, who fumbled for words. Corin stepped in, his calm presence diffusing the escalating tension. Alicia watched the scene unfold, noting the shifting dynamics between Isabel and Mariette. Her thoughts lingered on what the future held. Corin's resolute expression solidified his resolve. Whatever challenges awaited, he was determined to guide and protect those who relied on him. Corin observed Mariette's hesitation, her nervousness clear. The room felt tense as subtle power dynamics unfolded within the group. Mariette fumbled with her response, unsure whether to accept or decline. Her discomfort seemed to grow under the weight of attention. The sudden slam of the door startled everyone. Their locked room added an unexpected twist, igniting curiosity about unfolding events. Isabel raised an eyebrow, suspicious of the locked door's significance. Her curiosity hinted at a deeper understanding of their actions. Mariette's perspective shifted as her gaze locked with Isabel's. Her instincts screamed caution, but her curiosity refused to relent. The group gathered around a table, their discussions carrying undertones of careful planning. Isabel's sharp mind drove their collective focus. Corin leaned forward, emphasizing his strategy. Each word solidified his role as the quiet but impactful leader of their dynamic. Isabel's sudden outburst shocked everyone. Her realization of Corin's depth only deepened her fascination, igniting an unspoken challenge between them. In the training room, Corin observed Alicia's determination. Her resilience and unwavering focus reminded him why she earned his respect. Alicia joined their session, her sword gleaming with precision. Her request to train together hinted at unspoken mutual trust and growth. Corin introduced Alicia to the training environment, explaining the importance of strategic locations. Her curiosity mirrored his enthusiasm for knowledge sharing. Alicia, confused by Corin's detailed explanation, chuckled. His seriousness brought a lightheartedness that subtly shifted the tone of their conversation. Isabel, overhearing, misinterpreted the interaction. Her assumptions, laced with jealousy, bubbled into comedic tension that added levity to the training session. Corin's focus didn't waver despite Isabel's dramatic reaction. Alicia's calm demeanor hinted at a deeper understanding of their connection's growing strength. Isabel's exasperation grew as Corin ignored her dramatics. The moment shifted to one of quiet reflection, setting the stage for growth. The sunlit afternoon at the restaurant set a casual mood. Corin and Alicia discussed plans while savoring the peaceful atmosphere. Alicia's trust in Corin deepened as he shared his unique investment ideas. Their dynamic balanced logic with an undertone of humor. Isabel watched from the window, her suspicions growing. Corin's unpredictability frustrated her, yet she couldn't dismiss his cleverness. Isabel muttered angrily under her breath. Her doubts about Corin's motives only grew stronger, clouded by her own judgments. Her exclamation of "bastard" broke the moment's calm. Her frustration reflected a deeper struggle to understand Corin's complex intentions. A sleek car arrived, catching everyone's attention. Its mysterious presence hinted at new developments in their unfolding journey. Alicia, determined to help, offered a significant sum for reconstruction. Her generosity mirrored her steadfast resolve to bring positive change. The group pooled their funds, symbolizing unity. Each member contributed, embodying their commitment to rebuilding what had been lost. Isabel's sharp intuition guided her as she allocated resources. The stakes were high, and every decision carried lasting consequences. Corin, as always, observed quietly. His enigmatic expression masked deeper thoughts as he strategized the next steps in their mission. Corin gazed over the vast landscape, now his. His ambition to build a foundation for their future had just begun. The lush plains stretched endlessly, a blank canvas for potential. Corin envisioned a hub of innovation, learning, and opportunity. Back in the city, the bustling crowd prepared for the new academy. Excitement filled the air, tempered by cautious optimism. Corin's dual identity as possessor and strategist was clear. His knowledge of future events made him a formidable force. Standing under the moonlight, Corin vowed silently to use his foresight wisely. His journey, though challenging, had only just begun. The grand structure loomed over the city, a symbol of authority and influence. Inside, decisions that shaped destinies were made. The advisor outlined challenges ahead, emphasizing the risks. His measured tone reflected experience, though unease lingered in his voice. A determined figure offered reassurance, pledging to overcome obstacles. Her unwavering resolve hinted at her capacity to inspire trust. Preparations were underway for a journey. Another suggested taking her place, but the mission demanded her unique expertise and strength. She left precise instructions for those staying behind, her departure leaving an air of anticipation and the weight of responsibility. A composed yet assertive figure adjusted her glasses, her sharp eyes scanning through stacks of documents with unwavering concentration. With a deliberate motion, she reviewed records of a controversial experiment, the implications sparking a mix of intrigue and caution. Moving to the next file, her expression shifted upon seeing a name. Curiosity piqued. The tension in the room thickened. As the name Corin Locke glared back at her, a foreboding aura surrounded her, leaving her visibly shaken and wary. The revelation of Corin's request to harvest mandrakes raised eyebrows, as its purpose remained a curious mystery among the council. The Academy's West Wing bustled with preparations. Corin oversaw logistics, balancing urgency with precision to ensure flawless execution. Workers questioned the unusual harvesting method, their whispers of doubt growing louder, but Corin's confidence reassured them of its necessity. Alicia joined Corin, eager yet apprehensive. Her determination to contribute shone as they planned each detail of the upcoming task. With an enthusiastic rallying cry, Alicia's energy boosted morale. Even Corin couldn't suppress a smirk as the team moved forward. Corin's precise instructions on handling the volatile mandrakes reflected his expertise, a calm leader amidst the complexity of the operation. Alicia approached the first plant cautiously. Corin's guidance ensured she remained focused, her nerves subsiding as she executed flawlessly. Memories of a past life briefly clouded Corin's focus, but his resolve to succeed in this life anchored him firmly. Alicia's exuberant rally cry startled Corin, her sudden excitement transforming the tense atmosphere into one of shared laughter and camaraderie. As they completed their work, an ominous sound echoed nearby. Corin tensed, instinctively shielding Alicia as the team fell silent. A chilling scream filled the air, revealing a lurking threat. Corin and Alicia braced themselves as chaos erupted. Alicia's confidence faltered momentarily. Corin's firm leadership steadied her, rallying the team to face the unpredictable danger head-on. The mandrake's hidden guardian emerged, its fierce roar echoing across the field. Corin strategized quickly, guiding Alicia with calculated precision. Despite the creature's overwhelming presence, Corin and Alicia fought in sync, their teamwork tested and honed under immense pressure. With a final coordinated strike, the creature collapsed. Exhausted but victorious, Corin and Alicia stood together, their bond now unshakable. Alicia threw a mandrake root with surprising force, her frustration evident as she vented after an exhausting but successful harvest. Corin dodged swiftly, his focus on maintaining composure. The root missed narrowly, showcasing Alicia's temper and Corin's calm demeanor. Alicia caught her breath, her determined expression reflecting her refusal to falter, even when faced with setbacks during their mission. Corin's gaze narrowed as he urged Alicia to refocus. His quiet leadership balanced her energy, keeping the team on track. A sudden noise interrupted their conversation, tension rising. Their instincts sharpened as they prepared for an unexpected confrontation ahead. Corin wiped his brow, reflecting on the progress made. Despite challenges, he felt a sense of accomplishment after their efforts. Alicia's voice broke his thoughts, teasing him lightly. Their banter reflected the growing camaraderie forged through shared struggles and triumphs. Mariette appeared suddenly, her presence catching Corin off guard. Her mysterious nature hinted at deeper layers beneath her outward appearance. Mariette explained her descent from the tower, her reasoning unconventional yet in line with her quirky, unpredictable personality. Corin's expression shifted as he processed her words, silently anticipating the ripple effects of Mariette's actions on their plans. A looming figure entered the scene, their fiery aura commanding attention. Alicia and Corin braced themselves for another unexpected challenge. Alicia explained their work on harvesting mandrakes, her confidence unshaken despite the intensity radiating from the figure before them. Mariette offered to finish the remaining task herself, her determination reflecting her growing resolve to contribute meaningfully to their efforts. Corin hesitated, weighing the risks involved. His concern for Mariette grew as he warned of the dangers tied to her decision. Corin's urgency spiked as the moon's light shifted. His warning echoed. Failure to heed caution with mandrakes could have deadly consequences. Mariette gleamed with excitement as she presented her findings. Her enthusiasm lit up the room, surprising Corin with her energy. She detailed her discoveries about the mandrake root, her voice filled with pride. Corin listened attentively, noting her growing confidence. Mariette's innovative ideas earned Corin's approval. Her unique approach stood out, blending creativity with practicality, a valuable asset to their team. Corin instructed her to handle the next steps cautiously. His trust in her abilities reflected their strengthening partnership amidst challenges. Mariette's determination shone as she pledged to contribute more. Her dedication inspired Corin, who silently admired her growth and potential. Corin held the mandrake carefully, reflecting on its uses. He shared details, each word revealing his knowledge and experience in crafting. He described 2 extraction methods, emphasizing the delicate balance required. The team watched closely, appreciating his precision and calm instruction. The group worked on the mandrake's preparation, each step contributing to a solution. Their coordinated efforts symbolized unity despite their differences. Mariette's curiosity piqued as she stumbled upon strange runes etched into the workspace. Corin's quiet response hinted at hidden secrets. As they boiled the ingredients, a sudden tension filled the air. Corin and Mariette exchanged glances, their instincts sharpening simultaneously. Corin revealed his training under his master, sharing tales of a mentor who had shaped him into the leader he became. Memories of his master's teachings resurfaced, their lessons carrying weight. Corin's thoughtful gaze reflected the depth of his gratitude and resolve. The group's success with mandrakes brought them closer to achieving their goals. Every step forward came with renewed purpose and hope. A dark presence loomed, interrupting their progress. Shadows danced as an ominous energy threatened to undo all they had built. Corin braced himself against the encroaching force, his resolve unwavering. His silent vow to protect the team resonated through the chaos. Corin stepped forward confidently, recalling memories of a familiar bond. His presence brought clarity, showcasing his calm leadership amidst chaos. A radiant sunset painted the sky, illuminating the team's efforts. They found strength in unity, overcoming challenges with determination. Alicia reflected on Corin's composed demeanor, admiring his unwavering resolve. Her quiet acknowledgement revealed her growing respect for his wisdom. A powerful figure appeared, his aura radiating authority. The atmosphere shifted as everyone prepared to face this unexpected yet critical moment. The colossal, familiar Deoku emerged with immense presence. His arrival solidified their efforts, promising strength and loyalty to the group's cause. Deoku's massive form loomed as Corin explained the orb's bonding process. The team marveled at the familiar's extraordinary creation. Deoku's playful demeanor belied his intimidating size. Corin's bond with him represented trust, loyalty, and shared strength crucial to their survival. Mariette's curious question about Deoku's cuteness prompted laughter. Amid seriousness, moments like these reminded them of the lighter side of their journey. Corin's realization of his role as Deoku's father added humor to the tension. Their bond grew with each passing moment. Deoku's playful energy injected vitality into the group. Corin's leadership balanced their dynamic, keeping both focus and camaraderie alive. Deoku's youthful energy tested the group's stamina. Mariette watched in awe as Corin rolled with the punches, his endurance unwavering. Corin carefully inspected their mandrake brew, its completion symbolizing progress. The team gathered, appreciating the fruits of their combined labor. The mandrake potion's effect hit Corin unexpectedly, amplifying his energy. His reaction revealed the unpredictable consequences of their experimental efforts. The group realized Corin's transformation hinted at greater potential. His heightened state symbolized newfound possibilities for their ongoing mission together. With renewed determination, Corin inspired the group to push forward. The next steps awaited, their journey far from over. The elusive white-silver mandrake was Corin's focus. Its legendary potency held the key to unlocking extraordinary abilities within him. Determined, Corin consumed the mandrake's root, his senses overwhelmed. The bitter taste symbolized the challenges he embraced to grow stronger. A sudden burst of energy radiated from within Corin, forming an aura core, a rare vessel for mastering incredible strength. The aura core glowed brightly, representing newfound potential. Corin stood tall, his form surrounded by electric energy and unwavering confidence. His transformation marked a turning point. Corin's mastery over the aura core revealed the beginning of his rise in power. The brilliance of Corin's transformation left the team speechless. His growing strength inspired awe and hope for their shared mission. Mariette admired Corin's determination, her curiosity piqued by his growth. She pondered the mysterious connection between the mandrake and his power. Corin reflected on his progress. His calm demeanor reassured the group, solidifying their faith in his leadership moving forward. A sudden interruption came from an observer, astonished by Corin's rank and abilities. Questions arose about his hidden capabilities and future. Whispers of doubt mixed with admiration spread. Korin's unassuming demeanor had masked his potential, but now his strength was undeniable. The council convened to discuss Korin's unexpected rise. Their analysis revealed his growth as both an enigma and a challenge. The professors debated Korin's performance, grappling with his unanticipated success. Each wondered how his rise would shape the Academy's future. Doubts crept in as they speculated about Korin's true strength. His unpredictable progress left even the sharpest minds seeking answers. Suspicion lingered about the fairness of recent events. The council's internal conflict highlighted the disruption caused by Korin's remarkable feats. The session ended with unresolved tension. Korin's ascension had unsettled the balance, leaving the council bracing for what lay ahead. The council pondered quietly, deliberating on Korin's unexpected abilities, grappling with the implications for the Academy's precarious balance. Rules were clear, yet Korin's progress ignited debates. The professors weighed each word carefully, assessing potential risks of his abilities. A senior instructor noted the anomaly, linking Korin's technique to someone significant. His observations stirred unease among the deliberating professors. Skepticism filled the room as comparisons were drawn to a figure of legend. The revelation planted seeds of doubt and fear. Discussions escalated, some supportive, others wary. The council's decision would shape not only Korin's path, but the Academy's future stability. Korin's spearmanship mirrored someone known for their exceptional skills. This eerie resemblance fueled curiosity and unease in the observing instructor. The instructor's eyes narrowed as Korin demonstrated mastery that shouldn't belong to someone his age. Connections to the past were undeniable. The memory of a formidable warrior surfaced, their techniques hauntingly echoed in Korin's movements, raising questions about his true origins. Speculation intensified as the room whispered rumors. Some believed destiny had chosen Korin, while others warned of potential chaos. Despite their doubts, one thing was clear. Korin's journey would change the course of the Academy forever, for better or worse. Alicia approached Korin, her cheerful demeanor a brief distraction from the weight of his recent revelations. Their friendship remained a comforting constant. Taking her seat next to Korin, Alicia brought a lighthearted air to the somber atmosphere, subtly acknowledging his inner turmoil. A classmate's protest over seating arrangements highlighted Alicia's stubborn warmth. Her presence was unyielding, like a shield for Korin's fragile confidence. The tense moment dissolved into laughter, breaking the heaviness that lingered. Alicia's loyalty and humor eased Korin's ever-growing burden. As the group settled, Korin reflected on his allies. Their unwavering support gave him strength to face the challenges ahead. Korin gazes at the Academy's golden gates, his mind swirling with thoughts of ambition and envy, dreaming of grandeur. A dazzling figure, Lady Elena, stands poised, her aura captivating all. She's the epitome of elegance, unmatched in reputation. Korin recalls rumors of the mystical, cat-like demon tree girl, her abilities mysterious, and her origins steeped in legend. His frustration grows as he learns even the Emperor's granddaughter has joined. Her brilliance outshines him like an eclipsed sun. Korin clenches his fists, shouting internally, "Why does he get the perfect life while I'm stuck with nothing meaningful?" Professor Fernack enters the classroom exuding authority. His deep voice echoes, signaling the start of a pivotal group project. Korin sighs in despair, muttering internally. Group projects always meant chaotic alliances and unbalanced work, his least favorite academic activity. The professor's sharp gaze scans the students, silencing their murmurs. He promises the project will test their limits and resolve. Power surges from his fingertips as he reveals glowing runes. The class stares in awe, sensing the weight of responsibility. With a dramatic wave, the professor activates a floating board of instructions. It glimmers, casting eerie light across the classroom. Korin's eyes widen as the glowing board reveals the topic: spearmanship. It's far from anything he had expected today. Spearmanship? Korin whispers under his breath. His classmates exchange confused glances, wondering why such an ancient skill was suddenly relevant. The professor, unbothered by the confusion, points to a diagram of techniques. It outlines moves far beyond their current expertise. He introduces himself as a boxing champion, an unexpected twist. His gauntlet, famed for victories, seems oddly suited for spears. Korin stares at the board, bewildered. Why is this legendary boxer teaching spearmanship? Is this some kind of cruel joke? Professor Fernak's intense gaze burns through the room, his towering presence amplified by an aura of electricity crackling like a storm. Korin observes from the shadows, uneasy as whispers from the crowd swirl. Fernak's next move could change everything forever. Korin watches in shock as the ground cracks beneath the sheer force of one punch, the battle intensifying dangerously fast. Hwoaran stands calmly, her expression unreadable. She didn't even seem to realize the immense power she had just unleashed. Amidst the chaos, Korin sighs, muttering internally about the training session gone awry thanks to another surprise Hwoaran move. Eventually, they were ushered out of the training hall, leaving Korin annoyed about where they'd practice now. Their search leads them to the church on a quiet Sunday morning, an odd setting for their chaotic group. Inside the dimly lit church, the group gathers, feeling awkward in the holy atmosphere as their unofficial meeting begins. Their leader begins speaking formally, making everyone tense. Hwoaran quietly stares, clutching her plate of food while avoiding eye contact. One member jokes about battle strategies while shoving food into his mouth. Korin rolls his eyes, clearly unimpressed with the discussion. Hwoaran, sitting silently, gets nudged. Korin smirks, urging her to eat her meal instead of brooding. She reluctantly picks up her fork. Hwoaran eats slowly, her mind drifting as the warm sunlight from the church windows illuminates her thoughtful expression. Korin watches Hwoaran intently as she eats, noting her unease in the unfamiliar setting. Her silence always intrigued him. Hwoaran sets her fork down, staring at the scripture. Korin teases her, pretending to preach about discipline and love. Korin continues joking, but his tone softens when he says love is crucial, even in their chaotic world. Hwoaran frowns slightly. Despite the awkward tension, Hwoaran glances at him. She mutters something under her breath, almost like a reluctant acknowledgement. Korin leans back, smirking. The day's chaos fades slightly as they prepare for whatever challenges tomorrow might bring. The group exchanges confused looks, clearly skeptical about Korin's sudden claim, wondering if he truly had a hidden motive this time. Hwoaran's calm response interrupts the tension, her logic piercing through the confusion as she sets her intentions straight and clear. Korin leans forward, his smirk fading as he listens, realizing Hwoaran's reasoning carries far more weight than expected. With a determined look, Korin proposes a challenge, something to break the stalemate and test their resolve under pressure. Hwoaran's piercing eyes lock with his, her quiet agreement signaling the beginning of an unexpected showdown between them. Hwoaran brushes aside Korin's doubts, her confidence unshaken. She readies herself, firmly believing there's no need for hesitations or delays. The group gathers outside the church, the golden sunlight painting the setting as Hwoaran positions herself for the challenge ahead. Jasper calls for the start, his voice breaking the silence as the intensity between Hwoaran and Korin grows stronger. Korin steps forward, his eyes reflecting determination. The group whispers among themselves, intrigued by how far this battle might go. Hwoaran stands unmoved, her unwavering gaze holding Korin's attention. The air grows tense, signaling the true start of their clash. Jasper's shout initiates the fight. Korin lunges forward, channeling all his strength, knowing full well Hwoaran won't hold back. The energy between them crackles. Korin's attack intensifies, but Hwoaran effortlessly counters, her movements precise and impossibly calm. Hwoaran's mastery becomes apparent, her counters flawless as the group watches in awe, understanding why she is truly formidable. Korin grits his teeth, pushing his limits, determined to match Hwoaran's overwhelming skill. His focus sharpens as adrenaline fuels him. The clash reaches a peak, each move more intense than the last, leaving the group captivated by their relentless duel. Korin reacts instinctively, as Hwoaran's next move comes at him fast, leaving him to face her with nothing but raw instincts. Observing her precision, Korin wonders how she fights so calmly with nothing but bare hands, appearing untouchable yet fierce, As Hwarin advances, Korin questions whether his approach is right, unsure if his strategy has any chance of succeeding. In a split-second decision, Korin tries an advanced move, attempting to redirect Hwarin's attack while maintaining his balance under pressure. The clash unfolds dramatically, energy exploding between them as their battle becomes a test of speed, precision, and unwavering determination. Hwarin looks unimpressed as Korin continues his counterattacks. Her eyes gleam with focus, calculating every next move with eerie calm. Tiring of the stalemate, Hwarin shifts her stance, her movements becoming sharper, her intent to end this clear and decisive. Hwarin unleashes a powerful strike, the force blazing through the air, leaving Korin with mere seconds to decide his response. Korin realizes dodging is the safer option, but grits his teeth, choosing to meet Hwarin's overwhelming attack head-on instead. As their powers collide, the arena trembles. The onlookers gasp, marveling at the raw intensity both fighters bring to the fight. Korin absorbs the brunt of the attack, his body burning with strain. He feels as if his very muscles might rupture. Hwarin pauses briefly, surprised by Korin's choice not to dodge. Her sharp eyes widen slightly, hinting at genuine curiosity. Breathing heavily, Korin smirks, pushing himself back to his feet. His resilience catches the attention of everyone watching intently. Jasper cheers loudly, impressed by Korin's persistence despite the evident toll. The group realizes just how far he's willing to go. Korin flashes a tired grin, sweat dripping as he stands ready for more, proving he won't quit until the end. Korin smirks confidently, thinking he's done enough for the day, but Hwarin's sharp glare suggests the opposite entirely. Hwarin demands another round. Korin, visibly confused, protests, wondering why a victor should keep proving themselves in endless challenges. With an annoyed expression, Hwarin insists on continuing. Korin chuckles nervously, teasing her for appearing unusually flustered and possibly frustrated. Hwarin's temper rises as Korin continues poking fun. She glares intensely, the tension thickening as her patience wears thin. A few days pass, and Korin finds himself back at his desk, preparing for whatever chaos might come next. Korin stares at a note claiming illness, which conveniently spares someone from their duties. He suspects the excuse is entirely fake. Agitated by the situation, Korin confronts the issue, refusing to accept what he believes is a clear attempt at avoidance. With a sigh, Korin decides to handle things himself, determined to move forward without letting excuses delay their tasks. Korin arrives at a restaurant, greeted warmly. The table is filled with delicious dishes, signaling a different kind of strategy. Hwarin appears hesitant at the sight of the food. Korin smirks, knowing this approach might force her to act. Hwarin stares at the meal in silence, clearly torn between maintaining her stubborn stance or giving in to the temptation. She reluctantly begins eating, the tension breaking slightly as Korin grins, feeling victorious in his unconventional persuasion tactics. Korin jokes about her change of heart, but Hwarin avoids eye contact, her focus entirely on enjoying the meal before her. Korin recalls how long it took to prepare, exaggerating to emphasize the effort. Hwarin responds dismissively, clearly unconvinced by his claims. The table fills with plates as Korin reflects on teamwork and persistence, questioning if all of this was truly worth it. Korin explains his strategy, carefully detailing the steps needed to win as he sharpens his focus for the task ahead. The sparring begins with a mix of fluid motion and calculated strikes, each move testing their precision and adaptability. Hwarin's sharp observation catches a moment of vulnerability, but she hesitates, revealing an unspoken understanding between them during the match. After the sparring session ends, Korin offers a reconciliatory gesture, hoping to smooth over lingering tension from their earlier arguments. Hwarin accepts begrudgingly, her sharp demeanor softening just enough to signal that their teamwork might finally be improving. Hwarin reviews the research Korin had completed, impressed by the effort but unwilling to admit it openly as she observes quietly. Korin's cheeky remark earns him a sharp glare from Hwarin, who promptly reminds him to keep focus on their presentation. With final preparations done, the group gathers outside, bracing themselves for the upcoming group project presentation under mounting pressure. The class watches as the first team takes the stage, setting a high standard while Korin's group quietly strategizes in the corner. As the midday sun streams through the windows, Korin's group anxiously awaits their turn, knowing their teamwork will soon be tested. The presenting group's topic catches everyone's attention, delivering an unexpectedly engaging performance that raises the bar for subsequent teams. Korin observes their confident display, exchanging nods with his team. They quietly admire the effort and resolve to match their energy. As the presentation ends, applause fills the room, adding a layer of nervous excitement as Korin's team prepares to step forward. Korin reassures his teammates with a confident grin, signaling that they should focus on execution rather than perfection in their presentation. As the tension heightens, Hwarin and Korin exchange a glance of understanding, ready to face the challenge of presenting together. The evaluator, surrounded by an intense aura, glances at Korin's group, smirking. His tone shifts as he gives surprising feedback. Korin's eyes widened as chaos erupted, his instincts screaming. He reached out, pushing someone aside as danger loomed from above. A small book flew through the air, tumbling end over end, slipping from someone's grasp before landing in a stranger's hands. A burst of energy surged forward, illuminating the battlefield in a blinding blue light, forcing Korin to react immediately. Korin ducked just in time, narrowly dodging the incoming strike. The force of the attack sent shockwaves through the ground. With a swift turn, a figure lunged forward, their body wrapped in an ethereal glow, executing a perfectly timed counterattack. A glowing tablet hovered in midair, pulsating with energy, waiting for someone to seize its power before it was too late. A gloved hand shot forward, snatching the tablet with a firm grip, its inscriptions glowing brighter with every passing second. A powerful figure loomed over the battlefield, scanning the chaos below, a smirk playing on his lips as he assessed the situation. Tension rose as the crowd murmured, eyes locked onto the unfolding scene. Some whispered in awe, others in sheer terror. With an earth-shattering crash, the battle reached its peak. A sudden explosion of power sent shockwaves rippling through the arena. Korin smirked, adjusting his stance. His fingers twitched as he felt the weight of the situation settling heavily on his shoulders. Weapons lined the hall, waiting to be claimed. Each one held a story, a legacy, and Korin needed to choose wisely. The air buzzed with silent tension as he reached for a weapon, feeling its balance, assessing its potential in battle. From the corner, a figure moved swiftly, her blade slicing through the air, a whisper of steel and deadly precision. A hooded figure dashed forward, their presence like a storm approaching. With a final leap, they struck with unwavering force. Korin clenched his fists, a smirk forming. He couldn't believe how far he'd come, facing challenges that once seemed impossible. A deep voice praised his technique, noting his progress. Every battle, every struggle had shaped him into someone worth acknowledging. A tall figure scribbled notes, observing Korin closely. There was something about him that made even seasoned warriors take interest. Korin expected an easy test, but the instructor's words struck differently. He wouldn't just fight, he'd face an overwhelming challenge. Stepping forward, the instructor's presence became heavier. This wasn't an ordinary match. It was a battle that could break him. A masked figure's eyes glowed ominously, their energy swirling with dangerous intent. The atmosphere thickened, signaling the start of battle. "Then let's begin," the figure declared, raising their weapon. A chilling aura surrounded them, suffocating yet thrilling at the same time. A sudden burst of purple energy erupted from their stance. The sheer force sent shockwaves through the air, rattling the battlefield. Korin's muscles tensed as the attack came from the right. But something felt off. The enemy's movement was perfectly calculated. Their footwork revealed the truth. His opponent was deceiving him. A feint so precise that even Korin almost fell for it. A metallic clang echoed as Korin blocked the incoming strike. Sparks danced between their weapons, tension crackling in the air. The opponent's stance shifted. 6 spear techniques, second form. Korin knew this move could break through any unprepared defense. His opponent's speed was terrifying. Every movement was sharper, more refined. This wasn't a test anymore. It was a lesson. Spectators gasped as Korin countered, his movements unnatural. He wasn't just fighting, he was adapting mid-battle, learning in real time. As weapons clashed, the battlefield trembled. Korin's heart pounded. If he didn't end this soon, the next strike could be fatal. Korin's blade clashed against Furman's, sparks flying as both warriors refused to back down, their movements quick and calculated. Furman's strikes were relentless, forcing Korin to step back, searching for an opening amidst the overwhelming pressure. Every move Furman made was precise, a result of years of battle experience, making Korin painfully aware of his inexperience. Clenching his fist, Furman unleashed a powerful surge of energy, challenging Korin to push beyond his limits. Korin exhaled, steadying his stance, knowing this fight demanded more than strength. It required absolute focus and unwavering determination. A wave of violet energy surged forward, tearing through the air as Furman's attack threatened to overwhelm Korin completely. Korin barely reacted in time, dodging as the ground behind him exploded, sending debris flying across the battlefield. Spectators watched in awe as the sheer force of Furman's strike displayed his overwhelming strength and skill. A shout echoed through the arena, calling Korin's name, but he had no time to hesitate or falter. Furman advanced, his stance firm, eyes locked onto Korin, expecting an answer to his overwhelming display of power. Both warriors stood still, their battle reaching its peak as an unspoken understanding passed between them. Furman's gaze remained unwavering, waiting for Korin's response to the intense duel they had just experienced. Korin did not attack. He knew the match had already been decided the moment 10 seconds had passed. The realization settled in. Korin had won not through force, but by thinking ahead and controlling the fight's pace. Furman stepped back, acknowledging Korin's strategy, though the true challenge had only just begun for them both. A powerful clash erupted, the warrior deflecting a heavy strike. The air burned with intensity as both fighters measured each other's strength. The opponent's movements were sharp, analyzing every opening. He wasn't here to play games. This was a battle of pure skill. The warrior smirked. He had already read his opponent's strategy. Defense meant nothing when the battle was over before it began. A single shift in weight, a change in stance, it was enough to reveal the truth hidden beneath the surface. The battle paused momentarily. A name was spoken. Recognition settled in. They weren't just opponents. They were tied by something deeper. The room fell silent as the warrior turned, his presence alone shifting the energy. There was something unsettling about his calm demeanor. His opponent clenched his fists, feeling the weight of the unspoken challenge. This wasn't about strength anymore. It was about reputation. Onlookers watched with bated breath, sensing an unseen tension. They weren't just witnessing a fight. They were witnessing history unfold. A single movement, a raised hand, and the atmosphere thickened. The crowd roared, knowing what was about to come next. The warrior's back remained turned, his words cutting through the noise. This wasn't about victory, it was about proving something greater. The air buzzed with tension as the warrior leaned forward, placing a hand on the table. He had already won this game. His opponent hesitated, searching for a response. A mistake now would mean more than just a loss. It would mean humiliation. The warrior's smirk never faded. Confidence wasn't just his strength. It was his weapon, sharpened through years of experience. Despite the weight of the moment, there was a strange mutual understanding. They weren't just adversaries, they were measuring each other's potential. As the room settled, the warrior's gaze sharpened. This was only the beginning. The real game had just begun. A locked system stood before them, restricting access to critical information. It wouldn't be long before they'd find a way through. Seated at the table, the warrior listened. This wasn't just strategy. It was a gamble with consequences neither could predict. Silhouettes of key figures appeared, hidden players in this dangerous game. Each one held power capable of shifting the future. His eyes narrowed as he processed the weight of their choices. A single decision could determine their success or downfall. A dark aura pulsed as his opponent spoke. Tension thickened. The next move would seal fates, and hesitation was not an option. Mist curled around the landscape as the warrior stood firm. Every move he made had led him to this exact moment. Words exchanged between adversaries carried more weight than steel. They both knew this conversation was the last before everything unraveled. Memories of blood and battle resurfaced, visions of past conflicts flashing in his mind. The stakes had never been this high before. Monstrous figures roared in the distance, their golden eyes gleaming with primal rage. The battlefield was ready to be painted in blood. The warrior remained still, measuring his options. He exhaled slowly. A storm was coming, and he was standing at its center. Mountains loomed over the horizon, silent witnesses to the unfolding conflict. Their peaks had seen countless wars, but none like this. A commander and his forces stood across from the warrior, evaluating the growing tension. There was more at stake than just survival. The warrior assessed the tracks in the dirt. His experience told him everything. His enemies weren't just strong, they were coordinated. He muttered a number under his breath. The enemy was expecting them, and their advantage was slipping away fast. As dust swirled beneath his boots, the warrior prepared himself. This wasn't just a fight, it was a hunt. The warrior knelt, studying the footprints in the dirt. The enemy's movements were deliberate, each step leaving behind a calculated message. A commander watched in silence, his expression unreadable. He understood the weight of this hunt. This was more than a simple chase. Dark figures emerged from the forest, their silhouettes blending into the shadows. Their presence alone sent an unmistakable message. War was near. Bloodied footprints marked the ground, leading toward the unknown. A trail left not out of desperation, but as an invitation. Flames erupted as the warrior stood, his aura surging. This wasn't just a battle of strength. It was a battle of minds. Night cloaked the city as ominous energy surged from the distance, sending chills down the spines of those still awake. A dark entity emerged from the abyss, its skeletal frame crackling with purple energy, consuming everything in its unnatural presence. The sky trembled as its roar echoed, shaking the earth. Shadows danced wildly as fear spread like wildfire through the kingdom. A monstrous beast crashed into the ground, sending debris flying. The impact alone was enough to make weaker beings collapse. Towering demons roared in fury, their crimson eyes burning with malice. The kingdom's fate teetered on the edge of annihilation. The wilderness lay still, unaware of the impending battle. A lone warrior sprinted across the dry land, urgency in every step. Beasts growled, their sharp fangs glistening under the sun. They sensed an intruder, their primal instincts sharpening like drawn blades. The largest of them bared its golden fangs, warning the others. This was their territory, and they would protect it. A massive roar shattered the silence as the alpha beast lunged forward, challenging the warrior who had disturbed their peace. With unyielding determination, the warrior stood firm. He cracked his knuckles as the beasts circled him, ready for confrontation. The wind howled as the warrior dashed forward, his muscles tensed. He had no intention of running. He was hunting. The alpha beast gave chase, fury igniting in its eyes. It refused to let the trespasser take what belonged to them. The ground trembled beneath their feet. The hunter and the hunted blurred into motion, neither willing to surrender this fight. The warrior's pace never faltered, his mind razor-sharp. His survival depended on outpacing them until the right moment arrived. A single misstep could mean death, but he had no fear. He leaped forward, preparing for the decisive encounter. The warrior's foot dug into the ground, launching forward with sheer force, a shockwave rippling behind him as he struck. A thunderous impact sent beasts flying, their bodies twisting mid-air. The sheer force shattered the battlefield, dust rising in clouds. The beasts recoiled, their howls mixing with the chaos. They were no longer the hunters. They had become the hunted. A brutal slam sent another beast crashing, its body trembling. The warrior didn't hesitate. He kept moving, unrelenting and unstoppable. Blood splattered the earth as another creature was crushed under his fists. The battlefield reeked of raw power and unyielding rage. The sky cracked as flaming debris rained down. The battlefield was no longer a fight. It had become a war zone. A beast's eyes widened in realization. This wasn't a battle it could win. The warrior was something beyond its understanding. Explosions rippled across the battlefield as magic surged. Each step he took left destruction in its wake, carving paths of fire. The remaining beasts scrambled in desperation. They had lost control. The power before them was beyond anything they had encountered. He dashed through the clearing, his presence alone igniting the very air. The beasts knew this was no ordinary human. The beast panted, fear gripping its heart. It had always ruled this land, but now it was the prey. A strange glow filled the air, radiating from the warrior. His aura was unlike anything, the embodiment of destruction itself. Golden flames ignited, engulfing everything. The ground trembled, the sky lit up. This was not a fight. This was annihilation. For the first time, the beast understood human malice, a power greater than survival, fueled by rage and absolute will. Standing amidst the inferno, the warrior emerged from the flames unscathed. This was his battlefield, and he was its god. The battlefield burned as flames roared higher, consuming everything. The warrior stepped forward, his presence unshaken amidst the raging inferno. With a clenched fist, his muscles tensed, his eyes locked onto the monstrous tyrant, the last obstacle standing in his way. The core had lost its loyal servants, leaving only itself behind. Its wrath boiled over, filling the air with deadly intent. A monstrous roar erupted, shaking the trees. The beast's fury was unmatched, echoing through the endless forest like a vengeful storm. The warrior didn't flinch. With a single step, he moved. The battle was far from over. This was the climax. A sudden burst of power sent shockwaves across the battlefield. The monster lunged, its aura crackling with raw, murderous intent. The warrior dodged effortlessly, golden flames trailing his movements. He was faster, stronger. This was his fight, and he would end it. Each attack shook the ground as the monster swung wildly, desperate to land a fatal blow, but it was too slow. The warrior finally saw an opening. He landed, standing firm. This was the final moment. The battle was reaching its peak. Flames crackled around him as he raised his hand. This was it, the final strike that would decide everything. The monster staggered, eyes burning with rage. It wasn't over. The chase was on, but the warrior was always ahead. A trail of destruction lay behind, deep footprints in the earth. The warrior wasn't hiding. He was leading them somewhere. The core realized too late. He had left too many signs, footprints too deliberate. This wasn't a mistake. It was a trap. The beast's breath grew heavy. It was running out of time. The prey was just within reach, but something felt wrong. A dark presence loomed nearby, eyes glinting through the shadows. The real hunter had just begun his hunt. A cold gust swept through as a mysterious blue stone soared. The warrior knew this was no ordinary artifact. It carried destruction. The sigil glowed, radiating an ancient power. The very air crackled as an unseen force began shifting the tide of battle. The ground trembled as the monster sensed the shift. It lunged, desperate to prevent the inevitable. But it was too late. A violent explosion sent shockwaves across the battlefield. The force shattered bones, flames dancing wildly as the battle escalated further. The monster roared in defiance, but something deeper stirred. Fear. It was no longer just a battle, it was survival. The battlefield burned, flames consuming everything. The warrior stood motionless, watching as the destruction unfolded around him like a perfect storm. The monster hesitated, eyes darting. For the first time, doubt crept in. The predator had become the prey. Days passed, the tension only growing. Footsteps echoed through the ruined lands, the warrior unwavering in his relentless pursuit. At last, the monster halted. Reality sank in. It wasn't the hunter anymore. It was being hunted, completely exposed. A single word cut through the silence, sending shivers down its spine. The chase had ended. The true battle was here. A yawn escaped the warrior's lips as he stretched. The battle had dragged on too long. He was ready to finish. The monster growled, muscles tensing. Its fury reignited, determined to crush the man who dared toy with it so carelessly. With a deafening roar, it charged, shaking the earth beneath it. This was everything, its last chance at victory. The warrior's eyes gleamed, sharp and unreadable. His stance didn't shift, his movements fluid. He was ready to end it. Their figures blurred as they clashed, an unstoppable force against an immovable object. The battle's final chapter had begun. The warrior pushed off the ground, launching himself into the air. His movements were precise, every action calculated for the kill. His body twisted mid-air, positioning himself above the monster. His blade gleamed as the battle's decisive moment approached. The ogre's instincts screamed danger. Its muscles coiled, prepared to counter. But the warrior had already anticipated its every reaction. With lightning speed, he descended. A blur of motion, his blade cut through the air with terrifying precision. The battlefield trembled as the impact sent shockwaves. Dust and energy exploded outward, drowning everything in chaos. The warrior's blade clashed with the monster's defense, sparks flying. For a moment, time seemed to freeze between them. Then, the monster roared in agony. A flawless strike had landed, splitting its defenses apart. The fight was nearing its end. Power surged through the warrior's body, his next attack fueled by unrelenting force. This was no longer a battle. It was execution. The monster lashed out desperately, but the warrior weaved through its attacks effortlessly. Victory was already decided. A final, devastating blow sent the monster crashing into the ground. The earth split beneath its weight, marking the end. The moment the monster's body hit the ground, silence followed. The air still crackled with remnants of the battle's fury. The warrior stood over his fallen enemy, expression unreadable. The power that once ruled this land was now lifeless beneath him. He exhaled slowly, his breath steady despite the overwhelming energy that still burned in his veins. The fight was over. A heavy footstep echoed as he turned away. There was nothing left to do here. His mission had been accomplished. As dawn broke over the horizon, the warrior vanished into the wind, leaving behind nothing but the legend of his victory. The warrior stretched, yawning lazily as the sun rose. After everything, life finally seemed to slow down for a moment. He gazed at the sky, wondering how long this peace would last. A part of him knew it wouldn't be forever. Days passed uneventfully. The academy stood tall, a symbol of knowledge and power, but trouble always lurked beneath its surface. Seated with his companions, he enjoyed a rare moment of relaxation. But even here, danger had a way of creeping in. A sudden spill of blood shattered the peace. The mood shifted instantly. Danger had followed him even into these walls. The sight of blood on the table silenced everyone. What had started as an ordinary day turned into something far worse. The warrior's instincts sharpened. Something was wrong. He wasn't the only one feeling it. The tension in the air was suffocating. His companion froze, eyes locked on him. For the first time in a while, uncertainty crept into their expressions. A figure stumbled, the reality of their wound setting in. Chaos threatened to erupt, but they needed answers before reacting. Somewhere in the distance, a presence stirred. This wasn't an accident. Someone had been waiting for this exact moment. The academy stood untouched by the outside world, but its secrets ran deeper than most realized. There were always hidden forces at play. Somewhere within its walls, whispers spread like wildfire. Suspicion was a dangerous thing, and someone had already started making connections. The warrior knew it wouldn't be long before the past caught up. He had left too many signs, too many clues. Even as the sun shone brightly, shadows lingered. The game had changed. The hunter was now under watchful eyes. A single room number stood out among the others. Whatever answers lay inside, they would determine what came next. A towering structure crackled with energy, its golden light illuminating the figures standing before it. Secrets lay hidden within its depths. One man adjusted his glasses, his expression cold. He spoke with authority, outlining the stakes of the dangerous game ahead. Another man smirked, confidence dripping from his words. He wasn't here to negotiate. He had his own plans in motion. Tension filled the room as their conversation deepened. What started as a formal discussion was quickly becoming a battle of wits. A sharp knock interrupted them. Their eyes locked onto the door. Someone else had arrived, and they weren't expecting visitors. The energy-filled chamber radiated a golden glow as two powerful figures stood face to face, their meeting far from ordinary. Marie Dunare's icy blue hair fluttered, her presence commanding. She had not expected this moment, yet she welcomed it with confidence. It was the meeting of two specialists, both holding the keys to the unfolding chaos lurking beneath the surface. Before them, the core pulsed with energy, the gateway to something greater. Their next moves would determine the fate of all. Corin walked toward the eerie house under the full moon, sensing something unnatural as shadows stretched unnervingly across the silent ground. The house felt frozen in time. Corin hesitated before stepping forward, a cold breeze carrying whispers only he could perceive. Glowing runes emerged beneath Corin's feet, pulsing with ancient power. A sinister force stirred, reacting to his uninvited presence. Without warning, darkness swallowed Corin. A force beyond comprehension dragged him into a swirling void, time bending in impossible ways. The void shattered, revealing an enormous figure with blazing eyes. Corin braced himself, knowing he had entered an unforgiving nightmare. Corin barely dodged the incoming attack, rolling aside as the enemy's blade split stone, sparks flying in every direction around him. He reacted instinctively, blocking a follow-up strike mid-air. His opponent moved faster, a second attack already closing in dangerously. Corin felt the sharp pain as steel grazed his shoulder, sending him crashing into debris, breath knocked out of his lungs. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself up. His opponent was relentless, each move forcing Corin to rethink his survival strategy. Determination fueled Corin's next step. He could not afford hesitation. Victory meant survival, and failure meant certain death in this fight. Flames erupted across the battlefield, casting Corin's shadow against the crumbling ruins. His opponent stood still, unfazed by the growing destruction. Blood dripped from Corin's fingers as he steadied himself. The heat intensified, signaling the battle's climax amidst the raging fire. Energy crackled through the air. Corin's body tensed as his power surged. This was the moment everything would be decided. His opponent smirked, stepping forward through the fire. Corin lunged, fists igniting, meeting his enemy's final attack in one decisive clash. The battlefield exploded in light, embers scattering like stars. Corin's fate remained uncertain as the dust settled around their final confrontation. A man smirked under the burning sky. His presence was unsettling, eyes glinting with secrets that Corin wasn't ready to hear. Corin listened cautiously, absorbing every word. A city named Skell held something valuable, something tied to his journey's true purpose. Doubt lingered in Corin's mind. There had to be more than just a mission. Something deeper was hidden in Skell. The flames flickered as Corin stepped forward. The weight of his choices pressed down, each step bringing him closer to fate. A rustling sound from the shadows made Corin glance back. A monstrous silhouette emerged, its crimson eyes fixed on him. The frozen peaks stretched endlessly before Corin. Wind howled around him, biting into his skin as he scanned the barren landscape. The icy fortress stood ahead. Corin knew danger awaited, but his determination burned hotter than the frigid mountain air. A figure moved atop the snowy cliff, bow drawn, gaze locked on Corin. An enemy prepared for a deadly confrontation. A beast roared in the distance, shaking the very ground. Corin clenched his fists. This was no ordinary opponent. The Iron Mountain King descended, towering over Corin. His monstrous form radiated raw power, each step cracking the frozen earth. Corin dashed through the narrow corridor, heart pounding. Something about this place felt wrong, as if shadows whispered his name. He halted abruptly, eyes widening. The room ahead was not empty. Someone was waiting, a presence he couldn't immediately identify. A sharp movement caught Corin's attention. The girl flinched, as if sensing something unseen lurking behind the fragile illusion of safety. Corin's instincts screamed. The beast lunged forward, red eyes gleaming. The girl barely reacted, unaware of the danger behind her. Time slowed. Corin moved without thinking, reaching out. A single moment determined whether he could save her or arrive too late. A bright atmosphere filled the room. The girls exchanged glances as curiosity sparked, their expressions shifting between amusement and uncertainty. The conversation took an odd turn, tension forming between unspoken words. Corin remained still, observing their reactions with quiet anticipation. A hand hesitated mid-air, the weight of the moment sinking in. Something beyond casual discussion lurked beneath their light-hearted exchange. Corin noticed a subtle shift, an almost imperceptible flinch. A fleeting moment of realization flickered across someone's face, exposing hidden hesitation. Sudden movement shattered the air. A reaction unfolded before anyone could process it, turning an ordinary moment into something unexpected. A request lingered in the air, heavy with meaning. Corin's presence unsettled them, their eyes searching for confirmation in silence. The warmth of sunlight clashed with the chill creeping into the room. An invitation held deeper implications than mere words suggested. Hesitation tightened Corin's chest, the weight of his own choices pressing down. There was no simple answer to what awaited him. His instincts screamed as tension thickened. The walls seemed to close in, whispers of fate creeping through the edges of reality. Corin took a step back, knowing the path ahead was dangerous. Doubt gnawed at him, but the moment demanded action. The underground chamber pulsed with raw energy, flickering lights casting shadows across eerie figures gathered in silent anticipation of something inevitable. Corin's breath came shallow. The room felt alive, humming with magic beyond comprehension. He had entered a place of untold power. Darkness swirled, shifting unnaturally as if responding to unseen forces. The air crackled with tension, signaling something far worse was coming. A figure emerged, radiating an oppressive presence. Corin's gaze locked onto them, instinct screaming that this was no ordinary confrontation. The atmosphere burned red as shadows rose. Corin clenched his fists, stepping forward as the truth behind everything finally began unfolding. A chilling gaze met Corin's. The girl's expression darkened, thoughts buried beneath layers of unspoken truths only she could understand. Memories resurfaced, blood-soaked ruins, monstrous roars, shadows stretching into eternity. A connection between past and present became hauntingly clear to her. An ancient curse stirred. Corin's body tensed as he pieced together the events leading to this moment, unraveling a dangerous secret. Her voice trembled slightly, a warning lingering beneath carefully chosen words. The weight of responsibility pressed down heavier than ever before. Corin's fingers curled into fists. Hesitation was deadly. If he wanted answers, he had to act before the opportunity slipped away. A slow, deliberate clap echoed through the chamber. A figure in black stood confidently, reveling in the moment of revelation. Corin's muscles tensed as the room shifted. Rows of seats creaked, shadows flickering under the dim glow of torches. The truth unraveled before them. This was no ordinary experiment. Something darker, more twisted, had taken root in this cursed place. An eerie silence followed. Corin's heartbeat pounded in his ears as realization dawned. They weren't the observers anymore, they were prey. The woman's expression remained unreadable. Yet behind her composed facade, Corin sensed a cruel amusement, as if playing a grand game. The floor trembled, a monstrous presence awakening. Corin's breath hitched as the air filled with the scent of blood and decay. Crimson eyes glowed in the darkness, their hunger undeniable. A single command echoed, a sinister whisper inviting nightmares into reality. The beasts obeyed without hesitation, claws scraping against stone. Corin steadied himself, knowing hesitation now would mean certain brutal death. Shadows merged into towering figures surrounding him. Corin clenched his jaw, instinct screaming that retreat was no longer an option. A command cut through the tension. The creatures halted, their glowing eyes locked onto Corin, awaiting their next terrifying order. Sweat dripped from Olivia's brow. The air was heavy, her heart pounding as unseen forces commanded obedience she couldn't ignore. Shadows twisted, forming monstrous figures. Olivia's throat tightened, realizing the creatures awaited a signal, bound by something more terrifying than instinct. The beasts moved without hesitation. Corin tensed, knowing one wrong move would be fatal. The game had already begun. A chilling voice broke the silence. A command echoed, forcing Olivia to her knees. Her body refused to move freely. Corin clenched his fists, resisting the unseen pressure. Something unnatural was at play, something more sinister than mere brute force. Thunder roared as the Iron Mountain King descended. His glowing eyes locked onto Corin, muscles coiled, prepared to crush anything beneath him. A deafening roar split the sky. The beast's fury was unparalleled, shaking the battlefield as lightning danced across its massive form. Korin's instinct screamed. He barely dodged as the ground cracked beneath him, the monstrous titan's claws missing by mere inches. The enemy forces moved, a synchronized terror marching toward Korin. The sheer number alone made escape an impossible thought. Light flashed violently, illuminating the battlefield. Korin steadied himself, facing a force that should have never been unleashed. Steel clashed with magic, the battlefield erupting in chaos. Korin struck forward, his blade igniting against the raw force opposing him. Olivia's expression darkened. Her body trembled, but something deep within her stirred, refusing to surrender against the overwhelming presence before her. The containment barrier shattered. A monstrous entity broke free, energy surging through its form, eyes burning with untamed destruction. Sirens blared as alarms echoed. Panic spread through the facility. The experiment had failed. The beast had escaped its prison. A massive shadow loomed, its presence suffocating. Korin braced himself, knowing that what came next would change everything forever. The Iron Mountain King roared, descending rapidly. Korin barely reacted before the battlefield erupted with energy, shaking beneath its terrifying presence. Blood-red spears shot forward, slicing through the air. Korin's muscles tensed as he barely dodged their razor-sharp trajectory toward him. The attack was relentless. Shadows twisted, moving faster than Korin's eyes could track. Each strike carried lethal intent, pushing him back. His opponent's eyes gleamed with power. Korin steadied himself, recognizing the shift in battle. This wasn't just strength, but pure precision. A surge of energy erupted. Korin's instinct screamed as something sinister awakened, radiating an overwhelming pressure throughout the battlefield. Violet energy crackled, consuming the battlefield. Korin barely braced himself as the devastating force clashed, creating an explosive shockwave around them. The enemy advanced, movement blurred with speed. Korin gritted his teeth, feeling the raw force pressing down like an unbearable weight. Fists collided, sending shockwaves across the battlefield. Korin staggered from the impact, feeling the immense energy surge through his body. The facility trembled violently, unstable from the unleashed power. Korin knew the battle wasn't just about survival, it was about destruction. Chaos erupted as the monstrous force shattered containment. Korin clenched his fists, preparing to face the overwhelming threat before him. Alarms blared as the facility's defenses activated. A desperate attempt to contain what had already spiraled far beyond control. Scientists scrambled, initiating emergency countermeasures. Korin's gaze remained locked on the battlefield, knowing their efforts wouldn't be enough. The containment circle flickered, failing. Korin's heartbeat quickened as he realized something or someone had already sabotaged their last line of defense. Fear spread through the control room. Desperation filled their eyes as the magic circle shattered completely, sealing their grim fate. A chilling voice whispered through the chaos. Korin turned, his instincts screaming. The true enemy had finally revealed themselves. The golden chains shattered with a deafening snap. Sparks erupted as the ancient seal collapsed, unleashing a force long kept imprisoned. Olivia's breath caught in her throat. Fear widened her eyes as realization struck. Something far worse than expected had now awakened. Korin's heartbeat pounded. A towering presence loomed, radiating terrifying energy. The Iron Mountain King was no longer restrained by magic. Lightning surged around the beast's body. Its crimson eyes burned with fury, recognizing newfound freedom. Chaos was about to unfold. Seagulls circled above the bustling port city. Korin arrived, his gaze fixed on the horizon, knowing his journey had just begun. The aroma of freshly grilled seafood filled the air. Korin walked through crowded streets, searching for something beyond just a meal. A small restaurant caught his attention. The scent of sizzling food drew him in, promising warmth after his long, exhausting journey. Plates of food arrived, vibrant and steaming. Korin sat quietly, momentarily forgetting his burdens as he absorbed the lively atmosphere. The meal was comforting, yet a lingering unease remained. Korin knew peace never lasted long. Trouble always found him eventually. A faint clatter broke the restaurant's hum. Korin's fingers tightened around his drink, instincts flaring as something shifted in the air. Across the room, an old man watched Korin. His sharp gaze hinted at recognition, though Korin couldn't place where they'd met. The man's lips moved, but Korin wasn't listening. A whisper in his mind warned this encounter wasn't mere coincidence. Korin's stomach twisted. A sensation of being watched from all directions crept in, something deeper lurking beneath the casual conversation. The man finally spoke, his tone casual but layered with meaning. Korin understood immediately. He was about to be tested. A shiver ran through Korin's spine. A voice whispered within, urging caution, as if unseen forces played a game around him. A deep chuckle echoed in Korin's mind. The world around him felt distant, reality bending in an unnatural distortion. The restaurant trembled. Shadows flickered unnaturally, coiling like tendrils of darkness, whispering secrets not meant for mortal ears. Chains snapped in the distance, a familiar sound of something ancient breaking free. Korin recognized it. He had heard this before. He turned sharply. The air felt heavy, suffocating as an unseen force made itself known. The real fight had begun. Olivia's eyes widened as lightning coiled around the monstrous beast. The Iron Mountain King had fully awakened, free from all restraints. Korin watched in shock, his body tensing. The sheer pressure radiating from the beast was overwhelming, crushing the air around them. The battlefield crackled as power surged. Olivia exhaled, summoning a crystalline lance. Its shimmering glow reflected her determination to fight. The weapon erupted forward, splitting the air. A streak of icy destruction shot toward the monster, aiming directly for its core. The lance struck, freezing the ground upon impact. Korin clenched his fists, waiting for the dust to reveal the outcome. A deep resonance echoed. Olivia's attack shattered, scattering ice fragments. The beast remained unscathed, its glowing eyes filled with rage. Korin's heart pounded. Olivia's strongest attack had failed. The beast's resilience was beyond comprehension, an opponent immune to ordinary magical strikes. Olivia stepped back, breath uneven. The air vibrated as the Iron Mountain King gathered dark energy, ready to counterattack fiercely. Purple energy surged from the beast's core, twisting violently. Korin braced himself, recognizing an incoming devastating magical eruption. The beast unleashed destruction. A wave of force shot forward, warping space as it roared, threatening to obliterate everything ahead. Flames exploded around Korin, swallowing him in searing heat. The battlefield turned into an inferno, drowning in chaotic destruction. Korin's vision blurred. His body felt weightless as he was hurled backward, barely gripping onto his consciousness. The ground shattered beneath. A figure emerged from the flames, unaffected. A rune-marked warrior advanced, his golden armor glowing with unreadable ancient inscriptions. Korin struggled to stand. The symbols pulsed ominously, their origin unknown. He had encountered magic before, but never like this. The battlefield trembled. The warrior raised his weapon, his presence alone shifting fate. Korin knew. This battle was far from over. The ground cracked beneath Korin's feet as the battlefield erupted into chaos. A monstrous presence loomed, its aura crushing everything nearby. Olivia's heart raced. The professor collapsed, alarms blaring as the facility's defense system activated, struggling to contain the overwhelming destruction. Korin's eyes darted across the battlefield. Creatures emerged from the shadows, their crimson eyes glowing with an insatiable hunger for blood. The earth trembled violently. Metal doors shattered as beastly figures stormed forward, driven by an ancient command buried deep within them. A terrifying roar echoed. The facility crumbled as monstrous figures descended, their primal instincts driving them to tear apart everything. Mechanical constructs whirred to life, their artificial eyes gleaming with purpose. The last line of defense had been forcibly deployed. Sparks flew as the constructs clashed with beasts. Steel limbs sliced through thick hide, but their numbers overwhelmed even the machines. A piercing shriek filled the air, vibrating through Korin's bones. The battlefield had become a war zone of steel and flesh. Dust settled as a colossal figure emerged. Its glowing body radiated divine energy, something beyond comprehension. King Eilant had awakened. Korin clenched his fists. The battlefield had transformed into a stage where gods and monsters clashed in an unforgiving dance. Shadows twisted as King Island moved. The battlefield darkened beneath his presence, his power bending reality itself with each breath. Flames roared, consuming everything in their path. The air crackled with electricity as divine and demonic forces clashed violently. Corrin's body tensed. The raw power before him was overwhelming. Unlike anything he had faced before, his greatest trial had begun. Golden lightning surged across the battlefield. Corrin stepped forward, determination burning within him. He couldn't afford to hesitate any longer. Olivia's voice called out. The battlefield was collapsing, but Corrin's focus remained on the only thing that mattered: winning. He stood, blood staining his clothes, eyes glowing under the moonlight. His opponent radiated energy, ready to unleash overwhelming power. The battlefield crackled as Corrin gathered his strength. Magic surged through his veins, sparks dancing around him, preparing for a deadly confrontation. He lunged forward, energy crackling in his wake. The air split apart as his attack ignited a fiery storm around them. Corrin responded with a swift counterattack, blue flames and green lightning clashing mid-air. Their immense power shattered the surroundings with force. A massive explosion engulfed everything. The battlefield trembled, debris flying as the two warriors remained locked in their intense struggle. Flames and dust settled, revealing scattered ruins. Suddenly, green lightning sparked, illuminating the wreckage as an ominous presence began awakening. The ground trembled as ancient mechanisms activated. Corrin felt the shift, sensing something immense emerging from the depths of destruction. The molten core of a massive golem pulsed brightly. Its colossal body rose, runes flickering, eyes glowing with mechanical intelligence. The golem's creator stood confidently, observing its towering form. He steadied himself, realizing the scale of the challenge before him. Corrin clenched his fists, knowing this battle required precision. The air thickened with tension as the battlefield prepared for another violent clash. The golem's fist slammed into the ground, shaking everything. He dodged swiftly, his movements a blur against the crumbling terrain. Corrin watched as energy crackled around them. The golem's runes glowed brighter, reinforcing its colossal frame with indestructible magical armor. Lightning surged as he leaped, delivering a powerful strike. Sparks flew as the golem's defenses resisted, its ancient core pulsating. The battlefield shifted as another presence emerged. From within the golem, a humanoid figure appeared, radiating intense, otherworldly energy. A sharp hiss echoed through the air. He and Corrin braced themselves as the true battle was about to begin. He moved swiftly, slicing through the frozen air. His blade shimmered under the moonlight, striking with precision against the enemy. The creature recoiled, hissing as frost spread across its body. Cracks formed along its surface, its movement slowing under freezing pressure. Corrin observed the battlefield, analyzing weaknesses. Shadows shifted behind him, revealing another adversary preparing to strike from an unseen angle. He reacted instantly, evading the incoming attack. His stance remained firm, adjusting his grip as the next wave of enemies approached. Their surroundings changed, revealing a new setting. The team gathered, weapons drawn, prepared for whatever challenges awaited them ahead. Inside the dimly lit room, Corrin sat quietly. His mind wandered, contemplating the series of battles that had unfolded. A dark energy pulsed, interrupting the moment of peace. A monstrous presence stirred, its crimson glow piercing through the void. The beast emerged, its aura suffocating. Its red eyes burned with hunger, fixating on the figures standing defiantly before it. The ground trembled as the beast roared. Its massive form lunged forward, fangs bared, shattering the silence in an instant. He met the beast's charge with unwavering determination. His blade clashed against the monstrous force, igniting sparks across the battlefield. The onlookers gasped, witnessing the sheer force behind the battle. Their expressions mirrored fear, uncertainty, and awe at the spectacle. The beast's power escalated, crimson energy surging wildly. It swiped fiercely, aiming to crush everything within reach without hesitation. A burst of magic erupted, shielding the warriors. The battlefield transformed as ancient symbols illuminated, intensifying the fight's unpredictable nature. Dust settled, revealing he standing strong. His aura flared brighter, signaling his resolve to overcome whatever stood in his way. Corrin, alongside his allies, prepared a counterattack. their teamwork synchronized, marking the beginning of their most dangerous battle yet. A powerful gust surged as the massive golem swung. Energy rippled through its limbs, sending shockwaves across the shattered battlefield. Korin braced himself, reading the movements carefully. Every action mattered now, as one misstep could spell instant defeat for them. The golem roared, slamming its fists down. The earth trembled violently, cracks forming beneath its unstoppable force as dust erupted. He dashed forward, dodging debris mid-air. His blade gleamed under the chaotic lights, ready to strike at the perfect moment. Their teamwork synchronized, each move calculated. Facing an opponent of overwhelming power, they had to fight smart, not just strong. The golem's energy core pulsed erratically. Green lightning crackled across its body, signaling an unknown transformation as tension grew. Its armored exterior fractured, releasing waves of energy. The once solid structure started shifting, revealing something far more dangerous within. Korin adjusted his stance, feeling the shift in battle. Every movement had to be precise to counter this unexpected transformation. A blinding green light surged from the golem's chest. The battlefield momentarily froze, anticipation thick in the charged air. With a deafening roar, the golem unleashed its next attack. He and Korin prepared, knowing this fight was far from over. Korin arrived at Port City Sar, sea breeze heavy with salt and uncertainty, mission details still swirling in his head. He picked the haunted building on purpose. Less attention, fewer questions, and definitely no one curious enough to linger. A creaking door greeted him, followed by a nervous nun and someone rushing past, clearly not a fan of guests. Korin explained his presence, flashing academy credentials, making it sound more official than it actually was. The nun relaxed instantly, calling him a guardian. Korin gave a polite nod, trying not to look too suspicious. Inside the room, Korin placed the marker down gently, heart thudding. This was supposed to be the start of everything, but something felt off. He could sense it, shadows too heavy, silence too sharp, like the air was holding its breath. He hoped backup would arrive fast. This wasn't going to be a casual recon trip. It already smelled like trouble. A burst of purple light cracked the air. The presence was immediate, voice dark and knowing, already saying his name. It asked how he knew the marker. Korin clenched his fist. He didn't expect the enemy to talk first. Korin didn't flinch. There were more pressing problems than revealing secrets. Survival was always the top of the list. He paused, eyes narrowing. Prioritize, he thought. Information could wait. First, he had to handle whatever was about to arrive. The ground shook violently as a squad charged in, cloaked in green magic, weapons drawn, shouting like they owned the world. Korin sighed as the Lufin warriors rushed him. Of course, they'd send a welcome party. Nothing was ever easy. One of them yelled mid-fight, confused why Korin wasn't running. He just smiled and said, "Was waiting for a warm-up." Huilong dashed through the ice-covered path, almost tripping. Definitely not the best time to get distracted by snowflakes. The beast growled low, eyes glowing. Huilong remembered Korin's warning. This creature wasn't just dangerous, it was borderline unstoppable. She muttered the words he'd taught her, but hesitated. The domain slash was forbidden, no matter how strong it felt. Still, things were spiraling fast. Rules didn't help when claws were inches from your face and backup was nowhere near. Huilong took a breath, swung wide, and felt the familiar pulse of power. Domain slash answered in a roar of light. Somewhere nearby, a thunderous hum echoed. Roselle looked up, confused by the sound vibrating deep in her bones. Lights turned crimson. The sky cracked open as energy twisted into violent arcs, definitely not your average academy emergency alarm. Lightning slashed the ground, making the whole building shake. She grabbed her weapon, heart already racing ahead of her thoughts. The domain had activated. Someone had used it. That could only mean things had gone completely out of control. Bodies flew as the clash escalated, magic clashing midair. Roselle arrived just in time to see everything burn red. The battlefield stilled just long enough for Roselle to spot Korin, bruised but alive, sprawled beside a shattered charm. The shadow loomed large, exactly like Korin had described. She gulped, finally understanding why he'd sounded so tired explaining it. The creature's voice echoed like thunder. laughing at their effort. Roselle stepped forward anyway, even if it looked hopeless. Korin's warning had been clear. Unless they discovered Maiju's weakness, brute force wouldn't work. Not even domain slash could help. Maiju's body surged with blue lightning, the aura burning too bright. It wasn't just powerful, it was immune to everything. The beast loomed above them, massive and furious. Marie didn't hesitate. This was exactly the kind of chaos Korin expected. Her grip tightened around her staff. She wasn't fearless, just focused. When Korin asked, she never once said no. Flames lit the floor beneath her steps as she charged. No retreat, no second thoughts, just trust and raw determination. Korin's allies arrived just in time, their presence quiet but reassuring. They weren't here to lead, just to stand together. From the shadows, someone whispered her name. Marie didn't flinch. She was already mid-spell, eyes locked on the monster ahead. Korin leapt back into the fight, breath ragged but steady. He didn't need perfect form. Sparks exploded from Marie's barrier as she guided the magic storm forward, carving through the battlefield with precision. Meanwhile, Professor Dumaya watched from afar, calmly analyzing. Didn't interfere, just documented. Like always, thunder cracked as the beast reeled. A flash of crimson light marked its temporary fall. Marie had struck clean and hard, but the calm didn't last. The creature, legendary, relentless, and still burning with unnatural power beneath that monstrous frame. The ceiling cracked from the pressure, and the entire hall trembled. Their class really didn't know how to hold back, and yet Mia couldn't look away. These weren't students. They were the very definition of an unpredictable force. She felt it deep down. This wasn't just another field assignment. It was the start of something history. Korin surged forward again, still bleeding, still gritting his teeth. Marie's power lit the space behind him like a second sun, and then they collided. Student and monster, spell and claw. Strike finally found its way home. A final impact burst overhead, red energy spiraling down. Everyone braced themselves. The beast wasn't dead, just really, really pissed. It screamed, a roar soaked in rage. Hardened flinched. Its fury was more magic than muscle. The beast's presence shifted. It wasn't looking at them, it felt something, a force in the air none could ignore. Roselle gasped. She didn't need anyone. It wasn't just intense, it was tilting towards something deeply dangerous. Korin bolted back into action, shoulders tense. He knew that shift too well. This battle was entering a new stage. The monster paused. It sensed a trap. Then it lunged, fast and brutal, toward an unseen threat. But something red intercepted it mid-charge. A flash, a blur, a solid impact. Everyone froze. Who the hell was that? The tension. Dioku? Marie blinked, heart skipping. The armored figure stood tall, cradling her without effort. He didn't say much, just glanced around. The domain was collapsing, and things outside weren't looking. Marie gritted her teeth. Her injuries ached, her breath shallow, but she wasn't down yet. Korin would have kept going. A whip cracked across the room. The creature dodged, tail swiping like a blade. Marie. She remembered Korin's warning, no domain slash. Not against this one, but then how the hell was she supposed to win? Panic rose, then faded. Her mind steadied. Think. Standing in her place right now. The creature shrieked and lunged again. Marie twisted mid-air, breath hitching. There had to be another way, some trick Korin hadn't shared. She clenched her fists and stood tall, no hesitation. If it down, not even once. The creature swung wildly, but Marie dropped low and spun, her instincts sharp, her magic sharper. She was buying time. Her voice echoed, full of resolve. Basics. Didn't mean anything without solid foundation. Korin always drilled that in. Her aura exploded in blue waves, blades of mana flying in perfect arcs, slicing through the chaos like lightning. A burst rang out, throwing the stayed up, panting hard but smiling just a bit. Another student nearby blinked. Did she just do that? Marie didn't answer. She was already preparing for the next spell. Roselle glanced around. The silence after all the noise felt heavier than the battle ever did. Korin showed up, sword glowing faintly. He just smiled. "You were all doing great," he said, like it wasn't obvious. "Korin!" She washed over everyone except one guy who immediately cheered. "Yay! I won! I beat the monster!" Another shouted louder. "I don't need Korin! I don't need friends! I've got Lufin warriors!" Chaos energy was still. Reality hit. Korin was the glue. Even the cocky ones paused when they realized what came next still mattered. "Senior Marie's still holding off the beast," someone said. They knew they should help, but hesitation always finds. Korin tilted his head. Is that so?" He wasn't judging, just thinking a few steps ahead, like always. "What now, Korin Lork?" someone asked. He didn't flinch. "We need to catch Maju before anything else burns." They walked together beneath the glowing grid, discussing traps, timing, and beast patterns. It was a war plan with friends. Korin requested one special favor: use enchanted rooms to lure monsters in. But he needed students trained in combat magic first. Flames erupted all around them, heat unbearable. Someone screamed in surprise. This wasn't part of the plan. Something had triggered early. The fire roared higher, swallowing the room in seconds. It wasn't just magic. It was fury sealed inside something unstable. Alicia launched forward, sword gleaming. Her role was simple: activate the next seal before the core burst completely. "Let's go, Alicia!" someone shouted. She nodded quickly, nerves hidden behind the sharp swing of her weapon and steady steps. Beneath the cathedral, darkness stirred again, a faint pulse, almost like breathing. Whatever they woke up, it wasn't done yet. Korin gave a small smile, sensing tension. "No need to be nervous," he said, though he felt it himself. Doron showed up, slightly winded, getting teased instantly for being late. Their energy was chaotic, but dependable in the right moments. "Enough romance, come help!" another yelled. Doron just laughed and jogged over. Their mission wasn't waiting for sweet words. These weren't just students anymore, they were the names that would echo in history. Every step now shaped the future. A voice broke the mood. "Are you okay?" she asked gently. Korin looked up, realizing just how far they'd come. With power reignited and allies by his side, Korin faced the new threat head-on, ready to rewrite everything from scratch. The shadow of the beast loomed large, its gaze sharp and unrelenting, showing no signs of mercy or hesitation. A wave of panic rushed through the group as instincts kicked in, feet moving before thoughts had a chance. The monster's presence swallowed the space, heavy and suffocating, each step forward turning courage into something cold and weightless. Luden Warrior sprinted ahead without a second thought, fists clenched and burning, leading the charge with chaotic and wild energy. Korin followed from behind, eyes narrowed in frustration, already sensing that impulsive moves would cost more than anyone realized yet. Reinforcements dropped in with practiced ease, green energy flooding the floor as coordination took over, and the real fight began. The beast turned just in time to catch a powerful strike, its stance shaking as dust and pressure exploded outward. A spinning combo followed, colliding from the side with elemental force, finally knocking the creature slightly off its intended path. Amid the noise, Luden Warrior became the anchor, crashing down again with all his strength, determined to protect what mattered. At a distance, someone watched quietly, wondering if they could really win this fight or just delay the inevitable fall. Commands were unnecessary now. Yuel already understood, channeling magic into the ground, willing the plants to rise and entangle the enemy. Her staff glowed bright green as vines surged across the battlefield, twisting like snakes with sharp precision and relentless energy. Leaves scattered midair while roots launched upward, wrapping around limbs, tightening with everything they had to stall the monster's power. The beast faltered just slightly, and time stretched thin as everyone hoped this single moment could shift the entire fight. But beneath the grip of vines, its growl returned, deeper than before, eyes flashing with fury instead of fear. The beast's power surged, red energy flaring violently. Its body transformed under pressure, becoming stronger, sharper, and far more unstable. The spectators froze, breath caught between awe and disbelief. None of them had ever seen something evolve with such terrifying grace. Orders were called across the battlefield. Flanks shifted, two swordsmen moving with perfect sync, pressure building as tension cut deeper. Without hesitation, both swordsmen closed in, one trailing fire, the other lightning, attacking together as if they'd done this 100 times. The weapon clash lit the ground, marking a new phase. From this point forward, there was no room for mistakes. Lightning spiraled down the blade, sharp and focused, dancing between sparks as if drawn by something deeper than raw skill. They weren't students anymore. These were warriors with power tailored to pierce through nightmares. Every strike was built through survival. But the monster moved just as fast, adapting mid-swing, countering with ruthless instinct and overwhelming physical strength. A blur of heat and crackling blue lit the arena as momentum shifted again, power clashing in unpredictable rhythms. One figure stepped back, stunned by what they witnessed. The tide wasn't turning. It was becoming something far more dangerous. Korin moved between chaos, already calculating the next opening. Timing had to be perfect if they wanted to free Deoku. The opening came fast, a blast to the chest, followed by impact that knocked the creature off balance for a moment. Without waiting, Korin dashed forward, grabbing Deoku with full force, trusting his instincts more than anything else in that second. The attack landed hard, dust kicking up, leaving the others wondering if the desperate plan had somehow worked in their favor. Deep beneath the action, ancient magic pulsed. Primordial code etched into the world, unlocking something long sealed away behind forgotten barriers. The fragment pulsed with ancient energy, transferring an incomplete concept to the beast, something raw, chaotic, and beyond human design. The new ability took form, absolute resistance. It twisted the laws of damage, nullifying every clean strike against it. Its golden fur shimmered faintly, hiding secrets not meant for eyes, a mutation born from conflict and unnatural evolution. Korin read the changes fast, tracking details others missed. Nothing about this was random. It followed hidden logic buried deep. Behind him, his team stood quietly. They knew what came next. Win or fall, there would be no pause. Korin gripped his blade tightly. His calm didn't come from arrogance, but a resolve carved through dozens of close calls. The beast charged again, ripping the ground beneath it, its body empowered by resistance, fury, and impossible regeneration. Uel and Cranial reacted instantly, their combined magic forcing vines to rise, twisting upward like spears aiming to catch movement. The creature roared as it crashed through the wall of vines, tearing through them like leaves scattered in heavy wind. Momentum never stopped. Each strike, each step mirrored before, an endless cycle repeating itself with terrifying speed and relentless weight. The strike missed. For a moment, the rhythm faltered, and everything tilted just enough to throw the plan off. Doron moved next, sword blazing orange, charging forward without hesitation, chasing the same opening they had used last time. Once again, blue and orange blades cut across the monster, carving arcs through air, recreating the last attack formation. The beast responded the same, slamming downward in a mirrored reaction, as if it remembered every step like a rehearsed dance. Something was off. Even in chaos, the creature moved with precision, following a pattern no one realized they had taught. Deoku braced for impact, even his monstrous endurance tested. The strike was heavy, enough to shake bone and blur vision. He staggered, confused. The color hadn't shifted. It stayed red, revealing the trick, the illusion that baited him in close. Realization struck fast. The creature had faked its transformation to lure the strongest into a vulnerable, magic-resistant trap. It wasn't just raw power. It was calculated deception. That false blue glow changed the battlefield in one heartbeat. Deoku roared back with fury, determined not to fall, striking forward in defiance as a blinding flash lit everything. Deoku slammed into the creature, unleashing everything he had left, refusing to let manipulation define the outcome of this clash. Support arrived instantly, moving with precision. The team shifted into formation, knowing now they had to commit fully. A call went out. Blood spears were prepared. Magic twisted violently, forming deadly points of pressure aimed at the heart. Red lances flared across the room, cutting paths through air. This time they weren't striking blindly, they were targeting truth. The monster staggered under the force, its body shuddering as the spellwork collided, breaking through layers of resistance with each hit. The moment opened like a crack in time. Everything paused as Korin finally stepped forward, lightning humming around his frame. He moved without hesitation, magic bursting beneath his feet as he closed the distance in a blur of focused intent. The beast turned too late. Korin was already mid-air, energy coiled tight, prepared to drive everything downward in one strike. His blade lit the sky, thunder crackling overhead as the final blow descended with overwhelming force from heaven's height. The impact shattered the ground, releasing a surge of power so fierce it silenced every sound and stilled every heart. The beast narrowed its eyes, unamused. One missed spear was enough to send panic crawling across the others' faces. Shock filled the air as the attack barely grazed, proof of just how sharp its reflexes had become under pressure. They prepared to launch again. Everyone now understood. The blood spear was their only real weapon that left a lasting effect. He moved fast, no hesitation, knowing this moment mattered. Even a second too late would ruin the entire plan. The creature couldn't block magic. If blue fur activated, the blood spear still pierced, bypassing defenses with surgical precision. Deogu grinned, hurling the spear with absolute force, confident no defense would stand against the next crushing impact. The beast roared back, but tension flickered. This wasn't going like before. It flinched, something unexpected shifting inside its stance. The second spear launched with brutal speed, slicing air with an audible crack. Power gathered around it, burning crimson bright. Red shards scattered mid-air as the blast connected. Something cracked in the silence. Maybe armor, maybe pride, maybe something deeper. For a split second, everyone hesitated. They hadn't expected it to land. Not like that. Not with actual damage showing. From the flames emerged something worse. Gold shimmered across its skin. Resistance reborn, evolved into something horrifyingly close to perfection. That glow wasn't just defense, it was pure arrogance. The creature had revealed its trump card, finally playing its last piece. Golden aura surged, canceling magic and resisting blades. Everything around it broke before touching, swallowed by overwhelming presence. The king didn't roar, he smirked. There was no rage now, only calm certainty in his unstoppable burning form. The battlefield went still. In that glow they felt it, true invincibility. No plan, no trick, no strength could match. Korin explained the unthinkable. 5 minutes of complete invulnerability. The words sank heavy, but the reality was far worse than imagined. She whispered the truth. This wasn't just improbable, it was impossible. Power like that didn't belong anywhere in their world. As the team scanned the battlefield, despair crept in. With nowhere left to run, they stood in silent disbelief. Rubble piled strangely around them, an unnatural shape forming. Someone had shifted the terrain without them realizing, bending fate through debris. Suspicion sharpened. If anyone could do that, it was him. The signs were clear now, and dread followed fast. The king laughed, golden flames surrounding him like a crown. This wasn't rage. It was celebration of a game already won. Weapons drawn, the others braced for impact. Walls meant nothing anymore. Not one barrier could slow him down now. Luden Warrior stepped forward, no hesitation in his charge. They were done reacting. It was finally time to move first. Even the giant ally couldn't match the king anymore. Their strongest clash now felt like shadow against the sun. Magic burst from behind, bombs triggered, spells detonated, but the king didn't falter. Not even the smallest flicker of resistance appeared. The king advanced, ready to escape the invisible prison that had caged him, unaware someone was still setting the board. In a space far beyond reach, a single girl moved. One shot, one moment. Everything rested in her hands. A warning echoed deep in her chest. This fight wasn't winnable through strength. It had to be precision and timing. Her gaze narrowed. There was no fear left, only strategy. If 5 minutes existed, then 5 minutes could be broken. Somewhere hidden beneath the king's pride, a flaw remained. The seal was ready, and with it the real fight could start. Alicia launched upward, electricity dancing across her frame, rising toward the sky as if gravity itself had started working in reverse. Below, golden power raged like a sun, unaware that above it, precision had taken flight with a quiet resolve. The skill activated: physical nullification, total penetration. A technique built not to overpower, but to pierce through invincibility itself, perfectly refined. Her blade shimmered unnaturally, reality bending around it. Alicia had bet everything on this one swing, measured, trained, and absolutely intentional. The demon's sword descended, its blue arc cutting through space like truth, colliding with the legend's crown in silent defiance. Moret smiled briefly, unaware Corin had already sensed the distortion in Mana. Something big was coming, and fast, too. As light exploded above them, Corin stepped back. He'd seen this type of magic before, back when everything first fell apart. The sky tore open. Energy surged wildly. A woman descended, cloaked in flame, like a memory Corin couldn't forget. Her voice cut through the noise, cool but terrifying. A director. An enemy from the old timeline. Corin clenched his fists. Across the field, Kane muttered about patterns and light shifts. He didn't see Moret's expression twist as old instincts returned. Red lightning cracked. Moret's energy erupted, darker than before. Her form shifted, her voice no longer gentle. She wasn't holding back. Corin shouted something, but it was lost in the chaos. Moret had already leapt, her body glowing, power condensing rapidly. Fire raged around her, pulling from deep inside. This wasn't training anymore. This was the power she'd sealed long ago. A singular word echoed. Origin. The sky parted as if reality was breaking. The ground couldn't hold the weight anymore. With a thunderous crash, the seal cracked. A runestone shot free, glowing violently, reacting to something buried in Corin. Deep underground, the darkness stirred. A creature's eye opened, an old pact broken. The rune's disappearance hadn't gone unnoticed after all. Nobody had dared release it before. The beast had consumed entire guilds, its curse granting eternal rage and twisted power. Corin remembered standing here once, a bystander. This time, he was at the center, and the beast was waking up. The monster exploded outward, but this time, something was different. Its body shattered. The runestone inside it blinked out. And just like that, it appeared again, embedding itself into Corin's arm, burning, reshaping everything. The answer had always been him. 10 years earlier, before titles and conflict, Nepen entered the academy. Back then, he still believed in peaceful futures. That day, chaos erupted. 3 elite teams fought to contain something sealed for centuries, but it was already too late. The monster's awakening shattered boundaries. Nepen, among others, barely escaped. Its name whispered like a curse in old tomes. Now, back in the present, Nepen knew he had to vanish before everything spiraled again. The tunnel was ready. But just before he moved, a chill climbed his spine. Something sharp interrupted the clean flow of his escape plan. That something stood confidently. Coin Locke, a 5th-rank knight and surprisingly Nepen's martial nephew. Family always complicates clean exits. Coin's tone was firm, confused but not hostile. Recognition dawned slowly, his expression tightening with each second of silence. Nepen knew the moment Coin saw through him. The resemblance to his old master was far too strong to miss. He could tell Coin struggled, caught between duty and memory. But hesitation in this world often meant the difference between life. Without a word, Nepen leapt forward, not to kill, but to disarm. This wasn't revenge. It was desperate self-preservation. Later, in silence, Nepen reflected. Coin had always sensed something off, but his choice to ignore it was intentional. That decision had bought Nepen time. He needed the city distracted, not suspecting what truly brewed beneath its surface. He'd used an old rumor about an underground rebellion. Enough noise to vanish without attention. It had worked, almost too well. Coin, conveniently reassigned under false pretense, was no longer in his way. The escape plan now ran like clockwork, but Nepen knew it couldn't last. He'd have to face Madame Fronten's soon, and the king wasn't the forgiving type. Corin stepped forward, heartbeat steady. He'd seen this power once before, back when Damon's name still echoed in history books. Nepen recognized the aura instantly. His own nephew wasn't just gifted, he'd been hiding potential even he didn't fully understand. Damon's presence filled the air like smoke. Old energy returned, different from before. He wasn't here for talk anymore. With no hesitation, Damon raised his arm. Shadows twisted unnaturally. A decision had been made. Blood ties didn't matter now. Corin whispered the name. Fairmac Damon. His stance shifted. The real fight, the one from old nightmares, had begun. Damon's figure darkened. Shadows clung to him unnaturally, pulsing like a second heartbeat. His command was clear. No mercy today. Corin braced himself. Damon was one of the 4 executives, rumored to master spatial shadow magic with precision and cruelty. He dodged the first wave, barely. Each movement pulled from years of training. Damon wasn't just strong, he was impossible. As the shadows closed in, Corin muttered something. His palm lit gold. A desperate gamble, a forbidden rune rarely used. Sowilo ignited. A flash of pure sun ruptured the battlefield. For a second, all shadows disappeared into blinding light. The rune flared. Damon flinched, not from pain, but surprise. Sowilo hadn't appeared in years. It shouldn't be in Corin's hands. Confusion turned into caution. His spell staggered mid-cast, as sunlight wrapped around Corin like armor. This fight wasn't one-sided anymore. Shadows hissed, shrinking back. Corin advanced, golden aura cutting through darkness. He didn't hesitate. This was his only window. Damon's mouth curled. He respected it. Bravery like this. But admiration didn't mean hesitation. He'd still finish what he started. Still, the battlefield had changed. Shadow sorcery depended on shade. And with Sowilo burning overhead, there was no place left to hide. Damon launched forward, ripping through the golden haze. He wasn't done yet. He'd push through, even if it scorched him. Blinding flashes cracked the air, each step echoing like thunder. Sowilo's light chased after him, relentless and unforgiving. His glasses flickered in the brightness. Something was wrong. The runes weren't just radiant. They were reacting to something in him. Damon's breath caught. His barrier trembled, breaking in an instant. Light pierced through, clean, final, unforgiving. He couldn't stop it. He crashed hard, disbelief twisting across his face. Every escape route, gone. Corin had sealed the battlefield from every direction. Damon cursed under his breath. The light had shifted too fast, too cleverly. Corin wasn't just improvising, he was hunting. How cowardly. And yet that unpredictability was the very thing that made Corin dangerous. He didn't fight like a knight. Corin stood calm, breath steady, knowing this moment mattered. He wasn't trying to kill Damon, he just needed him down. But Damon whispered something. Raido. His body blurred, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Pure shadow, a full instant transmission. Corin barely twisted away. The attack whiffed past, sharp and precise. Jet boot kicked in, he launched into a spin. The air split from their collision, both of them trading speed for survival. Timing was everything. Miss once, and you're done. Corin's jet boot flared. Damon swung low, shadows catching nothing but air. The first clean dodge shifted momentum instantly. The attack Damon used, Night Terrain's phantom body, was legendary. Dodging it wasn't luck. It was deliberate, calculated, and totally insane. Damon's eyes widened. Nobody dodged Raido, not cleanly. Yet here Corin stood, untouched. That changed the entire tempo of the fight. Corin grinned slightly. Fourth step, he muttered under his breath. Damon wasn't the only one holding back something terrifying. Damon stepped back fast. Corin's momentum wasn't fading, it was growing. Each exchange chipped away at his lead, both mental and physical. Corin moved sharp, relentless. He wasn't giving Damon time to recover, plan, or vanish. He fought with layered intent. A taunt left his lips, not for ego, but to push Damon deeper into frustration, where mistakes were born. Damon sneered. He'd been called worse. But Corin's blows were cutting through more than defense. They were reaching something emotional. The battlefield changed again. Damon had to retreat. If he stayed longer, he risked exposure, and worse, losing control entirely. Corin raised his blade. A duel, Fairmac Damon. The words echoed through the air like a divine contract being sealed. Damon spun. You think I'll let you decide the terms? But his fingers twitched. He already knew what was coming. Corin's tone sharpened. You should ask yourself who really set the rules. His confidence burned brighter than his sword's glow. Daman froze. The phrase, "I won't refuse duels," seared through his mind. That ancient oath, the Shadow Phalanx's cursed commandment. His body lit with glowing runes. The vow etched into him responded instantly, binding him with glowing magical law. Daman gritted his teeth. He knew the binding was serious, and worse, it couldn't be broken while Korin was alone. Korin stepped forward slowly, sword down, but eyes locked. "The duel must be one-on-one," he reminded, voice cool and certain. Daman scanned the area. No allies, no watchers, just him and the boy who had baited him into a corner. The rules were strict. The vow allowed no leeway. As long as Korin stayed alone, Daman had to obey. His hand twitched again. The magic flared. Like it or not, he was bound. This duel had officially begun. Korin stepped forward, fire dancing across his shoulders. He invoked his full title, carrying Aaron Danua's legacy like armor. "Korin Locke," he said clearly, voice steady. His name echoed power, a symbol of lineage, duty, and something more personal. Daman's stance shifted. The ritual had begun. According to tradition, names were exchanged before death could be delivered with honor. Flames curled higher around Korin's blade. His gaze didn't waver. He wasn't just fighting Daman. He was defending everything he'd rebuilt. The ground cracked beneath their feet as both surged forward, swords raised. The sacred duel had begun in full. Fire clashed with shadow. Korin and Daman mid-air, eyes locked, two forces crashing forward, neither willing to take a step back. Their powers collided mid-air, creating a blinding explosion. Neither backed down. This wasn't just a duel, it was survival. Korin landed first, sparks trailing off his armor. It was now a battle of reach, timing, and precision control. Daman darted left, then curved back around. His shadow technique forced Korin to adjust quickly or risk being overwhelmed. Korin spun mid-step, activating his semi-fast retreat stance. His balance reset instantly, allowing a rapid forward repositioning attack. Both warriors clashed again, power rippling. The arena couldn't contain the pressure. They were bending rules with every calculated movement. Daman blinked, surprised. Korin wasn't slowing down. Each move was cleaner, like he'd trained specifically to counter shadow footwork. Korin lunged in tight. Most spear users hated that moment, when fistfighters tried to close the gap fast, but Korin used it. That narrow distance was his zone, where feints, rebounds, and control favored the spear wielder, not the brawler. He struck, forcing Daman to respond. The spear's arc curved, shifting unpredictably, locking him into an uncomfortable defensive rhythm. Korin smirked. Even if Daman dashed in, that too was part of the plan, a trap masked as opportunity. Daman flinched for half a second, and Korin waited. That hesitation echoed, exactly where spear styles returned dominance in battle. With a shout, Korin activated Chaos Spear, his own variation designed to punish retreating footwork and instant vanishing techniques. He spun 7 times consecutively, pushing through Daman's rhythm until there was nowhere left for shadow to hide. Daman gritted his teeth. Korin was quick, fluid, and grounded. Every movement hinted at experience beyond just academy sparring. So Daman roared, "Raido!" and shifted, back to instant transmission. But Korin was already reacting, spear in mid-swing again. Korin exhaled sharply, shifting to Returning Heaven's second technique. His stance lowered, power condensing around his spear like wildfire. Daman charged, shadow aura thickening. His own technique ignited, Returning Demonic Spear. A collision was guaranteed, only one would stand. They clashed head-on again, fists and steel tearing through space. This wasn't just strategy anymore, this was raw instinct. The moment broke, dust flying. They slid back across the battlefield, bodies twitching from pure force and recoil pressure. Without pause, they both burst forward again, neither letting distance form. They knew the first to back down would lose. Daman gritted his teeth. "I must close the distance," he thought, rage and logic burning equally in his mind. Korin narrowed his eyes. "He's rushing me. But what's the bait?" He shifted back, not falling for old tricks. Daman vanished mid-step, sliding in behind. Korin twisted, blocking just in time, but the shock still sent him flying. "Meteor strike!" Daman shouted, bringing down brutal force. The ground cracked from impact as purple energy erupted across the courtyard. Korin dug his heel in, resisting. Every hit felt heavier now, but he couldn't afford to flinch. Not yet. A flicker, barely noticeable, caught Korin's attention. Damon's left hand moved differently, looser than before. Something wasn't lining up anymore. Korin locked on. His fist is opening? The movement was subtle, too careful to be instinctive. Their weapons collided again. Damon's body twisted, his fist flying forward, but Korin wasn't reacting to the strike. "This guy! The spear?" Korin's thoughts snapped. "That strike's a fake. He's using the opening to reset positioning again." Daman activated Raido mid-swing, but Korin had already read it, positioning his blade where the shadow would rematerialize next. Damon's strike flew forward. But Korin didn't dodge. He stared, breath steady. Something had changed, and Daman noticed too late. With a swift counter, Korin's hand moved, not to block but to strike first. His spear was gone, but not fear. He took the hit, gritting through pain. A spearman without a weapon looked vulnerable, but Korin wasn't ordinary. Blood trailed down his arm. Korin staggered slightly, but his balance stayed sharp. Daman didn't expect him to still press forward. Daman blinked. Korin was laughing, actually laughing despite the damage. His foot planted down hard. He wasn't finished, not even close. Korin spun, eyes scanning. His hand reached out for the embedded spear, still glowing but locked. No time to retrieve. "It's fine," he muttered. "As long as I breathe, I'll fight, even without my spear." His stance shifted, but the weapon stayed buried. "Damn, it's locked too tightly." His thoughts burned as Daman charged again without hesitation. "Shadow flicker jab!" Daman roared, vanishing mid-step. Korin's eyes widened, too close, too fast, but his instincts weren't dulled. "Doesn't matter," Korin whispered. "I'm still a martial artist." His palm shot up, redirecting the strike with raw force. "8 threads, raised palms!" Korin shouted, his strikes landing fast and brutal. He wasn't just reacting, he was turning the rhythm. Flames danced with every hit. Korin's form was precise, forged through pain, discipline, and thousands of battles already survived. "The core of martial arts," he muttered, "isn't style, it's contact." His fists became weapons now, backed by sheer resolve. 8 threads, the fighting pulse. His aura exploded upward, brighter than before. It wasn't just energy, it was proof of mastery. Daman stepped back, eyes wide. "He was always a martial artist," he muttered. "I underestimated everything about him." Daman advanced fast, shadows twisting around him. Korin's palm strike landed clean, but something felt wrong. No reaction, no stumble. His muscles tensed. Daman stood firm, not even flinching. Korin realized then his opponent's body was conditioned beyond normal limits. Daman's counterattack landed sharp, a liver shot backed with monstrous force. Korin's stance broke, feet skidding across shattered stone. Every exchange grew harder. Daman's movements were focused, refined. He hadn't split training. His path was pure, relentless physical combat. Korin adjusted quickly, but momentum shifted. Daman pressed harder, his footwork fierce. One wrong step now meant losing everything instantly. Daman weaved forward, each blow flowing cleanly. Jet straight, liver shot, elbow. Korin blocked late, taking each strike with grit. His body reeled, lungs burning. Daman's tempo never dipped. Every strike chased weakness, every motion honed through brutal repetition. Korin stumbled, hand grazing the ground. Daman closed the gap quickly, energy surging. A blow aimed straight toward the end. Before contact hit, the glow returned, familiar weight in Korin's grip. The spear had returned, radiating with warmth and purpose. Daman's eyes narrowed. The weapon he discarded was back again. Korin had never panicked. He had guided the fight perfectly. Daman's feet stopped. He scanned the field, realizing too late. He'd been redirected, every step planned from the very beginning. Korin stood poised, energy centered. The spear's placement, his reactions, the blows he took, they all aligned perfectly with this moment. Each exchange bought seconds. Each movement bent Daman's path. The spear wasn't retrieved, it was never lost in the first place. Daman clenched his fists, frustration mounting. He fell for the rhythm, played by a fighter blending instinct with tactical clarity. Korin's body turned slightly, spear glowing. The field pulsed with heat, balance restored. This was his battlefield again, entirely, undeniably his. Korin's spear struck upward, launching Daman into the sky. The angle, timing, and pressure, every part flowed with clean precision. Daman hit the ground hard, shadows spiraling. Korin didn't slow, following through with relentless movement fueled by practiced instinct. Sand scattered beneath them as both fighters readjusted. Neither gave an inch, but the pace was finally catching Daman. Korin's form stayed steady, but Daman's breath deepened. Every step, every trade of blows, chipped away at his control. He understood now, each clash wasn't just an exchange. It was a setup, forcing him closer to defeat with purpose. Daman gritted his teeth, finally understanding Korin's edge. It wasn't raw power. It was strategy shaped through hardship and experience. Sweat beaded down Daman's cheek. He needed to shift momentum before the duel turned completely beyond recovery or retaliation. With a sharp breath, he focused. Ending things now was necessary. Anything less would open him up to collapse. Runes along his arm began glowing, Tiwaz, Othala, Ingwaz. Symbols etched with power for moments just like this one. Energy spiraled outward, shadows gathering again. A swirling haze covered the field, thick with tension, ready to change everything again. The air turned cold. The battlefield faded, replaced by something deeper. Summon paradise, a contract binding him to endless shadow. The shadow citadel formed behind him, towering, dark. The cost was steep, but he had no intention of holding back. Daman's contract activated fully. His body pulsed. This was the vow he swore long ago, to serve the shadows forever. With it came an ability corrupted over time, empty yet monstrous. It consumed all light, leaving nothing but still, hollow silence. Dozens of clones flickered beside him, every motion mirroring real weight, a perfect storm born from twisted paradise and regret. Daman's confidence cracked slightly as Korin revealed something unexpected, an enchanted mandrake, glowing and humming in his tightened grip. The scream burst out, impossibly high-pitched. Even through magic, it pierced everything, splitting the battlefield with unbearable, vibrating force. Daman stumbled mid-step, hands over ears, shadows flickering. His clones shattered instantly, erased by sound no spell could defend against. The mandrake's shriek climbed higher. Korin didn't move, he didn't need to. The field itself was already clearing around him. Everything fell back. Daman skidded across dust and stone, gritting his teeth. Korin stood tall, still holding the shrieking root. Mandrakes were banned in regular duels, but this wasn't regular. It was survival, and Korin brought exactly what he needed. No magic barrier could block it. Even demons fell silent before the howl of a world-ranked mandrake's violent cry. Shadows peeled away. Demonic forms collapsed into dust. Daman's technique faltered, cracked from within by the raw power of sound. Korin's arm lowered. The mandrake's shriek softened. He exhaled slowly, gaze calm as fire glowed behind his steady silhouette. His feet planted firm, stance unshaken. The message was clear. This wasn't arrogance. It was control. It was Korin's win.
The guy screamed like his soul was yanked out. Korin just stood there, glowing like a furnace, totally unfazed. The scream kept echoing as the dude got launched into the air, wrapped in purple energy, flailing like a broken puppet. Korin didn't even flinch, just watched as the purple burst exploded midair, scattering shadows like confetti from a party. With a slow step forward, Korin spoke calmly, eyes burning. He wasn't here to play fair, and everyone knew it. His voice was steady, calling the guy's name, Firmak Daman. The flames around Korin made everything else look dim. Korin's body surged with purple shadows like ghosts at his command. His calm was eerie, like he'd done this before. He warned Firmak this wasn't some spar. This was payback, and Korin had no plans to hold anything back tonight. With a cocky grin, he said pain was part of training now. He'd gotten used to bleeding for progress. Korin asked one thing: how long could Firmak keep standing? His eyes dared him to find out the hard way. Firmak growled in frustration, face twisted in fury. But Korin had already activated it. 12 shadows swarmed like wolves in formation. The fight broke loose. Korin dashed forward, shadows dancing behind. His punch almost looked lazy. until it cracked the air open. Firmak blocked, barely. The force of the blow pushed him back, purple energy bleeding out like smoke from a furnace. Korin smirked, raising his hand. He wasn't finished. Shadows wrapped around his arm again, pulsing as he gathered more force. With a sharp swing, Korin launched his spear. It bent midair, curving around the battlefield like it had a mind. Firmak didn't even get time to react. The spear slammed into the shadows behind him, snapping everything into chaos. Korin launched forward with wild force. The shadows spun like drills, piercing the space between him and Firmak in seconds. A shockwave blasted out. The two collided midair, spinning in chaos. The arena around them blurred from the pressure. Firmak tried to retaliate, shouting. But Korin was already gathering more energy, his arm twitching with raw shadow magic. Wounded and panting, Korin muttered under his breath. He couldn't even feel his arm, but he wasn't backing down. Another explosion lit up the space. Firmak flew backward again, shadows slamming him down before he could even catch his breath. The shadows flared behind Korin. He hovered midair, barely held together, body scorched, but his will stayed sharp like broken glass. Korin reminded Firmak again, this wasn't some hero duel, it was personal now, and he'd see it through to the end. Firmak stood stunned, blood dripping, mind racing. He realized Korin wasn't fighting smart anymore, he was throwing his whole life into it. Everyone watching knew this was suicide. Charging into a losing fight, Korin was laughing while his body fell apart piece by piece. He hurled forward like a missile, the move too fast to follow, shadows and flame wrapped into a single strike. Korin's body was glowing with strain. He wasn't bluffing. This wasn't a test. It was a real battle to end things. He spoke calmly again, told Firmak to stop saving strength. This was it. No breaks. Just one last round, all in. Korin's eyes burned steady. No tricks left. Just two fighters crashing everything they had into one last desperate gamble for victory. Firmak stood there, body shaking. But deep down he knew, Korin wasn't some rival. He was something worse. An arch-nemesis, born in battle. With one final shout, Firmak let go. Energy erupted, madness in his eyes. If Korin wanted everything, he'd get it all. The red demon grinned wide, energy crackling around him. He wasn't joking. This was the kind of fight he lived for. Sihu wasn't backing down either. His aura burst upward like a wildfire, dark and violent, shaking the ground beneath them. Korin charged first, muscles tense, eyes sharp. He knew he couldn't hesitate now. Not with what was at stake. They clashed in midair, fire meeting shadows, fists throwing sparks with each hit. It was raw strength versus pure willpower. The air cracked again. No tricks, no escape. Just two people going all out, trying to end it here. They flew into each other again, faster this time. Korin's strike started landing cleaner. But Sihu's power was still rising. Lightning and flame tore through the air. It wasn't just a fight anymore. It was a storm with no calm. Korin pushed through a blow to the ribs, gritting his teeth. His fingers clenched tighter. He was getting closer. With one last burst, he spun midair, slamming his full weight into Sihu. The impact cracked the sky wide open. Smoke cleared. Korin stood above, breathing hard. But something about Sihu's expression made him pause, like this wasn't really over yet. Blood dripped from the blade. Korin didn't remember striking that hard, but the crimson trail told a different story now. Sihu dropped to one knee, hand pressed over the wound. Snow fell lightly as if mocking the heat of battle. The world suddenly felt cold. Korin stepped back, unsure. He had won, hadn't he? Then why did it feel wrong? Sihu didn't scream, didn't beg, just stared up with that same steady look, like he knew this would happen all along. Korin stood alone now, chest heaving, body torn. No cheers, no closure, just silence and the weight of what he'd done. Korin stood there, bloodied and breathless, watching the stars above. Everything hurt, but something inside him still burned quietly. Amazing, he muttered. Even after all that, he couldn't believe he made it through, that he was still standing. The night held its breath. Korin realized this wasn't the end. If anything, it was only just beginning. He remembered the fall, the mission, the moment everything went sideways. And now here he was, alive again. A hell worse than death waited for him next. But this time, Korin wasn't walking into it unprepared. The enemy wasn't just strong. Zernak Dallin, one of the four great evil kings, ruled with absolute twisted power. Last time, Korin barely survived him. This time, he wouldn't make the same mistake. He was going in smarter. The morning sun felt different. Maybe because this time Korin had a reason, a purpose, something more than just revenge. He held the gem tightly. Ania Fail, they called it, a key to power, a piece of something bigger. The past didn't have to repeat. He'd carve a different future now, with his own hands, not someone else's script. Korin felt the rune settle into his chest. The power wasn't overwhelming, it felt right, like it was meant to be. Far away, in the dark corners of the world, Tate Valtazar moved, gathering power, planning something devastating. The sky itself trembled under that name. Corin knew he had to move before paradise turned into another nightmare. He wiped out entire cities, Corin whispered, eyes down. And for what? Power? Legacy? That's not something I can forgive. Their screams still echoed in his memory. That rage they felt, he understood it now. And he'd carry it forward. Corin floated downward, completely drained. The golden sky wrapped around him like a blanket. The battle was over, but barely. Every inch of his body throbbed. Blood soaked through his clothes, but he kept standing. He had no regrets left. The pain wasn't the problem. He'd gotten used to it. The real issue was what would come after this. That last strike hit deep, tearing muscle and bone. His body felt like a puzzle barely holding itself together now. Even though the impact nearly broke him, Corin could finally breathe. It was over. For now, that was enough. His mind blurred as light faded. The system messages popped up one after another, but Corin couldn't stay awake. Somewhere in the silence, rewards were being handed out. Titles, stats, currency, but none of that mattered anymore to him. The screen kept flashing bonuses and stones. Things he used to chase felt weightless now, just part of the noise. One final screen appeared before blacking out, something called Phineas's Son. It hovered briefly, then settled deep into his inventory. As he lost consciousness, he felt peace. Not for winning, but because he survived something that should have killed him. Warm light poured in from the windows. Corin's eyes opened slowly, blurry shapes turning into familiar walls and voices around him. People stared in disbelief. He had done it. Against every odd stacked against him, Corin had actually pulled it off. Survivors gathered outside, their faces were tired, but full of awe. They didn't know what happened, only that they were safe. He stood quietly, body still sore, and looked across the horizon. There was still more to do, but not today. Corin lifted his sword, leaning on it to walk forward. The sky cleared. One step at a time was enough. The sun touched her face as she watched him from across the sand. Something about it all felt peaceful now. Corin's magic tore across the sky in bright arcs. Quietly, he had helped shift the battle without even knowing how. He hadn't done it for credit, just instinct. But still, the end result was something no one could ignore. Back inside the academy, news spread quickly. Some were curious, others confused. His actions always seemed a little strange to outsiders. Among the fresh marks in the dirt, she realized, those weren't accidents. Corin had been carving runes long before anyone noticed. The girls stared at the sunset, the memory of fighting together still fresh. Moments like that didn't fade easily. He'd made light of it, brushed it off, but everyone had seen how far he went to protect them all. Silence lingered for a bit. Emotions were raw. It was better not to say too much, just feel the air. Even though the victory cost so much, it saved more than anyone expected. Sometimes survival alone was enough. Corin closed his eyes under the sky. He didn't need praise, just rest. That was the real reward now. The academy walls stood tall again. Peace had returned, even if just for now. People began picking up old routines. There were still broken pieces scattered around, but healing always started somewhere. Even the loudest places quieted eventually. In the courtyard, familiar faces returned. Laughter bounced off the walls, chasing off the weight of what had passed. Corin barely made it out, but seeing everyone safe reminded him why he kept going, even when it hurt. As cheers filled the air, he smiled, tired, bruised, and grateful. For now, that was enough to carry him forward. The two slammed their books shut, faces flushed with fury. Whatever Corin had done, it clearly ruined their entire morning. Corin walked into the room, eyes on the snacks, but clearly something serious was going down beyond the dessert table. Everyone gathered around the sofa like it was a secret meeting. Corin could feel the tension through the fancy curtains. Jaren and Hayden looked like they just got caught doing something dumb. Their awkward smiles weren't helping the mood. Corin asked what was up, but before he could sit down, the vibe shifted and now everyone was looking nervous. The group decided to tag along with Corin, even if they didn't totally understand what they were signing up for. The grand doors creaked open. Corin didn't knock, he figured they were expecting him anyway. The quiet hallway echoed behind him. A voice from inside called out. The air changed. Corin could feel eyes on him before the door even finished opening. Aaron turned toward the sound, confused and cautious. The sudden visit wasn't exactly part of anyone's morning plan. She greeted him with a nervous smile, but Corin could tell she was already piecing together why he'd shown up. Chairman Kasul stepped out, his calm voice hiding whatever he really thought. Corin's stomach turned as he offered a greeting. The sunlight spilled into the room like it was trying to keep things peaceful, but the mood was far from calm. Kasul laid it out bluntly. They knew Corin was mixed up in something deeper, and now they were watching closely. Still, they held off on accusations. The academy had its secrets, and Corin was now tangled in all of them. Corin didn't deny it. Professor Furness was a spy. Saying it out loud made it feel more real, more dangerous somehow. Tejas Valtazar stepped forward, confirming what Corin feared. The truth was spreading faster than expected, and Corin wasn't in control anymore. Erin rushed forward, not because she fully understood what was happening, but because something about Corin felt deeply familiar and dangerous. Her energy sparked, wild and sharp, as if trying to shield her from something she'd once seen in a nightmare. Corin didn't flinch. He stood still, calm as ever, while the room braced itself for something big that never came. Kasul stared, realizing there was no fear in Corin, only certainty. That calm was louder than any outburst. It was clear now, Corin wasn't ordinary. And no matter what came next, none of them could pretend otherwise. A heavy silence settled as the advisor stepped forward, holding a strange object like it could explain everything no one understood. He spoke about balance, about the kind of force that didn't belong to students or classrooms, but still found Corin. The artifact glowed in his hand, pulsing with something old. It wasn't reacting to them, it was reacting to Corin. Eyes turned to him again, but Corin had already accepted it. Whatever that thing was, it had chosen him long ago. Arin's expression shifted, not fear now but realization. This was bigger than rivals or classmates, something was changing, and he was the key. Names were dropped like anchors. Behind all the secrecy and rituals there was always Ajidana, pulling strings from somewhere no one reached. Even the chairman, the one they all looked up to, wasn't as free as he seemed in this twisted game. The question hung heavy in the air. What was Corin going to do now that everything was exposed? Corin didn't speak right away. He didn't need to. His eyes said he already knew where he stood in all this. The fire around him wasn't just power, it was a promise. He wasn't going to run. He was going to end it. The moment hung in the air. Corin half knelt, energy still lingering around him while the others watched in confused silence. In his mind, everything was starting to make sense. But out loud, it probably just looked like chaos and bravado. He remembered what brought him here. All the guilt, all the choices he made trying to fix something already broken. They had called him by a name that didn't feel like his. But deep down, he knew it belonged to him. Erin stood quietly, maybe in judgment, maybe in understanding. Either way, she was waiting for him to decide. Blue glow of the temple cast long shadows as Erin slowly walked forward, her footsteps soft against the old stone. She didn't shout. Her voice was steady. She made her position clear, not because she hated him, but because she had to. The past had left scars on everyone, some deeper than others, and some never stopped bleeding, no matter how strong you acted. Still, the truth couldn't stay hidden forever. Erin looked directly at the woman across the room, ready to finally confront it. She didn't deny it, not anymore. Everything they feared was real, and the silence they shared held more weight than words. In the quiet room, the weight of years settled on them like dust. Everyone seemed frozen, half lost in memories. Erin sat surrounded by symbols of authority, but right now she felt smaller than ever. Too many pieces were still missing. Corin's image flashed through her mind. She remembered his eyes, not just defiant but burdened. He wasn't just another player in this game. His name echoed in her head like a warning she didn't want to believe. And yet, it explained everything. While the rest of the academy prepared for the ceremony, something far more important was unfolding beneath the surface, far from tradition. The room buzzed with tension as the crowd leaned in. Everyone was waiting to hear what the chairman would say next. As the names were called, students shifted nervously. Recognition meant more than status. It meant pressure, danger, and responsibilities no one wanted. Corin listened, arms crossed. The word forest hit differently. It wasn't just a place, it was a reminder of what he'd seen. He was being pushed forward, whether he liked it or not. Behind the smiles, everyone was bracing for something real. Final names were announced, and silence followed. Then she stepped forward, calm on the outside, but clearly holding something back. Outside, the square was full of lights and chatter. But behind that brightness, something darker was already starting to unfold. They had intercepted a major attack before it reached the academy, and only a few people knew how close it had gotten. Mariette stood quietly in the spotlight. She didn't enjoy the attention, but she knew her actions had saved lives. Applause broke out, loud, excited, proud. It was the kind of cheer that came from relief more than celebration. But even as students clapped, the truth was sinking in. None of them were safe anymore, no matter what their rank said. Screen flickered with images, one after another, of battles, betrayals, and choices that couldn't be undone. People were starting to realize the cost. Professor Furness's betrayal wasn't a rumor anymore. His name would now be remembered for what he'd destroyed, not what he'd taught. The Killick class returned to the hall, quiet and focused. Most wore the same expression, ready but wary. Corin's name echoed across the chamber. Heads turned. There was no hiding now. His name carried more weight than he ever wanted. Chairman spoke calmly, but Corin could feel it in his gut. This wasn't just recognition. This was the start of something irreversible. Korin stepped forward into the spotlight. His name echoed through the hall, but all he could hear was his heartbeat. The ceremony called him a fifth-rank guardian now. The room reacted, but Korin barely noticed. His focus was locked inward. He had fought, bled, and lost too much to reach this point. Nothing about it felt like a reward. Somewhere in the crowd, old memories stirred. Laughter, friendship, even betrayal. Moments that had carried him here, etched deep in his mind. His rank was now public. But the true weight of it? That was something only Korin truly understood. Elsewhere, the real game was beginning. The Guardian system had activated, and its rules were changing everything beneath the surface. Korin knew this was just the opening move. Every step forward would be watched, judged, challenged by unseen forces. But this time, he had the advantage. He knew what came next, and he wasn't planning to hold back anymore. His goal was simple now. Strength wasn't about fame, it was about control. He would gather what he needed and stay ahead. In the West, others had already begun to move. Old castles, ancient powers, everything was in motion again. The rest of the students were already planning their next steps. Some went for magic, some for family, others just for curiosity. Hayden looked excited about the future. He talked about internships and training like they were summer plans, not life or death choices. Jaren wanted to explore the druid paths, tracing roots and learning nature's old ways. Something about that felt right for him. Ayla, always the builder, saw the ruins in the west as a new playground. An opportunity hidden in broken walls. And beside them, Korin listened quietly. Everyone had a path. His was just harder to walk without burning everything in the way. Korin stood at the edge of something new. The ceremony was over, but a quiet emptiness followed him like a shadow. The room he expected to feel warm with nostalgia was cold and quiet, filled only with fading echoes and dust. He turned, ready to leave again, until a quiet voice broke the stillness and surprised him more than any enemy could. Alia stood there awkwardly, cheeks red, invitation shy but clear. It wasn't battle, it was ice cream, but it hit just as hard. Korin blinked, caught off guard. The world was chaos, but somehow she was still thinking about things like dessert. He didn't get the chance to answer. A sudden shout, his name called out one last time from across the courtyard. His friends were waving. Their paths were all splitting now, but that bond held, even as he started walking away. Korin knew it was time to leave. There were still tasks left unfinished, and only so many chances to finish them. The academy gates closed behind him. The sky darkened, not in fear, but in anticipation. This journey wasn't just travel, it was consequence. The train whirred to life beneath him, tracks stretching forward, each clack marking the beginning of something bigger than himself. Most of the passengers were dozing, lulled by the rhythm of the train, but in the quiet, someone else was moving. A gloved hand reached into the shadows, revealing metal, sharp and ready. This wasn't coincidence, it was premeditated. The figure moved with purpose, cloaked in black, eyes fixed forward. They weren't here to ride, they were here to strike. One pulled a lever, another checked their weapon. Every motion was practiced. This wasn't the first time they'd done something like this. In a flash, the silence shattered. Blades drawn, voices raised, they made their move. The passengers had no idea what was coming. The train burst into chaos as masked raiders stormed through, shouting threats. Passengers panicked, unsure whether to run or freeze. One raider stepped forward, his aura dark and crackling. He claimed to be semi-first rank, daring anyone to challenge him. His grin widened. Clearly, he enjoyed the fear. He thought no one on board could possibly stand a chance against him. He mocked the silence, taunting the passengers. Everyone looked down, too afraid to move, waiting for someone else to react first. From the corner, Elia's breath caught. She didn't move yet, but her hand slowly shifted toward the blade resting beside her. The lead raider smirked, fully confident no one would resist. His power flared, loud, dangerous, and made to intimidate instantly. But before he could act again, a sudden flash tore through the aisle. A punch landed, fast, precise, absolutely brutal. Gasps echoed. The raider stumbled back, stunned. He hadn't seen the hit coming, hadn't expected anyone to move that fast. Korin stepped forward calmly, Elia right behind him. No more hiding. His name, his title, first-rank knight, were now completely undeniable. Deep within the archive, glowing orbs floated around the pedestal. Something powerful had just been unlocked behind closed magical doors. Korin's fingers closed around the grimoire. It pulsed with energy, heavy with knowledge meant only for those prepared to endure it. Inside, a memory played. A dying warrior stood tall. His breath shallow, his stance proud. He hadn't fallen just yet. Across the blood-soaked battlefield, his armor cracked and sword lowered. Even death seemed to pause out of respect for his resolve. Korin watched the vision unfold, eyes wide. A single question rose in his chest. What made him keep going? The warrior's response wasn't grand, but his conviction shook the space around him. A quiet answer from someone with nothing left. Korin knelt beside the old tomb, brushing dust from its surface, the deeper meaning of this memory finally settling in. Then something shifted. Light surged around the tombstone. The warrior's wounds vanished as if erased by time, glowing with ancient magic. Whatever Korin unlocked now, it wasn't ordinary. This grimoire held a truth far beyond combat, something raw, something real. He blinked, dazed, body buzzing with energy. Meals were untouched beside him, but his thoughts stayed lost in the past. Everyone else had returned to their routines. Korin sat quietly, still holding onto the power and weight of what he saw. Across the marble floor, two sat exchanging stories. But the energy in the room had changed, tension replacing curiosity. One student remembered another life, a memory that didn't fade. Somewhere deep inside, it made them want to prove something again. Power flared, reckless and red. Magic crackled from fingertips as another presence stirred. The room felt ready to explode without warning. But Korin remained seated, eyes steady. Even when fear crept in, he stayed, because this time running was never an option. Sparks exploded through the room as the spell backfired, launching Korin across the floor in a heap of smoke. News traveled fast. Southern ruins were no longer locked. Adventurers from everywhere gathered quickly, eager to see what changed. The train station filled with voices and hurried footsteps. Everyone moved toward the platform, curiosity outweighing hesitation or fear. The conductor beamed with gratitude, unaware of the chaos Korin had just crawled away from not long ago. Despite refusing any reward, Korin was handed a gift anyway, offered with kindness he didn't quite know how to refuse. Korin burst into laughter, brushing off attention. He didn't feel like a hero, just someone trying to get by. Joking with locals, he joined the crowd toward the boarding zone. His tired legs kept up with cheerful strangers. Everyone who helped was now heading to Wyvern Academy, curious about what secrets the southern ruins might soon uncover. Wyverns circled overhead as the crowd passed beneath the wooden gates. Their shadows stretched long under the clear blue sky. Beyond the gate, Korin glanced up at the sign. The next part of his journey had officially begun here. He stepped through the archway, unsure what to expect. The feeling in his chest was somewhere between dread and excitement. A massive griffin soared overhead, flapping its wings with thunderous strength, shaking dust from rooftops as it passed by. Somehow, Korin ended up being assigned to ride it. Not exactly his idea of normal transportation across the city. Locals pointed and whispered. That wasn't just any beast, that was a rare class mount, reserved for high-ranking adventurers only. From the tower nearby, voices muttered about Korin's odd luck. They didn't know he never wanted attention, just results that mattered. Korin stepped into the hallway, flanked by whispers and distant stares. Everyone noticed the arrival of the griffin mount. The guards confirmed the message. He was to meet Mariette. Apparently, whatever this was, it had official weight behind it. The griffin shrieked above, wings wide as it descended. Korin flinched slightly, still not used to being the center of attention. Doors creaked open. Golden light spilled out. He walked in, greeted by a crowd shouting praises toward someone just ahead. All eyes locked forward. Korin followed quietly, unsure what came next, but his gut told him this wasn't just another meeting. Standing in the hall, Korin processed what he heard. 2 million hectares? That couldn't possibly be a normal academy size. The land size made no sense. He had to ask again just to make sure he heard correctly. Mariette smirked and clarified, not pyong, but hectares. The absurd scale of it all finally hit him like a boulder. He blinked in disbelief, trying to picture it. A stretch of land so massive, even the sky felt small above. That number kept echoing in his mind. 2 million hectares. How was anyone supposed to even patrol a place that size? The name Mendunali echoed across the room. A city from the south, known more for exports than ambition or conflict. Mariette's crest stood proud. It wasn't just symbolic, it meant real money, deep roots, and a legacy older than rumors. Stories surrounded the region, wealthy traders, stubborn warriors, strange tea customs. Korin had never imagined he'd step into that world. Now, Dunali's grand palace rose before him, white stone, gold inlays, and guards who didn't blink when he passed. Inside, a man greeted him warmly. Not a noble exactly, but someone clearly important. His nameplate simply read, Unpaul, Guide. Paul introduced Mariette, smiling politely. Korin didn't expect her to be so casual, especially with power that obvious and deep. Paul mentioned something strange. Mariette was from a long, magical bloodline. Korin didn't flinch, but something about that caught his attention. Paul rambled proudly about her heritage. Mariette looked embarrassed while Korin tried to keep a straight face through the awkward praise. She shifted the subject fast, mentioning Duke Castle. Korin's ears perked up. That place still rang familiar for reasons he couldn't place. Turns out Duke Castle wasn't just a landmark. It was a name that echoed through history, especially in his last life. Memories stirred. Duke Castle had once been guarded by a monstrous figure. an elemental blade swinging in constant frozen arcs. Paul explained the Guardian's role. Corin could still feel the chill of that battlefield from the old timeline burning inside. Blue energy surged as the Guardian appeared, just like before. Corin tightened his grip. This time, things would go differently. After countless rumors, the gates opened again. And this time, Corin wasn't just a curious onlooker. He had purpose now. Paul asked if they'd join the meeting. Corin nodded. Duke Castle wouldn't be handled alone. Allies were finally an option. Still stunned by Mariette's reach, Corin questioned her quietly. Somehow she owned literal neighborhoods and now offered him anything he needed. Her power wasn't just symbolic. Land, infrastructure, even street names all bore her mark. This was influence beyond simple nobility. His jaw dropped seeing Mariette Street carved in marble. Everything she promised was real and far grander than he imagined. Meanwhile, merchants scrambled to impress. Rare goods stacked up fast and Corin didn't know what to do with half of them. Then came a check, blank, signed, and ready. Corin froze. It wasn't a favor. It was trust, and that scared him more. Mariette's enthusiasm was relentless. Corin struggled to keep up as she dragged him from shop to shop without slowing down. The smithy stood tall ahead. Mariette insisted it was essential, despite Corin's confusion about why they needed to visit now. She handed him a black stone. It didn't look like much, but something about it felt strangely heavy. The label called it Unbreakable Stone. Corin raised an eyebrow, realizing it wasn't just strong, it was impossibly tough, immune to damage. Mariette beamed as she explained its power. Corin grinned, holding it up. A gift like this wasn't ordinary at all. She leaned in, cheeks flushed. For once, her voice softened. This wasn't just another item, it was something personal. "It's the last one," she said, barely hiding a nervous smile. She really had gone above and beyond today. Corin smiled. He didn't need more gifts, but seeing her happy, knowing someone cared that much, meant more than he expected. That night, the estate lit up. A dinner was arranged, formal and grand. Corin wasn't sure how to act. The table stretched forever. Fancy dishes, countless forks. He greeted the others with awkward politeness, just trying not to trip. They gathered in celebration. But Corin quickly realized this wasn't just dinner, it was tradition, and he was the guest of honor. He was expected to sit beside Mariette. Every movement felt watched, every smile politely measured. He stayed sharp, just in case. Then the silence broke. A deep voice echoed from the head of the table, calm yet heavy with judgment. Corin turned. The room dimmed in his mind. The man's presence hit harder than magic. This was Mariette's father. Without warning, he asked a question so blunt, Corin nearly fainted on the spot. His response might decide everything from here. The entire dining hall froze. Mariette yelled across the table, her face red. Corin wished he could vanish instantly, permanently. The manor echoed with screams and clattering silverware. Whatever peace existed before had officially been set on fire and buried. Tension thickened in the room as Mariette's brother appeared, flaring with jealousy and fury over her new closeness with Corin. A loud crash followed his outburst. Plates and glasses clattered while Corin blocked the incoming strike without even blinking. Shock rippled across the table. No one expected Corin to react so fast or for things to escalate this quickly. Mariette stepped between them, her voice rising. But it was too late. Corin had already thrown down his calm demeanor. Her younger brother, confused by Corin's quiet confidence, froze. Mariette, flustered but thankful, gave Corin a soft smile of gratitude. Corin shrugged it off, saying he acted because he could. There wasn't some hidden motive, he just did what felt right. Mariette softened, hearing sincerity in his words. No calculation, just kindness. She wasn't used to that from people around her. Her cheeks warmed. She looked away, uncertain how to respond. Gratitude twisted into something heavier, something awkward but sweet. Meanwhile, her brother was clearly not over it. He stormed out, shouting threats about public decency and family pride. The whole table watched him leave in awkward silence. Corin, of course, barely reacted. He'd seen worse from breakfast conversations. Corin exhaled slowly. "What a family," he muttered, unsure if he admired their passion or pitied their dramatic flair. The next morning, the group arrived at a grand estate, Mariette's family castle, glowing white under a perfectly clear sky. She was greeted with cheers and bows. Everyone welcomed her warmly, but their eyes kept darting toward Corin curiously. The Balzac family host greeted them with wide arms and a booming voice. His enthusiasm was impossible to ignore. Still, Corin's instincts flared. Something beneath the politeness felt off, like behind every smile was a challenge waiting to be answered. The grand hall doors flew open. Mariette entered first with grace, followed closely by Corin, steady and calm as ever. Gold petals fell gently as they walked. The whole hall turned, stunned by their presence, especially the unfamiliar yet composed man beside her. Corin scanned the room quietly. The lavish setting didn't faze him, but the eyes watching did not go unnoticed. Mariette smiled through the attention, handling the noble stares like second nature. She'd lived this life longer than anyone else in sight. The younger noble girls whispered quickly, caught off guard. They weren't sure if they were impressed, intimidated, or just curious. The dance floor buzzed as nobles introduced themselves. Names dropped like titles in battle, each one trying to prove importance. Corin barely reacted, just nodded politely. To him, it all felt like watching a theater performance that repeated the same scene. Mariette twirled away mid-conversation, dragging Corin toward a nearby table with a grin, signaling they were done playing nice for now. Behind the scenes, their gear was prepared in secret. Mariette had made sure nothing distracted them from the real task. As plans unfolded, a loud voice echoed. A proud noble approached, puffed up and certain this was his big moment. He moved fast, clumsy with confidence, demanding Mariette's attention like he already owned it. She stopped him with one cold look. Mariette's voice cut through the room. The noble's bravado cracked instantly, and others started backing off without a word. She hesitated, a bit flustered, trying to soften her tone after shutting him down in front of the entire room. But just before she could recover, Corin stepped forward, saying her name with quiet strength and grounding her again completely. She turned back toward him, posture relaxing. In this place of masks and expectations, Corin was the only thing that felt real. Tension rose as noble guests whispered. They flaunted etiquette but ignored how fragile the balance of social order really was. A confident suitor stepped forward, asking Mariette for the first dance. His tone was smooth, but his timing was terrible. Another noblewoman interrupted with a knowing smirk. She reminded everyone of the tradition, first dance belonged to the one who earned it. The crowd turned toward Corin. His name echoed again, tied now not to battle but the weight of custom. Mariette's hands flew to her mouth, eyes wide, realizing what this meant. Her heart beat faster than the surrounding music. The orchestra swelled, and Corin, unsure of himself, reached for her hand. He wasn't here for this, but now it mattered. Ilya stood nearby, teasing gently. Corin's popularity had grown without him even noticing. That made everything feel even more dangerous. Mariette admitted the truth aloud. He'd protected her when others stayed silent. That alone meant something more than social expectations. Corin reflected on his role. He'd collected favors and allies, but never prepared for emotions that came without calculations. Across the room, Mariette turned away, cheeks burning. This wasn't a mission anymore. It was something too real to control. Corin's face flushed as the spotlight shifted. He wasn't used to this, being noticed without needing to fight for attention. A stumble cut through the moment. One couple misstepped, panic rising as feet tangled awkwardly across the polished ballroom floor. Apologies came fast, and Corin chuckled softly. Even here, not everything went perfectly, especially when dancing was involved. Mariette offered quiet reassurance. She wasn't perfect either, but she'd lead if he let her. That was all he needed. They stepped closer. Her hand guided his gently. She smiled because, maybe this time, the rhythm was finally theirs to share. Mariette's eyes locked with Corin's, soft but steady. The noise around them faded. It felt like time had slowed. Corin smiled gently and told her to follow his lead. No pressure, just presence. She nodded, trusting him without hesitation. Their movements synced easily. Corin guided her with subtle shifts, relying more on instinct than technique. It somehow worked beautifully. They twirled across the ballroom. Her dress flowed like water, his grip sure, his steps guided by quiet confidence. In the glow of golden chandeliers, their eyes met again. Everything else blurred, reduced to a feeling neither could name. For a moment, it really was like a dream. The music lifted them, and the room held its breath. But reality came knocking. Suitors scrambling for Mariette's attention, desperate to steal her away for their own shallow ambitions. She turned politely but firmly, refusing them all. Her voice carried just enough bite to make the message clear. Mariette walked away without looking back. The whispers followed, but she didn't flinch. Everyone now understood where her loyalty stood. Her quiet retreat with Corin sent a louder message than any outburst. Dignity held stronger than pride. From across the room, curious eyes watched them leave. Everyone had questions, but only a few were brave enough to guess. Mariette paused to whisper. Her instincts had picked up something, an odd detail in the room's structure, something easily missed. She was almost sure there was a hidden chamber nearby. Not magic exactly, just good architecture hiding better secrets. Corin reached for the latch without hesitation. The lock clicked softly, and the passage opened like it had been waiting. Inside, the quiet felt heavier. Corin stepped forward first, torchlight brushing across something old, and maybe something he wasn't meant to find. Corin lifted the black book gently. It felt familiar, but the memory didn't match what he was now holding. This wasn't part of the last timeline. Something had changed, a variable, and it had led him straight to this office. He glanced at Mariette. Her curiosity matched his. Whatever brought them here, it wasn't just random fate. The search dragged on. They sifted through books and drawers, but no clear answer emerged. Just a strange silence. Eventually, the mystery faded into hunger. Mariette suggested dessert. Corin didn't argue. Answers could wait. Kate couldn't. Her blush betrayed her thoughts. That glance wasn't about hunger. It was something else, soft, vulnerable, and suddenly unspoken. Corin noticed, but said nothing. He turned toward the bookshelf again, pretending to focus, even while his heart beat faster. She moved closer. Their legs touched. It wasn't planned, but neither of them moved. The air grew warmer instantly. Mariette tried to retreat, but her voice cracked. Corin nodded calmly, breaking the moment before it spun out completely. She sighed and stood. Corin followed without hesitation. Whatever this was, it wasn't just a side quest anymore. Mariette adjusted his collar, carefully focused. "All done?" she asked. Her hands trembled slightly, but she smiled anyway. Corin nodded. It hadn't hurt, but it also didn't feel like anything. That was the part bothering him now. She stepped back, unsure. "Shouldn't you feel something?" she asked. Corin wasn't certain. His instincts told him it wasn't normal. Then it clicked. His tolerance was too high. Warrior training had dulled pain, and now it dulled something magical too. He reached for the second grimoire. Its design shimmered faintly, blue and red. This book held more than knowledge. It pulsed. The summoning circle glowed, and with a sudden flash, Dioku burst into the room like a cannonball of chaos. Corin and Mariette stumbled back slightly, caught off guard. Dioku was never subtle, especially when summoned into unfamiliar territory. His tail twitched, unsure. "Too small," he grumbled. Corin coaxed him gently, knowing the cramped space made him nervous. Dioku whined low, clearly irritated. His senses were sharp. Something about this room felt wrong, like something ancient watched closely. A faint pulse echoed under their feet. Magic stirred, whispering secrets. Corin turned, feeling the shift before it fully happened. The room shattered into crimson light. Corin's body reacted before his mind could catch up. Energy surged straight through him. He was pulled into a vision, a realm between realms, a void stitched with threads of red, cold and silent. Something massive loomed, cloaked in shadow and flame. A voice roared with unfiltered authority, shaking every nerve in his body. It wasn't just power, it was judgment. A presence testing his worth, sifting through memories like pages in an open book. Then it appeared, a crimson grimoire, floating within darkness, sealed in something older than magic, waiting for someone reckless enough to claim. Corin realized too late he'd stepped into a contract. The entity wasn't just watching, it was listening, weighing his soul. Its voice slithered forward. "State your name," it demanded, not with words but through instinct and fear soaked in fire. "I'm Corin Loch," he answered calmly, his stance steady. He was afraid, but not enough to run. Not this time. The figure shifted, intrigued. "Why are you here?" it asked. Corin hesitated, then said it clearly, "To know the truth. All of it." The red light deepened, accepting the answer. Somewhere far away, the castle trembled, and the contract between them silently began to form. The voice thundered again. "You just need to reply." But Corin sensed there was more behind those words. A trap. He reached for his blade, muttering, "Things were going too well." That kind of quiet dread always meant a fight. Flames burst around him, power leaking out with every breath. Corin didn't speak. He answered with steel, eyes locked on fate. Sebastian Duke stood in blood-soaked silence, dark energy swirling around him as the battlefield trembled beneath his overwhelming presence. Blades clashed with explosive force, crimson streaks slicing through the air as Corin charged without hesitation into Sebastian's brutal momentum. Metal sparked against metal. Corin pushed back hard, every strike testing his endurance against the relentless power radiating from Sebastian's strikes. A heavy swing barely missed Corin's shoulder, his instincts forcing him to pivot just as the ground cracked open beneath. Heart pounding, Corin tightened his grip, legs aching, eyes sharp. No time to hesitate when survival hung on reflex alone. The next blow came fast, grazing Corin's arm, searing pain reminding him how narrow the gap was between effort and death. He spun around and lunged forward, trying to destabilize Sebastian's stance, aiming low where the armored guard was thinnest. Runes lit beneath their feet, pulsing faintly, drawn from memory. An ancient trick hidden beneath desperation and last-minute hope. A sword strike slammed down, missing by inches, leaving a crater as Sebastian loomed over the glow like it meant nothing. Corin stared up, jaw clenched, knowing this wasn't just strength. It was experience, carved into every scarred inch of him. Time slowed as Corin steadied himself, remembering sleepless nights and silent oaths sworn beneath moonlight no one else had seen. Crimson mist wrapped around Sebastian's body, his presence twisting the space around him, ancient hunger simmering beneath a cold gaze. Corin stepped forward again, bloodied but focused, holding firm even as every instinct screamed to run from the growing darkness. The scent of blood hung heavy, awakening something older in Sebastian, a pull stronger than pride, reason, or fading restraint. Corin met his gaze without flinching, understanding this fight wasn't about winning. It was about ending what never should have begun. Sebastian landed with force, dark aura swirling tighter as he stared down, ready to unleash something far beyond his earlier strength. Corin steadied himself, breath shallow, feeling the massive shift in pressure as the ground beneath him started to tremble hard. His vision burned, but his resolve held. Every illusion of safety, every quiet moment, had been shattered in that heartbeat. With clenched fists and glowing eyes, Corin ignited the runes on his arms, pushing his physical limits past breaking point. Power surged outward in waves, cracking the air apart, and Corin charged forward, reckless and determined to land a decisive blow. Their weapons collided, but something changed. Sebastian's blade absorbed the strike, glowing purple, channeling energy from deep beyond mortal understanding. Sparks arced around his arms, eyes glowing bright. Corin's momentum slowed under the unexpected force, pushing him back mid-strike. Sebastian raised his weapon high, the aura twisting upward like a storm, forming a column of raw, demonic magic and rage. A shockwave followed as he launched skyward, trailing violet flames that burned through clouds, ripping the atmosphere open behind him. He hovered at the peak, energy coiling around him, preparing to release the technique he'd long sworn never to use again. Corin stared in disbelief, feeling the weight of that power press down. He hadn't expected anything to surpass the previous threats. This wasn't some monstrous mutation. This was deliberate, refined. Sebastian had trained for this exact moment without ever revealing it. A single breath filled the air with tension. All eyes locked on the sky as silence swallowed every other sound around. Mariette, watching from below, whispered something under her breath, torn between fear and the fragile hope clinging to her chest. Sebastian descended slowly, eyes calm, aura sharpened. Whatever he was about to do, it wasn't desperation, it was absolute certainty. Corin held Mariette close, steadying her with quiet care, even while dread rose behind his eyes like a storm forming. Far ahead, Sebastian stood beneath towering arches, eyes burning, promising to erase everything Corin ever held close or tried protecting. Flames surged from Sebastian's sword, his voice carried by fury as the castle trembled under his rising demonic pressure. He lunged downward with crushing force, blade screaming through the air, leaving a trail of heat that scorched everything beneath it. Mariette screamed, watching helplessly as the attack neared, her fear wrapping around her faster than she could form a thought. Deoksu's body moved on instinct, intercepting the strike with raw force, even as flames tore into his arms without mercy. Binding ropes of golden energy snapped into place, triggered from an ancient charm hidden beneath layers of faded protective seals. The spell activated mid-motion, pulling energy from deep reserves as light wrapped around Deoksu's body like radiant armor. He roared through the pain, channeling everything he had into one desperate strike that could buy them one final moment. The enemy laughed, unfazed, recognizing the effort but confident no one left standing could change how this battle would end. Mariette turned sharply, spotting the sword glowing blue, buried in a magic circle drawn long ago for one specific reason. Deoksu raised it high, etched runes sparking alive, the entire battlefield shifting around the presence of that ancient sealing weapon. Time seemed to stop as the sword hummed louder, drawing attention from every living thing still breathing in that place. The enemy braced, suddenly aware this wasn't an ordinary relic. It was a blade forged to end immortal bloodlines forever. With a single swing, Deoksu cleaved through shadows, and for the first time, Sebastian's expression cracked under the weight of fear. Dust swirled where Deoksu had landed, the battlefield still echoing with his fall, blood painting a red trail across cracked earth. Sebastian's voice cut through the silence, labeling him nothing more than a beast, one unworthy of redemption or being remembered. Mariette stood defiant, gripping her weapon, breathing heavy, refusing to accept that violence alone defined the heart of someone broken. A soft memory flickered in her mind, Corin's embrace, quiet reassurance under rain, reminding her how far they'd come. Blood stained her hands but not her spirit, and she whispered Corin's name like it was a shield she could hold. The candles around Sebastian flickered violently as he stepped forward, magic thickening the air with every footfall across burning ground. The sword pulsed with tension, glowing faintly blue while Sebastian's fingers curled around it again with unnerving, focused calm. He raised his weapon toward the pair, voice steady, declaring the fight's end. Not for survival, but what he believed necessary. Mariette watched his approach, chest tight, feeling every emotion collide at once. Fear, grief, strength, and something stubborn refusing to fade. Sebastian's laugh echoed quietly, not mocking, but hollow, like something inside him had cracked and no one noticed until too late. Corin collapsed to one knee, his breath shaky, blood dripping down his side while Mariette supported him without saying a word. The silence between them carried everything: pain, relief, fear, but most of all the truth that neither could carry alone. His breath came in gasps, teeth gritted, eyes flickering open as the reality of their survival slowly started to settle in. Mariette watched him closely, blinking away tears, unable to look away even as her chest tightened from all they had lost. Behind them, the dust began to settle, and the red light of war dimmed, leaving space only for what comes next. The blade pulsed in Sebastian's grip, its power steady, but his eyes fixated on Mariette's strange movement near Corin's side. Blood streamed from her fingers, not in rage, but with a purpose, an ancient instinct rooted deeper than control. Her pupils narrowed, body shifting, fangs exposed, but instead of attacking, she leaned in with calm and surprising clarity. Instead of taking blood, she offered hers, slowly letting it flow, pressing it into Corin's wound like a healing ritual. Confusion hit Sebastian first, unable to understand why she'd weaponize her life essence in this way, choosing to heal, not harm. Corin remained still, breathing weak, his body limp in her arms while enemies watched, unsure if this was surrender or defiance. Mariette trembled, lips tight, whispering his name quietly as she held on, refusing to accept the weight of his silence. Her vision blurred, grief rising, heart screaming louder than any battlefield ever had, begging for something, anything to pull him back. She looked up, staring at the battlefield. In her heart, she felt it. She had already lost too many times. Arms wrapped protectively around Corin, she pleaded with the world for just one miracle, something small to fight off the darkness. Sebastian stood tall, gaze sharp, watching it all unfold. He knew weakness, and believed this moment proved their choices had failed. The sky cracked open again as his sword glowed, this time darker, as if shaped by every regret he carried. In that moment, Corin stirred, eyes flashing open with renewed fire, pushing against the magic binding him like it meant nothing. Mariette gasped, stepping back instinctively, her voice caught between relief and panic as Corin's body moved with unnatural, burning energy. Red light spiraled upward, a pulse of power erupting from his chest, shaking the ground as Corin slowly rose again. Mariette screamed as light exploded around Corin, unable to move fast enough to stop the force pulling him away. Sebastian's eyes narrowed, charging in with fury as the blast surged outward, swallowing color and shaking the battlefield like thunder. Their figures collided in midair, clashing amidst radiant destruction while dust and crimson fire painted the sky around them. In the aftermath, Corin stood alone at the center, sword low, breath calm, surrounded by scorched ground and broken silence. He turned slowly, bloodied but steady, reassuring Mariette with just a glance, tired but still standing after everything burned. They collapsed together under morning light, exhaustion settling over their bruised limbs, hearts still racing even though the fight was over. Corin met her eyes, saying nothing. She knew that silence, the kind that held both apology and quiet relief. Fingers intertwined, their weight shifted, not from weakness, but knowing this was something they'd carry together from now on. A voice from nearby broke the quiet disbelief cutting through. Even after everything, someone had still chosen to spare him. Footsteps echoed closer. No blade raised, just tension thick enough to suffocate, waiting to see what mercy would actually mean. Corin stood up slowly, eyes meeting the survivors. No hatred burned now, just the question of what comes after. Sebastian watched in silence, gaze unreadable. Every choice Corin made stood in defiance of his logic, and yet it worked. Somewhere in his chest, regret stirred, not loud, but enough to make him realize he was never truly right. Mariette rose beside Corin, steady now. Together, they faced the one who once threatened the world and nearly succeeded. The castle faded behind them, footsteps echoing forward into a world uncertain, but now finally open to something better. The quiet after the chaos felt unreal. Morning sun poured in, and Corin sat still, his heart slowly catching up. He stared at the glow forming in his chest, a gift of power earned not through pride, but survival. Mariette leapt into his arms without hesitation, relief crashing over her like waves, too strong to hold back anymore. She clung tightly, trembling, whispering how afraid she'd been, not of dying but of losing him without saying goodbye. Her tearful plea reached deeper than any battle had. This time, she just wanted him to promise he'd stay. Corin looked down at her, bloodied and aching, but smiled gently. The war might have ended, but something else had begun. He whispered that staying was enough of a reward. No titles, no glory, just breathing in the same room together. The system responded coldly. Another reward granted, aura rising, core evolved, but none of that mattered more than her voice. Data scrolled across his vision, powers unlocked, regeneration improved, stats upgraded, a parting gift from the one he had overcome. And as the sun rose over the ruined halls, Corin's only hope was for peace that didn't need fighting anymore. Sunlight poured through tall windows as Mariette and Corin knelt beside the child, peace blooming where blood once stained everything red. In that quiet moment, Sebastian smiled gently, not in victory or defeat, but as someone who finally found forgiveness. Corin's status screen glowed with new energy, showing clear upgrades. Something inside him shifted, deeper than before, sharper and stronger too. He knelt down, breathing heavily. His body pulsed strangely. A second core had formed, unfamiliar yet powerful, humming like it belonged. Muscles still sore, Corin realized this change never happened before. Not in the game, not in the last life either. He wondered why Sabancia Duke never had this. The player missed out while he now held something game-breaking and wildly unexplained. Around him, chaos raged. Civilians screamed. Blood stained the streets. Corin clenched his fists, already deciding to end it himself. A maid entered, clearly shocked. Her eyes scanned Corin's bare chest, the body beside him, and froze in total confusion. Corin didn't move. The silence dragged. Her face turned pink. He was shirtless, sweating, and clearly not helping the situation. His body still radiated heat from training, but to her, it probably looked like something far more intimate just happened here. Embarrassment surged. The maid's thoughts spiraled. Between the heat, scent, and tension, she ran wild with assumptions and scattered emotions. She whispered something about muscles and steam, then covered her face and dashed out faster than he could blink. Another crash, door slammed open. Accusations flew. Everything turned loud, chaotic, and messy. Corin knew this misunderstanding was officially out of control. Fury radiated from upstairs. Corin sensed noble wrath stirring. His instincts screamed, and he knew it was time to disappear fast. Threats followed. Someone shouted about daughters, betrayal, punishment. It didn't matter. Corin vanished before anyone could catch his scent again. For 20 days, Corin stayed hidden in mountains. Cold winds, constant training, and no company, just solitude and his racing thoughts. Rumors faded slowly, but that awkward chaos haunted him more than battles ever could. Mountains were easier than misunderstandings sometimes. A parade rolled through the trees. Decorations gleamed. Everything felt excessive, flashy, and dramatic, like someone really wanted attention today. Lavish carriages carried guests toward luxury halls. Gold dripped from every surface. Inside, someone lounged like a smug cat. The explosion in tourism, fashion trends, and gossip all started with one person's outrageous rise from nothing to over-the-top wealth. He'd sold rare loot, gained reputation, and cashed in like a champion. The world couldn't stop talking about him now. Mountains of gold glittered. His sunglasses reflected fortune. Everything screamed confidence. He cackled, absolutely sure nothing could bring him down again. The skies cracked open. His grin faded. Wind howled. People screamed. He stared up, sunglasses still on, face frozen in disbelief. A twisting typhoon tore through the streets. Nothing this chaotic had happened before. This wasn't part of any known path. He stood stunned. This wasn't in the timeline. Not in the past, not in memory. Something new had begun entirely. While others panicked, some just quietly schemed. Not everything broke down. Some saw opportunity in every unexpected mess or disaster. Pink cheeks, subtle smiles, plans forming fast. Not everyone feared change, especially those who already lived outside the rules anyway. Determined, she stepped forward. The storm hadn't broken her. She was still thinking, still calculating, still searching for the right move. Rain poured across the academy. Special dormitory lit up in shadows, sheltering schemes and secrets beneath all its polished design. Inside, chairs shifted. Someone important offered calm instructions. Everything looked polite, but the weight behind each word couldn't be missed. He was asked to stay, a gesture cloaked in hospitality, but every instinct screamed this was more than it appeared. Quiet suspicion filled his thoughts. Kindness often had purpose. Eyes watched him too closely. Trust wasn't something easily given anymore. The typhoon twisted through the sky, unnatural and roaring. People ran. It wasn't just a storm, it was something far worse. Inside the academy, tension thickened. Eyes turned toward possibilities no one dared speak aloud. Even the calm started cracking. Whispers spread. Strategy was urgent. They sat in circles, measuring every move as the wind howled like it held purpose. One voice broke through, quiet but cold. This wasn't weather, it was intelligence. Maybe even something alive, something no one controlled. Thunder crashed. Lightning cracked down with force. In the distance, the ocean boiled like something massive had finally awakened deep below. From the depths, a shape rose, coils of energy wrapped around a monstrous form. Not man, not beast, but something older. Its body stretched across the storm, impossible to miss. Power radiated from it like waves that drowned everything nearby. Far away, towers shimmered under morning sun. But inside, messengers rushed, voices strained, and alarms began echoing off stone walls. Levent Blandria stood frozen, watching preparations begin. Duty demanded presence. Fear demanded escape. He couldn't choose either path anymore. Emotions stirred quietly in another room. A heart had waited years to speak, but timing had never been worse. Guests gathered in celebration, unaware of the shifting skies. Between laughter and wine, warnings were still miles away from ears. One attendee froze. Her expression shifted instantly. Something was wrong. She felt it before anyone else even glanced up. Another scanned the area calmly. His instincts screamed, but his face remained composed. Nothing good ever followed quiet tension. Suddenly the beast landed. Water exploded upward. Screams followed. Tables flew. This wasn't a battle. It was absolute panic unleashed. People scrambled under chandeliers, yelling names and directions. The party was over. Chaos had arrived, and no one was ready. The serpent slipped beneath the waves. It vanished too fast. No one caught it. Everyone just watched the destruction it caused. Storms lingered. The sea screamed. Lives were lost. No glory, no reward, just soaked regrets and an enemy that disappeared. Somewhere else, a bat fluttered past in a swirl of pink hearts, totally oblivious to the chaos it passed through. Legends marked that region with red ink now. The storm wasn't random. It was a battlefield for strange, unspoken forces. And then, a blur moved. One creature, fast in gold, pierced through waves like lightning. The hunters had failed. With a deep breath, it flew, faster than arrows, wiser than storms, all for the tiny life growing inside. Driven by instinct, it soared north. Maps couldn't capture its reason. It searched for a place far from bloodshed. Every twist in the wind carried purpose. She didn't stop once. It had to be the safest place possible. Her path bent toward an unexpected location, a place bustling with life, strangely untouched by battle. That would be home. Beneath the darkened sky, the land trembled. Something new had arrived. Something no one could have predicted at all. The storm roared above his home. Wind bent trees sideways. He watched, eyes wide. The answer hit like a hammer. It wasn't a normal storm. This was something else. A creature's legacy turned physical. Its child was being born. Here, he shouted over the wind, calling for action. Soldiers scrambled, confused. No one had trained for this bizarre intersection. People scattered. He chased after them not to command, but to understand what might unfold before things got even worse. If the winds grew any stronger, this wouldn't be a simple storm. It would be the start of a disaster. Rain pounded rooftops while wooden beams creaked. He stared at the crumbling mess, realizing everything might collapse before construction finished. Only 220 coins left. That wasn't enough to complete the rebuild. Everything relied on one last gamble paying off. If failure hit, another 700 coins would be owed. Not in theory, actually owed, with real people coming to collect. The panic hit fast. His grin cracked. This wasn't bravery anymore. It was blind hope built on a cliff's edge. Meanwhile, nobles gathered at a grand table, sipping calmly while quietly preparing to decide the fate of his dream. One knight frowned, reading the reports. The growing typhoon wasn't fading. Discussion shifted fast from logistics to real concern. Another voice raised a hand. Her tone was blunt, her stance clear. If it's a threat, then take it down. The table murmured with tension. Someone immediately shouted objections. They couldn't risk rash actions without knowing everything first. She leaned back, calm and sharp. The typhoon wasn't just dangerous, it was unnatural. That changed the logic completely. Another noblewoman calmly added her thoughts. What mattered wasn't fear, but understanding what caused this storm to behave so strangely. Fingers tapped against wood. Minds ran in circles. Arguments tangled. The risk, the cost, the unknown, all impossible to ignore. One noble added historical insight. Unusual storms never pass without scars. Acting now might prevent something worse from arriving. Another agreed, but urged caution. Charging in blind might damage their own power more than the storm ever could. A final voice, steady and firm, suggested trying just once, not to destroy, but to test what they were dealing with. Silence fell. All eyes turned to the table. For now the storm waited, but so did their fragile decision. He sat with hands clenched, thoughts racing, unsure if his voice would even matter to the one sitting above. Desperate now, he called out, not just for himself, but for the lives already shaking under the storm's cold shadow. Everyone looked up. Corin's name echoed. His entrance wasn't planned, but urgency made it louder than any formal request. His words cut straight through the room. Protect the weak, stop the storm, don't wait for things to break. With a fiery heart, he demanded action. Storms weren't abstract. They were here, real, and tearing lives apart already. Chairs creaked. One noble shook his head, eyes locked on Corin. Passion didn't always win against stubborn pride. Someone gasped, questioning his reasoning. But Corin didn't flinch. His arguments weren't about glory, just survival and basic decency. He shouted again, frustrated. If no one acted, people would die. The damage wouldn't just be numbers on paper. As he pointed toward the window, his voice cracked. You can't put a price on someone else's life. The room grew heavy. Even the ones who disagreed began shifting in their seats, rethinking the weight of silence. His words reached someone. A quiet nod from across the table signaled the shift. They finally understood what was truly at stake. Korin's resolve was clear. He wasn't asking for backup. He was promising to act whether they stood beside him or not. Without waiting, he turned and ran. Others followed, moved by his honesty, swept up in the urgency of his mission. Swords were raised. Plans formed quickly. It wasn't perfect, but at least they were moving now, no longer frozen by fear. And so, with unified purpose, they rushed forward. The storm loomed ahead, and this time, they wouldn't face it alone. Rain poured as Korin stood among allies, his calm expression hiding the storm building behind every word and measured breath. Deep down, he wasn't lying. He truly wanted to protect them all, even if it meant losing control completely again. The strike team launched forward, using the storm's swirling edge to dive straight toward the core like sharp, coordinated lightning. Cold air whipped across their faces, but they pressed on, determined to breach the vortex before it spun out again. Rain stung their arms. The wind grew louder. They landed hard, already pushing through unstable ground and scattered debris. The original plan had changed. They weren't alone anymore. Strange beasts were already inside, drawn to the storm's core. These monsters weren't confused or wild. They moved with purpose. Hungry eyes, sharp instincts, no hesitation. This wouldn't be easy. A student launched through the air, fists blazing with fire. His battle cry cracked louder than the thunder behind him. Beside him, another hurled lightning like spears. Each blast cleared the path, their teamwork cutting through chaos like trained warriors. Above them, Professor Edgar's blade moved like a storm itself, refined, fierce, and completely focused on ripping down every threat. Then came the loudest roar. Barakis, half mad and covered in scars, tore into the field like an unstoppable red comet. If monsters wanted domination, they had to earn it. And Barakis was ready to crush every one of them first. Energy shields shimmered. The front lines were barely holding. Every second counted as they pushed deeper into the collapsing battlefield. Somewhere she waited. His thoughts drifted to her, not as a memory, but a promise still burning inside his chest. With gritted teeth, he whispered inwardly to hold on. He was coming. No matter the distance or storm, he'd reach her. His pace didn't slow. As the team charged, the wind felt different, less chaotic, more focused. Something had changed. A figure appeared in the heart of the storm, watching, waiting, a new threat, or maybe the reason for everything. Observing from the edge, the leaders recalculated. The situation was changing fast, and one mistake now could unravel everything. She wasn't flashy, but her role mattered. The results spoke louder than words. Support was stronger than brute force alone. They watched the swirl intensify. If they jumped in recklessly, they'd be swallowed too. Caution, not heroics, would win today. With one step forward, he passed the baton. The support squad would handle it now. Timing had to be perfect. A flash of green energy burst into the sky, signaling the shift. Their counterattack was finally beginning to unfold. Red lightning danced across the battlefield. Her rage lit the sky, carving through clouds like she had nothing left to lose. Everyone braced themselves. The pressure snapped like broken branches. This wasn't magic. It was raw fury guided by a steady hand. Still, someone muttered doubts. Could this power really be controlled, or would it destroy more than it saved? Storm clouds twisted tighter as she stood alone. Eyes glowing, fingers clenched, ready to unleash a force that scared even allies. She shouted over the thunder. Shields activated, others fell back. The true blast hadn't even begun, and tension spiked instantly. The sky cracked open. Red energy surged downward. The sheer force split the battlefield like a god striking with both fists. Silence followed, then a sharp whoosh. Dust clouded the field. No one spoke, too stunned by the overwhelming display of strength. Someone finally shouted. The monsters were gone. Not retreating, not hiding, just gone. Disintegrated like paper left to fire. But just as relief spread, heads turned. Inside the typhoon, a shape moved. It hadn't ended. Something else was approaching now. The vortex twisted again. Whatever came next wasn't weakened. It was only getting started, and they all knew it instinctively. Eyes turned toward the storm again. Something was wrong. Power levels were shifting. Even seasoned fighters felt tension crawling higher. Alvin, surrounded by lightning, wasn't stopping. Instead of tiring out, her energy surged like the typhoon had become her home. She kept ascending, higher, stronger, wilder. Her power wasn't fading. It was compounding, and no one could figure out why. The others stepped back instinctively. This wasn't magic anymore. It was change. An evolution triggered by something deep and unknown. One whispered the word aloud. Evolution. They weren't just fighting a monster. They were watching one grow beyond natural understanding. Alvin's transformation finished. The clouds bent around her. Now she wasn't just part of the storm. She was the storm. King of Thunderclouds, someone muttered. That title wasn't symbolic anymore. The typhoon had a ruler now, and she was crowned Wind hurled bodies like leaves. Lightning crashed too close. The battlefield scattered, everyone trying to regroup through the madness. One soldier gritted his teeth, calling others to focus. Now wasn't the time for awe. It was time to move. Another emerged from the smoke, fists glowing and voice rising. If she's evolving, then so must we. Step up! Breakjack leapt forward, but the storm tossed him. Martial arts meant nothing when the ground spun out from underneath him. He flailed midair, screaming for action. Anything. Just one chance to strike without being tossed like a toy. His partner yelled too, unsure what to do. They'd trained for many things, but this wasn't in any handbook. Meanwhile, the others looked weak in comparison. Size, strength, tactics, none of it mattered if they couldn't even reach her. Breakjack finally lost it. Red-faced, veins bulging, he roared about his 720 gold investment crashing if he failed this mission. Korin launched midair, feet finding support on allies' shoulders. He wasn't grounded, but he wasn't falling either. He soared higher, yelling thanks to the one who boosted him. Whatever happened, he'd owe that guy a drink. Someone cursed from below, half in admiration, half disbelief. Crazy guy, they muttered, shaking their head with a grin. Another fighter hurled himself skyward, refusing to be outdone. Momentum surged. This wasn't just battle, it was determination ignited. Chaos erupted as bodies flew upward, a storm of fists and fire clashing against winds that never stopped spinning. The golden bat wasn't just fleeing, it was fighting. And behind that fury was something primal, the instinct to protect. A piercing cry ripped through the sky. Not pain, fury. A mother monster fighting for the unborn life inside her. Korin met her halfway, lightning spinning around him, their eyes locked, and the battle began without a single word spoken. Time slowed. The whole world paused. This was it. No retreats, no delays. Only one could walk away breathing. Below, others braced as the shockwaves reached them. A ripple of awe swept through their ranks, replacing fear with respect. Korin tightened his grip, channeling every ounce of focus. His move required no hesitation, no backup, just flawless execution. Pagoda Tree Mountain Intent. The technique's name flashed across his thoughts as his body aligned with practiced, brutal precision. With a deep inhale, he dropped into his strike. Macro hit wasn't just a move, it was a promise. The clash burst like thunder, no fancy footwork, no gimmicks. One clean strike designed to end everything in a blink. As dust cleared, he landed without a sound. No support, no ground, just raw technique and the will to keep standing. He smiled like everything was done. The red glow said otherwise. Sometimes peace is just the eye of the storm. Lightning split the clouds as if the sky itself was angry. Whatever came next, it wasn't going to be gentle. The regret hit too late. His choices circled back like vultures. He realized he'd bought disaster instead of survival. Thoughts wandered briefly to simpler things. Warm food, small joys, a moment's escape from a world far past saving. Reality snapped back violently. His laugh disappeared, crushed under the weight of what he'd unleashed. Too late to undo anything. A red blast crashed down, breaking the rhythm of battle. It wasn't strategy anymore, just instinct, fury, and survival. For a second, he believed he could stand against it. Just for a second. Then the pressure collapsed inward. Korin surged forward, piercing through chaos like he belonged in it. His movements didn't match the weight of that power. The enemy screamed, overwhelmed by something he couldn't explain. Rage met something sharper. Purpose, honed through pain and time. 1,000 impacts blurred into one light. Red bled into gold. Noise turned into heat. The clash shook the world. Bodies spun through smoke. Metal twisted. Red trails danced across the sky. It wasn't fighting anymore. It was pure collapse. At the center, a cross of energy cracked the ground. Something holy maybe, or maybe just final. No going back. Korin emerged again, not untouched, but still standing. His eyes burned differently now. Something in him had finally stopped hesitating. His grip tightened, expression unreadable. Light burst behind him, but he didn't turn. The fight hadn't ended, not even close. Silence followed, wind cut through what remained, and still, he moved, not because he could, but because he had to. The force knocked everyone off their feet. Dust spun in the air like smoke, and the ground kept trembling beneath them. He braced himself, coughing. The storm had vanished. No wind, no pressure, just silence and a sky holding its breath. Through the haze, a lone silhouette appeared. Steady steps, no rush. Whoever it was had walked through that chaos untouched. Every eye turned toward the figure, tension climbing. Warriors froze, unsure whether to reach for weapons or kneel in awe. Even in the silence, something divine stirred. He didn't smile, but he didn't have to. Everyone already knew the difference. His eyes reflected gold, not from greed, but something deeper. Belief, maybe. Not in gods, but in something unshakable. The world had collapsed around them, but he kept moving. Not bravely, just because stopping felt worse than the fear. It wasn't the gold or the weight that nearly crushed him. It was the memory attached to every coin. She stood tall in the light, unshaken. Something about her presence demanded attention, like history wrapped in one final silhouette. The city glowed under a calm sky. Thanks to quick action, most buildings stood firm, survivors now resting and healing. Relief booths opened beside the academy. With clear skies above, volunteers shared food, keeping things grounded despite the earlier storm. Guardians like Corin served soup quietly. It wasn't flashy, but presence mattered. People needed to see them helping directly. Food was simple, just potato and onion soup. But somehow it filled more than just stomachs. It reminded people they weren't alone. A kid asked for extra potato. The sister scolded him with a stare sharp enough to quiet the whole booth. Corin, still in his apron, leaned beside the sister. He casually dropped a question about when human civilization really began. She rolled her eyes. He wasn't a professor, just some guy handing out food while sounding way too poetic. Corin pointed out how civilization started when someone helped another walk. Not by surviving alone, but by sharing burdens and warmth. A kid ran past with a bandaged leg, beaming. That joy, that moment, proved kindness was what made everything feel safe again. The sister watched in silence. Corin's words lingered in her head. Maybe helping others really was where it all began. A quiet girl, hood pulled low, mumbled that no one would help her. She meant it. She'd stopped believing long ago. Corin didn't blink. He just offered simply, genuinely, to help her. His voice wasn't dramatic. It just sounded like he really meant it. She froze. For a second, she thought he was joking. But Corin didn't laugh. He looked at her like she mattered. His eyes stayed soft. If even one person truly offered help, wouldn't that mean something? Wouldn't that change something inside? She looked down, lips trembling. And in that tiny breath of silence, something inside her cracked, just enough to let light in. Hua froze in place. She wanted to believe Corin, but doubt clung tight, louder than anything he could say. Her secret wasn't small. She wasn't just different. She was something created from the edge of death and shadow. A Jiangshi, a monster in human form. If Corin knew, would he still look at her the same way? Could anyone trust something like her? Would anyone willingly turn their back, knowing what pulsed beneath her skin? Corin didn't flinch. He just called her an idiot, like always. Like nothing had changed at all between them. Deep inside, the voice clawed. It wasn't hers. A presence older and crueler kept whispering, demanding what was never truly hers. The borrowed heart inside her pulsed. She never gave it back. That part was never hers to begin with anyway. Eyes glowing red, she screamed at the darkness. Even so, would Corin still choose to help this version of her? Merkbot City looked peaceful under moonlight. The academy had its myths, its rules, but truth lingered just beneath the surface. In the shadows, the Black Star faction gathered. They weren't just stories, they were real, and their power was spreading fast. Inside a crowded tavern, voices rose and chairs flew. And bad customers were common, but tonight felt like something heavier brewing. A man yelled about being scammed. Another flung accusations. The tension thickened with spilled drinks and puffed-up egos. More shouting followed. Someone demanded payment, another barked threats, but when the name Ian Black Star faction was heard, everything stopped. At once, silence cracked. Their presence meant danger, but also order. No one messed with the faction unless they had death wishes. Corin sat nearby, quiet but alert. As chaos buzzed behind him, someone whispered, "What's a miner doing here?" Something had begun. A wooden chair dragged across the floor as the tavern grew tense, and every eye turned sharply toward Corin's direction. Someone grabbed Corin's shoulder roughly, assuming authority. The crowd's aggression simmered, but Corin's expression stayed unreadable and calm. Tension surged. A man raised his hand to strike, but Corin didn't move, standing still like he'd seen worse before. He stepped forward without hesitation, weaving through bodies that acted tough but had never faced anyone truly dangerous in their lives. These guys charged forward recklessly, believing toughness alone could win. Corin knew better. He'd seen enough bravado turn to regret instantly. Power flared as two men prepared to strike. They thought this was a lesson, but Corin had no intention learning. These weren't nobodies. They were once elite hunters, now leashed as tools. Their bloodlust hadn't faded, only redirected. Warnings rang out, claiming Corin didn't understand who they were. But he didn't need to understand to finish things quickly. The first blow came fast, but Corin's counter was faster. Everything stopped the moment his punch connected with perfect control. One dropped hard, stunned. Corin didn't celebrate or speak. He just kept walking forward, eyes sharp, like nothing even happened. The noise spilled into the night. The building shook from inside as Corin calmly tore through every last threat around him. Tables flipped and shouts echoed. Most ran or screamed. Corin stayed centered, untouchable in the chaos swirling through the tavern. Dust hung in the air. One man crawled back, staring at Corin like he'd just seen something utterly inhuman. Surrounded by broken furniture and groaning bodies, Corin stood still. The fear in the room grew heavier with every heartbeat. Silence fell. No one moved. Korin tilted his head slightly, as if wondering why they ever thought they stood a chance. Korin's punch landed clean. The guy dropped instantly. No questions, no warnings. He moved like someone who'd done this before. A scream followed behind, fading quickly. Korin didn't stop walking. The city felt quiet, like it already knew something changed. That night, the Black Star Gang disappeared completely. No sign, no trail, just silence left behind under the dark sky. Korin never cared about turf wars. He came for something else, something uglier, something buried deeper than gang politics ever reached. They were selling demi-humans in cages. He came to rip open doors, break chains, and leave no one behind. The hallway smelled like damp stone and old fear. Korin's boots echoed as he passed rows of cells, all locked. Demi-humans were different, too different. The world didn't make room for them, so people made cages instead. Cruel and easy. With every door unlocked, the silence shifted. Shadows moved. Some stepped out slowly, unsure if freedom was real or imagined. Their eyes were wide, hollow. Some flinched at his presence, others stared. None spoke. He didn't expect them to. Outside, safety waited. A new start. He made sure they knew they were leaving this nightmare behind, not escaping alone. Korin left his shirt off, not for comfort but to seem less threatening. Soft edges in a sharp-edged place. He knew they'd be watching him closely. Every move mattered. Trust wasn't easy here. He needed to earn it carefully. This rescue had a name. 2 names, actually. Siblings. Ren and Aeon. He scanned every corner, looking for someone familiar. A girl pointed. He followed quietly, staying low. The hallway narrowed, darker than before. Each step felt heavier than the last. They were smaller than expected, curled together, fragile. He paused, letting the moment settle. Found at last, and still breathing? Korin studied Ren closely, wondering how someone so small could carry such a sharp edge behind her cautious, guarded expression. He'd heard demi-humans matured fast, but this still seemed extreme. Power like that, at her age, felt unnatural. Still, Korin stepped forward. He knew presence mattered. He wasn't leaving her behind just because she looked ready to bite. Ren wrapped her arms around her brother tightly, not speaking. Her glare did all the talking. She didn't trust easily. The truth was harsh. She'd been sold young, shaped by cruelty. And now, she looked ready to tear through steel. In another life, Ren stood tall beside Aeon, feared by even the strongest, but that path ended in blood. Now Korin had a second chance. This time maybe things could change. Maybe they'd survive longer than just 1 year. The lock clicked open. The moment felt quiet, but heavy. Ren didn't move, not yet. She was still calculating. Korin didn't push. He waited. Saving someone wasn't always about rushing in. Sometimes it meant just being there, steady. Eventually she stood up. Her brother followed. They both walked forward slowly, eyes locked on the strange man ahead. Korin knelt, arms open, steady breath. They didn't speak, but for the first time the space between them felt lighter. Ren rested her chin against his shoulder. Ron clung to his arm. They didn't need words. The message was clear. These kids had potential, not just power, but will. Strength born from pain, but still pure underneath all that weight. He didn't ask for their names. He already knew them. But hearing it again felt like something sacred this time. He smiled softly. "In Korin Loch," he'd said once. But now, it felt different. He wasn't just a fighter anymore, a guardian. Ron leaned in, burying his face into Korin's shoulder. Ren had finally dropped her guard too, even if just briefly. Trust was a slow thing, but he could feel it starting. Even the smallest signs felt like progress worth noticing. Korin held them tighter. For now, they felt safe, but he knew this safety had a clock ticking down. Lenya showed up right on time, her voice sharp and her eyes calculating. Always felt like she knew too much. He wanted to protect bosses, grown threats, not kids, but life had its own plans. Korin just rolled with it. He scratched his head. Nothing about this mission was going the way he expected. Why was it always like this? His plans never included babysitting, but now they had names, faces, warmth. Plans had changed. He'd already made his choice. Was he supposed to hand them off to someone else? Could he even trust anyone to keep them safe? The tower rose in the distance, standing tall above a quiet village. A new stop, but definitely not rest. A huge bird touched down, wings wide, talons sharp. Always something odd in this world, but he stopped being surprised. People stared as they arrived. It wasn't every day you saw a delivery by feathered beast in broad daylight. A young man stepped forward from the crowd. Quick feet, focused eyes. There was something serious in his expression. He held a paper like it mattered, like words had weight. Not many did that anymore. Korin noticed things like that. An elder appeared, voice calm but with a presence that filled the air. Every village had someone like this, grounded. Introductions began, names exchanged with nods and polite smiles. Still, Korin stayed alert. Peace was just another kind of silence. The place was quiet but polished. Fresh tea, warm light, soft chairs. It felt like they'd stepped into another world. Banter broke out as tensions softened, that brief calm where people pretend everything's fine even when it clearly isn't. The master's voice cut through the air like a sword. He didn't like distractions when things were still uncertain. His eyes said more than his words ever did. Silence always carried more weight when spoken by someone respected. There was hesitation in the air, concern, doubt, memory. But decisions had to be made, and someone had to lead. The old man confirmed it without flinching. No wavering voice, no doubts, just the finality of someone who'd seen enough. He spoke of agreements and titles, how things were already signed. Names meant everything when backed by an emperor's seal. The others didn't speak, but their eyes flared. Anger bubbled quietly, like coals just under ash. Dangerous, if left alone. With calm resolve, the master urged peace. Emotion had its place, but now wasn't the time for hearts to lead. Still, the weight of everything they'd been through clung to the edges of their expressions. Some things were hard to bury. The tower burned behind her, flames licking the sky. She stood alone on bodies, soaked in ash, unmoved by chaos. Smoke curled through her hair as she whispered hate. It wasn't the fire she feared, it was memory burning. The academy bustled with color and noise as students rushed to finish decorations for the festival. This wasn't just celebration, it was a grand tournament where elite academies gathered to prove their strength. Each school arrived with pride and banners raised, prepared to face rivals in fierce, honorable combat trials. In a dorm room, excited students debated their picks, eager to form a winning, balanced team. One student calmly spoke up, eyes focused. He knew exactly who he'd take into the fight. She leaned closer, whispering doubts about the random matchups that ignored everyone's carefully planned teams. He assured her an announcement would soon clarify how secondary-tier students would still earn ranking points. Frustrated, she slumped forward, dreading the idea of working under a team she couldn't control. He calmly explained he chose solo events instead, seeing more freedom and fewer limitations that way. Another student excitedly appeared, holding a prize box, clearly unaware of the tension building around competition plans. As the room buzzed, he paused, sensing whispers and glances aimed directly toward him. A quiet voice warned him the real threats had just arrived, those known to dominate every fight. Down below, the powerful trio appeared with ease, their presence immediately shifting the entire hall's mood. Ryun Kang, Jin Hyuk Sa, and Wei Hua Kang, the most feared names of this year's chapter. Watching them, he stayed calm, silently preparing himself to stand against their power in due time. Inside the archive, the elder stared at the disorganized files, clearly angered by what he saw. He demanded answers, furious that information on bloodline awakenings had gone missing without any formal record. A fiery memory returned. An entire research center burned down when the truth risked being exposed again. Someone had survived the fire, and that person held the key to a forbidden bloodline secret. Now, with urgency, he ordered the woman to investigate quietly before more eyes noticed the disruption. The elder remained firm. He only wished for order, peace, and clarity within their divided ranks. He credited the woman for keeping things stable, even if her methods weren't always officially approved. Another man entered, skeptical of her goals, questioning if peace was really what she pursued. He warned her to prove her loyalty soon, before others began doubting her role completely. Junyan Lui, the organization's enforcer, arrived next, unconvinced that a former beast could live like a human. The elder firmly refused letting that creature join the festival would risk everything they had built. Junyan challenged the refusal, suggesting the creature's inclusion could help justify their control and legal stance. She hesitated, realizing that involving Harem in public events might expose dangerous truths too early. Junyan insisted using Harem would send a powerful message, if they could ensure he remained obedient. Reluctantly, she agreed. Despite the risks, she recognized the chance to shift public opinion in their favor. The meeting shifted focus. Someone asked about Ryun Kang, prompting her to give a measured response. She confirmed his status, then requested time to handle matters surrounding him quietly and without interference. She believed Ryun Kang could be stabilized, but only if she acted quickly, before suspicion spread. Another elder noted rising concerns and advised ending the meeting before their intentions became too obvious. She exhaled lightly, stood tall, and prepared to handle everything alone, just as she always had. Rumors spread fast. Someone declared that this year's Academy Festival would be infiltrated by dangerous enemies. She was shocked, demanding an explanation, clearly unprepared for such a threat so close to events. Another slammed the table, questioning who planned the attack and how such plans escaped their notice. He admitted knowing little, only that trouble was certain, and likely tied to two rival academies. With narrowed eyes, he revealed the truth. Either or both Old Order and Kurama Academy were behind it. Behind every recent attack stood one name, Hwaran, a group bound by shadow and violent purpose. Their influence extended far, threatening peace across kingdoms, organizations, and the entire structure of modern authority. He tasked Josephine with investigating them, expecting her to uncover the truth before disaster struck. She questioned his own role, but he casually replied while eating he'd quietly observe from the sidelines. His plan was simple: place key suspects in one team to monitor their movements directly. He pulled his jacket tight, feeling the moment his long-held resolve settled fully into place. Declaring his goal, he made the sacred oath: no matter the path, he would save everything. Josephine exhaled deeply, unsure how to respond, shaken by the sincerity behind his quiet vow. As she opened her thoughts to speak, she reconsidered everything she'd assumed about his intentions. Meanwhile, he pondered aloud the recent attacks had financial backing from students, raising new suspicions fast. He paused, reflecting silently. Despite the warnings, he still hadn't uncovered any real proof or leads. He recalled a moment when someone had tried to warn him, but he ignored the urgency. Still, he'd earned enough through quests, helping others quietly, all while preparing for what was coming. He laughed off Josephine's glare, deflecting with jokes as he handed her a plate of snacks. Time moved quickly. The preliminaries began, and with them, the opening of the festival's first matches. Nervously, one student whispered the question: was it even possible they'd survive what was coming? They scanned the crowd. Only 50 would advance, and the field was already overflowing with competitors. Tensions rose fast. Confused students questioned the turnout and why so many had gathered for this. Corin noticed Warren's absence, realizing she must have chosen solo events. Distancing herself from the selection chaos, a voice called from above. Corin stepped forward, ready to face them all with calm confidence. The elder stood tall, introducing himself as referee, and welcomed the participants to the selection match. He reminded them only the top 50 would advance, so they must give it everything they had. The blonde student muttered nervously, clearly doubting his odds while trying to act like he didn't care. With a sharp tone, the elder declared the trial's theme: rescue as many citizens as possible. Suddenly, the ground rumbled violently, surprising everyone as fake buildings rose and the match began instantly. As the floor split open, the contestants dropped straight into a giant shifting underground challenge zone. They landed inside the infamous Stone Sentinel Maze, a sealed octagonal formation designed to test survival instincts. One student panicked, recognizing the maze from history books as a legendary trap of strategic complexity. His teammate tried to reassure him, but the arrival of strange figures quickly escalated their anxiety. Rules flashed above: guide citizens to safety, avoid harm, and gain or lose points accordingly. The blonde student gathered nearby citizens, confidently offering to lead them safely through the rescue challenge. He cheered on the group, proud of their excitement, unaware of what danger lurked ahead. Suddenly, monstrous barking echoed. The students panicked as a giant hound charged straight toward them with fury. Corin acted fast, slicing the beast cleanly in one strike, saving everyone before it reached them. The children cheered joyfully, calling him amazing. His quick action had already earned their full trust. The students pressed forward, acting as guardians, protecting the simulated citizens from incoming threats and beasts. Their mission was clear: escort as many dummies to the designated safe zones as possible, unharmed. Alicia guided her group, pleased by her leadership, confident that they were gaining valuable points. As one student planned a route, the earth suddenly rumbled beneath them, shaking with growing intensity. Explosions echoed nearby. A figure appeared, signaling the arrival of a much more dangerous challenge ahead. The rumbling grew louder. Something massive was approaching, shaking the arena floor with each heavy step. A voice echoed through the red mist, demanding surrender and threatening violence if resisted. The students froze. More threats followed, ordering them to drop their weapons or face destruction. Alicia gasped as a large shape emerged. At first glance, it looked exactly like a war tank. But then someone realized it wasn't a tank. It was a massive group of weaponized mannequins. Jagger charged wildly into the mannequins, ignoring strategy, risking everything for reckless points and chaos. He laughed maniacally, unconcerned about the citizens. He only cared about cutting through the enemy faster. Alicia pointed angrily, horrified at his actions, realizing he was willing to kill for convenience. Someone shouted Corin's name as the air shifted. Something darker and more dangerous was awakening nearby. The masked figure declared himself Immortal Rogue, claiming power and madness as his reason for fighting. The twisted figure laughed wildly, declaring he was no longer Corin, but the Immortal Rogue instead. His cackling echoed across the field, infecting the air with dread and growing confusion among students. He explained how his team started with 3, but chaos helped their influence spread fast. Through fear and destruction, he recruited many, using the growing conflict to draw others into darkness. So he never cared about citizens. He gained points by turning others into weapons from the start. Rogue soldiers charged ahead, shouting that they'd now win points by controlling the stone citizens directly. The opposing students panicked, unsure how to fight such overwhelming numbers swarming across the maze paths. Ironically, the stone citizens proved excellent at throwing themselves to safety when given the right command. Rogue mocked the defenders, laughing as their hard-earned scores were taken with ease by sheer numbers. Seeing no other choice, the defenders leapt in ready to fight hand-to-hand for every remaining point. Rogue gave his follower permission to attack freely, encouraging him to unleash chaos without restraint. With a gleeful shout, the mage hurled a fireball that exploded among the students and citizens. A defender shouted in protest, warning their own stone citizens were at risk in the blast. The rogue mage laughed. He didn't care. He'd simply collect more after destroying his enemies first. Meanwhile, Korin's team stayed ahead by prioritizing alliances early, securing stone citizens before violence escalated. Rogue's follower cheered as explosions echoed behind them. They weren't strategizing, just enjoying the destruction together. But that reckless fun came to a halt the moment they encountered Alicia's prepared and alert team. Seeing Korin among them, Alicia shouted, stunned by his appearance and the madness surrounding his expression. He introduced himself again loudly, proudly as the immortal rogue, declaring he'd defeat them without hesitation. Alicia clenched her fists, preparing to face him, even if her heart wavered at the truth. Rogue landed beside Alicia, calmly asking her to join him, despite being surrounded by her allies. He insisted his forces were growing fast, and he needed someone with her strength and influence. As his army expanded, he promised any student could join if they knelt and pledged loyalty. To Alicia's shock, one student defected instantly, bowing and declaring allegiance to Rogue without hesitation. Stunned, Alicia yelled Rogue's twisted logic and tempting power were starting to fracture her team from within. Rogue grinned. The battlefield descended into chaos, students turning violent to protect or steal stone citizens. Trapped and desperate, they clawed for victory like cuttlefish in a barrel, attacking anything that moved nearby. Bloodshed escalated. Friends turned on each other as panic replaced logic in the crowded battlefield maze. Exhausted but resolute, Alicia stood tall. If this was war, she'd fight just as mercilessly back. Elsewhere, other students realized the same. This match would reshape reputations, or completely destroy them forever. The group laughed together, filled with light-hearted trust, believing friendship alone could carry them to victory. But their joy vanished the moment they faced the overwhelming might of Rogue's advancing forces. One of them trembled, calling Korin's name, still shocked that he had become their most dangerous enemy. Marie remained calm, urging them forward, claiming their teamwork and spirit would surpass even Rogue's twisted strength. She then looked at Rogue and asked sweetly, almost innocently, if he'd promised not to hurt her. Isabel proudly declared their long friendship, believing it would hold Marie back from choosing the enemy, but Isabel didn't see the truth. Marie's crush on Rogue outweighed their 2 years of trust. With a wild shout, Marie lunged toward Rogue, her eyes sparkling with blind devotion and excitement. Isabel screamed in disbelief, watching Marie betray their side without hesitation or even a second thought. Shock consumed Isabel's face. Her hand trembled as she realized the friend she loved was gone. Rogue's followers, wild with excitement, rallied under his command, screaming to destroy everyone in their path. Marie flew into battle without hesitation, fully consumed by the role Rogue had given her. The crowd echoed Rogue's name with worshipful chants, his madness now a symbol of power and freedom. He grinned quietly, amused by the chaos. With his followers loyal, he barely needed to act. While others fought desperately, Rogue stood still, confident he'd win the match without lifting a finger. The instructors watched in disbelief, stunned by the destructive influence of one mysterious, manipulative student below. Josephine couldn't answer who he was. His tactics were sharp, yet disgraceful by any academic standard. Though brilliant in execution, his strategies were unethical. Josephine quickly denied he was part of their school. Korin's rogue-led team drew attention and awe. Despite chaos, they passed the round with high scores. The tournament advanced. Round 1 ended, and new skilled opponents stepped into the arena with purpose. An enemy charged with blazing energy, unleashing a strike that split the ground with raw force. Korin dodged swiftly, barely evading the strike, then turned to give orders with his usual smirk. He shouted at Alicia to attack, suggesting her strength was perfect for a direct, physical blow. Annoyed but focused, Alicia muttered in frustration, realizing Korin planned everything around her, doing the hard work. Without argument, she launched forward into the clash, blades ringing out as her counterstrike began immediately. Alicia's final strike landed cleanly, knocking down the last opponent with a sharp yell of effort. Korin casually raised his thumb, praising her while admitting he didn't need to lift a finger. Frustrated, Alicia yelled that she fought alone, while Korin smirked and avoided any real accountability again. Watching from above, an observer noted the unpredictable dynamic and realized this group wasn't like the others. Her gaze sharpened as she spotted someone unusual, someone whose calm presence hinted at hidden strength beneath. Seated among the spectators, Alicia and Corin watched silently, knowing stronger opponents would appear soon. The two fiercest threats everyone feared were Vayeziker, the savage berserker, and Marie, the unpredictable vampire. Together, their monstrous presence dominated the arena, their aura enough to silence even the boldest contenders. Yet amid rising tension, one spear wielder fearlessly moved, dodging the Chen Shunin's elite strikes with ease. Though Chen Shunin warriors were skilled and quick, their blade flurries failed to even graze him. Corin adjusted his grip, knowing he'd soon face one of the Empire's strongest and smartest warriors. His teammates speculated that tacticians like them were only useful in large-scale conflicts, not arena duels. He stretched lazily, half-joking, hoping they wouldn't need another desperate maze strategy anytime soon. A shadow approached Alicia as ominous aura radiated as she silently glared, making her presence intensely uncomfortable. Suddenly, a roar erupted from the arena stands, echoing through the towering Colosseum with rising anticipation. Her steps echoed through the corridor, drawing closer to the memory she tried hard to forget. That single moment, vivid in her mind, was the one that shattered her peace and innocence. She stood engulfed in flames, the world watching silently as she took her first step into darkness. A voice inside her urged destruction, drowning hesitation telling her to kill, burn, and destroy everything around her. Suddenly she jolted back to the present, gasping, haunted by the fire still burning in her heart. She dashed forward like a blade of fury, eyes locked, heart silenced by instinct and purpose alone. But within that charge, something darker surged, a cold memory cloaked in rage, far deeper than fear. It wasn't strategy or training, just pure hostility, aimed with the precision of someone who'd killed before. A distant observer watched quietly, acknowledging her strength, something raw and rare most wouldn't survive standing near. She stood calmly, noting how few could maintain composure when faced with that level of killing intent. Consumed by vengeance, she charged through the inferno, driven by a singular command, echoing in her mind. Memories of betrayal blurred as instinct pushed her toward her target, unaware of what truly awaited her. A mysterious figure observed silently, her gaze steady, as if recognizing something lost long ago. A boy stepped forward, expression calm. Despite her rage, he felt no fear, only measured awareness. Revealing a sinister grin, he denied any past connection. His presence hinted at something far more dangerous. A mysterious man approached the nun, his presence unfamiliar but oddly deliberate, as if seeking something hidden. She instantly denied knowing him, though a strange, painful recognition flickered behind her hardened, glowing eyes. Despite sensing tension, he backed off politely, masking confusion while retreating from a meeting he hadn't planned. The nun sat motionless, disturbed by emotions she couldn't place, memories clawing at edges she couldn't grasp. She watched him disappear into the crowd, unsure if fate had just warned her or reopened something sealed. Corin silently tightened his grip, suppressing rising anger after his brief, tense encounter with the cloaked nun. He walked away, unaware he was being watched by another woman, one far more calculating and composed. She commented on his impulsiveness, warning that reckless actions could expose deeper truths better kept hidden. She revealed knowledge of a terrifying necromancer's weapon, and the monster Corin was unknowingly connected to. To stop the monster's resurrection, she insisted on forming the 8 Gates array without delay. The woman shared her findings calmly, having traced the origin of the sealed monster's awakening signs. She left the decision to Corin, placing the burden of the next action entirely on him. With burning resolve, Corin accepted the task. His mission was clear: now kill the approaching monster. Elsewhere, the Academy announced a group match in Marcia City, gathering skilled fighters from many regions. Inside a crowded tavern, one experienced warrior sensed something strange and unexpected brewing within the city. A confident woman confronted the man, revealing she'd learned troubling news from Madame Josephine about stolen goods. She questioned him directly about bandits stealing supplies, his reaction mixed panic with forced innocence. Startled, he denied stealing that, trying to deflect attention from something far more specific and dangerous. In truth, he had stolen supplies, but they belonged to the Catholic Church, not ordinary merchants. Unbeknownst to others, Sang Hyun was smuggling holy items through secret networks hidden from church authority. The woman suspected the smuggling narrative was false, crafted by Sang Hyun and Lin Jiang to stall investigation. Their goal was to delay the church's response, buying time to recover or hide stolen supplies. Elsewhere, Corin relaxed briefly. A teammate invited him to eat, noticing he hadn't touched his food. He hesitated, unsure why he lost his appetite, his thoughts still stuck on earlier suspicious movements. Meanwhile, an instructor discussed match structure. 32 teams would compete, grouped into 8 balanced formations for fairness. A stern man monitored the time carefully. Something critical was set to happen at the 1-hour mark. He announced the passing time, 59 minutes. The countdown had begun, but no one noticed yet. Tension slowly built around the room. One student fidgeted, sensing something odd with the instructor's tone. The countdown hit its final seconds. Korin moved instinctively, alerting his teammate just before chaos began. At 1, the man erupted with golden power and ambush was triggered right inside the academy hall. A deadly energy blast erupted across the hall, striking students without warning. Panic filled the air instantly. Korin charged forward without hesitation, drawing attention. His teammate called out, confused by his sudden aggression. The instructor, now fully transformed, attempted to react only to be struck by Korin's icy counterattack. Caught off guard, the instructor stumbled. "Just what?" he gasped, realizing he had severely underestimated Korin. Blood splattered across the floor. Korin, blade drawn, stood alone among fallen enemies and overturned tables. Alicia stood frozen in shock, overwhelmed by the violence and unable to process what just happened. Korin calmly told her to inspect the corpses. Something about them didn't match the timing. To her horror, the bodies had already decomposed unnaturally, as if dead long before the battle. Korin recognized the pattern. King Ryun's influence was active. The disturbance wasn't random, it was deliberate. For 3 centuries, this city had unknowingly looped through time, hiding its curse behind peaceful days. When the sun sets, Marcia transforms. Beneath moonlight, the peaceful city becomes something terrifying and unnatural. Nazria, the hidden half of Marcia, awakens after dusk, an entire city inhabited by undead creatures. This cursed zone is now the next battleground for the Academy's group-based survival competition. A powerful instructor oversees the event, reminding participants of the rules and the deadly consequences of failure. Group D Korin, Alicia, Jackie, and Leon stood prepared, unaware what Nazria truly held beyond its quiet streets. Korin knew the mission: survive this deadly round to protect Wuhan and reach the 3rd phase. Until then, he would play along with the Academy's twisted survival game masked as a festival. The true threat waited beyond the center. Their strategy: weaken outer forces without drawing main attention. Korin would spearhead the path clearing, eliminating lower-tier threats with calculated precision and controlled magical power. Their destination was the outskirts steeple, a towering structure marking Nazria's outer boundary and potential entry route. Korin explained the plan: avoid the city's center, farm safe zones, and steadily collect survival points. He'd confront the boss later. For now, gathering data and minimizing risk were their priorities. The team agreed. They trusted Korin's judgment and prepared to execute the cautious, coordinated strategy together. Suddenly, one member noticed a faint but active mana signal far closer than it should be. A massive undead creature burst forth unexpectedly, charging at them before any proper defense could form. Lark panicked as the enormous creature charged. The others froze, unsure how such a threat appeared. One teammate shouted urgently, "That wasn't a normal monster, it was the central boss from the final zone." Flying magic was activated, but it was already too late. The creature moved with unnatural speed upward. As the attack struck, Alicia realized too late it wasn't just strong, it was a possessed geist. The impact was fatal. Lark's body vanished into fragments. The message confirmed it: Lark Bugman was eliminated. Korin screamed for Ye Honorable, desperate for answers after Lark's sudden death mid-flight above the battlefield. Ye Honorable hesitated. He realized too late the flying spell had failed due to the boss's interference magic. Korin's eyes narrowed. They needed to adapt fast, or the entire team would fall like Lark. The monstrous geist roared again, charging with raw force, its speed and strength defying normal undead behavior. Its powerful attack slammed into the clock tower, unleashing waves of destruction across Nazria's darkened skyline. Alicia shouted in frustration, questioning why chaos always erupted whenever Korin was nearby during missions. The geist strike shattered more ground, sending shockwaves that tore through the surrounding structures without mercy. Debris exploded outward. The team scattered, dodging falling stone as the entire tower began collapsing downward. From high above, the top of the steeple crumbled, crashing violently toward the ruined city below. The aftermath left silence. Only rubble and dust remained where the old clock tower once proudly stood. Amidst the rubble, the team slowly recovered. Dust settled, revealing shattered stone and bruised teammates below. Alicia checked on everyone. Leon reassured her casually, while Zarin claimed to be enjoying the chaos. Korin reminded them they couldn't afford more mistakes. Too many close calls already risked early elimination. Suddenly, Jaeger stirred. He was disoriented, then confused as something sharp brushed past his leg unexpectedly. A monstrous claw struck down from the shadows, too fast to dodge. Jaeger screamed as it landed. Alicia gasped as an overwhelming aura approached. Someone had expected this outcome and chose to reveal themselves. The White King appeared, a legendary undead entity cloaked in spectral fire, radiating pressure with every step. Korin identified it instantly, a revenant titan. Worse, it was backed by an abyss. Shrieked. All three bosses of Nazria had gathered, each one ranked as a first-class nightmare opponent. Faced with the impossible, Alicia whispered to Corin, afraid. "Is this where it ends for us?" The three bosses advanced together. Their presence alone warped the battlefield, driving terror into every observer. Corin clenched his fists. He didn't want to fall here, not before fulfilling his mission's purpose. He questioned if this was it. Was he truly about to be eliminated in round 3? Just as doubt crept in, a sudden surge of energy erupted before his eyes. Familiar, yet divine, a brilliant column of light struck down, splitting the sky and halting everything with overwhelming force. Corin shielded his eyes. The blinding light wasn't destructive. It halted everything, even the monster's advance. He realized the light came from something, not an explosion, but a radiant weapon drawing all focus. The spear radiated with overwhelming force. Corin instinctively reached for it, surprised by its familiar energy. A voice called to him. No threat, only guidance. The spear was pointing him toward escape. Alicia caught up, relieved. She asked about Jaeger, but focused first on Corin's shaken condition. Corin and Alicia sprinted through narrow streets, following the light's path deeper into Nazria's dark corridors. They reached a hallway. The spear's glow faded behind them, revealing a momentary chance to rest. Alicia placed her hand on the wall, catching her breath, grateful they avoided immediate pursuit. Ahead stood a lone figure holding the radiant spear. She welcomed them, relieved they survived intact. Corin nodded, still winded. He thanked her quietly, aware that mysterious intervention had saved them again. The blue-haired warrior stepped forward and asked Corin directly, "Do you know my spear techniques?" Corin's eyes narrowed. Something in the voice or presence triggered a memory he couldn't immediately place. Alicia watched closely. She admitted the voice had sounded oddly familiar, almost like someone from their past. The stranger nodded slightly, acknowledging her reaction. Two figures behind her moved with sharp, trained precision. With soundless steps, the white-haired woman stared forward, her glowing eye hinting at hidden recognition. She stepped forward calmly, eyes gentle. The others froze as she said, "My master, Aaron Denua." Corin stood speechless, recognition washing over him. The name alone reopened memories he thought were buried forever. Corin approached the grand hall, footsteps echoing, summoned by someone with unknown purpose or intent. A guard questioned Corin's presence, suspicious of his appearance and curious why he'd been called directly. Inside, Corin noticed a familiar face, someone connected to the main player's downfall he once orchestrated. He was told to wait. Someone important wanted to speak with him about a past incident. A woman entered, golden light behind her, softly saying, "Ah, so you're Corin," confirming his identity. Corin remembered clearly that unexpected meeting with her marked the beginning of everything that would follow. As night fell over the academy, tensions rose. The building ahead pulsed ominously with magical energy. Corin hesitated, then entered. She, waiting quietly, invited him inside with calm words and a smile. She offered tea and chocolate, but Corin remained cautious, unsure of her intentions or hidden motives. She explained the relic's danger. Its knowledge came from centuries past, where magic twisted minds beyond repair. Corin stayed quiet while eating, sensing their curiosity. He knew they'd soon question his sudden appearance. The room's mood shifted. They wanted answers: why he came, what he sought, and whom he served. Corin avoided direct answers, letting their assumptions build. His connection to a long-forgotten master stirred interest. She quickly understood. His origins weren't ordinary. There was something unnatural about how he learned so much. The girl realized the truth. Corin's knowledge came from someone long dead, a relic of distant history. Corin analyzed her behavior. Despite the city's curse, she remained calm. Something didn't add up logically. He wondered how she resisted madness. Nazria's corruption should have overwhelmed anyone staying this long inside. She spoke calmly, claiming friendship with death itself, a hint toward her survival and unusual mental clarity. Corin was stunned. She revealed Nazria's truth: a cursed city where the undead slowly awakened beneath. She had been preventing the resurrection of the immortal king, whose rebirth neared with every hour. Corin stood to leave, but her voice halted him. She asked directly what was his goal. He paused, then answered truthfully. She couldn't do this alone. She needed someone to assist her. His suggestion surprised her, but his logic made sense. She had reached her limits operating alone. She acknowledged his insight. Corin's sharp perception revealed her condition and the danger of isolation. Enemies surged from the shadows. Nazria's main quest had begun, and survival meant facing it together now. Tension exploded as enemies approached. Corin's team braced for combat, fully aware this was unavoidable. The White Reaver emerged grotesque and enraged. Its roar shattered the silence, marking the battle's beginning. Corin rushed ahead. The others knew his role: delay the Reaver and find its critical weakness. He dodged a deadly swing, the monster's strength shaking the ground with terrifying force behind it. Weapon clashing, Corin stood firm. One mistake could end everything he had to win this first strike. Lightning surged through the battlefield. Korin activated a magic strike, launching himself directly at the Reaver. The White Reaver roared, swinging wildly. Korin's charge collided, creating a shockwave that cracked the floor. Blow after blow landed. Korin forced the creature back, aiming for its core with relentless precision. His mana surged. He gathered power into his palm, forming a concentrated blast at close range. At the perfect moment, Korin shouted the signal. Everything they prepared depended on this final strike. Korin gripped his weapon tighter. The final blow had to be precise, or everything would fail. He struck with full force, a direct hit to the creature's core, igniting a surge of energy. The White Reaver staggered, limbs flailing wildly. Its corrupted body began breaking apart from within. A shockwave burst outward. The beast collapsed, unable to hold its form as the curse unraveled. Korin stepped forward, retrieving the glowing crystal. So this, he said firmly, was the primary key. With the enemy defeated, Korin signaled retreat. The team would rest and regroup before nightfall returned. The sun rose over Nazria. Though peaceful in appearance, they all knew the danger hadn't passed. Korin recalled that Nazria's threats worsened at night. Unlike other missions, daytime was their only safety. This reversal changed everything. Resting at night meant risking ambushes. They needed strict discipline and morning readiness. While others still slept, Korin sat beside her. "You should rest too," she advised calmly, watching. She stared at Korin, recalling countless years of loss, mistakes, and the burden of legacy. Korin listened silently as she confessed she had chosen him. Despite how unlikely it might seem, she admitted choosing a past successor named Valitzar, a powerful candidate she regretted trusting for decades. Korin reflected inwardly. He wasn't bound to that past, he had his own path to walk. Her voice softened. She saw his strength and pain. Gently, she whispered, "Child," with genuine concern. Korin supported the wounded warrior, his expression torn between confusion and urgency as dawn light broke behind them. The girl questioned his motive, sensing something deeper. He wasn't fighting just to protect the present anymore. She doubted her memory, but Korin's unwavering gaze reminded her of a truth buried in the past. Flames painted the sky red, she recalled him. A shadowed hero who once stood firm against destruction. "I'm an adult," he said coldly, "and when a child's in danger, I act without hesitation." The memory of her sacrifice shook Korin deeply, forcing him to question everything he once believed in. He remembered her last words, gentle yet firm words that anchored his resolve in the chaos ahead. That same girl had given her life for him, changing his future and burdening him with guilt. Despite knowing events in advance, Korin failed repeatedly, each attempt to change fate shattered by stubborn, unyielding destiny. He witnessed how minor choices rippled into disasters. Still, he joined the festival, determined to protect Warren. Korin stood silently, knowing that this unexpected development might destroy the structure he carefully built for survival. He feared that deviations from his predictions would ruin everything, making even his sacrifices feel meaningless again. Exhausted by doubt, he questioned his efforts, haunted by failure, unable to rest, sleep, or find peace. Mockery came swiftly from others, but Korin ignored it. Uncertainty did not weaken his sense of responsibility. Even while unsure, he challenged the cynics. If failure defines the wise, what truly defines the foolish? She embraced him tightly, her warmth steady, silently acknowledging the burden he carried alone for so long. Korin believed that entrusting her with his legacy was his one decision made without regret or failure. With quiet strength, she spoke a blessing, promising peace and protection as he faced uncertain trials ahead. Korin tried to believe her words. Hope flickered, but his heart still questioned what lay beyond tomorrow. As another stepped forward in silence, he wondered, could he truly save her when the moment arrived? A sudden surge of magical force erupted from the stage, sending shockwaves through the entire arena space. Confusion and panic spread quickly. Terrified students ran while others screamed, unsure of what they were seeing. One girl grabbed Huaran, shouting at her to take action, but she remained frozen and uncertain. Despite the urgency, Huaran spoke calmly, pointing out how fear and hesitation cloud judgment in critical moments. Acknowledging his failure, the man collapsed, overwhelmed by defeat, while Huaran stood firm, watching him with quiet resolve. They faced each other on the arena floor, quiet tension, yet less intimidating than Korin's earlier lessons. At a quiet table, she asked how his strength compared, needing clarity before judging the outcome. The woman admitted plainly no one, not even this new challenger, could match Korin's unmatched ability. She recalled the training session that left her humbled, vowing to grow so it never happened again. Her grip tightened, ready this time. She had trained harder, determined to prove her growth through action. She activated the 8 poles technique, summoning a fierce dragon-shaped energy that burst outward with overwhelming force. Descending with unstoppable momentum, her attack cracked the air, its power aimed directly at her stunned opponent's core. The boy could only watch in terror as the brilliant red aura surged violently toward his position. Before he could react, the impact struck, engulfing him completely in an explosion of red energy. From a distance, she smiled confidently, satisfied that her training had produced the results she needed. Bruised and terrified, her opponent stumbled backward, calling her a monster, his pride completely shattered by defeat. She remained silent, the insult familiar this time, though it stirred a deeper feeling she didn't expect. She wasn't hurt, but something about his words unsettled her, sitting uncomfortably in her chest without reason. The next round began, the arena shifted, and the crowd prepared to witness Group C's final match. Her next opponent rushed forward aggressively, a skilled student from Manhwa Academy, known for unrelenting close-range pressure tactics. Her eyes narrowed sharply, recognition struck instantly. She had prepared for this moment ever since their encounter. Bathed in red lightning, he grinned wickedly and said, "We meet again," voice soaked with violent intent. The warrior launched forward using instantaneous movement, appearing midair behind his target with overwhelming killing intent. He struck with a crushing knee to the enemy's spine, interrupting their chant and breaking formation instantly. Blue aura burst outward from Shiryoku as he counterattacked, channeling raw force into a wide frontal strike. The observers recognized that this was no ordinary aura. His energy density signaled elite-grade combat capability beyond academy standards. With seamless rotation, Shiryoku unleashed a roundhouse kick, his velocity tearing through air and collapsing his enemy. The kick landed cleanly, his opponent was hurled backward, body twisting from the sheer force of impact. Blue energy dispersed as the body skidded across the stone ground, limbs slack, consciousness fading rapidly. A commanding figure appeared, her aura flared crimson, measuring the outcome with clinical precision and silent judgment. She assessed the damage calmly. For academy trials, his display of power exceeded humane combat expectations. With narrowed eyes, she questioned his restraint. The challenger's strength raised doubts about his purpose and intentions. His teeth clenched, rage surged. The trauma resurfaced, ripping through memory as flames mirrored his inner chaos. He recalled that moment, the slaughter, the fire, the screams, vengeance, now the only thing that mattered. Driven by pain, he roared. Grief morphed into hatred. His body overflowed with unstable, seething energy. Amid burning ruins, he swore retribution. His vow to kill was no longer an empty threat. The woman watched silently. His fury startled her. For the first time, doubt crept into her thoughts. Alone in his study, the mage questioned everything. His dark summoning had failed without clear reason. He clenched his fists. The offering, the incantation, every detail had been perfect. No disruption was recorded. Looking out the window, he saw peace. That silence contradicted his expectations of immediate destruction and chaos. Confused, he asked aloud who interfered, and why. Who could cancel a forbidden spell without leaving traces? He turned back toward his desk. Something unknown had intervened, and it was watching even now. The mage screamed in fury, naming his enemy. He knew only one person could have disrupted the spell. He ran through the halls, enraged. The words he spat named her, the rune-using spearwoman witch. He remembered her face. She'd interfered before. But surviving centuries? That defied natural laws and time itself. Still barefoot, she walked the sacred grounds, untouched. Her presence alone made the air feel unstable. The runes glowed beneath her. The spell array was active proof she'd manipulated fate without being seen. The mage smirked. Decoding the activation glyphs took less time than he'd feared during preparations. He saw the primordial rune N, a symbol said to predate all known written magical languages. That letter represented the beginning, first etched 300 years ago to rewrite time and reset outcomes. His eyes widened. Recognition struck. That rune was no copy, it was part of the origin stones. Suddenly laughing, he staggered. "The witch," he gasped. "I know, she stole it from the start." Georg finally realized the truth. The timeline had been looping, manipulated from behind for generations unnoticed. He traced the cause to her. An XGL force had sustained the loop far longer than imagined. A cloaked figure emerged. Her identity confirmed his suspicion. She'd preserved the cycle to restrain immortality. Without hesitation, she launched an attack. Her strike pierced the temporal shield Georg used for regeneration defense. His form broke down. The rune-bound chains activated, destroying his body before he could attempt restoration. Her breath caught violently. The sudden feedback from disrupted runes triggered a chain reaction in her core. Night fell again on Nazar. The magical field above remained intact, hiding deeper truths from normal eyes. Korin rejoined his group under moonlight. Their patrol resumed, unaware of the distortion buried beneath reality's surface. A sudden threat emerged. Korin responded instantly, aura shielding allies while striking at beasts warped by mana. After repelling them, the team checked supplies. Korin remained tense. He sensed they were guarding the wrong place. She praised her unit's performance, hiding her real intent. Everything was proceeding according to her schedule. None realized she had guided their movements, ensuring defenses aligned exactly where she wanted them placed. As the third night fell, dark energy pulsed. A sealed chamber deep below began to stir. The black mage initiated the resurrection. To complete it, he needed the presence of 2 awakened souls. The seal cracked. From it emerged the ancient figure immortal King Gerorg, lost to history, reborn in shadows. The immortal king's body stabilized, emitting dark aura. His form was twisted from centuries of magical confinement. Korin analyzed the creature's regeneration. Though unstable, the body appeared ready to sustain high-level combat instantly. He calculated options quickly. Recognizing the threat level, he ordered the others back from immediate engagement range. Without waiting, he advanced alone, choosing to face the resurrected monarch before anyone else could interfere. Gerorg sensed the challenger's presence. For the first time, he noticed the unmistakable presence of ancient magic. Gerorg flinched. His senses detected something abnormal, an intense surge gathering before he could raise his defenses. The air split. A magical projectile formed mid-cast compressed energy, structured precisely, a high-tier Doombolt spell. The spell hit with massive force. Explosive light tore through Gerorg's outer shell, shaking the battlefield's center. The observing mage reassessed. The technique's output exceeded academy benchmarks. This caster was beyond the usual combat category. Gerorg growled, rising through smoke. Rage replaced shock. His expression confirmed. This opponent was now a real threat. Gerorg cast a forbidden spell, Death Wind Curse. Its swirling core emitted lethal energy laced with corrosive decay. He activated Apocalypse Tier magic. All mana nearby bent toward him, condensing for a catastrophic energy burst. The explosion hit hard. Korin took the brunt, shield barely holding. Onlookers feared he wouldn't survive impact. Through the dust, allies called to him. His silhouette emerged, injured but still standing under intense pressure. Gerorg screamed uncontrollably. The strain backfired. His unstable magic triggered in-shell rupture, dark essence leaking from his core. He activated Infinite Returning Heavens, a high-level martial technique that unleashed countless radiant strikes in succession. Despite its force, he recognized a flaw: such techniques reduce visibility and obscure nearby targets during combat. Korin adjusted. He launched Naja's demonic technique, designed for precision attacks even within chaotic environments. Timing was key. His body shifted to counter fast patterns, forcing the opponent to break stance. Mastery wasn't strength alone. He understood how reckless power led to collapse when control wasn't fully mastered. After the battle, Korin reassured his companion, downplaying his efforts and hinting at her hidden potential. Confused, she realized someone was missing. Aaron had vanished from view during the aftermath without a trace. Meanwhile, hidden nearby, Aaron observed silently. Her focus was elsewhere. Something darker had drawn her attention. Korin decided quickly. He would locate Aaron alone, instructing his partner to cover ground against undead. Left in silence, she hesitated briefly. Though uncertain, she prepared herself for any threat that might appear. The city remained quiet. Shadows moved unnaturally, revealing that something beneath the surface had not ended. Korin approached her carefully. They both sensed it. This silence wasn't natural. The cycle wasn't truly broken. She confirmed his suspicion. The barrier was reset, trapping the city in a repeated magical timeline again. She acknowledged his awareness. Her expression softened. The number was known: 36,539 iterations completed. This marked the 36,540th reset, 300 years since the cycle began beneath the Academy's corrupted foundation. Every reset began the same. 2 million undead emerged, followed by Gerorg's rise and abrupt vanishing. She had orchestrated the reset cycle exactly 36,539 times, always vanishing just before the city collapsed. Korin was told it took him 3 days to defeat Gerorg, yet the timeline still reset. She confirmed the pattern. Gerorg's defeat alone wasn't enough. Something deeper was anchoring the loop's recurrence. She smiled faintly, prepared to explain. Korin had reached the point few versions of himself ever did. Korin and she surveyed the radiant city below, a strange aura rising from the glowing towers. She remained calm, her presence heavy. She had once shaped this city using forbidden arcane knowledge. That knowledge twisted the city's foundation, binding its survival to a cycle of hidden, massive soul consumption. The core of the city, called Paradise, used 1,240,000 lives as energy to keep reality from collapsing. Korin realized the truth. Ending this system meant saving lives but destroying the world built upon them. As Korin stared forward, an eerie voice echoed in his mind, triggering memories of his regression. The voice belonged to a being observing from beyond, a watcher who recognized Korin's defiance of death. This entity had watched Korin's every move, noting how he repeatedly escaped death through mysterious temporal power. It was the death god, a sovereign who governed soul purification and rebirth through judgment and ritual. The death god's purpose was simple: guide the souls to be purified, then grant them rebirth. Korin learned the truth. She opened the gate, triggering the city's undead surge from within. The city's soul core threatened collapse. She'd summoned Korin not for aid but for destruction. To prevent annihilation, she bargained with the death god, offering a trade few would dare propose. The offer: if 1.24 million undead remained, they could be purified instead of released. The death god was forced to choose: save millions now, or gamble purifying an entire world. To preserve balance, the death god allowed the time loop, 3 days repeating endlessly within the city. Each time Eren Denua defeated Jerorg, the immortal king, his memories would reset to 3 days earlier. This loop created two versions of Eren, one bound to the cycle, the other free outside it. The split was necessary. One Eren would fight endlessly, the other would carry knowledge beyond the loop. Only after completing this arrangement could Eren prepare to face the next threat: the Revenant Titan's rise. New threats emerged: the Abyss Shrieker and the White King both appeared during the loop's third night. Their purpose was to disrupt Eren's cycle and protect the immortal King Jerorg's Etchel rule. Despite everything, Eren continued to fight and defeat Jerorg again and again, resetting time with every third night. This cycle, 3 days long, had repeated without pause or failure for over 300 years. But Eren's expression changed. She sensed something different. The loop was no longer perfectly stable, it was fading. Over time, even Jerorg, the immortal king, began to recognize the endless repetition that bound them all. Korin questioned Eren, concerned by the toll. How many times can you endure killing him again? He pressed further: her mind, her body, her spirit. How long, until everything finally broke beyond repair? Her answer was resolute. As long as necessary, she said. No hesitation, no weakness, only will. Elsewhere, a cloaked figure watched. She knew why Korin arrived. His presence meant the cycle was shifting. Korin watched her fall again, muttering to himself, sacrifices are necessary if we want to save everything. Eren's Ulchita self, created by the loop, lived alone in shadows, unknown beyond the cursed city. Despite isolation and pain, she continued acting selflessly. Korin had seen her do it countless times. In one future, she gave everything to save others. That memory defined his respect for her. But now, the death god appeared unexpected, urgent, interrupting everything. Korin turned sharply, sensing a sudden shift coming. Korin stood firm, facing the death god. He declared a contract, refusing to surrender anything important. The death god reacted, startled. Korin's energy clashed violently with divine force, distorting the surrounding space. A vision appeared: scales of judgment balancing light and darkness, testing the weight of Korin's declared will. This test would measure his intention, whether he sought power, salvation, or something more complicated and personal. Korin raised his voice. He wanted strength not for glory but to rewrite fate and protect her. Korin confronted the cosmic trial, fully aware that failure would result in punishment beyond comprehension or mercy. He made a bold offer: purify the corrupted city of Naria entirely within 6 months. Such a feat had never been achieved before. Even the death god hesitated at the claim. Korin wasn't seeking approval. He declared results would speak louder than belief. Offering his soul as collateral, the divine scale began to respond, weighing Korin's conviction against fate's laws and the world's decay. The cosmic scale reacted, glowing intensely, signaling that Korin's proposed contract had been officially acknowledged. The death god paused, stunned by Korin's unwavering intent and the unexpected shift in balance. Korin's mind remained clear. He wasn't chasing power. He sought something irreplaceable: freedom from unending cycles. He reached for the divine core. This act wasn't symbolic. It would change Naria's fate directly. The death god reeled in shock. Korin's choice defied divine order, triggering consequences not even gods foresaw. Korin returned to Naria. Peaceful streets hid the truth. He now carried irreversible consequences of divine negotiation. He confronted the girl directly, revealing that her future had been altered by his risky intervention. She protested, confused, unsure whether this change meant salvation or destruction. Her role remained dangerously unclear. Korin clarified. He had willingly accepted her burden to buy time she didn't even request. In truth, he once believed this was a game until fear and fire forced him to act. Korin remembered the hero who once saved him, now gone. Lost in flames he couldn't extinguish. Eren stepped forward, no longer afraid. This time, she would become the one who saved him. She had changed, grown strong from failure, determined to never let regret decide her actions again. He didn't need to save the world. Saving just one person would be enough for her. Korin smiled, understanding her resolve. No grand mission, just two people choosing each other against impossible odds. Under the quiet night sky, time moved forward. The loop had finally begun to fracture. Sometime later, in Nazria, unnatural forces stirred again, an echo of conflict refusing to vanish completely. A monstrous cry broke the calm. The immortal king's cycle, once steady, was beginning to unravel violently. The city's frozen rhythm, unchanged for centuries, was breaking down, its repeated timeline no longer following divine order. A massive explosion shook the streets. The undead were reacting this time to something completely new. Aaron whispered a name, faint, meaningful. She was still anchored to the world by that bond. Nazria, once glorious, remained suspended in undeath. Aaron alone carried the burden of defending its silence. She continued fighting for centuries, not because of prophecy or duty, but because she chose not to stop. Aaron Denua stood as the last force of order in the shattered remnants of civilization. She knew her life had purpose and accepted it fully, living not for glory, but for others. For centuries, Aaron bore everything alone. No one had ever tried to save her until now. Corin changed that. He wasn't asking to be protected, he wanted to return what she gave. Aaron, so used to saving others, had forgotten what it meant to be someone's reason. In trying to live as a hero, she lost touch with her own desires and pain. Corin's words, gentle and sure, revived a part of her buried by duty and endless struggle. Aaron's heart wavered. She realized Corin had become more than an ally. He saw her completely. And Corin was the first person to treat her as human, not a symbol or savior. The death god, observing in silence, acknowledged that even being shaped by time could still change. Though amused, the god admitted altering fate required sacrifice. Aaron had already endured centuries to reach here. Corin stepped forward again. The treasure he asked for wasn't power, it was her life restored. The chosen reward was resurrection, an ability tied to soul essence, granted only through the death god. Resurrection magic normally harms the user. For Corin, unable to control spiritual energy, it risked everything. Yet when the scales judged his intent, they didn't shift. His soul remained completely balanced. The death god was intrigued. Corin's will had stability rare even among the strongest of beings. Far from divine halls, Nazria stirred quietly. Change had already begun beneath the surface of silence. Instructors gathered to evaluate progress. The group ranking trial had narrowed competition to its final phase. Only 4 of 8 teams would advance. The others would be eliminated from the academy tournament. Borome's group head, Kang Yuwa, led her team to an impressive 558 points overall. Merkaba's Group A, commanded by the quiet but skilled Mariette, earned 449 points in total. With stakes rising, both teams prepared. The next round would decide more than just rankings, it shaped futures. Final results were announced. Only 4 groups advanced. Head, A, hip, and shoulders competition was intensifying fast. Borome's dominance raised doubts about Merkaba's strength. Some teams believed their rival academy lacked individual skill. The Immortal Lock Bandits mocked Group A, believing its members couldn't compete without Corin leading them. Judges questioned if Merkaba could still perform well. Many suspected their advancement relied too much on luck. Suddenly, 2 voices interrupted, cheerful and late. Corin and his teammate finally arrived, shocking everyone with perfect timing. Corin and Alicia finally entered the hall, calm despite the tension from their unusually late arrival. The instructor scolded them briefly, then instructed them to present their contribution to the scoring platform. Most spectators assumed their score would be low. Some already dismissed them as irrelevant to rankings. Alicia placed the scoring pack. She seemed resigned, unaware just how much they had actually achieved. The scoreboard blinked 1,250 points. Shock rippled through the room. Their late score shattered all prior expectations. Gasps echoed as the judges realized the initial score was only part of Corin's full submission. They revealed rare Moonstones trophies earned only by defeating Nazria's elite undead, Titan, White King, and Shrieker. Corin smiled and presented one final item, the Moonstone of Gerorg, the immortal king himself. Whispers turned to panic. If true, this meant Corin's team cleared the city's highest threat zone. The scoreboard exploded with numbers. Total points now far exceeded any known record in Academy history. The judges were stunned. No team had ever scored 1,768 points in a single challenge. Corin's final tally surpassed all expectations, placing Group D far above every Academy competitor in history. With scores confirmed, Group D was officially declared first place. The qualifiers were finalized without protest. Later that day, Corin and Alicia quietly left in a carriage, away from the growing attention. Corin asked calmly if she planned to return. Alicia smiled faintly, as if already decided. Inside the carriage, Corin quietly wondered if Alicia knew he planned to return and help Aaron. Alicia spoke first, offering unexpected support. She and Mariette were willing to follow him without hesitation. She admitted not knowing his plan, but believed in him enough to face whatever came next. Corin felt guilty for worrying her. Alicia smiled, trying to lift his mood despite her concern. He thanked her sincerely. For now, they would rest tomorrow. They'd begin preparing for the unknown. And as the carriage rolled on, Corin reflected on his next move in the Academy tournament. He considered the Death God's orb, if used wisely, it could shift the third trial's outcome, but he dismissed it. Erin's strength came from herself, not divine tools or XGL miracles. He smiled faintly, wondering what she was doing now, trusting she'd never stop pushing forward alone. Far from him, a tall tower stood under sunlight holding answers, and perhaps Erin's next battle. News spread quickly. Hwoaran, once untouchable, had been arrested. Her capture marked a turning point. Ran rushed forward, arms wide, as her father stepped through the door after many months away. Despite her bright smile, Ran hadn't stepped outside the dojo in years due to chronic illness. Her body possessed a rare condition energy, overflowed uncontrollably, triggering initial shock and disrupting natural balance. No matter the medicines, elixirs, or rituals they tried, nothing could clear the energy blockage within. Yet, even with her burden, Ran's heart remained strong, surrounded by warmth from a loving family. Ran quietly looked away, unaware her father had already begun searching for answers to her suffering. He made a promise: if there was a way to heal Ran, he would find it. The father scoured forbidden tomes, ancient magic, and rituals outlawed by sect law, desperate to find hope. Days turned into seasons, and despite warnings from peers, he embraced dangerous knowledge for one possible cure. Finally, he etched a cursed oath into his flesh, binding his soul to a forgotten relic. A blood ritual awakened a sealed presence Zhongxihua summoned while Ran's heart still faintly beat. From crimson flames and sacred symbols, a new soul formed within Ran's body, burning with vengeance. She growled through clenched teeth, remembering no kindness from those who had destroyed her home. Zhongxihua's voice cracked, filled with fury, accusing them of never hesitating to butcher the innocent. Hatred poured from her glare, swearing justice for the family she had helplessly watched die. Surrounded by fire, Hua screamed her vow she would kill the one who destroyed everything. But the woman turned slowly, surprised, unfazed by Hua's fury, as if unaware of wrongdoing. A voice mocked from the shadows, claiming Hua had killed all who lived peacefully on that land. Confused by the accusation, the soldiers paused, doubting the truth as fear crept into their thoughts. The voice labeled her a monster, not Ran's savior, blaming her fury for the town's ashes. Before Hua could strike, a sudden attack from behind forced her to turn and react. Villagers screamed, calling her a monster. Blinded by fear and hate as they threw stones, they begged her to die, claiming the world would never accept someone like her to live. Choked with emotion, Hua grasped her throat, questioning her right to exist in a broken world. Suddenly, Ran's presence emerged, reaching out and whispering from within, "My body, it still belongs to me." Ran's voice roared from deep within, declaring the truth: this body belonged to her alone. The spiritual clash erupted violently, red energy spiraling as Hua resisted Ran's forceful rejection. Hua screamed in agony, overwhelmed by the sudden backlash erupting inside the collapsing spiritual space. The energy vortex tightened, dragging her consciousness inward, refusing to let her maintain control. Chains of fire surged upward, summoned from Ran's will, wrapping tightly to bind the invading soul. Chains coiled tighter around Hua's soul, dragging her down as Ran's power sealed the connection completely. Hua resisted desperately, eyes wide with fury, insisting she deserved to exist inside the same body. Screaming, she declared her right to take the body, demanding it as her own by force. Despite being surrounded and weakened, she swore to never give up the body without one final struggle. Far away, in a quiet hallway labeled Josephine, time moved calmly, unaware of the chaos unfolding. A composed woman announced the news. Hwoaran had officially been arrested for her recent violent actions. Corin listened carefully, recalling the seal's warning signs, and questioned if that was the real reason. The woman confirmed yes, the seal's activation meant Hwoaran's power had begun to lose control again. Bound by twin seals, her power should have stayed dormant, but reckless emotion had broken their protection. Now the flames were reigniting, fueled by the seal's failure, and public fear was rising quickly. An elder confirmed the truth: Hwoaran's loss of control began after both her inner seals were damaged. Despite the danger, officials still doubted whether her punishment was too severe for an accidental flare. Corin was told his involvement might have destabilized Hwoaran further, making him indirectly responsible for her state. A woman approached, addressing him calmly, asking how much he truly understood about the situation already. Behind closed doors, church and academy leaders whispered about the risk she posed and what followed next. The woman spoke firmly, asking Corin to trust her plan, regardless of his doubts or fears. She emphasized unity: every person involved must act together if the result they needed was to succeed. This boss fight, unlike others, depended on narrative and choice, not just strength or enemy strategy. The outcome, she said, would depend entirely on Corin's bond and decisions throughout his personal journey. In the end, he would face one choice: save Aljabua, or save the true Ran within. Corin stood firm, declaring that no matter the outcome, he wouldn't abandon a single person. He dismissed the game's choice-driven narrative, refusing to sacrifice anyone just to meet scripted outcomes. A new quest emerged. Save Hua Ran, but failure meant death for both Ran and her soul. Far below the surface, locked away, Hua trembled in the shadows, whispering to herself once more. Curled against the cold stone wall, she clutched her chest, repeating in pain, "This body is mine." A cloaked figure appeared before Hua, declaring himself the one who enabled her cursed soul's return. He reminded her that her anchor to Ran's body existed because he allowed her essence refuge. Curled on the floor, Hua refused, clutching herself tightly, unwilling to give up what she claimed, but the man pressed further, asking if she truly desired to keep the body forever unchanged. He then made his offer help in exchange for one demand: exterminate every living soul in sight. Hua's red eyes widened as a quiet, calm voice called her name from the surrounding darkness. The voice reminded her gently, no matter the pain or desire, she couldn't take that body. It had never belonged to her. From the beginning, she was only a temporary guest inside. Time passed peacefully above ground, the people unaware that the battle for one girl's soul still continued. Corin walked beside allies, preparing silently for the next phase before Huaran's fate was fully decided. Corin flinched as he was scolded for spending too much money on overpriced festival food. He explained the food stand's markup was outrageous, especially after they removed the sauce and toppings. Despite the complaint, laughter erupted from the crowd, embracing the chaos that always came with festivals. Aiel joined in, tossing a coin toward a game booth, excited to test his strength again. Corin reminded everyone festivals weren't just fun. Merchants crafted them to lure guilty adventurers into overspending easily. The vendor explained that certain wood types were preferred for magic staves due to their natural response. He warned that softer ones explode easily. While the girl excitedly offered to demonstrate with a throw, Corin stepped forward instead, using his combat experience and throwing form refined through years of spear training. His throw flew straight, striking the center of the target with precision, almost without any visible effort. The vendor tallied the result aloud, 95 points, while the group stared, half impressed and half expecting nothing less from Corin. Corin's thoughts raced. If used properly, that object could expand a magical diffusion range significantly farther. Without hesitation, Corin asked the vendor to sell all remaining mana stones, offering full payment immediately. When questioned, Corin smirked darkly, hinting that he came specifically to use them for a strategy. Marriott stared in horror, whispering that Corin's current laughter was nothing short of chaotic and evil. She warned him gently if he caused damage again, their carriage would absolutely be banned from festivals. Power surged around him, his presence a warning that the long-awaited return of him had begun. Somewhere else, a carriage approached the estate slowly, greeted warmly by a familiar voice calling Yoa's name. Inside, a girl suddenly collapsed, trembling violently, overwhelmed by a pressure that twisted her entire chest. Her scream echoed down the corridor, the awakening force within her finally breaking past all resistance. Guards rushed into the room, startled by the intensity. Unsure if they could hold her down, the white-haired man stepped forward, calmly stating they had gathered enough to proceed with their plan. He clarified their true mission to remove the dark presence of Shua's soul from Ran permanently. Hua trembled. Realizing the truth behind their words, she was about to be forced out completely. They warned her if she refused to leave peacefully, she'd fade or become a twisted, vengeful spirit. Another voice echoed firmly, cutting through her panic, reminding her again that the body was never hers. Hua's expression broke into panic, realizing her time inside the body might truly be ending soon. Elsewhere, a vendor paused mid-work, confused by a distant rhythmic thumping echoing across the streets. He whispered to himself, was that drumming? A sound out of place in a peaceful morning scene. Suddenly, a massive vehicle barreled down the road, dust and chaos exploding behind its heavy wheels. Eyes wide, the man leapt aside just in time as fire and steel stormed into view. The carriage blazed down the street, sparks flying as metal scraped violently against stone and wood. It crashed into a barrier, splintering on impact, sending debris and dust erupting through the square. A groaning figure rose slowly from the rubble, muttering angrily, who dared cause this reckless destruction here? Footsteps hurried toward him. A girl called out, checking if Yonhwa and he were still alive. He confirmed they were safe, while another man asked urgently if this was a planned attack. A crimson orb pulsed ominously in the sky, signaling the activation of an unfamiliar blood ritual. The group arrived inside the realm of blood, a dark dimension filled with oppressive, swirling red mist. One panicked man shouted, mistaking the realm for a high-level formation far beyond their understanding. Their leader laughed manically, ordering the others to loot everything valuable, treating this dangerous realm like easy profit. Suddenly, he froze mid-laugh, realizing something was wrong. His team had stopped responding, and fear crept in. A bandit stepped forward, eyes glowing, pressing his boot down ready to strike without hesitation. The academy stood quiet, its white spire towering above. But inside, a crisis had erupted unexpectedly. A furious instructor burst in, shouting about an abduction, slamming the table where reports lay unfinished. She screamed the culprit's name, Harem, a dropout who hadn't been seen since mysteriously vanishing 3 years ago. The accusation shocked everyone. A noblewoman jumped from her seat, face flushed with rage and disbelief. Meanwhile, outside the gates, Harem fled on horseback, holding a silent girl tight beneath his cloak. Harem studied the girl closely, realizing something within her wasn't human, something hidden and deeply dangerous. He confirmed his suspicion. 2 opposing energies lived in her body, and their coexistence was unstable. Luckily, he arrived before either force overtook the other. Her mind was still intact for now. Had he hesitated, one identity would have consumed the other, leaving behind a powerful but mindless vessel. While they fled, a broker who had leaked their location smiled, profiting from betrayal once again. She collapsed briefly. Harem inspected her closely, concerned she hadn't spoken or moved properly since earlier. He suspected poison. Whatever they fed her delayed possession, but her body would still suffer temporarily. Determined to minimize the damage, Harem decided to move faster and find a treatment before worsening. She suddenly stirred, trying to escape his arms, insisting she could run and didn't need help. He held her firmly, stating survival mattered more than pride, especially when walking alone could risk collapse. She struggled to stay conscious. Her body trembled, the earlier effects of the drug returning stronger. Despite the pain, she broke into a sprint, trying to mask weakness from the watching enemies. Harem shielded her as allies joined them. They questioned her condition and guessed the attacker's affiliation. He didn't answer directly. Instead, he sensed blood energy nearby, signaling the arrival of a dark enemy. The sky dimmed red as a hostile sorcerer raised a barrier, isolating them inside the realm. A crimson sphere locked into place, sealing the battlefield. No one could leave or enter now. From within the realm, violent surges of magic exploded outward, signaling the start of something destructive. Realizing the danger, Yua volunteered to chase down the ones who created the corrupted dimension. Outside, another warrior sprinted forward, determined to intercept and delay the remaining enemies before regrouping. Inside the barrier, 2 masked sorcerers awaited, already preparing spells to overwhelm intruders without mercy. Rain began pouring heavily as Harem sprinted through the forest, evading pursuit and shielding she carefully. He could feel her weakening fast. The corrupted mana was spreading faster than he first estimated. They had traveled far from the barrier. Harem considered stopping soon to secure a safe resting spot. Suddenly, he sensed movement. Someone was behind them. His instincts flared just as he turned around sharply. A pursuer was already closing in. He couldn't believe she tracked them this far, this fast. The pursuer landed a hit. Harem shielded she, bracing against the impact as rain drenched them. He coughed blood, staggered slightly, but stayed standing. She asked softly if he was still okay. He checked the wound. It wasn't deep. She hadn't poisoned the blade she wasn't aiming to kill. Harem set she down under cover. He turned around, focused, ready to end the fight swiftly. Eyes glowing red, he activated his inner power and charged forward, striking before the enemy could react. Breathing heavy, Harem measured the distance, predicting her counter. He had one clean opening to strike. She smirked, analyzing his stance. She didn't gamble. Every move was based on calculated risk alone. Harem launched his special technique, rotating demonic spear, a brutal strike meant to break enemy rhythm instantly. She blocked with force, mocking him. "Do you think beating me has better odds than escape?" Their weapons clashed again, shockwaves splitting the forest path as neither fighter gave ground or hesitation. Harem charged again, using speed or raw strength, but his attacks barely slowed his skilled opponent. She began drawing energy inward, revealing her rank swordmaster, someone trained in advanced spiritual weapon techniques. Her aura intensified. Harem realized she was now serious and fighting without holding anything back. He dashed forward recklessly, forcing a close-range exchange to prevent her from launching a full technique. He activated his trump card, an unstable martial art that consumed his stamina with every strike used. She noticed Harem holding back. To her, it meant he was hiding one final dangerous move. Determined to force it out, she launched an aggressive spell, aiming to corner him immediately. Surprised by the pressure, Harem leapt back and began channeling his final form's destructive martial energy. With a roar, he unleashed True Dragon Strike, his second blade technique, lightning surging through the air. His body trembled. He followed up instantly with Calamity Break Fist, combining force and inner fire perfectly. The collision of techniques sent out a massive shockwave, tearing through the battlefield with explosive force. Blinding light engulfed the area, masking both fighters from sight as energy violently scattered in all directions. Nearby warriors shielded themselves from the blast, stunned by the intensity of the clashing martial arts. One observer muttered, "That was too close," realizing just how dangerous the encounter had truly become. Another asked if Waharan had gone overboard, but no one dared interrupt the fight unfolding above. She watched silently, puzzled by Waharan's actions, realizing his motives didn't match a typical criminal's behavior. Despite chasing him, she struggled to understand why he risked himself to shield the weakened girl. Rumors labeled him a murderer, but nothing about his actions aligned with someone driven by malice. She recalled the Moonlight Castle incident, where lives were lost but survivors claimed something darker than betrayal. Realizing the truth might differ, she hesitated. Doubt crept in as her grip on judgment loosened. A sudden slash of blue energy interrupted the standoff, forcing both sides to shift their focus. The impact shattered stone and scattered debris. A new presence had entered, overwhelming and precise. From the smoke, a figure emerged. Her steps were steady, her aura unmistakably powerful and cold. The name echoed Alicia Arden, a name feared by many, associated with executions and decisive enforcement. She radiated hostility. This wasn't a negotiation, she came to end everything in a single confrontation. Alicia's presence triggered a strong reaction. Someone screamed her name, breaking the tension with sudden urgency. The young swordmaster, Chua, unexpectedly stepped forward, boldly challenging Alicia in front of everyone present. Confused, Alicia stared as Hua smiled, mistaking the lethal encounter for an invitation to spar. Hua admired Alicia deeply, viewing her as a role model, completely misreading the deadly situation's tone. Before Alicia could explain, Hua attacked, treating it like a test, forcing Alicia to defend without killing. Hua smiled with pride, believing Alicia had accepted her request to train, completely missing the situation's danger. Grateful and eager, she insisted on repaying Alicia. Unaware her words delayed a brewing confrontation nearby. Suddenly, another figure sprinted away at full speed. The chase reignited. Someone was trying to escape again. A pursuer yelled Corin's name. They weren't sure if this was a fortunate chance or a trap. Corin used the downpour to vanish into dense terrain, knowing it would mask his tracks well. Corin rested inside a temporary shelter, exhausted from battle, while she remained unconscious beside him. He checked her temperature. Her condition had worsened the poison, and rain had pushed her into fever. He hesitated, unsure if he should use the rare item he'd been saving for emergencies. Despite reluctance, Corin offered her the potion, hoping it would stabilize her body through the night. She slowly drank the glowing liquid, an expensive elixir crafted by Mariette. Known for its unmatched potency, she stirred weakly after drinking the elixir. Her fever hadn't broken yet, but she regained awareness. Corin searched nearby and discovered a hollowed-out tree, suspecting it once served as a beast's den. He recognized the signs when lacking caves. Old bears carved nests into massive trees like this one. Glancing back, he saw she's still struggling. The potion wasn't working as fast as he hoped. He frowned. Her condition was worsening again. He needed a better plan, or she might not recover. Corin stood, determined to find an owlbear. Its fur might help stabilize She's body temperature. Lightning struck nearby, bright, loud, and sudden, signaling something powerful had awakened deep in the forest domain. Startled by the flash, she opened her eyes, disoriented but slowly returning to consciousness. She reached out weakly, grabbing part of his cloak, instinctively wanting to stop him from leaving. Corin knelt beside her again, eyes steady. She was breathing hard but still clinging to life. She opened her eyes fully, drenched in sweat, feverish but conscious, her strength slowly beginning to return. Ran slowly regained consciousness, lying wounded beneath the moonlight, her master's silhouette standing protectively nearby. Still dazed, she opened her eyes fully to see him watching, relieved that she had survived. Her master, usually stern, shed quiet tears, overwhelmed with emotion as he gazed down at her. Though confused, Hua instinctively responded to his care, unaware of the deeper bond he now claimed. Her quiet acceptance of his presence brought him peace, solidifying a new chapter in their journey. Rand stood firm, sensing danger, understanding clearly that she must act quickly and decisively as Ban. Knowing others depended on her, she prepared her power, determined to fulfill her duty without hesitation. She envisioned a moment in the future when she would no longer need to carry Ban's role, but before any peace could arrive, her hand trembled. Unforeseen danger was already creeping into their lives. Facing a shadowed figure, Rand froze, recognizing them instantly. The past had returned to confront her. After a brutal fight, bloodied remains were displayed. Rand had completed her mission with ruthless precision. Though disturbed by the violence, she stood still as her master praised her before the others. Rand heard her name called with satisfaction, realizing she had passed another harsh test of loyalty. But deep inside, doubts stirred. Was this strength truly hers, or forced into her by obedience? As flames rose, she stood beside others like her trained warriors known only as the ascetics. The girl watched Rand's power unfold, witnessing the brutal aftermath left by her merciless execution alone. From that moment forward, the title Heavenly Yaksha was given to Rand for unmatched destruction. In silence, a mysterious runestone named Soolo appeared, hinting at an unknown force awakening nearby. Startled, Rand opened her eyes, confused, while someone beside her explained she had been unconscious. She tried to protest, but the stranger suddenly yanked her robe, causing a flurry of chaos. Hua sensed the shift in his expression, realizing again she was being judged for her strength. He asked what she could offer, like the others before him, expecting something. Never asking her will, every person she'd known so far had approached her with a motive, hiding it behind kindness. Some wanted a missing daughter returned. They filled her with guilt and claimed it was love. Others craved only power, seeing her as a perfect tool to kill without mercy or hesitation. He looked at her calmly, preparing to revisit a memory that carried meaning for both of them. Rand was unsure what he meant, but his tone held familiarity and something strangely reassuring inside it. He reminded her of their first meeting, how she stood powerless, labeled as a thief without worth, yet he repeated his answer clearly. Being born was not a crime, nor a fault of hers. That moment struck her deeply, words she never heard before, shaking the beliefs forced onto her since childhood. Rand shouted in frustration, unable to accept that kind words alone could erase everything she'd endured. He responded without anger, unsure if words could change the world but still willing to try anyway. Even if uncertain, he expressed one truth: he wanted to help those suffering, no matter what. His eyes showed no hesitation. He had chosen to protect those stuck in pain they couldn't escape. He believed he alone could be their savior, the only player capable of changing their fate. Rand looked down, silent, struggling to express the fear she had kept buried deep inside. She admitted she was afraid of the body she lived in, afraid of being erased. Everyone said the body wasn't hers and demanded she give it back no matter her will. She understood their reasons, but feared losing herself entirely the moment she returned what wasn't hers. Looking at him with trembling eyes, she demanded an answer. What would become of her afterward? He looked at her without hesitation and answered simply, affirming her existence mattered, she had worth. Rand's eyes widened in surprise, realizing he acknowledged her, not as a burden, but as herself. But he reminded her, before any decisions, she should talk openly, like two people sharing real concerns. He joked lightly, comparing it to asking a landlord to share space if rent and deposits paid. Blushing and confused, Rand struck him, overwhelmed. She wasn't used to conversations that treated her like a person. He reminded her that what truly mattered wasn't other people's opinions, but her own will and actions. Standing beside her without pressure, he assured her that her future depended on what she chose next. He knew she hadn't made a decision yet, so he promised to stay with her regardless. Lying down calmly, he told her not to overthink and to rest peacefully for now instead. Watching him sleep, Rand realized his words and presence had supported her since the very beginning without demand. That night, Rand couldn't sleep, fearing that if she accepted kindness, everything might fade away again. Her heart felt uncertain and heavy, yet something in his gesture made it hard to turn away. Though afraid, she couldn't deny the warmth in his hand. She no longer wanted to push it away. The next morning, the party traveled to new ground, discussing their next steps under the cold sky. They discovered a tree marked with runes, evidence of something left behind. As if calling them closer, he handed her something wrapped, saying it might be useful now that they'd reached the temple grounds. She reminded she was a Jiangshi, a being with unnatural strength and unique vulnerabilities too. Jiangshi had traditional weaknesses, but with balance, those limits could be softened using ancient spiritual objects. He explained the item's role: it could stabilize her body and spirit into one neutral, controlled state. With a serious tone, he added, if she ate it, something inside her would inevitably change. Hua stared at the item in shock, feeling the weight of the choice placed in her hands. She asked why he gave it to her, still uncertain if she deserved to hold such power. But he made no move to force her. Instead, he let her drop it freely. He believed Shidoya must decide. Not just receive power meant responsibility, not escape from difficult truths. He had seen greed's cost before. He wanted Huaran to choose differently through clarity, not desperation. Hua's eyes narrowed as a sudden presence made her alert. Something dangerous had quietly entered their space. A figure emerged casually, surprised to find them here, mocking their efforts to hide from conflict. The intruder, cloaked in dark energy, praised their skill but with a tone full of hidden threat. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, shielding Hua, and demanded space, ready to confront whoever stood in their way. He knew escape was pointless. No matter how far they fled, the enemy would keep pursuing them. A fierce clash erupted as Korin charged in, striking with full force to block the enemy's attack. The attacker mocked him mid-battle, declaring his name and hinting that no blow could ever kill him. Korin's power surged in response. He activated strong liberation, pushing his magical abilities beyond normal combat limits. The battlefield lit up with explosive force, both sides exchanging deadly blows with speed and intent. Despite the chaos, the enemy remained unfazed. His smile returned, amused by Korin's relentless, desperate resistance. With a grin, Korin challenged his opponent to fight without relying on magical seals or rituals. He struck first, unleashing a direct blow that caught the enemy off guard, forcing him backward violently. The attacker was stunned, realizing the strike held overwhelming force clearly from someone pushing far beyond normal limits. As energy surged, Korin activated Storm Wheel, launching into his next attack with flawless speed and strength. His opponent regained footing, questioning if Korin's aggressive approach might become a reckless risk in battle. Wounded and angry, the enemy began to rise, his expression shifting from playful to deadly serious instantly. Korin narrowed his eyes, sensing the change, and prepared as the enemy declared the game was over. A sudden burst of violent red energy erupted upward, signaling the release of a deadly technique. The enemy mocked Korin, warning that effort alone could never overcome the limits of reality and fate. Enraged by Korin's resistance, he screamed in fury, refusing to accept anyone defying his absolute control. A talisman fell, fluttering through the air, landing near the injured fighters as tension gripped the scene. Hua's expression shifted instantly, her eyes wide, realizing what the talisman's presence truly meant for them all. She trembled, whispering no as painful memories and warnings surged back, confirming what she had feared. One ally identified the talisman's power, explaining it could remove souls and destroy any vessel resisting purification. With calm certainty, the woman declared the seal complete, now ready to extract Hua's soul for annihilation. Kang Ryun attacked without hesitation, aiming to finish the ritual as chaos swirled around them violently. He declared she'd be used as sacrifice, just fuel for the monster they were desperate to bind. The others panicked, realizing too late that Kang Ryun had bypassed every precaution set to protect Hwaran. Inside the raging energy, her figure burned red. Someone cried out, unable to accept her being taken. As she vanished into the woods, engulfed by flames, a desperate scream echoed, "Hwaran, no!" Korin, trapped within Hwaran's form, knelt in silence, red lightning surging as his mind fractured inward. A low laugh emerged, not Hwaran's, but Korin's, echoing as the limits between them began to dissolve. With a crazed smile, Korin fully awakened within Hwaran's body, his power and rage no longer restrained. Korin stood alone, encircled by flames, his aura burning bright as shadows moved within the forest. Dark wolves emerged swiftly from the trees, drawn by his presence, their glowing eyes locked on him. He remained unmoved, gripping his blade tight. The beasts charged, claws raised, teeth ready to tear flesh. They surrounded him completely, growling louder as the fire reflected in their eyes and twisted expressions. With a sharp roar, Korin struck first. Blazing power exploded, tearing through the pack like falling thunder. Korin stood still, his body faintly trembling. The heat faded, but tension lingered deep in his chest. Suddenly, more enemies rushed from the trees. Their speed was sharper. These wolves weren't mindless, they were coordinated. Korin barely evaded the strike. Flames erupted again, shielding him. The golden wolves joined the battle instantly. As the ambush failed, the red-cloaked figure watched from a distance, quietly confirming Kang Ryun had vanished. With the threat cleared, Korin loosened up, analyzing the fight. He noted improvements in the wolves' behavior. The golden wolves approached, their expressions curious. They sensed Korin's mood had shifted towards something more serious. One wolf mentioned Lenya's promise to handle an issue. Korin simply nodded, keeping his thoughts hidden inside. Another asked what Korin had requested earlier. His answer was brief, but his expression suggested deeper motives. Korin smirked slightly, reflecting on what he discovered. His investigation had begun with questions about military supplies. A secluded building stood ahead, hidden by vines. It was the starting point of his next move. A woman stood in charge. She questioned the lack of replacements for the recently vanished operatives. The older man responded nervously, explaining they were still searching for Lenya and her missing allies. Her tone sharpened. These factions had hidden too long. Their silence was more threatening than resistance. She thought to herself, if they refused to speak, she'd force action through disruption and exposure. New contacts were located, suppliers with influence who might push certain players out of balance entirely. The woman narrowed her eyes. The name Natakin echoed in her mind, stirring a buried memory. Meanwhile, the arena filled with noise. The final round of the Academy's group match was beginning. A hidden transaction occurred elsewhere. A man confirmed the item's arrival, timed precisely with the public distraction. He inspected the package. Everything checked out. He smiled thinly, pleased with the condition it arrived in. Bound and unconscious, a girl was delivered in silence. The exchange was clean. No witnesses remained. A masked figure tightened their grip on a device. activating it just before the match began. The audience roared with excitement. Students filled the stands, eager to witness the tournament's anticipated final round. Korin stepped into the arena, leading Group F with calm precision. His eyes scanned everything quickly. Across the arena, Group P entered, though one member lagged behind, drawing attention from the staff. Officials noticed the irregularity. Suspicion rose immediately. One instructor muttered that something was off about Group P. A ceremonial spear descended. Its presence signaled a bold declaration. The match would be far from ordinary. A roaring warrior raised his weapon, shouting promises of glory. His return shocked everyone watching from above. Spectators gasped. The woman in black confirmed the impossible immortal he had survived and returned to compete. His supporters screamed his name, energizing the arena. Tension surged as both sides braced for battle. With all participants now present, the professor gave his nod. The final match was about to begin. The loudspeaker echoed across the stadium. Players listened closely as instructions were revealed for the final match. The rule was direct: reach the golden statue at the center without falling to traps or enemies. Only the team that reached the center and activated the dragon symbol would advance to the finals. Suddenly, the battlefield shifted. A massive maze appeared, glowing with danger. The trial was now survival-based. Confusion spread fast. "It's a maze!" someone shouted. Teams hesitated, realizing this wouldn't rely on strength alone. A man activated a cancellation spell. His eyes narrowed, unsure what plans were already in motion. Far away, a woman prepared a vial. The final poison formula was now fully stabilized. He realized it too late. The poison's development had passed the point of no return. Suddenly, the broadcast screen flickered. The live feed from the arena stopped without any warning or reason. Confusion erupted. Supervisors questioned the disruption, suspecting foul play behind the abrupt signal loss on screen. An elder stepped forward, declaring it was time to remove Hwa from Ran through ritual means. He instructed Yunhwa and Hyuk to protect the Black Tortoise relic, their strongest northern defense artifact. Yunhwa hesitated, worried. If the relic was destroyed, the entire defensive barrier would collapse instantly. She asked her uncle to protect Ran in her absence. He gave a calm assurance. Far away, someone watched and laughed in secret. The next phase of their plan was beginning. He grinned, mocking the audience. He claimed Korin's group was tough, but not strong enough to win. Since ancient times, teams guarding the Black Tortoise have always struggled due to its exposed location. He planned a rear assault. He'd strike from the shadows, bypassing the warrior and targeting defense. Observers began to notice his intent. He always fought smarter, avoiding head-on battles when unnecessary. As the fight erupted, he directed his allies. Their strategy was clear: destroy the Black Tortoise first. Mariette charged in without hesitation. Her teammate confirmed this was exactly how they'd planned to start things. She unleashed red energy, cutting through the field. Her overwhelming presence dominated the battle's early moments. A student commented she'd outperform everyone else if left alone, too powerful to balance with teamwork. The instructors quickly recognized a flaw. Their strongest players weren't defending, they were rushing offensively too soon. He smirked at their analysis. He sensed confusion growing and knew how to exploit the chaos. The masked fighter growled, demanding answers. His plan had been exposed before it even took shape. Korin explained calmly their team's supplies were stolen through a network of disguised black market transactions and diversions. He had traced the operation himself, discovering the hidden link between the merchants and the thieves. With a smirk, Korin admitted responsibility. He'd stolen the items and then resold them, masking his tracks. He shouted triumphantly, revealing their identity, the Mandrake Bandits. The entire arena now knew their true name. One of the bandits snapped in anger, shouting that Korin's trickery wouldn't change the outcome. He lunged forward aggressively, boasting that no one in the current lineup had the power to stop him. Nearby, a teammate whispered to Aisha, reminding her of her defeat against Yunhwa in the past. Aisha stammered, recalling how pretending to lose during that duel had almost exposed their secret plan. She looked down, embarrassed. Her teammate smiled, amused at how badly she'd struggled with her fake loss. Korin gripped his weapon tightly. He gave the signal. This time, they would end it decisively. His team surged forward with full force. Their coordination and speed left no room for hesitation. From the opposite side, he readied his magic. He smiled. This kind of pressure excited him too. Alicia joined his charge. Together, they responded to Korin's move with a synchronized and powerful attack. The battlefield ignited as both sides unleashed devastating skills. The match reached its most explosive phase yet. He activated his full power. His aura flared violently as his skill, possession, devourer's intent awakened. Blue energy surged around Alicia. She countered with a charged spell, compressing mana into a blade strike. Both sides clashed midair. The impact shook the battlefield, and energy explosions echoed across the entire arena. He was thrown back by the force. He gritted his teeth, barely keeping his stance stable. Corin's team pressed forward. They moved quickly, not wasting the opening created by Alicia's strong retaliation. A chained figure struggled. Their strength had weakened, but something inside still refused to completely break. The masked woman gritted her teeth. Her blade cracked, unable to withstand the force of resistance. She clenched her fists. Even broken, they refused to fall. The enemy still had strength left. Despite the injuries and shattered weapons, Corin's allies rose. Flames circled them, but they did not retreat. A figure with red eyes emerged. Her presence alone shifted the atmosphere. She had returned Hua. Yunhua's mind locked on a single thought: Ran. Her mission was clear. There could be no compromise. She charged forward, eyes glowing red. To her, Ran must be eliminated at any cost. Alicia rushed in the opposite direction. Her mission was the opposite: Ran must be saved. Corin stepped between them, his voice steady. "I'll show you my sincerity," he declared without fear. Before anyone could respond, a bizarre beast appeared, fangs, horns, and a roar twisted into one form. The Taoti emerged, one of the four perils, symbols of destruction, chaos, and primal disorder itself. It stood in direct opposition to the four symbols that represented protection, harmony, and world balance. Shock spread. Taoti's seal was on Ran's back. Corin and he clearly weren't behind this. Kang Yunhua realized the truth. The ritual wasn't to remove Hechua, it was to awaken something darker. Corin explained. Kang Ryun's real goal was never Ran. It was to unleash the sealed Taoti spirit. Kang Ryun laughed uncontrollably. His plan had reached the final stage exactly as he had intended. The glowing red formation beneath Hwa revealed everything. She was always the target, never just a vessel. This ritual wasn't to free Ran. It was designed to erase her, giving Hwa full control. Years ago, after escaping the Moonlight Castle, Hua wandered the battlefield alone, wounded and unconscious. She eventually met the necromancer, Kang Ryun, who offered her shelter and promised her a future. While he claimed to raise her with care, he secretly shaped her for the Moonlight Gate. It was true Kang Ryun awakened the heavenly Yaksha. But his goal wasn't to protect her. Instead, he chained her soul and used her power to fuel a larger ritual. And Hua obeyed. The man appeared, Spearstar, the legendary warrior from 10 years ago, now radiating ominous purple energy. He had accepted one request from Kang Ryun alone: unleash chaos without limits across the region. His orders were clear: kill every human possible and destroy the chairman's sacred protective barrier. The goal was simple: force her to leave the castle once her only sanctuary collapsed. Once she moved, Kang Ryun's forces would be ready. Everything had been arranged with perfect timing. Many questioned why Kang Ryun would destroy an entire city just to complete a single ritual. The answer: weakening Zun's western seal would free immense power necessary for breaking Hwa's inner restraint completely. With her resistance erased, Ran's remaining soul would shatter. Hua's transformation would begin without interference. Once the soul transfer completed, Kang Ryun would offer her body to his awaiting god. At that moment, Hua would awaken fully, not as a girl but as a true Yaksha being. Kang Ryun sensed interference. A powerful presence had entered the arena, disrupting the ritual's intended flow. Corin and his allies arrived, positioning themselves between the ritual site and the defenseless spiritual seal. The observers realized Corin had likely uncovered the truth behind the ritual's goal: complete soul eradication of Ran. As suspicions rose, it became clear the four perils were intentionally bound into the ritual's framework. Kang Ryun dismissed their concerns. To him, exposing the truth meant nothing if they couldn't stop it. The ritual intensified. Blood symbols activated as the formation responded to Hwa's forced spiritual alignment. A forbidden technique, law of fresh blood, ignited, binding her life force to the formation's core. In 10 hours, her consciousness would dissolve. She and the formation would become permanently fused. The ritual was meant to create a vessel, one capable of hosting a fully transcended Yaksha. Only beings like Hwa, born with dual attribute mana, could survive the transformation and house divine power. A sudden surge of energy erupted from the center, piercing through the ritual's protective blood field. Kang Ryun's expression shifted. His complex formation had been disrupted by an unknown force within the arena. Panic followed. The entire law of fresh blood, his main binding spell, vanished without leaving a trace. The battlefield changed. A counter seal had been activated, redirecting the ritual's flow and absorbing its power. A figure stood atop broken ruins, revealing Kang Ryun's miscalculation. He never considered interference from within the church. Deep inside the cathedral, secret enchantments activated. A priest realized the protective rune countermeasure had worked. Questions erupted: who embedded such powerful runes without detection? Someone had outmaneuvered Kang Ryun from the start. A rugged warrior stepped forward. Calmly, he admitted responsibility for every altered seal. His preparations were complete. Kang Ryun exploded with rage. He finally understood his entire ritual had been sabotaged by a traitor. Desperate, Kang Ryun released a final attack. He poured everything into one strike to regain control. Korin released the counter seal, disrupting the ritual's main structure and breaking the blood field's outer layer. Kang Ryun panicked but quickly shifted plans. If he killed everyone now, the ceremony could restart. He ordered his subordinates to attack immediately, confident that no one could stop him in time. Hwoarang appeared suddenly, surrounded by crimson energy. Her body moved unnaturally, clearly bound by Kang Ryun's command. The group realized too late Kang Ryun had taken control of Hwoarang's body through the corrupted link. Yunhua and her ally watched closely. They realized the seal's collapse gave them one last opportunity. Korin knew Kang Ryun wasn't finished. More danger remained, and they had to act immediately together. No one hesitated. They understood the mission: disrupt the summoning and stop Hwoarang's forced transformation permanently. One fighter rushed in to hold the enemy back. "I'll stall them, go trigger the seal." As explosions erupted behind them, Korin sprinted forward. This was their final chance to stop everything. Rainin paused, stunned. She couldn't move or speak, completely overwhelmed by the power unfolding before her eyes. Korin moved with precision and fury. Each strike carried purpose, his footwork forming a calculated offensive rhythm. His aura burst outward, enhanced by maximum amplification. Every attribute pushed past its original natural limit. He launched forward like a projectile, breaking the sound barrier and igniting with pure physical force. Rainin realized this wasn't just strength. It was a decision to end everything in a single strike. Korin believed his strike would end it, but his judgment this time was completely wrong. Heavenly Yaksha Hwoarang took the full blow, yet for her it was like catching a breeze. Korin realized instantly his most powerful technique had failed. He hadn't even slowed her transformation or mind. In barely a second, she countered. Her movements blurred, overwhelming his stance with brutal precision and speed. This wasn't just an opponent. This was something beyond human. Hwoarang's form had become a natural disaster. Hwoarang unleashed demonic chi poisonous claw, her aura corrupted and pulsing with violent crimson energy. The strike landed. Korin was thrown back, his body convulsing from the venom spreading through his veins. Rainin screamed his name, rushing forward. She hadn't expected Hwoarang to strike with such deadly intent. As she neared him, Hwoarang's eyes locked onto her next target with unflinching precision. Korin pushed through the pain. Lunging forward again, he refused to let Rainin be the next victim. Korin crashed into the ground, unable to recover. He realized his current strength wasn't enough anymore. The sheer scale of Hwoarang's transformed power, both spiritual and physical, was now overwhelming every defense he had. Her pressure alone distorted space. Every move she made forced his body into defensive breakdowns instantly. Korin gasped for air. His aura flickered. Internal regeneration had stopped. His body was already shutting down. He stared upward, paralyzed. The truth struck him this time. There was no escape. He might die. Though barely standing, Alicia gritted her teeth. She had to do something, anything, to shift the tide. She activated her technique, Domain Severance, a radiant slash cut through space, resetting all magical fields instantly. The enemy staggered, their connection broke, and their momentum slowed as spatial disruption took full effect. Alicia revealed her intent. She had read the battlefield perfectly and knew where Hwoarang would land. She advanced swiftly, calculating her steps within the altered domain. Her timing and aim were flawless. Alicia sprinted toward Hwoarang, her body tensed, every muscle focused on intercepting the next incoming strike. Hwoarang activated demonic chi again. Her claws flaring red, this strike was meant to finish the battle. Alicia barely blocked it, blood dripping. She stood firm, shielding Korin despite the overwhelming force pressing down. Korin yelled in frustration. She had ignored the plan, now she was hurt, protecting him without backup. A massive explosion tore through the field behind them, shaking the earth and scattering stone debris everywhere. Alicia's transformation ends, her body exhausted from demonic energy. She staggers as consciousness briefly flickers from fatigue. The battlefield clears, smoke rises. Korin spots her collapsed figure and dashes forward, assessing the dire situation. Korin checks her condition. Vital signs are weak, but stable. Relief mixes with anger at her recklessness. He lifts her carefully, scanning the area for threats. No enemies remain, only allies regathering nearby. As he prepares a healing dose, Alicia regains clarity. Her survival ensures the plan remains on track. Korin tended Alicia's wounds, knowing her survival depended on immediate action before blood loss claimed her life. He paused, reflecting on their near-death experience, recognizing how much the situation had deviated from his plan. Originally, he would have waited until Moriette destroyed the 4 perils items to expose the final vulnerability. The strategy involved Domain Severance, launched during a brief gap, to disable protection and trigger his hidden card. However, things changed. The first unexpected factor, Hwoarang's seal broke, releasing immense power earlier than anyone anticipated. Alicia stabilized the situation. Korin, strained from domain control and battle fatigue, realized he couldn't continue fighting longer. Exhausted, he questioned if he could survive until Moriette completed destroying the enemy's cursed relics. Though Alicia broke the plan, Korin accepted it was necessary. Her sacrifice bought them precious seconds to regroup. That devastating blow would have likely killed him instantly. Even his regeneration ability wouldn't save him from that strike. Regaining footing, he reflected on her decision, silently thankful she acted decisively when he couldn't risk it. Korin laid Alicia down in a safe spot, her wounds still severe despite temporary stabilization measures. Completely depleted, Korin reflected on how much aura he burned through in both consecutive deadly battles. With his core empty, he hesitated. The Duke's forbidden core remained, pulsing ominously inside his chest. Using it meant great risk. Even with command authority, his body might not survive the strain again. Despite the danger, he prepared. If one final clash remained, he would endure whatever price it demanded. Korin observed Hwoarang limping forward through the dust, her steps slow but purposeful after the battle. He noticed something odd. Her right hand had remained clenched the entire fight, unmoving through every motion. As she dragged her body onward, he realized she was concealing something tightly within her fingers. Despite the pain, she smirked faintly. Korin knew she was preparing for something only she understood. He stopped. This final decision wasn't his to make. What came next belonged solely to her. Korin stood silently, watching Hwoarang struggle under the emotional and spiritual weight she still carried alone. Despite the rage burned into her face, he called out, uncertain if she still remembered herself. Her glowing red eyes didn't blink. No answer, only a tension that felt ready to explode. She turned slowly, dust swirling around her, each step echoing with a presence no longer fully human. Her hand gripped a glowing dagger tightly. The final decision was coming, and it might be irreversible. With his aura surging violently, Korin raised the radiant blade, preparing to strike before she lost control. Korin emerged from the battlefield dust, his body worn, yet his mission to confront Hwoarang remained unshaken. Kwa arrived late, breath ragged, unaware Korin had already secured the relic that once marked ultimate authority. He extended the artifact toward her, an unspoken demand. Hwa trembled, sensing the burden hidden beneath its shape. This wasn't just a gift. Korin forced her to claim leadership and answer for her past silence. He had witnessed powerful ones fall to selfishness. Now, Shua stood where choice, consequence, and power converged sharply. Korin watched silently as Shua struggled, burdened not by the relic, but by what it symbolized. Fear gripped Hwa's voice. Her mind trembled, resisting the truth that she'd be forced to confront herself. Something stirred violently inside her. A presence corrupted and awakened tore through, clawing for dominance over her thoughts. The corrupted entity, Hwoarang, surged to the surface. It was unclear if Hwa's will could still endure. Korin raised his spear high, no longer waiting. If Hwa failed to return, he'd act without hesitation. Korin's eyes sharpened with clarity. The choice had been made, and the weight now fully accepted. He remembered Sabancia Duke, the legendary warrior who stood alone against fate and rewrote history with unshaken resolve. As energy surged around him, Korin silently vowed to forge a path just as powerful, relentless. He welcomed the overwhelming force. His body trembled, but his goal remained: resurrect the myth from memory. The red spear ignited violently. Korin's aura grew chaotic as his new legend began one of absolute defiance. Hwoarang, fully consumed by demonic energy, launched forward with overwhelming force and intent to destroy everything ahead. Her attack collided with Korin's spear. A shockwave erupted, shaking the very air between their powers. Energy surged violently across the battlefield. It was no longer a clash, it became an unstoppable magical storm. Their duel reached mythic scale. Power defied physics. The title "I killed the Academy player" was earned. The ground split open, everything burned. But Korin stood firm, even as chaos raged through the world. A commander shouted in disbelief, unable to accept Korin had withstood the destructive force of Hwoarang. Frustration erupted. The order to kill was issued, revealing just how threatened they were by Korin's resistance. Dark energy surged. A single fist, pulsing violently, projected the force of 1,000 condensed killing intents. Korin responded without hesitation, unleashing the black mystery demonic spear, ominous serpent, to counter her overwhelming aura. Their weapons collided again. But this time, Korin had prepared. His strike carried purpose, calculation, and brutal precision. Korin clashed again with Hwoarang's fury. Despite the chaos, he remained certain he could face her. His only goal now was survival. His body needed to endure just long enough to strike back. The shard-like juice inside him enhanced recovery. Cells healed mid-battle, letting him ignore damage for precious seconds. He knew the limit. Once tendons snapped and bones failed, he'd lose mobility, but he kept going. Looking into Hwoarang's glowing eyes, Korin stayed firm. He wouldn't stop, not yet, not until it ended. Korin activated his final technique, 8 trigrams, extreme fist compressing every ounce of strength into devastating precision. He struck Warren cleanly in the jaw. The force bypassed defense, momentarily disrupting her demonic concentration. Caught off guard, Warren staggered. She hadn't expected Korin to land a hit with such clarity. He stepped forward again, dodging retaliation, pushing beyond human limits with reflexes honed through relentless combat experience. His foot slammed down measured and lethal. Korin committed completely. Knowing the next blow could cost everything, Korin shifted position. He pulled his left arm back like a javelin, preparing a final strike. The enemy commander shouted, sensing something different, a critical technique that couldn't be defended by ordinary measures. Korin synchronized body, breath, and thought in one motion. It was a perfect half-step of unity. He recognized the opening, a rare, fleeting vulnerability. There would be no second chance to break through. And then, he moved, eyes locked, muscles tensed. He committed with full intent. This was it. Korin executed his ultimate technique, Black Mystery, 8 trigrams extreme fist aimed directly at Warren's core defenses. His follow-up came instantly, Primordial Chaos Palm. A blast of pure energy erupted, crushing everything ahead. The battlefield went silent as Korin stood bloodied and gasping, his technique having pierced through chaos itself. A distant observer coughed, stunned. No one had expected Korin to endure, let alone break her barrier. Korin had done it. Against all odds, he shattered Warren's absolute defense, proving his resolve was real. Korin's footing faltered. His final strike hadn't been enough. Warren still stood through sheer will. Despite everything, he realized he couldn't completely suppress her. The transformation had advanced too far already. Her energy flared again. Korin, injured and drained, knew death was approaching fast with no escape. Their commander laughed mockingly, confident that Korin's struggle was meaningless. He declared the battle's outcome as inevitable. "Die! It's over now!" he shouted. But Korin's eyes still held one last, burning spark of resistance. Warren advanced again, her aura pulsing uncontrollably. The corruption inside her was spreading with terrifying intensity. Her face twitched. Something deep within resisted. A crack appeared, not in power but in mental control. She stumbled slightly, her hand tightening. Korin's final strike had shaken more than just her body. The demonic glyph glowed violently, her breath slowed. Conflict erupted between her original self and the entity's grip. Warren let out a sharp cry, uncertain. Her eyes widened, and internal battle had just begun. Korin's final move hit, blood flew. For a moment, the battlefield froze and no one breathed. The ground ruptured beneath them. Energy reversed course, triggering panic among distant observers as shockwaves spread wide. A commander gasped in disbelief, watching the divine chains pierce through the chaos with overwhelming golden force. Warren collapsed mid-air, sealed and bound by the sacred binding technique. Her body stopped, unable to resist further. Korin stood tall, bloodied but victorious. Breathing heavily, he whispered to no one, "I did it." Elsewhere, Allied forces dismantled the ritual array, scattering debris and removing all anchors tied to corruption. Professor Kang Ryun staggered backward, stunned. The formation believed invincible was completely broken by enemy sabotage. A lead commander confirmed it. Every core item within the formation had been successfully destroyed and disabled. Kang Ryun panicked, feeling something sharp pierce near his neck, an immediate threat he had no counter for. A calm voice warned him. Professor Elise stood firm, energy primed. "Stay still, Professor Kang Ryun." Korin stood, injured but calm. He believed the battle had ended. The chains held firm around Warren. He looked toward her with relief, whispering, then, as if expecting her to return to herself. But Warren's body twitched unnaturally. The glyph still glowed unfaded, resisting, trying to regain control through sheer will. The chains rattled violently. Dust swirled around her feet. Korin's eyes widened as tension rebuilt in silence. Their gazes locked. Korin's breath caught. Deep down, he knew this fight wasn't over yet. Korin's eyes caught at a cursed relic embedded on her back, pulsing ominously with crimson energy lines. He realized the item wasn't broken. It still fed corruption, anchoring the demonic glyph's lingering influence. Without hesitation, Korin lunged forward. If he hesitated now, she'd be lost permanently to possession. His hand reached her shoulder, steady but firm. Her eyes, still tinted red, followed his movement silently. Their gazes met, no words spoken, but in that brief instant, something in Warren's expression began to shift. As Korin stood still, Warren's blurred vision slowly cleared, recognizing the silhouette that hadn't abandoned her. She struggled to speak, weakened and confused. Her voice cracked as she questioned his unwavering presence beside her. "Why?" she asked, not out of anger but disbelief that anyone would stay through such darkness. Korin replied plainly. He had promised to remain, to support her, until she could truly choose. She listened, breathing steady now. Korin wanted only one thing: for her to make a proud decision. Moved by Korin's words, Hwoarang resolved quietly she would repay him with more than survival or thanks. She would prove she wasn't a monster. Her choice would reflect the humanity Hwoarang believed in. Her body trembled as something shifted. She felt a loss, as if something inside had vanished completely. The cursed future she nearly embraced, the path of destruction, crumbled. The grip of fate shattered into ash. Staring at her trembling hands, Hwoarang whispered, "Broken. What do I do now?" Hwoarang chuckled weakly, bloodied but steady. The battle had passed, but its weight still remained. He sat down beside her, admitting calmly that many paths still existed for moving forward together. "Thanks," he said. His tone was simple, sincere. Trust wasn't earned easily, but she had returned it. Hwoarang trembled, confessing everything. She admitted to violence, guilt, and even the crime of stealing another's form. Her voice broke. She asked honestly, "Is there any path where I can still be forgiven?" Hwoarang closed his eyes in silence, unsure if true forgiveness was something he had the right to offer. With a quiet voice, he admitted he didn't know, but he didn't back away either. Overwhelmed, Hwoarang cried out, not in fear, but release. For the first time, she felt truly seen. Behind bars, Kang Ryun sat in silence. His plan had failed, and retribution had begun quietly. The Academy's leadership moved fast. Just like always, the aftermath would be managed quietly, and without exposure. Madame Josephine and Master Aaron had already agreed, if things looked settled, they'd bury the scandal quickly. But this case involved Hwoarang. The ritual had exposed her, and covering it up would spark suspicion. Now those who feared Hwoarang's strength began preparing to denounce her, using fear as their justification. The Academy resumed normal operations, but internal factions began re-evaluating authority after the ritual's public consequences. Despite the chairman's past efforts to keep peace, the truth forced policymakers to act decisively now. Master Aaron and Madame Josephine acknowledged institutional flaws, knowing the Academy's structure was vulnerable to manipulation. Hwoarang, still recovering, reflected on the battle's cost, both physical and political, as decisions loomed beyond his reach. Though his role had concluded, Hwoarang sensed future conflicts would return. His name would remain in play. Hwoarang turned in surprise. The battle had ended, but emotional fallout among allies was just beginning. Tears weren't just sorrow, they reflected shared pain. Allies had suffered watching Hwoarang fight nearly alone to the end. Hwoarang's condition was questioned. He had dismantled multiple defenses and constructs without reinforcement during the final conflict. Elsewhere, Yua and Jinyuk's efforts had delayed the ceremony, but they'd vanished shortly after their task succeeded. Hwoarang understood now. Their withdrawal wasn't abandonment. It was part of a larger strategy, carried out in secret. Hwoarang listened as his ally clarified her stance, urging compassion for those driven by desperation, not evil. Jinyuk acted for revenge. Yua fought to protect family. Each had motives shaped by painful circumstances. Their actions weren't justified, but the blame wasn't theirs alone. Kang Ryun had orchestrated everything from the shadows. Hwoarang understood. Misplaced hatred could fracture fragile trust. Enemies weren't always who they first appeared to be. Though light-hearted banter followed, her words held truths she cared deeply, and just didn't want Hwoarang hurt again. Hwoarang acknowledged his limits. He wasn't the player, just a substitute relying solely on skill and endurance. Pushing past his physical limits had consequences. Even he couldn't ignore the pain building within him. To his surprise, she recognized his isolation, how deeply he operated in a world others couldn't perceive. She made a decision. From now on, she would support him, just like this time. No matter the enemy, she would stand beside him. Hwoarang quietly accepted her words with sincere gratitude. Beyond the Academy, ancient threats stirred again. The sky above the sanctum signaled a greater danger. Powerful enemies, beings of destruction, prepared to act. Their goal was absolute, the collapse of the known world. Hwoarang wondered how he'd protect the world from such forces. The answer was clear: never fight alone. His recovery continued, but plans moved forward. Leadership roles were quietly assumed between laughter and mutual understanding. A new team was forming, Hwoarang as leader, his ally as vice leader. A quiet beginning before war. Alicia arrived unexpectedly. Her expression was unreadable, but her sudden entrance signaled unfinished emotions and concern. She was met with cheerful greetings, though her presence in a wheelchair hinted at hard-won recovery. Despite light teasing, everyone knew her injuries were real. Her condition was the price of unwavering commitment. Hwoarang acknowledged it quietly. She had pushed beyond her limits, all because she chose to support him. He smiled apologetically, carrying the weight of her sacrifice with silent gratitude and unspoken responsibility. Alicia accepted her condition calmly. Though healing, she knew her current limits wouldn't be easily overcome. Thanks to magical treatment, her body would recover. But missing the closing festival was still disappointing. While others looked forward to final celebrations, she realized she'd be sidelined during the campfire event. Hwoarang reminded her gently. The winter ball was still coming, and it would be her first. He promised to buy her a dress. easing her disappointment with reassurance and an awkward smile. As the echoes of conflict faded, a new thought emerged. Corin might not face coming threats alone. Names were mentioned: Lenya Claire, an intelligence officer. Her talents and calm demeanor made her a top candidate. Corin listed Ren and Ron, a dual-guard unit known for discipline and efficient battlefield coordination. Each name sparked reactions. Alicia noted appearances, but Corin focused on skills and what each member offered. Corin revealed his intent: to recruit carefully. Trust mattered. But with time, they'd build something real. Alicia moved quickly, calling out. She wanted Hwarin's name confirmed before anyone raised objections to her joining. Corin agreed without hesitation. He trusted Hwarin and began writing her name without second thoughts or concern. Suddenly, a strange voice echoed. Corin froze mid-sentence. Something about the atmosphere shifted into something much darker. The voice repeated his name, unsettling and forceful. Corin paused, unsure if it was internal or real. A shadowed figure emerged. Mariette. Her voice cracked. She asked if he wanted to witness her breakdown. Hwarin was feared and isolated. Whispers followed her accusations that she was cursed and shouldn't exist. Blamed for everything, they labeled her a monster. Her presence alone invited suspicion, regardless of her actions. When Corin got hurt, guilt consumed her. It reminded her how close she'd come to harming again. Yet Corin had stood beside her, keeping his word to stay and help her choose her path. Haunted by past failures, Hwarin believed strength was her only salvation. Depending on others felt like weakness. Corin's words echoed. He urged her to make a decision she'd one day be proud of. He never demanded perfection, only effort. Together, he said, they could face what comes without regret. Hwarin wept. She didn't know what came next, but for once, she wasn't afraid to try. His kindness overwhelmed her. The sincerity in his support stung like warmth too sharp to hold comfortably. She whispered bitterly, I hate you, Corin. But the weight in her tone meant the opposite. Corin's words echoed. He urged her to make a decision she'd one day be proud of. He never demanded perfection, only effort. Together, he said, they could face what comes without regret. Hwarin wept. She didn't know what came next, but for once, she wasn't afraid to try. His kindness overwhelmed her. The sincerity in his support stung like warmth too sharp to hold comfortably. She whispered bitterly, I hate you, Corin. But the weight in her tone meant the opposite. Hwarin kept others distant. Her pain was private, her thoughts shielded, her walls built high and firm. That had always been her truth until someone chose not to force entry, but to stay anyway. Alone in her room, she breathed out slowly. A presence near the door disrupted her silence. Corin stood calmly. You're better, he said, as if the answer had been worth waiting for. She tried to hide her feelings, but failed. All this time he smiled gently. Hurry up. Hwarin stood quietly. Corin called her name with familiarity, anchoring her to something warmer than survival. She hesitated, then asked honestly, was there still a way for her to return to who she was? Corin looked at her without judgment. Her sincerity reminded him despite everything, her kindness still remained intact. Suddenly, she reached out and grabbed him, not out of desperation, but from something more human. With flushed cheeks, she blurted her wish. Not power, not vengeance, just to eat fish again. Corin noticed her hesitation and gently reached out. His calm voice reassured her she wasn't alone. He promised her a simple meal fish. After all this, it was enough to steady her. Hwarin stepped forward, leaving safety behind. Corin watched silently, understanding she'd made her choice to fight. He turned his back to the past, gripping his sword. I'm starting, he said, quietly determined. As tension rose, Corin swallowed hard. The Death God's orb appeared, pulsing with ominous power and resolve. The Death God's orb activated, revealing its danger. Within human hands, its accuracy dropped to nearly nothing. Corin realized the terrifying odds. His grip tightened as he braced himself for what came next. He threw the orb with all his might. It flew forward, striking the ground with precision 0. Surprised by the result, Corin looked ahead, then calmly announced he'd demonstrate actual magic instead. From his pouch, he drew a cracked gem, a defective mana stone meant only for festival display. Corin explained the game was rigged. The system was designed to limit winning through randomness and spread. He described how the orb's diffusion effect weakened accuracy across a 10-meter zone, minimizing precise targeting. But Corin questioned, what if the orb was used while already inside the lowest accuracy threshold? He activated the orb again. This time, a powerful pulse spread wide, creating a radiant burst. The orb's range multiplied, surpassing limits. As precision disappeared, it finally hit everything, triggering its hidden destructive power. A surge of energy flared from the orb, launching purple light across the plaza without restraint. Corin shielded his eyes and braced as the pressure intensified, then slowly settled to stillness. He stepped forward, hands glowing faintly. Hwarin, I infused you with mana. It should stabilize you. The girl stirred, eyelids twitching as sunlight warmed her face. Slowly, she began to regain awareness. She blinked up at him and softly whispered, "Hello." Her voice steady but uncertain and quiet. She opened her eyes slowly, recognizing the voice. Light warmed her face as peace settled in. A girl called out Appa warmly, her blue eyes shining brightly in the sunlight. She suddenly hugged the boy tightly, lifting him up with unexpected strength and emotion. The boy was shocked, stunned by the sudden embrace and the meaning behind her words. Nearby, two characters discussed how the girl's use of Appa was especially significant now. The girl felt grateful, realizing they all shared a bond, united like family and friends. He finally escaped the night title. Relieved after a close call during intense training, friends praised his progress, teasing him about how much he had improved in his fighting skills. Unseen, a mysterious girl watched his every move carefully from a distance for 3 years. She remained trapped in her hidden place, silently observing without interfering or revealing herself. The boy sensed someone watching but didn't realize his silent protector was always there beside him. Kunan confidently claimed he could walk and run, proving he was stronger than before. The older man doubted Kunan but acknowledged the determination he showed to improve himself. Kunan remembered his past struggles and how difficult it was to reach this point. Despite progress, he still feared disappointing those who trusted and believed in his growth. With resolve, Kunan faced an uncertain future, ready to overcome whatever obstacles appeared. Kunan explained he felt stronger now, no longer resentful after enduring countless challenges and battles. He reflected on the past wounds that shaped him and the lessons he had learned well. Despite hardships, he had grown resilient, ready to face whatever the future held without fear. Those around him noticed his change, recognizing the maturity and confidence he now carried every day. Even so, subtle doubts lingered inside him, questioning if this new path was truly meant to be. He admitted being injured again, but vowed to keep fighting, determined to never give up. A sudden, sharp pain struck him, making him gasp and worry about the severity this time. Confused, he heard a familiar voice calling his name, Korin Oppa, bringing a flicker of comfort. He smiled faintly, admitting he liked that nickname, feeling strengthened by the unexpected support. Nearby, others pondered how even men face difficult moments and needed care just as much. She confessed that Kunan was her husband, surprising him and causing him to stammer nervously. The girl demanded an answer immediately, her expression serious and intense. Kunan blushed deeply, unable to respond clearly, overwhelmed by the sudden confession. The girl teased him gently, insisting he couldn't deny the truth or avoid the feelings. He nervously tried to maintain composure, while she smiled knowingly, enjoying his flustered state. The girl expressed sincere gratitude, reaching out to the boy she called Oppa with warmth. The boy was stunned and confused, struggling to process the unexpected interaction and her words. He questioned himself, wondering why the girl was speaking about Ran in such a strange way. The girl's sudden shift unsettled him deeply, hinting at confusion or hidden intentions behind her voice. Silent tension filled the air as he quietly observed, unsure if what he saw was truth or illusion. She asked if he planned to run away, watching him carefully for any sign of escape. He was confused at first, but honestly said he wasn't running, just taking a moment's rest. She recognized this behavior as his way of coping, a subtle pause in the ongoing struggle. Despite the hardships he faced, he remained human, vulnerable to doubts and the burdens of manhood. Deep inside, he felt overwhelmed by the weight of his situation, unsure how to confront what's next. In the end, his efforts failed completely, collapsing under the weight of his own mistakes. The mysterious figure emerged, holding a sword that seemed to hold power untold, changing fate's course. They recounted how this stranger fought fiercely on their team, tipping the battle's balance unexpectedly. Their hope was renewed, believing his presence might save them from impending disaster and ruin. But suddenly, that man destroyed everything they fought for, shattering their dreams and all their plans. The warrior shouted in surprise as his strike stopped abruptly, his enemy swiftly evading the attack. Darkness surrounded the scene as the enemy moved with speed, leaving multiple shadows to confuse the fighter. The protagonist stood alone, struggling to identify the true threat amidst the overwhelming illusions and danger. Despite exhaustion, the protagonist's companion appeared, explaining the enemy's multiple forms and urging caution. Questions lingered in their minds about the enemy's true identity and intentions, increasing the tension around them. The hero woke up, reflecting on the previous battle's weight and the unknown still lingering. Despite the morning's brightness, memories of struggle and loss clouded their thoughts from the night before. The city looked calm now, but the danger they faced was far from over or resolved. The group slowly stirred, each realizing the urgency of the new day ahead and their mission. Though tired, they prepared to move forward, determined to face whatever challenges awaited them next. The early morning silence was broken as two companions slowly woke, feeling the weight of exhaustion. One admitted not feeling sleepy, only drained, their weariness hanging heavily after the previous day's events. Outside, a sudden noise startled them, capturing attention and signaling that the world was waking as well. The sound of a honking vehicle grew near, bringing a sense of normalcy and routine to their surroundings. The group prepared to start the day, discussing coffee and plans while rallying their tired spirits. She asked if affection existed, watching silently as the difficult truth hung between them, heavy and raw. Refusing to confirm, the silence carried more weight than any words could have spoken between them. Then she pressed on, her gaze steady, wanting clarity despite the discomfort of the moment's tension. The harsh truth surfaced suddenly. He harbored hate, a secret that changed everything between them deeply. Another figure entered, addressing her softly, revealing a quiet understanding of the complex feelings involved. She entered the grand hall quietly, unaware her presence would disturb the creature resting atop crimson stone. The boy gestured calmly, warning her not to provoke danger merely for the comfort of silence. Confused, she scanned the room, wondering why no other option remained but the golden floor. She hesitated, then realized the boy wasn't bluffing. His indifference weighed heavier than the beast's breath. The man shrugged, conceding passively, revealing no care for comfort, only priorities forged in colder decisions. She smiled boldly, claiming her seat beside Corin, unbothered by the awkward tension she created. Without pause, she strode forward, ignoring disapproval, determined to share a table no one else approached. Corin glanced up, her sudden attachment unexpected, yet her loyalty sparked something he couldn't easily dismiss. Though festivities lingered, routine returned, less celebration, more lectures as the academy returned to its unrelenting pace. Amid distraction and noise, Corin shifted focus inward, analyzing new stats with quiet intensity and intent. Corin quietly noted his progress, now stronger than Alicia had been when she first entered the academy. His third core awakened, and with it, demonic chi release began to reshape his combat potential. The ability list confirmed it. His aura now supported regeneration, pain resistance, and domain-level comprehension beyond standard. 3 aura cores glowed within him, each earned through unique means, none from traditional academy advancement methods. He recalled Alicia's path too, though different. Her rapid growth mirrored his, closing the gap steadily. With 2 cores mastered, only demonic chi release remained, an ability capable of unleashing devastating inner strength. Though its power was immense, precise control was vital. One mistake could waste a lethal burst. Corin tested it in a simulated duel, but the feeling stayed unnatural, disconnected from instinct. He leaned back, frustrated, thoughts circling, theory offered no answers, and progress demanded something beyond pure logic. Glancing up, he spotted her reviewing notes, an odd shift from her usual instincts, making him pause. Professor Luria entered with a smile, her presence alone snapping drowsy students back to attention. Her kindness masked years of discipline. Even casual punishment meant enduring arduous tasks with no excuses given. Unfortunately, this classroom belonged to the alchemy faculty, every surface thick with grime from countless chemical experiments. As panic spread, students whispered frantic exchanges, scrambling for notes they hadn't even managed to finish. One student froze, fingers trembling, realizing too late that the festival would have to wait again. Corin blinked in confusion, only now realizing who sat on either side during this chaotic lecture. To his left was Jaeger, already restless, and to his right, someone much more dangerous by nature. The girl reached calmly, her fingers brushing his without hesitation, disrupting his focus with casual, deadly precision. Claws grazed his skin unintentionally, but their touch sent a jolt of instinctive panic through his spine. Eyes wide, cheeks burning, Corin flinched violently, unsure if he was in danger or just embarrassed again. She leaned forward confidently, her claws gently retracted, her smile deliberate, aware of Corin's startled reaction. Her tone softened with intent as she teased, closing the distance with boldness that made Corin freeze. Corin's face flushed in confusion as unexpected tension rose. Memories of earlier encounters stirred discomfort and surprise. He sat silently as others worked around him, unsure whether to speak or simply observe the changes. The lecture hall echoed with uncertain voices. Something deeper lingered between them, unspoken, but sharply understood. He hesitated, recalling the moment of the switch when caution replaced trust, and plans began shifting quietly. Now walking beside her, he weighed her question carefully. The names she spoke held heavier meaning now. Accusations filled the hall, and names were dropped. The consequences no longer belonged to just one person. Locked behind iron bars, he sat silent. Their power moved freely, while his truth remained unheard, untouched. With shifting alliances, the woman in black rose. Political tides declared her rightful heir to the disgraced line. He blinked at her confident steps. Her name now carried weight, her intentions blurred beneath formal smiles. Before he could respond, she smiled and reached closer. Her fate and his now shared a written path. His nervous grin widened as pressure rose. Her presence now demanded answers he wasn't ready to give. She leaned in, voice sharp and steady, insisting he recount every move each moment laid bare for judgment. As he recited, her eyes narrowed, the boiling pot beside her echoed the rising tension between them. He stammered through excuses, cheeks red, knowing well the truth wouldn't shield him from what came next. Despite his panic, she softened slightly. His hesitation, though foolish, was rooted in something real she almost understood. Her gesture lingered longer than expected, tradition wrapped around it, twisting the moment into something oddly symbolic. She spoke calmly, explaining that marriage meant dual rights, dual power, shared influence from two sacred bloodlines. From a distant corner, another figure erupted in rage. Jealousy flared hotter than flames, echoing one word. His rival clenched his fists, muttering dark plans. Interference now felt urgent, as feelings clouded judgment. Somewhere behind a curtain, fabric fluttered wildly. She questioned herself, then chose boldness over hesitation again. Heat surged through his veins, logic faded. He wrestled instincts, but obsession still gnawed at his restraint. Silent, he glanced sideways, masking unease with stoicism. Something unseen stirred deeper than anger or jealousy inside him. The beast growled low, scenting memory, its voice cracked, revealing fear. Was this a rival, or kin? Across the room, calmness returned. The boy sat quietly as warmth radiated from a familiar table. Placed before him, the crimson dish steamed gently. Her small gesture said more than words ever could. He grinned widely, genuinely surprised. The soup was a perfect match to his favorite meal back home. Still holding the bowl, he savored every drop while she watched quietly, noting his every subtle reaction. Across the table, she exhaled in relief. Her careful planning had made the dish exactly as intended. Mid-sip, his body pulsed. Unfamiliar energy surged upward as the system triggered and forcefully enhanced his strength. Eyes narrowing, he slowly turned toward her, unsure whether the meal was kindness or part of something else. As she approached, her gaze softened. She hadn't expected the side effect to appear so quickly. The system confirmed his change. Strength surged but without conflicting traits, making the enhancement stable and permanent. Without thinking, he lunged forward and hugged her tightly, overwhelmed by adrenaline, warmth, and chaotic relief. Somewhere else, another figure stood by a bookshelf, quietly observing everything from behind tinted glasses and curtains. Smiling faintly, she whispered a thought. Mariette's influence had grown stronger than anticipated within such short time. She offered calm instruction, her words carrying layers of intent beneath the polite surface of romantic guidance. Behind her knowing smile, thoughts turned analytical. The situation now hinted at one specific, unpredictable name. Elsewhere, Corin's growing reputation spread quickly. His presence among powerful women turned from rumor into concrete attention. Observers whispered about his rise. Few believed a quiet student could navigate the academy's chaos so well. Behind thick lenses, one woman smirked. If he could charm them, he could survive anything ahead. Mariette paused in thought. Rumors weren't enough, someone had to confirm what he really meant to them. Beside her, Walken listened closely as instructions shifted from general guidance to something far more specific and direct. She detailed a mission from years ago, buried history involving sealed knowledge and long-forgotten magical restrictions. Mariette's voice sharpened. Sentiment had no place in strategy, especially when loyalty could be easily manipulated or tested. Walken nodded reluctantly, understanding the cost. To earn trust, she had to act first, not wait passively. She stepped through the gate, her form wrapped in glowing magic, prepared for the trial ahead. Mariette stayed behind, her words soft but clear. Success would mean more than just personal validation. Suddenly, her instincts flared. Something moved that shouldn't have. Her focus shifted sharply toward the disturbance behind her. The red beast's growl cut through the silence. It wasn't attacking, only watching her departure intently. Across the hall, unaware of her departure, Corin quietly finished his meal beneath the fading evening light. Corin's breath caught for a moment. Her presence pressed close, stirring confusion he couldn't easily suppress. She leaned forward, silently controlling the space. Her calm expression masked something deliberate beneath the surface tension. Her fingers moved with purpose, slowly closing the gap between them as neither dared to retreat. A playful breath escaped her lips. Her intent was clear, measured, and meant to provoke reaction. Her arms tightened, pulling him inward. Whatever restraint he had left started to dissolve under her control. She clutched him tighter, refusing to let go first, seeking validation he didn't know he owed. Their closeness remained unresolved. No words followed, only shared breath and a weight neither dared name yet. Outside the hall, Another girl stood silently, watching the window where sunlight touched something she didn't want confirmed. She remembered his promise clearly, imagined it different, thought he'd be walking this path alongside her instead. Still, the truth sat heavy in her chest. He was kind to many, not just her. She watched from the shadows, unmoving. The same warmth he gave her, he shared with another. Her mind repeated what she already knew, but her heart clung stubbornly to feelings she couldn't mute. Maybe she believed she mattered more, that something between them made her different from the others. Still, the ache in her chest sharpened with every glance they exchanged in that quiet embrace. Behind her crimson eyes, the pain lingered. She would not cry, but she would not forget. Her eyes narrowed, locking onto the embrace. The way they held each other changed something inside her. Every motion confirmed it. There was something deeper between them, something real she wasn't part of anymore. She turned away before anger surfaced, suppressing the sting by shifting focus towards something she could control. A hand reached her shoulder, quiet but steady. The unspoken message was clear: step aside now. Her answer came sharp and unwavering. She would eliminate every obstacle, no matter who stood between them. She tasted the dessert carefully, eyes lighting up with surprise at how rich the flavor was. Around the table, the others chatted casually. Each bite of food seemed to ease the tension. She pointed out the rural charm of her hometown, proud of how her neighbors valued homemade meals. Korin listened, amused by how disconnected the eastern countryside was from the rest of the academy. He glanced around the crowded table, realizing this quiet outing had unintentionally turned into a full gathering. Mariette gathered her courage, trying to speak, but hesitation tightened her voice before she could continue. Before her words could land, another girl jumped in, offering Korin a crepe with cheerful determination. Korin turned his attention to the plate, missing the flicker of emotion across Mariette's interrupted expression. She lowered her gaze and dismissed the moment, the opportunity quietly slipping through her fingers again. Another voice chimed in playfully, reaching across for dessert, unaware of the silent shift happening beside her. One girl leaned in eagerly, asking Korin for help, reaching across the table toward a dessert. He responded without hesitation, stretching his arm out as another pair of eyes followed closely, silently watching. She opened her mouth expectantly, playful and bold, catching him off guard with her sudden forward gesture. Flustered, she reacted quickly, hiding her face with a yelp as he nearly responded too naturally. Across the table, another girl giggled brightly, masking her tightening grip with a smile and teasing tone. Korin tried to diffuse the tension with a smile, unaware of how heavy the air felt. The mood shifted strangely as one girl joked too brightly, forcing levity into a room gone stiff. Another countered with sarcasm, masking her displeasure behind culinary logic while defending a dish with surprising intensity. Across the table, silent stares grew louder than words. Jaeger's expression conveyed more than speech ever could. Korin sat frozen, uncertain how dessert sparked this battle. The pressure of attention weighed heavier than expected. One by one, the boys excused themselves, leaving the table behind as unease filled the room. As the last one left, silence fell. The girls remained seated, eyes shifting with sharpened focus. Mariette sensed at first unspoken motives hanging between them, as if territory had been declared without words. With careful grace, one leaned in and calmly suggested a walk, hiding challenge beneath her gentle tone. The other responded coolly, accepting without hesitation. Their battlefield had shifted from food to something far deeper. The announcement spread fast, her voice shaking with urgency, something too bold to keep hidden any longer. Inside the restroom, heads turned sharply. Disbelief rippled through the silence as the words finally registered aloud. Korin paused mid-step, puzzled by the sudden noise behind him, unaware he had sparked another storm. Korin entered quietly, unnoticed, and reached for the cup she left trembling on the wooden table. She remembered his earlier visit, how he warned her, yet still chose silence over causing deeper fear. Confused and overwhelmed, her breath caught as she realized the truth he never meant to hide. Korin paused, sensing unrest behind him, thoughts tangled between duty, regret, and whatever she might have just discovered. Days earlier, Korin received a troubling report, evidence pointing east, toward something awakening beneath the academy's walls. Elemental spirits clashed beneath sacred trees as ancient druids summoned protection against relentless dimensional rift incursions. A faint signal echoed through magical currents. The druids sensed the sealed location had finally been exposed. Phinidius and Xenasis confirmed the site, once legend, now unearthed hidden beyond waterfalls deep in forgotten wildlands. Uskias, the third and last barrier, silently dissolved as corrupted mana surged from a breach within. In a ruined chamber, centuries-old warnings failed. The gate collapsed, birthing something unsealed, aware and violently rising. He once thought sneaking into the sacred regions was impossible. Now new paths opened before him. Ancient knowledge flooded his mind. Findius's son, a relic revealed through earned insight, pointed to forgotten truths. Linked to a solar eclipse, the artifact could only awaken when sunlight dimmed and mana surged. The date was precise, February 8th, spring break when shadows would fall, and old seals might dissolve. Clenching his fist, he committed fully during that break. He'd claim Findius and reshape the balance forever. He swore vengeance, determined to shatter Valtazar's ambitions before the dark schemes could reach full strength. Even allies held doubt Sabancia Duke's powers were unproven, and the risks ahead only grew darker. A piercing gaze met hers. His resolve was visible, even as uncertainty gripped the dim hallway. Surprised by her sudden gesture, he paused as she extended an old token into his hand. It was no ordinary charm, something ancient, pulsing faintly. As if tied to what awaited in Uskias, he introduced himself as a noble, presenting the crest as proof and tool for safe passage. Her expression shifted, shocked, unsure until she whispered his true name, the one hidden from most of them. Mariette's reaction was fierce. Truth pierced through her loyalty, unraveling everything she believed about his identity. Despite the tension, the others rallied. Jokes and reassurances tried to cover their rising unease inside. Alone later, he stared into silence, focused, grounded, reminding himself he wasn't a child anymore. Not now. With no more to say, he turned toward the exit, prepared to leave everything behind him. But she reached out, halting him, desperation in her touch, holding tight to a fading moment. She asked to do something simple, something shared, one last memory before fate pulled him away. He accepted gently, warmth behind his eyes, then left without delay through the golden palace halls. Doors closed behind him softly, completely as his footsteps faded into the long corridor of quiet decisions. The night before departure, he left Mariette's chambers exhausted, the weight of choices settling on him. Dragging himself quietly through the halls, he barely noticed her presence until her voice broke silence. She stood boldly in the corridor, confident and relaxed, claiming space in ways that disarmed him. Amused but flustered, he attempted a retreat, but her casual presence left him nowhere to hide. The past flickered battlefields, soaked in rain and fireproof they'd fought before, yet never quite together like now. He sighed, weary but resigned, hoping Josephine wouldn't catch them while sharing a forbidden resting space. Thoughts swirled, memories of rain, warmth, closeness, before brushing them aside with a shrug and quiet surrender. Without hesitation, he began undressing, unaware his casual confidence sent surprise rippling across the silent room. She stared wide-eyed, struggling to respond as he calmly declared his nightly preference without embarrassment. Laughing off the tension, he assured her of pajamas, though her flustered protest came instantly anyway. She grumbled, questioning why she had to turn away when he caused all the awkwardness. Moonlight streamed through the window as he offered her the pillow, claiming he didn't need one. She hesitated, then quietly accepted, choosing silence over resistance, her body barely relaxing under the shared blanket. Lying beside each other, they listened to the night, separated only by stillness and unspoken thoughts. She finally whispered her concern, hoping he wouldn't be harmed. His smile showed he understood completely. She admitted quietly that his pain affected her too. Her heart strained when he came back injured. Memories of past battles flickered, bloodied, but brave. He'd shielded her before, without regret, without question. Now it was her turn to protect him, her promise spoken in closeness and steady breath. They exchanged soft words, teasing through tension, hiding concern beneath playful sarcasm that comforted them both. As moonlight framed their rest, he smiled her words. That warmth gave him reason to keep fighting. The next day, they gathered at a quiet cafe, unaware of what the headlines would reveal. A newspaper exposed Alicia's lineage, her connection to a legendary swordsman now public for all to see. Caught off guard, she deflected suspicion, but her reaction confirmed what they had already begun suspecting. Conversation shifted to supplies and preparations, most packed light, underestimating what lay ahead in the east. Corin observed them, amused and weary, noting their confidence lacked the discipline real survival demanded. As they discussed heading east, Corin raised an eyebrow, knowing the path promised more than wilderness. The others were clueless, unaware of what dangers lingered in that direction, until Corin's smirk warned otherwise. Without further explanation, chaos-struck screams followed as nature's brutal challenge overwhelmed their senses instantly and without mercy. Alicia panicked, crying out as pressure crushed her senses. The east was not gentle to novices. Xanasis stood firm, amused by the chaos, believing nature wouldn't coddle the unprepared, only test their resolve. From above, Corin watched silently as his companions battled fatigue, weighed down by gear and frustration. He urged them to see it as training, reality in motion, not merely hardship but a harsh teacher. Reaching Taklakan's ridge, a scream echoed. Something stirred beneath, the wind carrying a warning far too late. Corin looked down, confused, moments before the earth quaked and the rumble of hooves filled the air. A herd of oliphants surged from the woods, massive, red-eyed, unstoppable, charging straight toward the unready group. Panic rose as the group spotted a village directly in the path of the charging Oliphants. Corin calculated quickly. Time was tight, but barely enough to intervene if they moved with full force. They shifted focus, turning mounts sharply downhill, determined to intercept before destruction reached innocent lives below. Corin called out tactics mid-gallop, counting on each ally to act without hesitation or second thought. With a sharp nod, Alicia summoned nature's strength, green light blooming beneath her as roots awakened. Alicia's magic surged through the ground, roots shot upward, locking beasts in place for precious seconds. Corin lunged ahead, lightning crackling around his blade as he aimed directly at the largest creature's head. A blinding strike hit powerful and precise, but the beast absorbed it, eyes glowing brighter instead of faltering. Alicia shouted, roots weakening rapidly, unable to restrain their enemies much longer, as panic crept into her voice. Xanasis gave orders swiftly, targeting the leader. Corin prepared to strike again if she bought enough time. Corin flinched at the sudden tremor, a sharp vibration in the air that signaled incoming power. A barrage of streaking shadows descended from the cliffs, intercepting the stampede with surgical precision. Searing flames and crimson light carved through the beast's movement so swift it blurred across the field. Traps snapped in unison, glowing red, an unmistakable pattern used only by elite monster hunters of Arden. Corin narrowed his eyes. If they were here, then something far worse than Oliphants must be coming. Alicia froze as a sharp voice cut through the field, familiar, cold, and painfully condescending. A cloaked woman descended, radiating power and disdain, mocking their inability to handle a single beast. Corin narrowed his gaze, recognizing her immediately: Lunia Arden, elite hunter, and Alicia's estranged older sister. Lunia's voice softened but warned recklessness invited greater destruction, and they'd already crossed that line. He watched her closely, piecing it together, her timing. Her words it all tied back to the headlines. Lunia extended a small item, wordlessly offering it, surprising them both with a gesture of care. Corin accepted the gift, confused, uncertain of her intent, until Alicia recognized it instantly. It was honey bomb candy, a rare restorative, unexpectedly thoughtful for someone who led with harshness. Lunia scolded gently, reminding them that strategy mattered. Recklessness in battle could cost more than lives. She acknowledged Corin's rank up, praised him calmly, then walked away, leaving quiet respect in her wake. Lunia remained distant as always, her expression calm even after offering support during the chaotic encounter. She turned back with a subtle pause, her voice steady as she called out to Corin. Without hesitation, she made a bold request, her words cutting through the air with sudden personal weight. The group reacted instantly, gasping in shock as her proposal echoed louder than any battle cry before. Corin stood frozen, eyes wide and breath caught, struggling to comprehend what had just been spoken aloud. A vast army advanced through the Green Valley, led by black-cloaked warriors bearing the Arden family crest. Inside the fortress, hundreds of armored soldiers stood in formation, awaiting the command of their returning commander. A woman stepped forward, her eyes steady, acknowledging the silent respect from those assembled in the hall. She turned toward the courtyard, gestured firmly to a girl behind her, and began walking without hesitation. The young girl stumbled slightly, then quickly followed, uncertain but drawn toward something only the woman understood. Two sat across the board, focused on the game, while sunlight spilled warmly over polished wooden surfaces. Corin calculated his move, aware of the watchful eyes, as quiet tension filled the open room. He sensed curiosity behind the calm, suspecting questions beneath the surface of every casual glance exchanged nearby. A formal summons arrived, breaking the silence, shifting every gaze as Corin's name echoed through the chamber. Without hesitation he stood, eyes forward, stepping toward the hall where Miss Lunia waited in silence. Lunia turned slowly, her expression unreadable, acknowledging Corin's arrival with a breath held too long. Corin approached the table cautiously, uncertain of her intentions, his steps echoing through the quiet chamber. She gestured to the seat, her posture calm, hands steady as she poured tea without speaking. He sat across from her, eyes narrowing slightly, sensing that every word here might hold consequence. Lunia's tone sharpened. She asked a question that twisted the air, unexpected, personal, impossible for Corin to ignore. Lunia watched Corin carefully, her words measured, aware her intentions were unsettling but rooted in strategy. She leaned closer, explaining plainly that even her own preferences bowed to logic and political necessity. Corin's thoughts spiraled, struggling to understand why he was central to a decision carrying so much weight. Lunia's voice lowered. She recalled her defeat, how everything shifted that day, including her standing and strength. Her decision followed Aisha, once overlooked, would now rise as the fifth Smoke Pavilion master by right. The room remained quiet as Lunia admitted Corin's earlier move had stirred unrest among her allies. She reminded him that strategy and timing were his strengths, Her trust in his decisions had grown. Despite her confidence, Lunia confessed discontent with her new title, finding leadership burdensome and politically volatile. Corin considered the implications, watching lotus leaves drift slowly, the silence hinting at something deeper beneath. His voice broke the pause, questioning her intent. She confirmed it calmly, a fake engagement, nothing more. Whispers spread quickly through the manor. Aisha, the illegitimate child, was returning under formal recognition. Old traditions stirred uneasily. Books and sealed letters cluttered the desk, reflecting the weight of her return. Across the room, a strict woman confirmed the news. Aisha would assume a title not yet earned. Though Aisha protested faintly, the woman silenced her, declaring her father's command as absolute and unquestionable. Sophia, matriarch of the house, ensured all heirs obeyed one rule: fulfill Garand Arden's enduring final will. Aisha was reminded of her new duty: honor the family's name as the Fifth Sword Pavilion Master. The blade rested before her, symbolic and heavy. With trembling hands, she accepted it without hesitation. She could not refuse. Submission had been conditioned into her compliance, was all she ever truly knew. The legacy of Garand Arden loomed large, his standards carved into her long before she was ready, and so she walked alone toward duty, knowing full well they'd never see her as one of them. Aisha called out, asking for consideration, her tone hopeful yet uncertain as she stood by the door. Corin turned, puzzled by her sudden appearance, unsure of her intentions but too curious to dismiss it. Inside, Lunia overheard. Her thoughts paused at the notion her sister and Corin together on a date. Aisha's cheerful voice lingered. That subtle smile wasn't strategy, it was something softer, something Lunia rarely understood. The words echoed inside Lunia's mind, not as a joke, but as a spark she couldn't ignore. Lunia watched silently, noting how Aisha moved bold and open, just as she always had been. Even while chasing personal strength, Aisha's intentions remained clear, whether testing herself or reaching out to Corin. As a swordswoman, her path was shaped by combat, pride, and a hunger to grow stronger. Liking Corin wasn't weakness, it was honesty. She wouldn't pretend if the feelings weren't genuine or shared. Lunia smiled faintly, realizing Aisha's heart could hold ambition and affection, without either threatening the other. Corin remained central in Aisha's journey. He believed in her, trained her, and shielded her from harm. She stepped outside, feeling the weight of both sisters' presence and her place between their paths. A quiet truth settled inside her. She loved them both, equally, in different yet unshakable ways. The news had spread. A marriage between Corin and Lunia was no longer rumor, but certainty. Elsewhere, an old figure exhaled slowly, smoke curling upward as snow began falling gently across the land. Lunia questioned her mother's sudden move, sensing another layer behind the ceremonial gesture being presented forward. The document granted her power over borderlands, expanding influence, but tied her to deeper family expectations. Lunia knew her authority rested heavily on maternal allies. Refusing now could fracture fragile internal loyalties. She had suggested Corin on impulse, testing reaction, but his startled expression revealed more than she expected. What mattered most wasn't charm or loyalty, but Corin's drive, his willingness to act without hesitation or doubt. The authority to choose the next head rested not with the living, but with Garand Arden's will. Corin's growth had proven exceptional. He kept his thoughts guarded, understanding how quickly silence shaped perception. Lunia paused, unsure whether her feelings were strategic, protective, or quietly veering into unfamiliar emotional territory. Corin and Aisha stood together again, shared glances, now raised new questions Lunia hadn't considered before. Snow drifted as a declaration passed silently. When protecting family and love collide, a true warrior chooses swiftly. Lunia heard footsteps behind her as Jen approached calmly, waiting for permission to speak her report. Jen mentioned unauthorized discussions had occurred, quietly coordinated among factions without Lunia's prior approval or notice. Those meetings had one focus: evaluating Corin's role in past defeats and his growing influence among ranks. Even during their earlier missions, Corin's instincts had driven outcomes, while Lunia's strategies failed to adapt quickly. Jen stood firm, stating Corin's loyalty must be clarified before Lunia made irreversible decisions involving leadership. Jen stood still for a moment, then nodded slightly, understanding what she needed to confirm next. She scanned the area and recalled Lunia's instructions, realizing this location held more than it seemed. Corin appeared dressed formally, surprised to see her there, raising his hand in an uncertain greeting. Lunia arrived shortly after, expression composed, clearly not expecting Corin's reaction or his choice of clothing. They turned to walk together through the street, quiet between them, but their pace remained in sync. A messenger raced through the trees, urgency in every step, calling for the Fifth Pavilion Master's attention. Without hesitation, Aisha received the report. Monster traces had been spotted along the far western borderlands. She gave the command to move immediately, leading her squad forward through the forest without delay. Breath sharp and steady, Aisha pushed forward, focused completely on the threat waiting beyond the next ridge. Elsewhere, music echoed through warm golden light as a masked man prepared for something beneath the surface. A monstrous figure descended into the battlefield, its blade charged with blue energy and clear intent. Aisha gasped for breath, body bruised and bloodied, but her eyes remained locked on the enemy. With one motion, she surged forward, leading a counterattack that sliced through the monster's charging advance. Elsewhere, Lunia and Korin entered the ballroom, tension hidden beneath composed faces and ceremonial clothes. Under golden lights, the masked host raised his glass as the crowd turned to greet the guests. Aisha slashed forward through the chaos, her expression hardened as blood and steel filled her vision. Back at the ballroom, polite applause began as performers moved to the center of the floor. Aisha pressed harder, her blade glowing as momentum carried her through another monstrous target without pause. Lunia and Korin sat beside each other, hands still, eyes on the stage but minds elsewhere. On the battlefield, a clawed hand reached upward, desperate, before vanishing into the growing silence around. Aisha stood among broken branches in silence, blood-stained but calm, the forest now quiet around her. Her squad approached, offering brief acknowledgments. Each understood their role and delivered results without unnecessary celebration. As the sun lowered, painted sky stretched above the field where duty had tested them again. Meanwhile, Lunia and Korin walked the palace steps, sharing soft conversation after the formal event ended. Their pace slowed slightly. For once, their shared silence felt more like comfort than unresolved distance. Lunia sipped her drink, eyes scanning the horizon, noting the time and the quiet around her. She gently suggested Aisha take the next day off, offering rest after the border skirmish ended. Aisha nodded with surprise, then accepted the offer, quietly grateful for a rare moment of care. As Lunia turned, Aisha called her name, hesitation briefly stopping her from returning inside the palace. She asked plainly if Lunia had spent the afternoon alone with Korin in the city center. Lunia's gaze dropped briefly as memories surfaced. Then she offered only a quiet acknowledgement of Aisha's words. She tried to sound casual but couldn't quite hide the tension resting beneath her short remark. Aisha sensed it too. Lunia was guarded, reflecting on something left unspoken from years long past. Lunia called out to her, requesting something unexpected, a spar, just the two of them alone. Aisha hesitated. Sparring felt personal now. She wasn't sure if Lunia sought answers or something else entirely. Aisha accepted the challenge, her voice steady, though her heart carried questions she chose not to voice. Under the cold moonlight, silence cloaked the academy rooftops, where hidden intentions quietly took shape. Two figures faced each other beneath flickering lanterns, their weapons steady, unspoken tension thick between them. The younger woman tightened her grip, uncertainty clouding her heart as her opponent watched without emotion. The blade trembled slightly. No observers, no judgments, only freedom to act without consequence, without lingering hesitation. Steel met resolve. With steady breath, she swung forward, determination sharpening every movement beneath the dark sky. Cold determination filled her eyes as ancient sword-style knowledge surfaced, honed through endless discipline and pain. Memories of countless battles sharpened her focus, every breath deliberate, every heartbeat steady before the clash. The two warriors faced each other, tension like coiled springs. The world narrowing to this moment, energy exploded outward as blades met with force, the ground shattering beneath the weight of impact. Amid crumbling stone and swirling debris, their figures clashed relentlessly, each strike testing resolve and hidden strength. Shock flashed across her face as the sudden counterattack shattered her guard, unprepared for its speed. Forced back, she struggled for balance, her blade clashing desperately amidst roaring power shaking the ground. The older warrior unleashed devastating strength, crimson energy surging, a forbidden form once taught in secret whispers. Darkness framed her silhouette, fierce and unrelenting, pressing forward with brutal precision and unwavering, controlled aggression. Eyes cold, breath steady, she advanced. The message was clear: fall behind, and you will break. Her breath caught sharply as red energy surged, the overwhelming force pressing dangerously close to collapse. A blinding arc of power split the air, slicing through the void like a violent storm. In that instant, realization struck speed alone wasn't enough. Her eyes traced the attack's fatal precision. Her body staggered under relentless strikes, instincts faltering, mind racing, unable to fully match the assault. Yet deep within, her vision sharpened, calm returned. Something stirred, hidden strength awakening beneath the fear. Her opponent unleashed swift strikes, movements fluid like falling lightning, each blow threatening to overwhelm defenses. Blade locked, she gritted her teeth, mind racing to decode the pattern behind every fierce assault. Determined, she realized survival meant more than reacting, it demanded anticipation, reading movements before they fully formed. Her focus sharpened, breath steadying, footwork aligned. If she could see the next step, she could act. With rising confidence, her grip steadied. The tide could shift. This time she would not fall. With a surge of determination, she launched forward, blades slicing through the air in focused precision. Their weapons clashed again, movement swift and fluid, the rooftop battleground echoing with steel and will. Her breath faltered, momentary hesitation slipping through, betraying the rising exhaustion tightening across her weary limbs. In an instant, power collided, the ground cracked beneath their feet, energy rippling through shattered stone. Panting hard, her hands trembled slightly. Sweat beaded as her vision blurred, strength slowly draining away. Her opponent stood composed, voice calm, acknowledging the progress shown, no wasted words, no unnecessary praise. The distant moonlight framed their figures as breath steadied, both warriors understanding the gravity between them. Unspoken memories surfaced, training, defeat, survival, all sharpened into this moment where choices carved the future ahead. A question hovered unsaid, the weight of unseen battles reflected in her trembling hand and eyes. Power flared, energy coiled with purpose. Her opponent's stance radiated certainty. Strength lies in precision, not excess. Her heart pounded. The weight of impending defeat pressed in, every instinct screaming to survive. Calculations raced. If she could read the flow, she might still shatter this lethal trap. Her opponent's form glowed with contained power, readiness unwavering. Any hesitation would end it instantly, mercilessly. A final strike surged forward, untraceable speed, impossible precision, no chance to evade, no path to victory. Her blade fell, the duel ended. Acceptance settled this time. She had lost without question. She once believed the distance had shrunk, that her relentless training had truly narrowed the gap. Memories of past battles replayed, defeats endured, scars earned, countless hours sharpening skills paid in exhaustion. But despite every effort, that elusive victory remained just beyond reach, unseen but ever present in distance. The truth settled deep. Unless she surpassed herself, she'd forever chase shadows, forever remain behind. Bitter frustration burned within, silent and sharp. The gap persisted, unyielding, impossible, yet she refused to surrender. A few days later, moonlight spilled across quiet rooftops as hushed conversation unfolded behind sliding doors. The soft clink of porcelain accompanied gentle words, veiled tension beneath polite smiles and shared tea. Casual mention of a boy sparked curiosity, though her answer remained carefully distant, guarded yet calm. Expectations hovered, unsaid, family, duty, status. The older woman's voice carried subtle warning beneath her composed face. Memories lingered, once revered, now discarded. Bitterness sharpened her gaze, a life reshaped by betrayal and loss. Her mother's voice echoed coldly. Ideals twisted by experience, marriage, reduced to calculation and strategic advantage. There was no warmth, only measured words. Marry the one who offers the highest return. Beneath flickering candlelight, names and titles carried weight, worth measured in lineage, not kindness or love. Talk shifted to power. A young warrior's rise, unmatched talent, the legacy of a bloodline. The message was clear, greatness mattered, victory above all. And so the heart remained secondary. A simple question lingered, one word, sharp and unsettling, pushing for an answer deeper than duty. She hesitated, then smiled faintly, offering an unexpected truth. He was handsome, her type, without pretense. The admission stunned her companion, composure faltering as motives shifted from calculation to something more personal. A darker undercurrent revealed itself, pleasure not from gain, but from denying her sister something desired. Under the silent moon, reflection stirred, first glimmers of doubt towards marriage, tradition, and rightful desire. 9 days after arrival, morning light stretched across rooftops, village streets alive with quiet celebration. The New Year ceremony unfolded, simple yet vibrant, echoes of tradition filling the crisp winter air. Laughter rang out as friends reunited, the warmth of familiar voices softening the edges of duty. Beneath the joy, determination stirred, hidden purpose driving them eastward to seek the legendary treasure. Findius, beyond distant peaks, nature ruled wild and untamed, a domain of druids, secrets, and untold dangers ahead. Beyond the eastern border, where dense forests stretched endlessly, a quiet journey unfolded beneath morning light. Simple offerings of food and kindness passed between travelers, easing the strain of unfamiliar surroundings. A flicker of magic danced, a playful spirit glimpsed, curiosity awakened amid the green wilderness. Gratitude filled the air as safety in foreign lands was owed to unseen protection and trust. Among allies, quiet understanding grew, shared memories, tentative bonds, and respect, guiding each careful step forward. Without hesitation, Lunia walked ahead, her presence commanding an unstoppable force beneath calm and unshakable control. A hesitant voice called softly, uncertain. As quiet tension flickered between the sisters, once again words spilled, resentment, lightly veiled in jest. Unspoken doubts lingering beneath the surface of shared blood. Laughter masked deeper truths. Bonds strained, yet fragile warmth remained, neither willing to voice everything unsaid. Magic shimmered ahead, signaling the journey's next phase. Beyond this barrier, new trials surely waited in silence. A surge of green light burst forth, dazzling their eyes as the spell activated without warning. Energy twisted reality, scattering their forms, magic precise, swift, separating minds and bodies in an instant. Confusion settled fast. Disoriented, he realized alone, caught within the trap designed to divide and disarm intruders. Recognition dawned. This was no ordinary field, an enchantment crafted by sages to repel unwanted guests. Before him stretched a vast labyrinth, walls shifting, air thick with danger. Another trial had begun. Alone in the forest's heart, he steadied himself, prepared for whatever trial awaited next. The barrier's purpose was clear: test the unworthy, expose weakness, grant passage only to the strong. Confident, he raised his blade, ready to face illusion or beast without hesitation, without fear. But a familiar voice shattered certainty, unexpected. Haunting his heart tightened with recognition and creeping unease. Before him stood the impossible, his brother. Long thought gone memories surged. Confusion overwhelming sharpened instincts. A chilling figure emerged, face twisted in quiet menace, as memories of betrayal flooded his mind.